Good morning to everybody out there getting off their graveyard shift. Good morning to all the truck drivers, janitors, BART conductors, BART operators, Muni drivers, all of the overnight dancers.
And all the construction workers, the carpenters, the electricians, the plumbers. Shout out Dubon Fields Sr. and Jr. Because as I was leaving the Little League field yesterday, he says, yo, you tell Bonte, he be shouting out all them strippers. What about us? What about us normal folk that go into work? What about us in the trades?
Hey,
so I'm shouting you out, Dubon Fields, right
listen,
now.
Dubon Fields, get some Q-tips because I shut you guys out every day. Or construction workers.
Fair.
I shut you
That's
guys
my
out.
dog.
Hey, Dubon, don't you tell me who to shout out and say good morning to. Good morning to you, Dubon.
His son got major swag.
Yeah,
he got a new pair of low-top Jordans.
Yeah, he sounds like he got swag. They all got swag. Good morning to all the Warriors. Andre Iguodala just announced his retirement. Wow, 20 years in the game. So we'll discuss that a little bit.
Wow.
20 years in the game. Look,
wow.
I know it didn't end well. A lot of people got a sour taste in their mouth about Iguodala, but you know what? He's a damn good Golden State Warrior. Damn good Warrior. So we'll give him his respect a little bit later. 1 year ago today, the 49ers made the boldest move of the season. They traded for Christian McCaffrey. How's that worked out for the 49ers? Yeah. It's a Football Friday brought to you by First 5 California. To learn 4 things you can do to overcome toxic stress, go to first5california.com. And the segment is brought to you by Golden State Lumber, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit goldenstatelumber.com. We're going to do something we normally don't do on this show. And we're going to bring in a guest at 6:10 in the morning because it's the only time it can do. It's the only time. And that's Paul Allen, the voice of the Minnesota Vikings. He's full of energy. He gets fired up. We'll get to the Minnesota Vikings here on a Football Friday. We saw Derek Carr last night against the Jaguars. Saw a couple baseball games. Shasky, what was on your mind on a Thursday night in the sports world?
There's so many things on my mind. Harbaugh's getting jobbed by the NCAA. That's something that you and I are going to get into in a second. Also, look at my pesky snakes. Look at my D-backs. Marte, longest tenured D-back. Little base hit to win the game.
Your Diamondbacks.
Let's go, baby.
Your Diamondbacks.
Let's go. Hey, that place was electric.
Can they even up the series today?
I hope. But I saw the Astros even up the series 2-2.
That's the big thing.
I have a question, Giants fans.
The Astros they just won't go away.
Question for Giants fans. Are you rooting for Dusty or Bruce Bochy? And does a Bruce Bochy win make you more angry at the Giants? No, I'm dead serious. I ran into somebody at Stonestown yesterday when I was picking up some stuff, and the lady, I was like, "Oh, go Giants!" We were talking, and she's like, "I'm rooting for Bochy to just shove it right in Farhan in the Giants' face."
Wow.
I'm like, really?
Wow. That's kind of surprising. Jose Altuve in his 100th playoff game. 100th playoff game.
Yeah.
Or he became the 7th player to play in 100 postseason games. He's going to the Hall of Fame. Cheating scandal or not.
Can you name the other
is
6?
A baller. The other 6 who played in 100 postseason games.
Yeah, I wrote it down.
I would guess you got to go back in time.
Remember, it's expanded playoffs.
Yeah, it is expanded playoffs. Verlander?
Nope.
Does pitchers even count? Because they have to appear in the game, right?
Yeah. So you're not going to have it's more position players.
Let me go Roberto Alomar.
Nope.
Let me go.
I'm surprised. You're
Eddie Murray.
Come on, man. Think the Yankees.
Oh, so it's like Lou Gehrig, Babe Ruth, Mickey Mantle.
No, I'm going to give it to you right now. 100 players have played, 7 players have played 100 playoff games. Derek Jeter's 1.
Jorge Posada.
That's 2.
Is Paul O'Neill, Tino Martinez on there? Bernie Williams.
Bernie Williams is 3.
Mariano Rivera.
Nope.
No, because he didn't appear in 100 games.
David Justice, Yadier Molina.
Wow.
Isn't that random?
That is random. All right, we'll get back to that in a second.
Isn't that random?
That is very random.
I didn't know Yadier Molina had played in that many playoff games.
I'm surprised there's no OGs on there.
Right. Well, because they only had, the World Series.
They only had 2 rounds. The ALCS.
You'd win a pennant and go right to the World Series.
That's true.
It's kind of a newer thing.
Yeah, no, that is. All right, let's go to the voice of the Minnesota Vikings. The great voice of the Minnesota Vikings. I enjoy his broadcast. He gets super energetic. Hopefully he's not too energetic down Monday Night Football, but it's Paul Allen, one of the best play-by-play voices in all of sports. Paul, good morning. Well, thanks for joining us so early in the show here on 95.7 The Game in the Bay Area. How you doing this morning, Paul?
Hey, man, you guys are very nice for the kind words. I appreciate it. And things are quite well here in the cornfields.
The cornfields? I didn't know Minnesota had cornfields.
No.
I thought it was just ice, big lakes and ice and everything and coldness. You guys got cornfields up there?
Yeah, we got a lot of lakes. When the teams are doing well, we're known as flyover country, where, we don't have the San Mateo Bay and we don't have the San Mateo Bridge and we don't have Golden Gate Fields where you can stand on the roof and look to your right and see the Berkeley Hills and look to your left and see the Golden Gate Bridge, Alcatraz, and the city. Now, we don't have that, but we have an impassioned fan base. Trying to figure out exactly what goes into the art of an upset.
Oh, really? I like that. What about that history, the Bay Area, Shaska? I know you love that. All right, let's get into it here because Kirk Cousins has been a name, whether you like it or not, has been dropped here in the Bay Area for basically since Shanahan's been hired. Kirk Cousins has always been linked to the 49ers. I'm sure you've heard your fair deal of rumors with Kirk Cousins, but how do Viking fans right now, how are they appreciating Kirk Cousins? We all watched the quarterback doc. Some people loved it. Some people didn't. What's the Viking fans feeling about Kirk Cousins right now?
Well, it's a tough analysis with him. Now, to whom much is given, much is expected, specifically in this part of the country, which, is a pretty simple, easygoing part of the country. But it's also a habit state. So therefore, in 2018, when you become the first to, I guess, have the audacity to take a fully guaranteed 3-year deal, all right, radars are going to be up. Then I guess you got to go 27 Yankees on it to fulfill what the fans believe goes into that guaranteed piece. And 2018, of all the seasons Kirk's played here, was his worst season. So therefore, he kind of started working from behind the proverbial 8 ball right out of the gate. Now, every season, he gradually got better. And for my taste, because of the cold-blooded nature of the way he closed on things last year when we were winning all those one-score games, that's the best season he's ever had in his career. Now, on the other side of it, what makes it quite complicated, and you referenced that Netflix docuseries, now I think everybody in the world sees how frequently Kirk has been and at times gets hit, and how he bounces back in just very, very courageous fashion from those hits. So there's a certain degree of respect that will be given to a person for their toughness. Now, when you're 2-4, people are gonna, they're gonna get all antsy and be and have angst. So they're gonna point fingers all over the place, and the quarterback generally will be the first place they will start. That hasn't necessarily been the case this year with Kirk, the way it has been in the past. And then finally, to just further complicate the situation, it's even more difficult to analyze a quarterback's performance when his by far best receiver is going to be out for a handful of games.
Right.
Now, they beat the Bears in their first game without Jefferson, but in watching that thing back, man, I mean, it was just an unbelievably conservative approach taken, I believe, by Kirk in that game to get first downs and not necessarily look deep down the field, to avoid the hits. So we'll see if that changes Monday night because, I'd preach discretion is the better part of valor, but to beat this team with McCaffrey or not, with Debo or not, they're going to have to be parts of it, man, where valor becomes the better part of discretion. And you need to take chances because, I mean, the 49ers punch, man, and if you don't punch back, you're going to get knocked out.
Yeah. Paul, you guys started off 8-1 last year, 13-4, and everybody in fantasy knows Justin Jefferson's out right now. Dalvin Cook's no longer on the team. What's the biggest difference personnel-wise from last year to this year?
Offensively?
Just in general for the Vikings, because you guys were a really good team. They don't feel as formidable.
Well, yeah, but there have been a lot of changes. I mean, we are in a pigskin purgatory type situation right now, where there were some veterans like Dalvin Tomlinson playing great for Cleveland.
Right,
with
he destroyed us.
We saw him last week.
Yeah,
Paul.
he kicked.
We don't want to see him again.
Yeah,
we don't want to see him again.
He killed us.
Well, I think it's the best game Dalvin Tomlinson's ever played, but nevertheless, they're making organizational decisions with like Dalvin or Zadarius Smith, who didn't want to be here anyway, Eric Kendricks, and some other veterans like Dalvin, where they've let them go. Because every single free agency period, man, I'm not kidding you, and I ain't trying to run down my favorite team, but it's like when people are spending in free agency, we're looking between couch cushions for nickels and dimes, and that just has to end. You don't have to be that team that every single year has $80 million to spend in free agency, but like how about Javon Hargrave? I mean, not only do the Niners pluck him from the team to beat in the conference, but he's unbelievably tough, and he's that coveted defensive tackle who can get to the quarterback with those 3 sacks. All right, well, I mean, like, we can't even be in the game to get somebody like that because of the salary cap situation. So that's being fixed on the fly, and there's clearly some pain that goes along with that. Now, on the other side, without Dalvin, and Dalvin, I love Dalvin too. So this is not an affront on him. I really, really enjoy his company. He hasn't been anything special with the Jets when he's got an opportunity. So if they identified, hey, I think the tread on this tire, may be near zero, and we're going to get out on it. Okay, they may have been right. But what has come off of that? We're one of 2 teams in the NFL with 0 rushing touchdowns. And the running game either has been impotent or it has been inconsistent. Now, that absolutely plays into the lack of the play-action game having merit, specifically without Jefferson. So, Vikings fans, I think, and hope realize that even from 2-4, even as a touchdown dog on Monday night, if you lose on Monday night, you go 2-5. I mean, take a look at the NFC, man, and New Orleans went out and lost again last night.
Yep.
So there's still plenty. Ain't nobody running down the Lions in this division. They hate when I say that around the facility, but ain't nobody running down the Lions in this division. Yep. So therefore, look at the rest of the NFC. and you have a chip chair and a chance to get into that thing, try to get into it healthy with JJ and see what happens.
Longtime voice of the Minnesota Vikings, Paul Allen Hill, here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game. Shasky loves it when I talk trenches, Paul. We love the trenches here. And the 49ers got beat up in the trenches last week in Cleveland. Their offensive line handled the Niners' front seven, ran for 160 yards, 4.7 yards a carry. And then on the other side, the offensive line couldn't block that Cleveland front. And Cleveland probably has the best defense in the league. Where is Minnesota at on the offensive line and protecting Kirk Cousins? You mentioned earlier that he's taken a lot of hits, and we all saw that docuseries on Netflix. Where are they at this year? Because I'm sure that defensive line of the 49ers is hungry after getting pounded last week in Cleveland.
Yeah, there's been some baptism by fire to this situation really for the last year. I mean, the amount of three techniques and the amount of defensive tackles who can rush the quarterback. And seriously, when I go do radio shows at the Combine in Indianapolis, it's like the last few years, the conversation in essence has been the pass rushing defensive tackle is becoming the new quarterback. I mean, you absolutely have to have the right quarterback unless you're, Kyle Shanahan, who can plug in Brock Purdy and get exactly out of him what he wants. And that's no knock on Brock because he can play the game, but nevertheless, he's not a ballyhooed quarterback. So the Vikings have seen from DeForest Buckner, the former Niner, to Quinnen Williams, those Georgia kids for Philadelphia are unbelievable. Yeah, Vita Vea. I mean, we just catch unbelievable defensive linemen every single week. Now here comes Hargrave and Bosa and Armstead sacks are down, but still you got to double him a lot of times. So here it is again. The good news is that they've been to handling school when it comes to dealing with situations like this. It's getting better week by week. The left tackle, Christian Darrisaw, is Trent Williams light. And his career trajectory, if he continues to improve, is that of hopefully Trent Williams because they're both very athletic. They both have a mean streak to them. So the left tackle is incredibly good. The right tackle is one of the better in the NFL. The center missed like 4 games and that hurt. But Bradbury's back and that has helped. So the offensive line's getting better. But nevertheless, I mean, this challenge this Monday night is going to be formidable.
Paul, you referenced Brock Purdy very briefly there. I would love all your Brock Purdy thoughts.
Well, knowing as much as I do about Kyle Shanahan, now I've never met the man, but knowing Cousins the way I do, and just really, basically, it's either Vikings personnel or scout people, who like advanced games. All right. So, like, say we're playing the Niners Monday. You got these scouts who are advancing the Packers game, which is our next game, and they're taking care of business that way. It's when I talk to those guys about the way Shanahan constructs things and the way he changes things quarter by quarter, game by game, month by month. It's ingenuity that you just don't frequently hear. So he's obviously super well respected as an offensive mind, and it all starts there. So the second part of it is, if you're a quarterback playing for Kyle Shanahan and you're connecting those dots with all the high-end talent. Now, I wouldn't bet McCaffrey's going to play on Monday. I would think Debo would play. But nevertheless, when they're all going with McCaffrey and Kittle and Debo and Ayuk and so on, I mean, that's the highest of high-end talent really any team has in the NFL. So here's the deal, man, is if we don't want you to throw outside the numbers, don't do it. When we need you to throw outside the numbers, do it. If he follows the plan so beautifully, and you can tell that he's poised and that sneaky little run piece he has to him. So it was a hell of a find. I can't say it was a hell of a find for every team in the NFL, but for this individual team, having Purdy into Darnold, I mean, I think that's an awesome 1-2 punch because Sam's super smart and he has a good arm where he can go like right hash to left boundary. And he's a guy who seems like he would follow the plan. And Garoppolo was like that, but he didn't have the arm. And if he had the arm, he would have hit Emmanuel Sanders, and you would have won a Super Bowl.
Oh, don't remind us.
Is this guru?
Don't remind us, Paul.
Hey, man. Hey, up here in the cornfields with the way this team's going right now, tearing others down to feel better about myself as Zen folks. So just let me be me.
I will let you be
but it's clear that a certain type of, I mean, Kirk Cousins is the highest of high-end quarterbacks who would fit the Kyle Shanahan system, because Kirk is a playbook quarterback, and he's unbelievably smart. He's a scholar of the game. His intermediate to deep passing accuracy is fantastic. So that you could tell Brock's smart. I guess that's how I would wrap it up.
Quickly here, we got a break, and we could talk to you all day, Paul, but I know you have a radio show to get to. Lastly, you expect Justin Jefferson to retire a Minnesota Viking?
I can't, man. It's I ain't going to trip out on tomorrow when we have enough things about which to worry today.
Yeah, I hear you. How about
I offer multiple firsts and Debo Samuel for Justin Jefferson, huh? You take that?
Paul's not the GM.
No, I'm in. Yeah, I mean, multiple firsts and Debo. Are you kidding me? There ain't many teams in the league who wouldn't give up anything for Debo Samuel and 3 first-round picks.
3's a little aggressive. We've already whiffed on a 3 first-round pick deal. So I don't know.
Hey, but
multiple subjective, my brother. I could have said that.
Paul's my kind of guy.
Hey, Paul, you're good, dude.
I guess you're the GM and I'm the GM, and I guess we got to hang up the phone.
There it is. Jefferson, it is unfortunate we're going to miss Justin Jefferson. I was really looking forward to watching him. He's a special talent there. It's unfortunate, but Addison, we'll see him from USC, and we'll see what happens Monday night. Paul, thanks for the time. I know you got a show to get to, man, so thanks so much for the time today.
Pleasure to add to the caffeinated nature of the roast.
Yes, there you go. You go. We didn't need Paul Allen, voice of the Minnesota Vikings here on the morning roast. There's a lot of things there that I want to get to. He gave us some good little sound bites. Debo Samuel, I want to put respect on Debo Samuel's name, but if they're really offering Justin Jefferson, how can you not listen? You don't think Kansas City's listening? You don't think Philadelphia is listening? They just signed Julio Jones. I didn't know they needed a receiver. Well, they just plucked Julio Jones.
How many teams can offer a playmaker like the Niners could in return for someone like the problem is there's cap and there's a lot that goes into it, but like if you could get a receiver like Justin Jefferson.
You're down on Debo. I want to get into this. It's the 1 year anniversary of the Christian McCaffrey trade. 1 year anniversary of the Christian McCaffrey trade. We got a lot to get into here on a Frisco Friday. That's all coming up, sponsored by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises.
Since first opening its doors in 1964, Fremont Bank has approached banking with
You are listening to The Morning Roast with Ante and The Butcher on 95.7 The Game.
Andre Iguodala officially retiring from the game of basketball.
I want Iguodala.
We had Iguodala for a long time. 4 championships. One of the best trades in Warriors history. One of the best trades they've ever made. Great 6-man, stabilizer, part of the Hamptons 5. He's going to get into his venture capitalist game right now. He's got a venture capitalist fund. They raised like $200 million. And he's been a big investor in terms of Zoom. Boy, I wish I would have invested in Zoom.
In like 2019?
Yeah, right before the pandemic. They shot up 100%. But per deal book, he's going to start another career as a startup investor. He has a $200 million venture capital fund. So, look, his investments include Zoom, Robinhood, Coinbase, Cloudflare, Leeds United, Bay FC. Congrats to Andre Iguodala.
Great career.
Great career. What comes to mind when we talk about Andre Iguodala? We're going to get back into football in a second.
Heisting steps.
See, I knew you were going to go
finals.
there.
No, I'm just
I knew you were going to go there.
No, honestly, it's one of the seminal moments. David Lee acquisition, Andre Iguodala acquisition. Those are seminal moments in the history of the dynasty for the Golden State Warriors. Defensively, cerebrally, his high-low play with Bogut and Draymond Green and all of the great moments that he had as a lockdown defender and just a great playmaker. Big-time threes for the Warriors in clutch moments. I mean,
good defense.
We talk a lot about like they don't win these titles. Same thing for Iguodala.
Yeah.
A lot of those championships with Iguodala. I also think he played a big part in luring Kevin Durant. Yeah,
no doubt. And some of the, we were talking about Game 6 Clay yesterday, OKC, and one of the biggest plays in that basketball game was Iguodala coming up with a couple strips on Russell Westbrook and Kevin Durant that led to some bad breaks and some threes. The big strip on LeBron James in that first championship run. He had some great moments defensively, some wide open dunks, the alley-oops from Draymond Green. Iguodala, man. Iguodala was a good Warrior.
You know what the image is in my head, though?
From last season.
No. I know where you're going, but I'm not going there.
What?
palms up. What, me? I fouled? No. He did that all the time. I love the guy. But he would always he'd go over to the ref with his palms up like, no, I didn't foul.
Yeah, what about him in the Memphis game? Remember they were playing Memphis one year. It was just like the early dynastic years.
I was going to say, which Memphis version? Grindhouse?
No, he got a technical. Yeah, it was against Zebo a couple.
Okay.
Zebo, Tony Allen, Marc Gasol, and he did the little, he like mimicked what he did, and he got a technical.
Yes.
He's a funny dude, man.
He was very
impressive. And dude, in the locker room, man, I think he dropped the N-bomb one time, and I looked around at the white reporters. They didn't know what to do. Iguodala didn't care. He didn't care. People were like stunned. He would just tell it like it is, though, man. He told it like it was, and he was a good dude. Always receptive. Hey, Iguodala, you got a couple minutes? Sure, I got you. Same thing with Sean Livingston, man. There were some very good veterans.
He would have been ice cold, hadn't hit a shot for weeks, and then out of nowhere, he'd hit some big three.
Huge.
And you'd just be like, oh, my God. And then he'd like creep slowly
he'd
back.
go down on the court, get down with the threes out.
Oh, dude. He'd hit some big shots.
Yeah,
Iggy was so much fun.
I enjoy Iguodala.
Now, did he squeeze the Warriors for a couple of bags?
Of course. He squeezed him that last contract where he got 3 years and $45 million. Oh, I'm going to go meet with Houston then. You don't want to give me what I want, I'll go meet with the Rockets.
Him and Tim Hudson were very good at like, we just cashed in another championship? Well, then I will cash in an extra 3 years.
I'm not mad at the hustle, man. I'm not mad at the hustle.
Where's Jake Peavy?
Oh, man. So Andre Iguodala officially calls it quits.
Great Warrior.
Great Warrior. Let's go to...
do not think his jersey will be retired by the Warriors.
Is he a statue guy?
I don't know. I don't know.
Should his number be retired by the Warriors?
You tell me. I don't think so, but because you can't. I mean, you're really gonna like him on the same level of Draymond and Clay? I don't know.
Yeah, I get that.
I don't know.
We should ask.
That feels disrespectful to Iggy, like me saying it that way.
That's a question we should ask Joe Lacob.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know either. 1 year ago today, Christian McCaffrey was traded to the San Francisco 49ers. Spadoni, we got any sound from him, highlights or whatnot? We do that later. The day after, remember, we played all the Stafford highlights, and they were so sick. It's like, this is what we're getting, folks. And since McCaffrey has been traded here, ESPN gave it a C-. Well, since he's been traded here.
Who at ESPN, though? Like, can we get like a name?
Well, let's just think about his rankings. Since he's arrived in San Francisco, he has the most scrimmage yards in the NFL, 2,239.
Wow.
He has 22 touchdowns, tops of the league.
Oh, my God.
801 yards after contact. Yeah. That's second in the league.
Doesn't surprise me.
1,537 rushing yards, second in the league. 5 yards per carry. Third among running backs with at least 100 carries.
Wow.
87 receptions. First among running backs, 21st overall.
Wait, so he would almost get 100 catches in a 16 game. Wow.
702 receiving yards. 702 receiving yards, first among running backs. 169 receiving yards after contact, first among running backs, 9th overall. 83 rushing first downs, tie for second. 127 first downs, that's first. 40 carries of 10-plus yards, that's first.
40 carries of 10-plus yards.
13 carries of 20-plus yards, that's number one. 41 explosive plays, 10-plus rushing or 20-plus catching, that's first in the league. All right? And the fantasy points, he's had 446 fantasy points, which is second in the league. That's from Nick Wagner of ESPN. That's all McCaffrey's done since he's been acquired by the 49ers.
It's one of the great trades in Bay Area sports history.
It may be, hands down. Not even close. What if it comes second?
Well, I mean, they did trade for Steve Young.
They did.
They did trade for like Jeff Kent.
Yeah, I get
that. There are other trades.
There's other trades. Hunter Pence, I get it.
Yes, Hunter Pence.
This is a big trade, though.
This is humongous.
And if you win a Super Bowl with this trade, it could catapult. If we were just talking about Andre Iguodala, it's one of the more underrated trades. Andrew Wiggins is going to go down as one of the more underrated trades. This is up there.
Andrew Bogut,
Andrew Bogut, very good trade.
It wasn't like a statistically led, trade. His impact was
Stack Jack, Al Harrington.
That's one of my favorite trades of all time.
Barry Davis. Yeah. Where's his trade rank?
I think it's an all-timer. It's Fred Dean. I mean, it's a short list.
Yeah, it is a short list. O.J. Simpson, is that?
Well, You know what? I'm going to save all my OJ jokes for off air. I would like to keep my career.
Adam in San Francisco.
Hi, Adam.
Adam, what's going on, baby? Good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. How you doing?
Good.
It's Friday.
Happy Friday.
Hell yeah.
Just wanted to talk about just like a year ago that trade happened. And I remember I was gaming with some friends and, came through late night, but that Adam Schefter tweet and I just lost it. I'm like, is this real? Is this the real Schefter account? The Broncos, the Rams, other people were kind of in the mix. And it was just like, I remember I bought that CMC jersey as soon as the trade happened that night, and just what he's done for this team, the running back that we've always, our running game's been good. We had Mostert, we had people that ran the ball well, but to have this type of electric player, the fit was perfect. Shanahan, having babysat him in the past when he was, in Denver. I'm just so grateful that we have this guy on our team, and hopefully it will get us to a Super Bowl. And, I'm optimistic that he'll play this Monday, but if he doesn't, it happens, let him heal up a bit. But it is the greatest trade in Bay Area sports history. Super Bowl or not, it's just the player he is, what he's done for this offense. It's amazing.
Good call, Adam. Good call. It is amazing. Christian McCaffrey's wearing a 49er uniform. And I didn't think that trade was going to happen. I just got out the shower. My barber called me, Pat, he'll be coaching at Sacred Heart today for the Bruce Mahoney game at Kezar Stadium. St. Ignatius, Sacred Heart Cathedral. He's the offensive coordinator. Should be a good game out there at Kezar. Shout out to Coach Twan. He called me. He was like, bro, you see this? You see this? I was like, well, see what? And then the phone just started going crazy. And I go on Twitter, and Shasky and Matt Nahiga's doing the Twitter Spaces live.
And you were hella jealous.
I was jealous because I was like, I was the guy who called it. I was the guy who brought it up. No, I'm kidding. It didn't matter. What mattered is they made the trade. And they got a playmaker. And it's changed the offense. And it lets you know that running backs matter.
Can we laugh for a second?
What's up?
Remember all the what about Jeff Wilson Jr. people?
Oh, my gosh.
How dumb do they feel today? I mean, seriously.
Jeff Wilson.
Well, if you were one of those people, just turn in your fantasy card.
Jeff Wilson Jr.
Jesus. Remember those people?
I do remember that.
What about Jeff Wilson Jr.?
For depth or what?
Just in general. People were like, Jeff Wilson Jr.
Jeff Wilson Jr. is the reason why I left the Chicago game thinking, we don't really have a dynamic running back. Let's pick that up on the other side.
Remember
Jeff
that,
Wilson
though?
Jr. Yeah, now I do.
Well, Tommy Pham remembers because that's the player he slapped Jock over.
And Jock hasn't.
Dude, that guy will never not be funny. Ever.
He slapped the soul out of him, dog. Slapped the spit out of him, and he did nothing. And Jock hasn't been the same since.
Well, they said that the $19.5 million that he received last year from the Giants was workers' comps. It was a claim. Giants owed him since no one had his back because he was killing all the young players in Pasoy.
Oh, gosh. What a joke they are. Giants, you're a dumpster fire.
I heard that that's the new Halloween costume this year for kids. You wear that green gambling visor with a Jock jersey and a deck of cards. And then you put a baby powder on your face and someone slaps you.
Johnson & Johnson. What's coming up, McKay, sponsored by Fremont Pink. Full service banking. No compromises. Jock hasn't been the same. Corey, guy's got a Pasoy problem and a fan problem. Fans out here killing the playoffs, too. His career skyrocketed since the slap. He's got a new swag now. He slapped the hell out of Jock and all of a sudden became an all-star. What the hell? Tommy Pham was a journeyman. Now he's making big hits in the playoffs. All right, break.
When people have a craving to explore new and traditional...
The Morning Roast is live on YouTube right now. Take it away, Bonte.
Steph, see him working out at the open practice yesterday. If you went to the open practice, how was it? Let us know how it was. The vibes look great. Connectivity, immaculate. Vibes are immaculate, right? Good vibes here on the 50 Cent Friday on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game. Good morning to everybody out there. My guy Jimmy Brown working downstairs, working painting suite 1800. Just want to say what's up. What's up, Jimmy Brown?
Really?
Made money. I'm going to get a haircut on Tuesday. Don't worry about my hairline.
Made money. That's not fair.
Yeah, made money. Talk about it. Let me hook you up. Hey,
appearances?
see, listen, my stuff is curly.
I think it looks
so when I
good.
get out the shower, listen, man, don't worry about my lining. The boy's on point. Boy's on point, mate, buddy. Don't worry. This is what happens when you wake up in the morning. You're like, you know what? I'm not going to put no coconut oil in my hair. I'm just going to go going rogue. Get out that shower, get out, Bart. Let's go. That's what we do. All our roasters, I see you, Linens.
We're not gonna shame our appearances. We know we're not the best looking dudes.
Yeah,
it's
I know.
okay.
Hey, that's the first part of acceptance. I know I'm not handsome. Girls are probably got their scale like we got our scale. Girls are probably looking on the scale of what it's. Yeah, Bonte's a 3. That's fine. That's fine. I'll be that 3. I'll be that 3. You know I'm hideous. I'll ask NBC every day, man. How could y'all handle this on camera? Jeez.
But Q rating's at a 9.
Q rating might be up there. Maybe up there. Will you go? Because we're all going to go home one day. You know what I mean by going home.
Trust me. I look at my brother all the time and I go, that's coming for me.
Love you. Go home. Are you going to do the implants, or are you just going to go? You're just going to go bald. You're going to go home.
I'm not doing
implants.
I think it's weird. The hair plug thing is weird to me, and that's just me. I don't fault others for doing it. I'm talking about for myself. I'm not doing it. I'm out.
Yeah.
Why? You think it's weird of me to say that?
No. Spadoni, you going hair plugs?
I'm thinking about it. I don't have the money to. Maybe if a salesperson's listening right now, you want to do a partnership, I'll do it happily.
The term plugs, like I don't know, I don't like needles, I don't like.
Well, it's because it's implants, anything, because it's people that are doing it. We scoff at people that want to get like breast implants and stuff like that, but actually that's coming more and more like popular and accepted from society. It used to be like, oh, so and so did that. Can you believe? Now it's just like, hey, you want to feel better about yourself? By all means, do what you got to do. That's my philosophy.
I was watching Housewives of Miami with my wife last night while we were eating dinner, and let me tell you, everyone's augmented on that show.
Well, of course, because they have the money to do so. I mean, if you have the money to feel better about yourself, more people are going to do it than not.
Balloon City, bro.
Yeah.
To some degree, it doesn't even look right. Did you get what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, some people do it, the BBLs and stuff, and it looks like, yo, you did a little too much there, homie. You did a little too much there. So, anyway, that's our rant about hair. Hey, once you go home, Lubman's not going home for a while.
Huh. Yeah, I love how there's no, you guys didn't ask me if I'm going after hair plugs. I like that.
No, I mean, hold on to it. That's all you got going, Lubman. Once the hair goes, baby.
I got like 2 other things.
You better be married by the time the hair goes. I'm telling you, that was my biggest fear. Boy, once I started balding.
You know what hair color do is not in anymore, because I'm obviously rewatching Sopranos for the 800th time. The horseshoe.
What's the horseshoe?
The horseshoe. You know, the Homer Simpson.
Oh, bald. Yeah. I still see people do that. I like the horseshoe.
Do you think it's still in?
Yeah.
My dad's got the horseshoe.
He's got the horseshoe. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with the horseshoe. You don't like the horseshoe? I thought you were going to go faux hawk.
No, well, that's the Lucas Alexander. I'm cool off that.
Is faux hawk still in? Mohawks, faux hawks, whatever it was.
Well, you know, Mahomes still has that haircut.
He does. Yeah. Once I'm like done, I'm going all the way home. Like LeBron James should have already went. LeBron James should have gone bald and wore the headband. And just go bald with the headband. LeBron would look sick.
Well, I mean, the headband's there to mask the HGH forehead growth.
Well, it is true.
Look, Spadoni is laughing because you know it's true.
I didn't know your forehead grew with human growth hormones, but I guess you did.
The whole Bonds Game of Shadows, they explain how the hat size gets bigger.
He was working out his neck, guys, all right? Like Kurt Angle.
You were asking me about Debo Samuel.
Yeah.
And you were asking me why I'm out on him.
Right. Are you out on Debo? Because
no, I'm not.
I wonder if people. All right, it's the 1 year to Christian McCaffrey anniversary. We'll break down the Vikings a little bit, and we're going to get back into the Warriors. But Debo Samuel's been doing a lot of chirping, and Chauncey Gardner-Johnson started it talking about Debo.
Yeah,
then he later on
bother me that much.
He later on called him a running back who can run routes, and so Debo's like, off and off the field. Hey, we're gonna see. We play y'all. We're gonna run right through you. But Debo. Look, I love Debo Samuel. He plays very aggressive. I think he got off to a hot start this season. Then the injuries. He was very compromised in that Arizona game.
He didn't look right.
He didn't look right at all.
Tentative was the word I would use.
He shouldn't even have suited up. And then he suited up against Dallas, and he made some plays. But ever since he signed that new deal, has he lived up to the contract, in your opinion?
Lived up to it?
Yeah, it's a 3-year, $71 million extension, included $41 million guaranteed dollars. Now, there's an out with this deal coming up. And the out is, as my computer slowly loads, the out is after next season. So there's a potential out in 2025. Where are you at with Debo?
Well, here's where I'm at with Debo. Forget like whether he's lived up to the contract or not, because I think most people would say, because of the injuries and stuff, it's been underwhelming, right? Mm-hmm. It's going to be really hard for him to ever replicate a 2021 season.
Right.
He was a gladiator that year, and I feel like part of that contract extension, to me, was we're rewarding you for carrying us in the playoffs.
Right.
We're rewarding you for giving your body to the sport and to the team and to the franchise in the way that you did in 2021. Mm-hmm. That was an all-time season.
All-time.
For a variety of reasons. It's going to be very hard for him to replicate that. The number one problem, not problem, but the number one thing that where I'm like, when it comes to Debo is his style of play is what makes him so great.
Right.
And it's his style of play that puts him into harm's way and is going to probably shave years off of his career. Like B, rookie year was really good. Second year, kind of underwhelming.
Right.
Because he was in and out of the lineup.
And he had that Jones fracture in the offseason, which really set him back. I remember Baldy joining us saying this thing can linger, and it did linger.
2021 was outstanding. 2022, more injuries. I think he was out of shape, which he admitted heading into the season. There was a variety of reasons why he underperformed last year. But then again, this year, he comes in great shape, which I'm happy and I'm glad. But because of his style of play, he goes down. And so, am I trying to move off Debo? Absolutely not. Now, if there's an opportunity to upgrade to get an elite, top-tier type of a player, you got to give to get. And that's why I'm kind of joking. It's tongue-in-cheek. Hey, Debo for Justin Jefferson. It's a joke. I want to keep Debo on my team. Debo is a gladiator who can win in the playoffs, and guys like Debo go up against fierce defenses that want to take your head off. He's not afraid.
No,
so I want to go to war with Debo Samuel.
He's a tone setter.
But if you're asking me about bang for the buck, yeah, it's probably not the greatest bang for the buck right now, but I also understand he is what sets the tone as an organization against the playoff caliber defenses. You need guys like Debo.
No, you need,
see what he did against Seattle in the playoffs?
Yeah, no, you needed Debo Samuel. There's no doubt about that. There's no doubt about that. He's off to a special season, but it just feels like, when I talk to fans, they're not as high on Debo as they were a couple years ago. And I wonder if that offseason in which he did some things on social media, he talked about not being a Niner, he showed some immaturity there.
I don't know.
And it was just and some people may have not come back to his train. And then you look at last season and the jet sweeps became redundant. They did. And then McCaffrey comes.
Predictable.
And we just, very predictable. Redundant, predictable, just obvious. Everybody saw the jet sweep coming.
Yeah.
Everybody saw what Debo was doing. It just wasn't working. So you get Christian McCaffrey, and he takes this offense to another level. They all of a sudden, they're 30 for 30, 30, 30, 30, 30, 30. And a couple of those games late last year, Debo wasn't there.
Yeah.
But then you see his impact against Seattle, like you said, in the wild card game.
He was a monster.
And then, he almost breaks a tackle in that Philadelphia game down 14-7 that could have went to the house. But where are we at on Debo Samuel right now as he's banged up again?
Do you think that CMC has relegated Debo to a role that is just it's never going to be as impactful as 2021 for a variety of reasons, but primarily because CMC does a lot of the same things that Debo does, and not that they're redundant because they're different players, but you just don't need Debo offensively to be the chess piece that he was before CMC's arrival.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. That's why when you look at the other receiver spot, we talk about guys like Mike Evans or Jefferson. You want somebody to complement Ayuk. Is that the best tandem for them? Now, we talked about the best duo coming into the season.
Yeah.
Ayuk and Debo. And it could be the best duo we've had since the 90s. I know Bolden and Crabtree was there for a couple years, but Crabtree was hurt with the Achilles, and he didn't come back till late in the season. Debo right now, 20 catches, 302 yards. 15 yards a catch. Not bad at all. 18 carries, 95 yards. He's averaging 5 yards a pop on the ground. Now he has 2 touchdowns on the season, just 2. I wonder where we're at with Debo Samuel. Where are we at with Debo? Is that a guy that people are married to long term?
I don't know. Well,
because I do think the style that the Niners play, he fits it perfectly.
Oh, no doubt.
And lining him up in the backfield with Christian McCaffrey gives defenses all type of problems. But Chachi Gardner-Johnson is on this hype that you're a running back, dog. You're a running back. Is he a pure wide receiver?
It
doesn't matter to you if he's a pure wide receiver.
I told you 2 years ago, I really focused on him at training camp. And this is the year he came in out of shape.
Yeah.
And I was like, bro, he gets zero separation. Like his top line speed wasn't where it needed to be at that point. And just like his ability to create immediate separation. Ayuk is excellent at it. And maybe it's unfair comparing him to Ayuk, but I didn't see a lot of difference in terms of separation between him and the third, fourth receivers and the fifth, sixth receivers. And it's like, but I'm also like, he's a guy that's not going to pop in practice.
Look,
that's just not who he is.
SF Bay Jarbar, a guy on YouTube. Debo could be traded. I'm not tripping.
Nah.
I'm not tripping.
He's a war daddy, though. He's a playoff dude.
He is.
Like, he's one of those guys like a Looney and a Draymond. Like, you need guys that can get in the foxhole. And that's one of those dudes.
But then it's got me thinking about what Joe Lacob just said in studio 2 days ago.
What's that?
You can't stay complacent.
Yeah, that's true.
You got to make bold moves. You got to look into the future. And how is he going to age? How's his game going to age? How's he going to progress here with the 49ers, with the body and all the hits that he takes? We need a guy here for 17 games. Now, I know it's hard, and Justin Jefferson right now has a hamstring injury. First time we've seen that.
Mm-hmm.
But can you count on Debo to play a full season? Can you count on Debo to play these big games? If he doesn't play on Monday Night Football, the drop-off from Ayuk and Debo to the next receiver is massive.
Yeah, it is.
It's massive.
Yeah,
especially
it
if you're not going to – I don't mind seeing Ronnie Bell get reps as a rookie, but the third receiver, again, for the 49ers seems to be an issue. Every single year we always talk about, boy, it feels like we're a receiver too short. Whether you have one receiver, two receivers, never seems like we have three receivers.
I'm with you on that. Kyle Shanahan clearly loves Debo Samuel.
Yep.
They're buds, right? They talk a lot.
Yep.
Debo stands next to him on the sidelines. Like, they're very linked at the hip. I have a hard time thinking that Kyle Shanahan is willingly moving off of someone like Debo Samuel. Just me.
Yeah.
But that being said, like, we have to also acknowledge it's very risky with a guy like him because the way he plays, which is, God, you just love the way he plays, it also is very punishing to the body.
Yep.
Very punishing. I don't consider him a gadget guy. I consider him just a great football player.
Yeah, he is. He's a playmaker.
And I think gadget guys I view in a different sense. Like, gadget guys to me are slighter, thinner.
Right.
I don't view him as a gadget guy.
Yep.
I understand, though, why someone like C.J. Gardner-Johnson is sitting here saying, like, yo, you're a running back. Because once the ball's in his hands, now it's yak time.
Yeah, no doubt.
And they utilize him at different places on the field. And once he has the ball in his hands, yes, he runs punishing like a running back.
But you know what? His routes, though, have gotten better.
He catches the ball over the middle.
Right.
He takes punishment.
Well, the route he ran to catch that ball over the middle
That's
against the
what I'm
Cowboys
saying.
late in the game was a great route
And he's
ran by Debo.
high-pointed balls with
No
Brock.
doubt. He is.
In
He is.
traffic.
And what about the fade route? The back shoulder throw Thursday Night Football against the New York Giants without Brandon Ayuk. It was a great play down the sideline.
I was thinking about the one in traffic against Pittsburgh where he goes up and contorts his body.
that
It's
was another
behind
good
him, and he gets it and goes down. Like, I don't know. I love Debo. Know he's one of my favorite Niners of all time.
I wanted him drafted here. I wanted him drafted here. But it feels like some people doubt on him.
It's not down.
You know,
I'm very cautiously like watching him this year, and I'm like, something's up.
Well, he's been in great shape. He got off to a hot start. We'll get to the calls in just a second. Roasters, if you'd like to get a few shots up at Chase Center, 95.7 The Game is giving you a chance to do just that with our first ever 95.7 The Game knockout tournament at Chase Center. Tune in the week of October 30th. This is the 49ers bye week. And then the following week of November 6th. And make sure you are listening to each show to learn how you can qualify. Each show during that 2-week stretch, we'll be picking one winner each show. Make sure you're locked in to 95.7 The Game during those weeks, and you can have a chance to launch shots from the very same spot that Steph Curry does. By the way, that last segment was brought to you by Golden State Lumber, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. We are 40 minutes away from Shameless Shoutouts here on the Morning Roast. 40 minutes away from Shameless Shoutouts. 888-957-9570 as you are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and AC1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Download the Odyssey app and favorite 95.7 The Game for the best and most up-to-date sports coverage. And do not forget, you could also watch us every single day on YouTube and Twitch, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. It is a Football Friday brought to you by First 5 California. To learn 4 things you can do to overcome toxic stress, go to first5california.com. How married are 49er fans to Debo Samuel? I'm eager because I'm hearing too much chatter about him.
Does Debo's chatter regarding other players and stuff, does that bug you at all?
The Chauncey Gardner-Johnson chatter didn't bug me. He's talking up there in Detroit. He's feeling himself.
Yeah.
He started it. So I got no problem with Debo finishing it. Michael Parsons started it. Debo Samuel came over the top. He's talking way too much.
Yeah,
he's talking about the Eagles. He's chirping.
The totality of Micah talking is kind of overkill for me.
But after the Philadelphia game, after the Philly game, it disappointed me with some of the things that he said. And it was him. It was Robbie Gold. There's a little Kittle. It was just too much. We got our asses kicked in Philadelphia. They beat us up in the trenches.
Yeah.
They knocked our quarterbacks out. Not quarterback. They knocked our quarterbacks out. All right? We shouldn't be talking about anything.
That's what
except getting better, trying to beat Philadelphia the next season. Yeah, our quarterback, and they're not that good. We would have blown up. Dude, come on, man. We sounded like wusses after that game.
Did the contract unfollowing of the team, like I don't know how many fans are keen to all that stuff, but the social media, I guess, antics, if you will, and the demanding and non-demanding of trades, does that factor into your point of view of Debo Samuel?
No, because I got over it.
Okay.
And I really...
get the business aspect?
Yeah, I get the business, but remember when that happened, I was kind of out of the loop. And I was like, wait, what's this stuff going on with Debo? And I remember I yelled, he watched our story. I go, you want to go be a Jet? Go be a Jet. We'll be in the NFC title game with or without you. We ended up making the NFC title game with him. Thank God, because without him, we probably don't make it there. But I was just, it showed a side of him.
I remember that.
Remember that? I was just like, you want to be, and I was out of the loop because I was like, I'm not going to pay attention. And he's like, disrespected a Niner. I don't know. Let's get Tanner in the Bay real quick before the break. Yeah. Tanner in the Bay.
Hey,
he's a Viking fan. Oh, we got a Viking fan. I love when the opposing fans call the show. I haven't done that all week. Hey, Tanner in the Bay. How many times have we heard that?
No one blows like Bonte.
I just want to say I enjoy you guys' show.
Thank you.
It sounds a lot like Paul Allen in the morning back in Minnesota. I've been in the Bay here for a year and a half, and man, it's been fun to watch you guys play this year. And I bleed purple and gold back home, but it's been a good time being a secondhand fan of the Niners and watching you guys all come together. But us Vikings, we're hoping you guys rest McCaffrey, give him a little early bye, and give Debo a little rest, give Trent a little rest, and let us play a good game.
I love Minnesota. They're just too nice.
Yeah, you are very.
You guys
Viking
are too
fans
nice.
are very nice.
Hey, this is like Fargo the movie.
Jefferson. I also saw something about Justin Jefferson in your caption. You don't believe he's a forever Viking, huh?
When his contract is up, I wouldn't be surprised to see Jefferson seek a Super Bowl contender. I could see him wanting to be in a big market where Minnesota, we have little blips of greatness, but then we fall apart. Well, we can't seem to figure it out on our lines. Like I could see the Debo for Jefferson, maybe some draft picks for some O linemen, some D linemen, a little help. We need line help bad. We can't protect. We can't rush. I mean, Danielle Hunter's having himself a year, but past that, I mean, our linebacking's a little soft. I don't know.
Well, you know what? It's interesting because I said to Bonte, Jamar Chase, I believe Burrow and Justin Jefferson, or maybe it was Bosa. Anyway, the four guys that were all coming up for contract extensions from that draft were all represented by the same person. And Justin Jefferson's the only one that didn't sign a contract. He got no extension. And it's like, what's the hang up? To me, it's he doesn't want to be there. So I don't know.
There it is. He's gone. Just like that. Kobe, real quick. Kobe before the break. Kobe,
what you got on Debo?
What's up, Kobe?
So Debo, he needs to leave. So we're talking with Vikings and Justin Jefferson. Justin Jefferson, he needs to go to the Niners for Debo. Debo needs to get out of there and go to Minnesota because we don't need him.
Oh, why don't we need him, young Kobe?
And we need to trade Christian McCaffrey for a better Dalvin Cook or someone.
Kobe.
You lost me there, young man.
Hey, young man. Maybe you do need to hit the books, Kobe. I love it, Kobe.
That's not fair.
But you got to hit the books.
Kobe, what grade are you in?
Yeah, Kobe, Kobe, you too locked in, Kobe. Get your butt in school.
Hey, you know what my guy was doing?
Get your butt in school.
My guy was making moves, though.
Dude, he was. He's trying to trade Chris McCaffrey
Sound
for
like
a better
Master
Dalvin
P.
Cook.
He's like, trade this guy for that guy and that guy for this guy.
Kobe.
Buy. Sell.
Dude, you a Viking fan, Kobe?
He's Jim Kramer.
Yeah. Kobe, hit the books. What is these teachers teaching Kobe?
You never heard the Wu-Tang? You need to go to summer school. You know what? Don't get the book. Get yourself the new Wu-Tang album. That'll educate you for the next 20 years.
Oh, man. They weren't lying. No, we're not going to do that to Kobe. We're not going to do that to Kobe. We're not going to say that. Kids don't do drugs. Kobe's not doing drugs.
No, I love the aggression, though.
If I had the drop, I would have played it. It would have been aggressive, but it's all good.
When does that Pez come into play for you?
It's coming up in a case.
Save that.
Sponsored by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. Shameless shout-outs, light them up, 7:45. Shameless shout-outs, Kobe. Dude, relax, man. Relax.
Hey,
Maybe
Kobe.
you need to get to school earlier. Wake up playing too much Madden, Kobe. All right. We'll be back.
The Made Flex Performance Collection from Flag and Anthem is quickly replacing everything in my closet, and it's Christian McCaffrey.
Back to the Morning Roast with Bonte and Shasky.
Oh, that's it. I wanted to hear the sound.
I did too.
I was locked in.
It was like Inception.
Yeah.
It was us listening to a cut of you playing a cut.
Well, I didn't play the cut. Bedoni played the cut.
No, I'm teasing. It was good.
You got more to it?
I was cooking.
You want to play more to it?
Oh, here we go. Jimmy.
Somewhere Papa's getting a boner. 3-1.
And his jersey now is in the top 5.
I hear no lies.
The variations of formations or whatever it is, the variety of formations. You know,
that was a year ago.
Yeah.
Us 1 year ago.
I wish we had the other one. I was like, Shasky, forget Sam Darnold. What do you think about Chris McCaffrey? Because he was a lost puppy in Carolina. The NFL they needed Chris McCaffrey out of there. There's no lies. And the Niners got him up out of there. And people want to say running backs don't matter? Go ask the San Francisco 49ers. What did their run game look like when Chris McCaffrey got compromised? Okay? Chris McCaffrey, 1 year. 1 year ago today, the 49ers traded for Chris McCaffrey.
There's not one person in the Bay Area who's like, the only way that trade is justified is a Super Bowl. Like, it's already been a grand slam.
You remember the picks they gave up for him?
Second, third, fourth.
Nobody cares.
I do, but
nobody cares.
Yeah, I know. No, I don't care. I know.
I remember too. But my point is, everybody's talking about the picks. Nobody's brought up the picks.
Has anyone even talked about their second round pick this year from Penn State?
No,
who hasn't played at all.
Hasn't played at all.
And he may be good down the line, but
Aaron Banks didn't play his entire first year. People thought he was a buck. Who cares? The picks be damned. You got Chris McCaffrey.
Which kind of brings me to another point. They ain't winning a Super Bowl without Christian McCaffrey.
Not even close.
Like, come on. We can admit it. And we all like Purdy. I don't think they're winning a Super Bowl with a lot of quarterbacks and no CMC, right? So this isn't a Purdy conversation. This is a CMC conversation. They need to get this man right.
Well, you better get him right because since he arrived in Week 7 of 2022, he arrived in Week 7 and played in that Chiefs game. Ever since he arrived, he's number 1 in scrimmage yards, number 1 in touchdowns, number 2 in yards after contact, number 2 in rushing yards. It's 5 yards per carry. He's third among running backs with at least 100 carries. 87 receptions at the running back position. That's first in the league, and that's 21st overall. 702 receiving yards. First among running backs. 169 receiving yards after contact. That's first among running backs. 9th overall. 83 rushing first downs. 127 first downs. 40 carries at 10-plus yards. 13 carries at 20-plus yards. That's first in the league. And the first downs is also number 1. 41 explosive plays. 10-plus rushing yards. 10-plus rushes or 20-plus catching. First in the league. And he's second overall in the fantasy points. And, a lot of people took Justin Jefferson number 1 overall in their fantasy leagues. I had a number 2 pick in the league, and I was begging for the number 1 guy to take Justin Jefferson because I wanted CMC. So running backs still matter. Running backs get touches. And you take Christian McCaffrey out of this offense. Not as explosive, right?
How many people are national pundits waiting to see what Brock Purdy looks like minus CMC?
Wow.
I like Josh Jacobs a lot. He was, I think, the leading rusher in the NFL last year.
Yeah.
Everybody loves Devontae. Now, I know the systems are different. Jimmy don't look the same without CMC.
Not even close.
I mean, there was an argument last year you and I were having where I thought Jimmy looked the best of his entire career with CMC.
With CMC. The offense is trending up.
So if you don't think people are going to view Brock Purdy a certain way this upcoming Monday if CMC doesn't play, I think you're in denial.
Did we not see what Brock Purdy looked like without CMC last week in Cleveland?
Yeah.
Because there was about 4 to 5 no throws. Let's be real.
There was a lot.
Let's be real.
Now we're
You know what? Now we're here. Now we're here. Do not let Brock Purdy struggle on Monday Night Football against Kirk Cousins.
Why is that?
This is a must-win for Brock Purdy. Because if he struggles, that Cincinnati game the next week will be the biggest game of Brock Purdy's career. Not the Cowboys game in the divisional round, not the Philadelphia game, not the Seattle game. That Bengals game would be the biggest of his career if he was to struggle on Monday. Now, I'm not trying to speak that into existence, but if he doesn't play well this week
lay
against
out
Minnesota,
the hypothetical.
The hypothetical is this. He doesn't play well this week against Minnesota. Kirk Cousins steals the show. They end up pulling an upset.
So now they're at 5-2.
They're at 5-2. And you got a big game against Cincinnati.
Heading into the bye.
Heading into the bye with Jacksonville on the other side. And Jacksonville only plays one game in 23 days. So they're going to be a fresh team coming off a bye week.
Etienne looks phenomenal.
Looks great. Loved Etienne.
Speaking of running backs mattering.
Yeah, he matters. Ask Jacksonville. Ask the AFC South.
I love that
Ask
laugh
New
that
Orleans.
you do before you go to a next. Keep going. I love that little. Yeah, it's like the setup laugh. It's like the villain in the movie.
Brock Purdy struggles for the next 2 weeks. And I don't care if CFC's in a lineup or not. Now, that's a couple guys I've heard talk about Sam Darnold. Paul Allen talked about the 1-2 punch. Sam Darnold could throw from the right hash to the left boundaries. Don't let Brock Purdy struggle the next 2 weeks.
You think that people are going to be caping up for Darnold to play?
They would be asking for Darnold.
I mean, all the body of work this guy's done already, you think people are going to jump ship after 3 weeks?
Not only will people jump ship, you don't think Kyle Shanahan's going to have second thoughts? I'm telling you. I don't know why we haven't found this clip yet. But it's tough to find it because I can't find it. Shannon Sharp, a few weeks ago, said, because he's been down on Purdy, said he's a successful quarterback, can't do whatever. Shannon Sharp, who played for Mike Shanahan, he went out first and said, I've known Kyle since I was 12. I played for Mike Shanahan. I won 2 Super Bowls with Mike Shanahan. Known him a long time. The one thing I know about the Shanahans is they don't have patience. Especially at the quarterback position.
Well, I think we're also sleeping on Minnesota this week when it comes to their DNs. You know, Hunter's coming. This is a big test for him.
They blitz a lot in the minutes. And Brian Flores is the D coordinator who came over from New England.
And going back to your comments about Kyle and Brock Purdy, I think Kyle was very frustrated for a variety of reasons. His offensive line was getting the crap kicked out of him. Brock was really slow in that game. It was a bad game. Everyone's entitled to a bad game.
Brock was not good in that game.
He wasn't.
You watch it back, he was not good.
It doesn't get better.
He threw a lot of passes behind receivers.
He looked, for the first time I can remember, especially when I watched it back a couple times, like a deer in the headlights. And I think that elite pass rush can do that to a lot of great players. I'm not here to say that he's great or terrible. Or a great defense can do that to a lot.
Yep.
But to your point, you do that for a couple of weeks.
Shanahan and patience, man. Shanahan and patience. The play-by-play announcer for the 49ers, Greg Papa. He doesn't go on rants just to go on rants. He's got some intel from somebody. And he was saying, Sam Darnold's arm talent is elite. Now, do I believe that? No. I'm not high on Sam Darnold.
Well, the Niners are.
But
the Niners are.
He said, don't let Sam Darnold learn this playbook. Because Sam could be coming. Sam could be closer. I forget the exact phrasing of it, but Sam is a lot closer to Purdy than we all think. That's what the play-by-play announcer said for the 49ers. He also said Brendan Allen is battling with Trey Lance for the number 3 spot, and Brendan Allen could have a job over Trey Lance. And what do you know? He has a job over Trey Lance.
So you and I did a lot of hypotheticals, and we're just kind of playing.
I'm just saying. I know how this fan base works.
We're talking.
Yeah, I know how this fan base works.
I have no problem with it.
People laughed at me when I said, hey, there's going to be a controversy with Nick Mullins if he wins this game.
And it happened.
And what happened?
Yeah.
What happened?
So hear me on this one. We were talking about, how much of a runway does Brock Purdy have? Boy, this feels like we're talking runways after that game against Cleveland, and now you've got this game against Minnesota, given the lack of healthy bodies, and then you've got the Bengal game, and then the bye. This will test the relationship. This couple-week stretch, to me, is going to test the relationship of how much faith does the head coach who called the quarterback the real deal, how much leeway does he have on him? Does he back him? Does he defend him? Does he can they get through these couple weeks and get some wins? Because I'm telling a 3-game losing streak heading into the bye, that's going to test relationships. That's going to test faith.
What have we learned about Kyle Shanahan? What have we learned about Kyle Shanahan in his 7 years with the 49ers? Is he a patient head coach?
No.
When it comes to the quarterback spot?
I mean, he gets angry at wide receivers and running backs and the like. I mean, he gets mad at quarterbacks left and right, too.
So it's just something to think about, roasters. And you can think we're crazy. I'm sure some of you are. But it's okay to say Brock Purdy had a bad game. It's almost like you say Brock Purdy has a bad game and this mob comes after you.
Well, what if I said this? What if that game, let's hypothetically, he has that game for 4 or 5 weeks? This is a Super Bowl team. And I just a week ago, 2 weeks ago, I'm like, dude, the guy is the franchise quarterback, and I believe that. But I can understand the tension that's going to happen in-house. Like, hey, he hasn't even played 17 full games. I can understand the pessimist out there making that argument. And if they believe that Sam Darnold is good, I don't know, man.
Did they have?
I feel like we're getting a little ahead of ourselves, but
we are getting ahead of ourselves. I'm just saying, these are some very important games for Brock Purdy. Very important games for Brock Purdy. He's not a finished product yet. I don't think he's going to turn into a pumpkin and just become Nick Mullins or C.J. Beathard. No, I don't believe that.
We all agree that the road traveled is harder without CMC.
But you guys, and you brought this up earlier, and I was like, you're absolutely insane to want to see Brock Purdy without Christian McCaffrey. But a lot of fans want to see that for some reason.
Well, now you got a whole week to game plan, and you have the understanding. You go into it. It's not like you lose a mid-game, and the weather is a factor. I know you don't want to hear it, but the weather's a factor. And your offensive line got their ass kicked.
They did.
I mean, let's just call it what it is. So I do want to see what they look like.
Is Brian Flores a good defensive coordinator?
Yes. That's one thing he did very well in Miami.
Has Shanahan been patient with quarterbacks? Was he patient with Trey Lance?
It sure feels like up until the embrace, the very initial embrace of Jimmy Garoppolo, this is the most confident and relaxed he's been with a quarterback throughout his tenure of the Niners.
Yeah. Yep. So, look, man, we could be weird fans all you want. We're 49er fans. We understand the business.
Well, I've sat in the stands, and I've heard fans chant for crummy backup quarterbacks. David Carr, Ken Dorsey, Tim Rattay, Sean Hill, Troy Smith, Nick Mullins. I've heard it all. So if you don't think how many times did Jimmy Garoppolo look like he didn't see the field and people stood up and said, take him out of the game?
Right. So we'll see. These are some big games for Brock Purdy coming up. I know Shanahan. I know this roster.
I can't believe we went from what I saw with Brock Purdy against Dallas to one bad week. I'm not saying you, but in general, one bad week. And now in my head, I'm thinking, Darnold, are we sure that book is closed?
Rob and San Bruno, what's happening? We get the Miles in Fort Mason and Nick in Berkeley. What's up, Rob?
What's going on, fellas?
What's going on?
First off, I find it funny how it was the Shanahans who devalued running backs back in the day. And now it's his son that go get the best running back in football. And I think that finally, slapped him upside the head and said, look, these running backs are valuable. If you got a great one, they can carry your team. We've seen this over the years with Frank Gore's, just the great backs. But you know what? We can't put this on Purdy. We know Purdy's arm strength. We know what Purdy can't do. Only reason Purdy is viable is because of Kyle Shanahan, the way he devises his offense. That's it. So if Kyle's on his game and he's calling plays, he's not getting out coached, Purdy's going to play well. But if he's getting out coached, Purdy's not going to play well. This is Kyle's baby. Kyle made this offense so he can run it from the sideline. It's not an offense built off arm talent and just throw it deep and somebody go get it. No, it's all built on rhythm and timing. Yeah. So if Purdy looks bad, that's on Kyle. He chose to go that route. He didn't have to. He had other avenues he could have played the game of football. but he chose to go that route. Purdy, we all know Purdy's strengths and weaknesses, and so does Purdy. And Kyle needs to get the job done. Let's not there's no pressure on Purdy. It's none at all. He's making $900,000. He's not even the highest paid quarterback on the team. All right, so let's not even do that. Kyle needs to put this team together. Is Debo playing Monday?
We don't know yet.
So Rob, let me make sure I understand this. You think this is a bigger game specifically for Kyle Shanahan than Brock Purdy without CMC? Because I find that actually to be a very interesting conversation.
Me personally, I didn't study these Shanahan boys. Kyle is good against inferior teams. He has more talent, and he's a better coach, and he's going to outcoach you. But when he has to play a veteran defensive coach that has some talent, and they know that system in and out, he's going to struggle. I done seen it. So this is a big year for Kyle Shanahan. That's what I'm saying. He has to get this team to a Super Bowl because he had a young hotshot quarterback who had out this war ability to turn his arm strength and do multiple things on football, but he's stuck in his ways with the dink and dunk, which is fine. There's nothing wrong with that. But you need to take this offense and get us to a Super Bowl. And I didn't like how he came at the defense early this week talking about they gave him 160 yards, this and that. But y'all only scored 17 points. Y'all been averaging 30. So, I mean, at the end of the day, Kyle needs to take responsibility. He chose Purdy. He needs to go with Purdy and make sure Purdy succeeds. If Purdy fails, because it looked like this. Purdy was the last pick in the draft. He's already won.
Yeah,
that I agree with.
Tell his grandkids, I started 17. Well, 11 games he gonna start. This is on Kyle, but like I said before, Kyle he got his contract extension. But so what is he working for? He good no matter what happens.
Rob and San Bruno, you make a lot of good points. Let's go to Miles in Fort Mason. Miles, what's happening? You're on the morning roast here on 95.7 The Game.
What's up, guys?
What's up,
Thanks
Miles?
for having me on.
Anytime.
Got a couple quick hitters. I was at the open practice last night for the Warriors, and I was hoping they were going to scrimmage, but no scrimmage. But I will say Trace Jackson Davis looks like who we need. Big, athletic, little vertical spacing. I liked what I saw there. And I know I'm a few minutes late on this and of whether Debo is worth the contract, but I think also with his deal, it was paying for past performance as well. So when he was underpaid back in 2019 and he had the killer season, part of the contract now just spreads it out over the years that he's been with the Niners. And I think with that, he's more justifiable. And you guys have been preaching the run game all morning. He has an element to that. And then finally, let's pump the brakes on, is Sam Darnold in the question here? God, Brock Purdy, he wins every regular season game he's in. He loses a tough one in Cleveland. Sure, he played bad, but to call for Sam Darnold,
no. What, Miles? I'm not calling for Sam Darnold. Trust me, I don't want to see Sam Darnold on the football field. But I know how this fan base works, and I know how this organization works,
how many
and I
losses?
know how patient Shanahan is.
Yeah, sorry, B. I want to ask you, Miles, how many losses until you do consider Sam Darnold?
In a row, I'd say probably 3 or 4. But, that kid goes in Cleveland. I think everyone's talking about this a little differently.
I agree.
No doubt.
And
I agree.
We can't, and sure, if we go on a 4-game losing streak, everything changes. But, let's see it week to week a little bit here.
Right. No, I'm with you. No, yeah, good call, Miles. Good call. Shameless shout-outs coming up in 8 minutes. Shameless shout-outs. 888-957-9570. Nobody's advocating for Sam Darnold. Come on, just because we said Sam Darnold, you guys all freak out. But the real freak out is going to be if they do lose 3 in a row. Who's going to be freaking out then? Because I guarantee you these lines will be pounding. A lot of people will be freaking out. Nobody's panicking off of one game. That defense was legit in Cleveland. But those are the same type of defenses that you see in January and February. Right? Am I not right? Am I not right? Do you not see those type of defenses in the postseason?
Monte, this guy has put together one of the most incredible starts to a career and has been nearly flawless.
Very flawless.
I'm talking about Brock Purdy. And at the first sight of cracks in the pavement, you know how this fan base works. You know it. You've seen it 1,000 times.
I've seen it 1,000 times. People are already waiting in the cut. They couldn't wait for the Cleveland game to be over. and call it a roast and say, so you told you about Brock Purdy.
I mean, we did this on the first drives of the year.
Right. Is he a finished product? No, he's not. He's not. And that's okay.
But part of why you went to him was because he was a more finished product than even Jimmy Garoppolo. Like, it was all about winning the Super Bowl, right? So I think that's baked into the equation of where they're at right now. They don't have time for learning curve, regardless of who the player is.
They don't.
And that's why the kicking situation is so frustrating.
They don't. And, you know, a lot of people say, well, I want to see it without Christian McCaffrey. And I say, why?
Yeah.
Well, that's what it looks like without Christian McCaffrey. That's what it looks like without Debo Samuel. But don't tell me that, hey, he doesn't have his weapons. It's all good. What did Jimmy Garoppolo play with for a long time? He ain't had weapons like this. And we know for sure Trey Lance didn't get to play with weapons like this. So I don't want to hear any excuses about this guy being out, that guy being out, this guy being in, this guy being in. No. We're done with that. We moved off that. You can't do it for Jimmy G and Trey Lance. We're not doing it for Brock Purdy. I'm sorry. I can't live like that. Can't live like that. But these games are coming up. Jacksonville and Cincinnati are monster games. Monster games.
If you don't think you could lose 4 in a row, like I'm talking about from the 3 games that they've got. They got Vikings, Bengals, week off, Jags.
Now, in Jacksonville.
I think they could win and go 2-1, okay? But if you don't think you could lose 4 in a row from Cleveland till then, you don't understand the NFL.
Just saying. Let's go to Eddie in New Jersey. Eddie, what's happening? You're on the roast. What up, Eddie?
Thank you for taking my call.
Anytime.
Yeah, listen, I'm a neutral party with this. I think the biggest difference is between guys with like Mahomes and Allen and Hurts, and then you compare them to Purdy. I don't think it's about the arm. I think it's the footwork. Can they keep those guys can keep the first down going where Brock can't do that? That to me is the biggest difference. You saw the game where Mahomes raised his arm in the Jet game when he made it all the way down to the 3-yard line and went down, and that's the biggest difference is the footwork. Can I everybody needs the line and the receivers and all of that. We understand that, but and he does throw a good ball, so that's not the issue. It's the footwork. Can he keep the drive going when he needs it? Those other guys can, and that's why they've been in the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
And that, to me, is the biggest difference right there.
Well, I was watching that game last night, and you're watching Derek Carr, is Derek Carr elite? No. We've talked about it for like a decade. No. And then I'm watching Trevor Lawrence, and I'm like, Trevor doesn't have a whole lot. Like, he just doesn't, like, in general, on that team. I love Etienne. I really like Ridley.
Yeah.
Their offensive line is, like, makeshift at best. Yeah. And he's running around with a knee brace late in that game for a 20-yard, 25-yard scramble, and he's just throwing dime after dime. And it's not perfect, but you can see it, and you're like, that's a franchise quarterback, dude.
Doubt.
Like, that's what that is. My wife also thinks that she thought he was a woman playing the game. She looked at his face and she said he's
who?
Trevor Lawrence. She couldn't believe it.
Jeez.
I go, no, that's the dude.
I'm not going to dive into that one.
I won't.
Eddie, thanks for the call, Eddie.
It was the hair. It was the hair and the headband.
3 minutes. We're going to move off that. Let's go to Manny on a Dumbarton Bridge. Manny, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Happy Friday, fellas. Happy Friday.
Happy Friday.
Does it smell like sulfur and salt?
Do you have sea legs?
What's up?
Forget it.
Do you have sea legs? Oh, no, you're not on the boat. You're not on the boat. You're on the Dumbarton Bridge.
Yeah, 84.
Oh my God, guys, it's a mess up here. There's something going on up front. So, but hey, listen. Last Sunday was what we call a perfect storm. Special teams failed, defense failed, and obviously the offense sputtered big time. But I'm more concerned going into Monday and the next 2 to 3 weeks, as you guys have been pointing out, more so on the defense side of the ball. We gave 19 points up to P.J. Walker and Amari Cooper and the Browns. What's going to happen when we see Jamar Chase, when we see Etienne, when we see Calvin Ridley, Christian Kirk, and all the cast of characters the next 3 weeks presents? We got to shore up that defense. Whatever was leaking, that's got to get fixed and fixed fast. I know Greenlaw was out, so I'm going to give a little bit of leeway to that. But overall, 19 points to P.J. Walker should be a lot more concerning than what happened with Brock Purdy and the offense. adjust a wee bit. What you guys think? Now,
it's a very good point, Manny. It's a very good point. That defense got beat up front. And Nick Bosa got shut down.
Defense had 2 turnovers.
Yeah, but they got shut. But they also got the ball ran down their throats for 160 yards.
No doubt.
To a quarterback like P.J. Walker. You knew they wanted to run the football.
When you hold a team under 20, get 2 turnovers, you should win that game when you have an offensive-minded coach.
You should win that game. But let's not act like the defense played great. Cleveland shot themselves in the foot multiple times.
But they played well enough to win is the way I would put it. They played well enough to win. That's the way I would put it.
But is that well enough to win against the Eagles? That's, again.
No, that's not good enough to win.
It's a week-by-week league. And our mindset as 49er fans need to be thinking about this. We're in the NFL, but we're not in the NFC West. We're in the Super Bowl conference.
Yeah, the elite.
We're in the Super Bowl division. And the Super Bowl division has Miami, Buffalo, Kansas City, Philadelphia, now Detroit. And Dallas wants to be there. They're wannabes. They're not there yet. But they could be there. They could. They have the talent. And now you got Jacksonville's there too. Jacksonville quietly has won 4 in a row. They got their minds right. They beat up on Buffalo. That game wasn't even close. Jacksonville kept it close with their ineptitude in the red zone. We're in the Super Bowl division. So when I view things, I'm looking at it from a Super Bowl prism. How we do against Philadelphia. How's that stacked up? How's that stack up?
And
you know what I'm saying?
Got to beat Minnesota this week.
We got to beat Minnesota. And Minnesota.
Whether CMC is there or not.
If CMC's not there, Minnesota blitzes like crazy. Flores is going to send the dogs. And without CMC, that little option, that last result, little check down guy who can get into the flat, the choice routes, you don't have that now. What happens against that blitz against Minnesota? You can't throw behind guys.
No.
Not in this game.
Who's their primary running back in this game? Is it Elijah? Is it Jordan
Mason? I don't know.
Elijah's done nothing.
So nobody's freaking out. But without Christian McCaffrey, he's the most important player on this offense.
Well, and then I look at that offensive line and I look at, Banks is compromised.
Trent Williams
is compromised. And that's the strong part of the offensive line where they run a lot of their plays over the left side.
Boy, it's going to be a good game. I expect the Niners to win. I expect if Brock is that guy that we all think he is, the guy we were just talking about being an MVP in this league, he wins this game. He wins this game on Monday without CMC and without Debo. He wins this game. That running game with P.J. Walker killed us, man. I'm telling you, defense disappointed me on Sunday against Cleveland.
Really?
P.J. Walker had all the time in the world to throw. And then they set that stretch run. They were getting to the outside, getting to the boundary, getting 4, 5, 4, 5, 10, 12, 4, 5, 10, 12.
My bigger thing was Amari Cooper. Last week. I thought Amari Cooper had his way. And Amari Cooper is a very good player, not a great player. And so I'm saying, well, if Amari's having his way, A.J. Brown will have his way.
All right. 2 hours to go here. Nobody's freaking out. You guys got to chill. Nobody's freaking out. Niners are going to win on Monday. But how does it look? Because if it doesn't look pretty, then there's going to be another conversation. As Guru always says, there's 2 scoreboards. There's a scoreboard, and then there's a Guru scoreboard.
Scoreboard.
And there's a Brock Purdy scoreboard for a lot of people. Am I not wrong?
Yeah, you're not wrong.
Am I not wrong with this fan base?
When did that get coined?
I don't know.
What was he in reference to?
He's always done
2 scoreboards.
You got the scoreboard, and you got the Brock Purdy scoreboard. And if you don't think there's a Brock Purdy scoreboard, where the hell you been?
Well, let's be real here. If there is 2 scoreboards, Brock's scoreboard is like, what, 15-1? Like he's winning.
He's winning.
In a landslide.
He's winning.
It's stopped the fight time.
But what have you done for me lately?
Oh, my God.
Do you know this fan base?
I do know this fan base.
Come on, man.
I do. Trust me.
Shutouts.
Bonte, I'm going to start off shameless shout-outs, and I want to thank what I deem to be the Golden State Warriors of healthcare. CPMC took care of my father and has been taking care of my father for the last 10 days or so, 8 days, whatever it is. And the surgeon there, he's the Steph Curry of surgeons. He does 1 open heart surgery per day. When I say that these people are saving lives, we say that flippantly. And then when you have a family member or yourself who's actually in that situation, man, anybody who is in healthcare at any level, you guys literally are the kindest, nicest, best people. I understand that you're compensated. You're not compensated enough. The care that you do for our family members in times of crisis and need, it's unbelievable. And a hug here and there from some of these nurses when we were at our lowest. I just want to thank every person who is in healthcare on any level for saving my father's life and taking care of my dad when we can't be there because of the rules and stipulations. You people are the best. You're doing God's work. Just thank you from my family to yours.
Well said. Spadoni, what you got?
I'll double down on that because young Benjamin, when he was born, he had to go to the NICU, which is the newborn ICU unit. Very, very scary. I didn't know he wasn't breathing right. I was just the nurses in those units, and to your point, just all around with critical care, emergency. It's just blessings to them.
Dude.
God bless. The science is awesome. Just everything. It's just very scary, and just to know that someone's there for you makes a huge difference. Because I was there by myself too. Like to your point, like it's very, very difficult. So yes, shout out all the nurses and doctors out there.
They're the best. And I know we pay all these surgeons. You couldn't pay them. They're literally saving lives every day.
Let's go to the lines here. Rashad and Hayward. Rashad, what's happening, man?
What's up, Rashad?
Who you shotting out?
Hey, what's up? What's up, Bonte? What's up, Shaq?
What's up,
What
Rashad?
up?
Hey, I just give love to Papa Shaq for me.
He's doing great. He's walking around. He'll be back soon.
My shout-outs to my son, the starting right guard for BCU, marching into Everbank Stadium in Jacksonville, Florida this weekend to take on Southern University.
Let's go.
Wildcats.
Let's
go.
Let's go. Look at that proud father.
I like that.
Look at that proud father.
Cruiser into 209. What up, Cruiser?
Yo, fellas, morning. I just want to say, at the summit, it was great seeing everybody again, especially the LWO, Ernie Chavez, Rocky New Era. Also drew down Uncle Looney. Jesus Christ, man. Too many people playing talented jazz fan. And by the way, Spadoni has the bluest blue eyes since Frank Sinatra. Northern Italian, get out of here.
Forget about it.
Let's go to Uncle Gene in Oakland. Uncle Gene, who you shotting out?
What's up, Gene?
Hey, guys. I didn't call for a shout out. Wow, that's strong music in the background. I'll tell you what. I'll shout out the Isley brothers. Okay,
let's go.
They just lost one of the brothers. There's only one of the original left, Ronald Isley. These suckers go all the way back to the 50s. Think about it. They've been around almost 70 years. All right, one of the greatest groups of all time. Shout out to the Isley brothers.
Shout out to the Isley brothers. I like that. Nick and Berkeley. Who you shotting out, Nick and Berkeley?
Man, let me get a shout out to Melly Mel and DJ Quick from back in the day. And let me say one thing, that the Vikings suck and we're coming to get y'all. Don't trip.
Javier San Bruno.
This old heart of mine.
Javier San Bruno. What's up, Javier?
Oh, hey, guys, I want to give a shout out to Shaq's dad, man.
Thank you.
God, like you said, God's hand was in those healthcare providers, and I'm so happy.
Yep.
And I want to give a shout out to you, Bonte. I hope I get to see you today in the preseason game with the Warriors. And one final shout out to my wife, who's the greatest, to my family. And, of course, Godzilla's coming out with the new movie, Godzilla -1, November 4th. Shout out.
There you go, Javier. Last one here. We got a couple on the text line, but I want to get to Duke in the city. Shout out to my son Chase from the 650 Comcast Business text line and all his teammates on the Mountain House Flag Football Panthers.
Let's go.
They're playing tomorrow to finish the season, trying for the third seed, where the 4th seed going to upset the second place team. That's from Justin. Mountain House Flag Football Panthers. Let's go. Let's go get that dub tomorrow. Let's move up in the rankings there. Shout out to yesterday's show. You may not have had it in the beginning, but you won the show in the end. Sign of greatness. That's from Certified G. Because of RJ in Fairfield complaining about the Kings preseason loss to Danker with the sea legs. And some people believe that Clay does have sea legs.
I don't know about all that, but shout out to the homie Jim Moylan. He had a birthday this week, and he might be the only person on the planet who loves baseball more than me. So shout out to him. Great father, great coach, great person who gives a lot of his time. Love you, buddy.
Duke in the city. Duke.
What up, Duke?
Come on, man. Y'all know what it is, man. I love y'all. Tay Shafty, man. You already know, man. Big ups to Papa Shafty for being up, walking around, man. I want to give a big shout out to y'all. Know my boy Russell Gaywood, KBLX Super DJ, man. Lost his mother last week. Went to her service earlier this week, man. So big shout out to my boy Russ, man. I love you, Big Daddy, man. You know how we do it, man. And to all my roasters, man, all the Twitch and YouTubers, man, you got to come right, man, or they'll lay you down. So we're going to do it just like this. They call it California the land of the earthquake. It's only Steph Curry about to shake and bake, shooting game-winning 3, lights out, game over. It's night time for you to turn older. Can't forget my 49ers lifestyle. Hold on. We ain't going to get it right. Hold on, y'all. Can't forget my North Side Riders. Can't forget the 49ers. We got one loss. Everybody start tripping. We in Minnesota, water looking right. Let's dip it. We got Brock Purdy going long. It's the Debo. We got a broke play in zone. It's the free throw. Game lights out. Game over. We got the 49ers. Game over. Shot out to all of y'all. I love y'all, Shay and Tasky. I love y'all, man. I know
See you, Duke.
I love y'all, though.
Nah, Duke,
Let's
you the
go.
man. You the man. Lakeview in the house. Lakeview in the building. Last one, Chris in Oakland. Shameless shout out. What you got?
What's up, you guys? What's up? Good morning, everyone. Yeah, I want to give a shameless shout out to my girlfriend, Sonia. I love her very much. We're coming up on our 10-year anniversary this Friday. And it's been a long, great 10 years. Stasky, love to your dad. Hope your dad's feeling better. And also want to say that it was great meeting you guys the other day at the summit over at Fieldwork Brewery.
I hope you know in the state of California, y'all break up. You might be needing a lawyer, homie. I'm teasing. I'm totally teasing.
I got. We made it through COVID, man. We're good, man. Everything's sort of smooth sailing. But I love you guys' show, and I love you guys. And again, it
really
was great meeting you guys
that.
the other day at Fieldwork.
And people wonder why Vontae doesn't have a ring. No, I'm kidding. Kidding. Shout out to all the engineers here. It's been tough. And shout out to our program director and director of sports, Matt Nahegan and Lucas Alexander. We've screamed at them. We've harassed them all week long. We've harassed them for over a month because of this move. And look, it's not always in their hands, but they've tried hard to get this place up and running, as well as the engineers and Tim Jordan working around the clock. He's at Fieldwork Brewery in San Leandro. Tack, my guy Tack, he was out there. They're here working all day and night to get the studio up and running, and we appreciate that. Trying to get us on the air, trying to get us right in our new dig. So shout out to them behind the scenes because they don't get enough love for getting things going on, and they don't get enough love for having to hear from us all the time, complaining about everything. Look, we got a job. We shouldn't complain about anything around here. We get to work. We get to talk sports. Life is good. But I want to shout those guys out, Matt, Lucas, Tim Jordan, Tack, and the rest of the engineering crew for getting this bad boy up and running. Cannot be easy making a move in the middle of football season on a Friday. It's not easy, but shout out to those guys for standing strong here at 95.7 The Game. With that said, let's get to the injury report. With that last shutout, Nahegan, I'm expecting another raise. Probably the next couple months. Can we make that happen? Well, bonus, something, please? Pretty please?
I'll take our drops back, and then we can work our way up
You
to
really missed the drops.
the money.
According to David Lombardi and Matt Barrows.
Iguodala.
According to David Lombardi and Matt Barrows of The Athletic, Christian McCaffrey, Trent Williams, Debo Samuel, they are all considered day-to-day.
Oh, yeah.
Kyle Shanahan said that the MRI results were encouraging for CMC's oblique injury. None of the three are expected to be out long-term if they do miss any time at all. We'll see if they play Monday night against the Vikings. That will be TBD. Probably a game-time decision. The injury report brought to you by Boxer and Gerzer, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. So it's coming up on a game sponsored by Fremont Bank Full-Service Banking. No compromises, a lot to get to. Wemby's in town for the San Antonio Spurs. They're playing the Warriors in the preseason finale. Debo Samuel contract. Has he lived up to the contract? Brock Purdy, any concerns? The 49ers, any concerns long-term? We'll talk about all that stuff. Plus Jim Harbaugh, back to the NFL.
I want to talk about that.
Is he coming back to the league? Maybe, maybe not. We'll see. That's all coming up. Brought to you by Fremont Bank Full Service Banking. No compromises.
Gear up for the rainy season.
What is happening to all the roasters out there, construction workers, janitors, plumbers, overnight dancers, Carpenters, yeah, let me get you in there.
DeJuan Fields.
Shout out to you. Good morning to you. Ron and Hayward, the Dodger fan who hasn't called us since they got their asses swept by the D-backs. Muni drivers, cops. I love the cops. I'm starting to love cops. They love us. I've been running to a lot of cops.
Starting to love cops.
Yeah, I know. I got a lot of buddies in the force. They know it.
I'm going to be real with you. I love that the cops now are all downtown in the morning. I know the route where all the police cars are, and I take that route, and I'm like, what's up? What's up? Good morning. Because they're the only other people that acknowledge your existence with all the zombies all around.
Oh, you scary ass.
Dog, there are zombies everywhere.
You're so scary.
I got
Sausalito Shasky growing up in the city. You're so scary.
Scary of what, bro? The fentanyl fold is a real thing. You got to be careful, dude. The zombies.
Nobody's bothering you. Walk down the street, you're fine. Dude, the homeless. True story.
Oh, here we go.
When I moved out to Waller Street, and I moved to Clarinata in Daly City. I was living in Daly City. I was, renting a room, big house, and it was too quiet for me. I could hear the wind blowing. There was no cars. It scared me. I got back in the city, and I heard that first crackhead yelling in the middle of the night. I said, I'm home. I feel safe again. Honest to God.
That is the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
I swear to God, I feel safe around them dudes. They don't bother us. They're looking for something else. They ain't looking for us. They're looking to get high again.
Well, I'm trying to avoid the urination sensation, Dan Dibley, that's on the pavement.
Well, that's not going to stop.
Yeah.
It's not going to stop.
I'm well aware of that aspect.
That's not going to stop.
The one great thing about being down here is I feel rejuvenated in the morning, right? I mean, the urine wakes you up. That's number one. But number two, the amount of Starbuckses that are open nearby is incredible. No?
I make my own coffee now. Saves me a lot of money.
4 a.m.
Yeah,
if Starbucks wants to sponsor this show, I'm available.
Yeah, well, go ahead. Yeah, French press. I got the espresso rolling. I'm good. Starbucks, you're not getting my money no more. That is done. Sorry. I save over $100 a month off of Starbucks. This move has been great. Saving me gas money, saving me coffee money, and I get to say hi to the homeless in the morning. They ain't bothering nobody. They just doing it, But I felt safe. I felt more scared of the suburbs because you think about it. You watch all these movies where all the murders happen in the suburbs. They don't go into the hood trying to kill people. Ain't nobody trying to, they not bothering nobody in the hood. Seriously, homeless are not just venturing out there. Like, I feel safer when there's a crackhead on my corner. Oh, he's just doing a little crack, that's all.
That's a drop.
Crack is so 10 years ago.
Oh, well, fentanyl.
It's fentanyl, dog.
Fentanyl, whatever it is. I felt more scared in the suburbs, living in the suburbs.
Yeah, I call cap on that.
No, I did. I felt nervous.
You for 1 second.
I swear to God, I felt nervous.
For 1 second.
True story.
When you walk down Burlingame Ave with your family nowadays, you feel less safe?
No, it's a lot of people. I'm saying living. Listen to me. Living. Yeah. I was living in a nice house in Daly City, and it was hella quiet. And I'm like, man, there ain't no cars on this road. You can hear the wind swirling.
You should run.
I don't like it. This is where people sneak in and break into stuff.
We feel safer with more.
No, I feel safer. Not you. I feel safer. Homeless people a couple blocks down the street, somebody yelling, hey, just another day in the city.
Yeah, I'm out.
Living in the suburbs, and it was hella quiet, and I'm watching these movies, and I'm watching people getting, man, for me, I didn't feel safe. I feel like, man, this is a jack move because I got a hustler's mentality.
I'm worried about the glass over my shoulder because, Pinocchio, your nose is growing so big with every sentence.
See, no.
No.
There's a lot of people who believe me. A lot of real folks know what I'm talking about. When kids used to pull these jack moves and stuff, where did they go pull jack moves at? Where did they go bip cars at? In the suburbs. That's where their money is. Breaking into houses in the suburbs. They ain't breaking into houses in the hood. They're not. I'm just saying. Come on, man. These are facts. The homeless people become your friends. They start talking. Good Lord. I'm telling you, man.
Well, they're talking to themselves, but that's because they're crazy.
All I'm saying, man, I felt safer when there was a little noise. I need a couple cops.
Well, that's sirens. A different conversation.
I need a little.
White noise.
I need a little police siren here and there. I need something going on. I don't need to be in the suburbs where you're a walkie-talkie. You're a lick. By the way, unlock the phone lines. 888-957-9570. I'm sure some people want to chime in on that.
Yeah, I was going to say, definitely unlock them now.
Yeah. Did you see this Harbaugh story?
Yeah, TC knows what's up. I know TC would know. Yeah, I did see this Harbaugh story. They're claiming Michigan is stealing signs.
Just two points, and I'll let you get in on the Harbaugh thing. Michigan is getting slapped on the hand again by the NCAA. I'm so out on the NCAA.
Why are they slapping the NCAA? Why are they slapping them?
Well, they're slapping him because basically they're saying that he was stealing signs. And we'll get into the whole stealing signs thing. There's no headset in college quarterbacks' heads in their helmets. So they do hand signals. Remember, Oregon had all like the big poster board signs, and there would be images and different things, and that would indicate the plays. Whenever you watch like a Tennessee Volunteer game in the last 10 years, all 11 guys turning their helmet, looking over at the sideline. Well, apparently Harbaugh sent a guy, at least this is what they're being accused of videotaping from the stands the hand signals, which apparently is illegal. Now, there's gamesmanship. Guys are trying to steal things in real time. You're not allowed to send people on the road to look at it. I'm just so out on the NCAA.
So it's funny. We were talking about this before the show. And the Midday head coach, high school football, asked me why I'm watching high school football. I have no life. St. John Bosco, Midday. St. John Bosco shut them out 28-0, just dominated them. And the scenery at the stadium was, they're tailgating at a high school game. I was like, wow. Look at this. Friday Night Lights in SoCal, Orange County. Wow. But the Mater Dei head coach was saying, I think we need to switch our hand signals up because they were stealing them. So the whole sign stealing thing, team sending other guys to film sign, it's nothing new.
I agree with that.
They have a hard-on for Jim Harbaugh. One of the board members for a long time in NCAA, the committee, was from Ohio State. Now, I don't know if he's still there or not. But they've got something against Jim Harbaugh. So when I saw this story, and you brought it up, you're like, NCAA, screw them. Why are they picking on Harbaugh?
Mm-hmm.
All it does for me, what I start thinking about, is Harbaugh's about had it with the NCAA.
Oh, so that's the angle you're taking.
I think he's heading back to the NFL next season.
I'm kind of surprised he's still in college.
Well, he interviewed for the Minnesota Vikings job, and he really wanted that job, and he didn't get it. He did not get it. He thought he had the job in the bag. He didn't get it. They gave it to Kevin O'Connell. I'm looking at the Raiders. I'm looking at Chicago Bears. I'm looking at the Washington Commanders who want to reboot their football team. And there's another team out there that may need Dallas Cowboys.
Getting off of McCarthy?
I think Jim Harbaugh's back in the league next year.
Chargers?
He's not going to work for Spanos.
Nah.
Spanos is too cheap.
He's too expensive for Spanos.
Yeah, exactly. He's too expensive for him.
Yeah.
Harbaugh's coming back then, you think?
I think Harbaugh's back in the league next year. Let's take some calls. These last two shows have been off the rails. We'll get to Mr. D in the city. But I want to get to Robin Vallejo in the Valley Joe. 707.
I'm from the VALLEJO.
Rob, what's happening?
What's happening, guys? I just want to agree 1,000% with you.
About what?
I grew up in Humboldt Park, Chicago. Moved out to the Tenderloin when I was 19. Live in Vallejo now. If it's too quiet, I get nervous because where I'm from, if it's quiet, something bad's about to happen.
So you're telling me...
Right? When you're walking down the street and there's no witnesses, I get hella scared.
So you're telling me, Rob, that living in the TL, you felt a lot more comfortable than you do right now in the very fine estates up in Vallejo?
Oh, absolutely. Look. When I was living in the TL, I knew every neighbor's name. I knew every crackhead's name, every dope boy's name. I don't know nobody out here.
And they didn't bother you, right? You went on about your business, right?
No, I used to have a guy with a cart who would save me a parking space if I bought him food from work every night.
Dude, Rob.
Like he was your own personal public valet?
Rob, the check's in the mail.
I had a valet guy with a cart full of cans.
Dude, Rob, the check's in the mail. That's what I'm saying. I knew somebody out there would feel me.
Yeah, I'm gonna disagree.
Never knowing every dope boy's name.
When I'm up the Russian River, I like the peace and quiet every now and then. And by peace and quiet, I mean the birds chirping and the trees blowing. There's nothing wrong with that.
I
like a little bit of both.
Listen, I've seen some texts here. Trust me, Ponte Hill ain't going to live back in the hood. We move out the hood to stay out of the hood. I'm saying the first time I moved out the hood, it was a little scary. I needed some noises around. All right? I needed something. That's all I'm saying. It's called the SF Symphony. For the 510 Comcast Business Text Line. Crackheads, music thumping, and sirens.
There was a huge party going on 6th and Market this morning when I went through about 4:30, 4:45. Huge party. And they've got construction all over the place. And I was like, please let this be a green light. I want to smash through here.
Mr. D in the city. Mr. D, what's happening?
Yeah, guys, listen. I'm thinking about this game Monday night. In the Bill Walsh era, if the Niners lost the game, the next team they played, they was going to get it. And the jury's still out. I don't know if Minnesota's going to get it, but they need to get it. We don't need to just win. We need to give it to Minnesota. I mean, let them know that that was an anomaly, what happened. But I'm not so sure that that's going to be happening. And then the other thing that I wanted to say is the Dubs, I want to give them a shout-out. I know it's late, but I want to give them a shout-out for recognizing what Sacramento was doing because they got serious in the fourth quarter. So when they got serious, we got serious. Put our starters back in and then pull that game out. We was going to give them the dub. But when they got serious, They say, oh, no, we got to let them know we back.
Hey.
And so I want to give a shout-out to the Doves for that.
Respect to you, Mr. D. Respect to you for that one. He's not sure about the Niners. The Niners are going to win the game on Monday.
He is right, though. When the Niners lost the game that they shouldn't have,
right,
they would come back in the day
and blow somebody out. And blow somebody out, and the game will be over by halftime. What I do expect this week, I expect his defensive line to step up and have at least 4 sacks against Kirk Cousins. You know where he's going to be. You let P.J. Walker have all the time in the world. You allowed them to run 460 yards on the ground. I know you created 2 turnovers, forced 2 turnovers. That's fine. You didn't score off the Fred Warner interception. You got the touchdown off the Diamador Lenore interception. I get that. But you allowed them to run for 4.7 yards a carry. That's too much. That's way too much. Way too much. So I expect this defense. I don't know about the offense because I don't know who's playing. I expect this defense to come out with their hair on fire. I expect this defense to show up.
Yeah,
and this defensive line to show up. And I expect Nick Bosa, not 1 sack, I expect at least 2.
Is this a big Randy Gregory game?
It's a big Nick Bosa game.
Bosa.
It's Monday Night Football. The stars are all watching. It's prime time. Nationwide. Everybody wants to see how good this 49ers team is. Oh, this Brock Purdy kid, 30 for 30, okay. But what about Nick Bosa? He got the largest guaranteed contract for a defensive player. Where's he going to be on Monday Night Football? This is a huge Nick Bosa game. Huge. You don't like that?
No, I
you
love
like that.
I was just letting it sit
Let
in
it
there.
cook.
I'm trying not to interrupt you as much. I noticed that I've in the new studio. I was so antsy and fired up, and I just kept stepping all over you.
Wow, 2.5 years later.
I'm trying to show maturity.
Shasky, growing up.
I've been working on my changeup.
Yeah, that's good. I try not to interrupt people too.
My circle change.
Yeah, there you go. Got smaller.
What?
Got smaller.
Oh, my circle change?
Yeah.
Well, no, it used to be that you wanted to have a 10 mile per hour difference between your fastball and your changeup, but Zach Greinke kind of changed the game.
By the way.
You don't have to necessarily have exactly 10 to 12 miles per hour difference.
There you go.
You can be a little closer as long as there's movement.
Does this change your thought process on living in the suburbs? Big Pun in South City just chimed in. Bro, I'm with you on the burbs in the city. Junkies are harmless. It's Big Pun South City. Look, just say it. Sean in Oakland, what's happening?
I would prefer none of those elements in the city where I was raising my family, but that's just me.
Sean in Oakland.
I would like a community that I'm proud of.
Hey, how you doing?
What's up, Sean?
Hey, man, I'm really I'm touched by what you're talking about the hood, because that is true. Would I ever live back there? No, I wouldn't. But you got to understand, the hood was the Netflix and the Amazon of the community. So if you ever wanted some DVDs or deals on Xboxes and PS5s, you go to the hood to get it. Now, would I live back there? No, I wouldn't.
Yeah.
But I would for a deal.
Hey.
So, I mean, that's the only thing.
Hey, Sean, you're not lying. I'm not going to name this guy, but, he was on dope at the time. He's clean and sober now. But I remember when he was off that dope, one Christmas morning, he knocked on my door. On the ground, he had 2 speakers and a 6-disc CD changer and a radio, the surround sound. And it was like $25. It's all yours. I mean, that was worth $150 back in those days. You know what I'm saying, Sean? Like, that was from a dope deal. That was from a dope head.
666 and Folsom.
See? There you go, Sean. Thanks for the call. We're talking football here, and we're talking homeless for some reason. But it's probably my fault. But I'm telling you, I got a sick 6-disc CD changer. Surround sound, had the speaker in one corner, speaker in the other corner. Radio, had the remote. $25. You go to Best Buy, Good Guys at the time, or Radio Shack. I was like $200, man. We didn't have money for that. You know what I'm talking about, Shasky? Got that from a dope head. Now, he probably stole it from somewhere. It's probably stolen property. But it's in my eye. What am I going to do as a 22-year-old? You know what I'm saying? I'm not worried about safer when there's a crackhead on my corner. Listen, he's just doing a little crack, that's all. I'm telling you, man.
I'm getting a lot of texts that people want you to hang out on the Woo Block tonight at 10 o'clock and see if you share the same sentiments.
I have a daughter now. I'm not hanging out on no block. By the way, we're going to Disney on Ice. Ches doesn't even know it. I'm not hanging out on no block tonight.
So the man from the maker of I'm Going to Disney on Ice also brings us what drop to play the drop. From the maker of both smash hits. He's got Brenda's Got a Baby and Hit 'Em Up. Here, Bonte, Going to Disney on Ice also says this.
I feel safer when there's a crackhead on my corner. Oh, he's just doing a little crack, that's all.
Come on, baby Chaz, we're good. Let's see if they want to go to Disney on Ice.
Total racket, by the way, Disney on Ice. You'll walk in there wherever you go in Chase or Oracle or formerly Oracle, Oakland Arena. You walk right in there because they take them Benny. They have this giant thing of toys, Disney, straight from imported from Disney World.
Haven't you ever been
all
to a
double
wrestling
charged?
event?
No, it's
Same
ridiculous.
thing. You
stuff.
walk in, here's
my
all our
God.
T-shirts and championship belts.
But if for kids, it's different, Chasky. I have self-control at a wrestling
When you
event.
take a kid, you walk into a WWE event, the first thing there is the booth where they want to get a little toy and this.
Get the snow cone, everything.
Yeah, they're smart. It's called marketing. Merchandise tents.
It's called a racket.
Disney
that too.
Lori Matthews, Disney in the Hood. Minnesota's going to blitz
Hey,
Mark
I'll tell
Purdy
you this
a lot,
right
man.
now.
I'm telling you.
You will see people ice skating out on 6th and Market tonight at 10. I don't know what kind of surface that is, but they're ice skating.
Oh my gosh! All
Definitely
right,
fresh powder on those mountains.
Oh man, see what y'all doing, man. See Georgia Los Santos. What's happening, George?
Hey, George.
What's going on? You guys are talking about crackheads and the hoods and stuff. I'm trying to talk football. I'm trying to talk about the Minnesota Vikings blitz against Brock Purdy and why this defensive line needs to show up. And y'all want to talk about crackheads in the hood? Georgia Los Santos. What's happening?
You brought it up.
I just want Joe to keep being Joe. Joe, you don't have to apologize to Bonte. He knows what you're all about. You two work. You two just work. That's why you're the only guys I have ever listened to in my life.
Wow.
On sports talk.
Thank you so much.
That means a lot.
Thank you.
Don't change, bro. Please don't change. As it comes to the well, you couldn't change him if you wanted to anyway, Bonte.
Probably not.
All right. But about the Niners, I was watching an interview with Kyle, and I asked Kyle, Kyle, Christian's on par to have 400 touches this year. Does that concern you? And he said it didn't. And that concerns me because, that doesn't concern him. That sure as hell concerns me. Because, look, you could get injured any time, but the likelihood of getting injured when you're touching it 400 times is going to go
through the roof.
Yeah. Yeah, no.
Plus your body gives out on you the next year.
But you know what, George? I know you were listening last week. You said we're the only show you listen to. So Spadoti was in for Shasta when Tracy Sandler joined us from the Fangirl Sports Network. And I think Spadoti asked her, is he using McCaffrey too much? And Tracy said, Shanahan does not care. Can you produce on the football field? He'll worry about the rest later. So, it is. We do have a Shanahan problem when it comes to this stuff. There's no doubt.
Oh, there's no doubt, and if he doesn't stay healthy with us all season, let's be honest, our chances of winning the chip go down big time.
100%.
Big time.
100% agree.
And Mason's looking good, isn't he?
He is. He is tough. This may be his moment. This may be his moment. Now, can they find a running back who can catch passes out of the backfield? The bat signal's out apparently. Javier Vacaville's on hold. We'll get to him after the break.
Wait, is he coming at you, me, or all of us, or who?
I want Iguodala.
I don't know where Vacaville's going to go.
Mr. Hill.
But it is a Football Friday brought to you by
He does give him Mr. Hill and Mr. Shasky.
We got to an argument on the postgame show about Jimmy Ward playing corner, just yelling at him.
The Javon Kinlaw takes are still the best.
No. When Javier and I were talking about a Sacramento Kings game, and he said we had a shot to win, I said, Javier.
He starts so calm, and then he works himself into a frenzy.
He always gets to me. Let's see if Javier Vacaville can get to me again on a Friday, a football Friday, brought to you by First 5 California. To learn 4 things you can do to overcome toxic stress, go to first5california.com. Javier Vacaville coming up, sponsored by Maker Faire. Don't miss the last weekend of the legendary, mind-blowing Maker Faire at historic Mare Island. Experience the ultimate showcase of innovation and endless possibilities. Celebrate creativity and curiosity this Friday through Sunday. Get your tickets now at makerfaire.com. I feel safer when it's a...
Now, back to the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky.
I feel safer when there's a crackhead on my corner. By the way, RJ Fairfield, that call yesterday, I don't know if D-Lo and KC talked about it, ESPN 1320, but I sent that tweet, I sent this call to some people that I know in the NBA. They said RJ was 100% right. About to take on Sabonis, about to take on Harrison Barnes. They said he was right. All right, come on. What's this camera? Come on, is it working? Tap lock? Tap on lock? Oh, no, it's just like, didn't follow.
I like the way it panned into you.
Oh, yeah, there we go. Yeah.
Got to hit tap lock and then it'll
Yeah,
focus in
that's
on
what I did. Yeah.
Loveman, we haven't heard a lot from you. Okay back there? I can't see you anymore.
I kind of like that. No, I've been busy back here, producing, cutting stuff, taking calls, just doing the do,
Your outfit this morning made me want to hug you. You were wearing an all Miami gear outfit.
And he's got the Warriors t-shirt on.
I'm all Warriors in Miami today. That's the
Who do you guys play this week?
We got Clemson.
Oh, this will be your third loss in a row.
Something like that, yeah.
You guys playing at Clemson or in Miami?
No, they're coming down to Hard Rock.
So it'll basically be a Clemson home game.
It's going to be 0-6 at home at Hard Rock against ACC opponents under Mario Cristobal. So, it's pretty thoroughly awful right now.
Ready? Do you hate, real quick, we want to set them off. Why do you hate the NCAA?
Oh, me? Oh, well... I mean,
no, the other Sam Love is a diehard U fan.
He hates everything.
Your boys had like 2 weeks in 1 week. That's right. No, my thing with the NC2A is just it's like the boss said, they're the national communists against athletes.
Oh
that's why it all stems back to this 10-year feud that the NC2A has had against Miami because they botched the whole Nevin Shapiro thing that they had served them on a silver platter. And ever since they screwed that up because the NCAA had to, canoodle with a Ponzi schemer to get dirt on a kid for getting money to buy a cheeseburger, it all fell apart. So for the last 10 years, the NCAA has had it out for Miami. It's ridiculous. Mark Emmert is a fraud. Punt him into the sun.
Damn.
Punt him into the sun.
Nobody's
what is he,
mad.
Superman?
Lubman just can't. Whenever he speaks, I learn a new word.
NC2A. I
learned a new word.
You've never heard NC2A?
No, not NC2A.
It's NCAA.
Ray Rado's the only one that ever said that. The NC2A.
Well, that's probably where I got it from.
There you go.
Well, no, you said some conundrum? No, not conundrum. Canoodle. Yeah, canoodle.
Yeah, they had to go and canoodle with a Ponzi scheme.
Canoodle
That's what the
Ponzi
NCAA
scheme.
does. Now I'm going to call it NCAA. You guys got me all self-conscious.
No,
about
say
it.
NC2A. That's
NC2A.
fine.
I'm sticking
I got no
with it,
problem
so
with that.
Sam, I want you to be yourself.
Yeah. Y'all ready to go off to Vacaville? You guys ready to go off to Vacaville?
I was going to say,
listen,
here we go. Let's go.
Listen, Javier, every time I jump in the car and I hear him calling Willard a Dibs, and he goes at Dibs and Willard. I mean, I'm just like, damn.
He does?
He comes at them. At them. I mean, he brings the chopper. And it ain't no, hey, Mr. Dibley, hey, Mr. Willard. It's, you guys are talking about 21 personnel and da-da-da-da-da. He hasn't called us in a long time. I don't know if he wakes up on time. I don't know what the hell Javier's been doing. But Javier in Vacaville is back on the morning road.
What's up, Javier?
Long time no talk. Javier actually one of my favorites.
Well, for one, how you doing, Mr. Hill? Number two, I see, your co-host on Rosa. Respect my others. How you doing today, Joseph? You know what I'm saying? So we're going to talk about,
Hey, real quick. We're getting off to a bad start here. You're on Bluetooth or speakerphone or something. I don't know what the hell's going on. You got an echo or something. Get the phone. Come on, Jav. You know what
Javier,
time it is.
I'm one of your biggest fans. What are you talking about, dude? I got your back.
I'm just giving you a hard time now, but because Willard switched up on me and blocked my phone number after I told him about the King series back in March, April. But it's not a phone call for that type of
Wait.
I don't.
You got blocked from the station?
Nah, he blocked my personal number, and I asked about it on the radio, and he's just doesn't want to answer the question live on air because I'm applied pressure with no air. You know what I mean?
Wait a minute. How'd you get Mark Willard's phone number?
So many questions.
Oh, because I used to do that. I used to do that broadcasting internship that he presented for some.
Oh, very cool.
Kind of.
Oh,
yeah. Very
so
cool.
so you got blocked by Willard? You're harassing a teacher?
Hey, newsflash, Javi. Mark doesn't like differing opinions. No, I'm teasing. I'm teasing.
Actually, you're not teasing because you're more than halfway right. Because trust me, I believe you. I know some most.
No, come on. Let's not. Come on. Mark's my homie.
King's gifts.
Mark's my homie. Let's move on.
Mr. Willard's my homie too.
All right.
He didn't block my number though. Anyway, so what I called was 21 personnel. That's with or without Chris McCaffrey. Who's the highest paid back on the 49ers?
Debo.
Okay, he's actually a wide receiver. So,
but you know what I'm saying.
McCaffrey. Okay, well, he might not play either. Who's the highest paid running back on the 49ers right now?
Well, McCaffrey is, but we're like.
Okay, who's the second highest paid back on the team?
I believe it's Elijah. No, I think it's Elijah over Jordan Mason. Maybe TDP.
No, it's Kyle Juszczyk.
Wrong.
Kyle Juszczyk.
Ding, 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 ding. We have a winner, fullback. So 21 personnel. You run either Elijah or Jordan Mason offset with Juszczyk with George Kittle. You have Juwan Jennings and Brandon Ayuk at X and Z respectively. Because Kyle Juszczyk makes $5+ million a year. He's the highest paid fullback in the NFL.
7.5.
He can play H-back. He can play fullback. He can play tight end. He can play inline. He can line up, kick him out, spin him out to the slot on the hash marks. Any form, any type of usage you need Kyle Juszczyk to present, to give them an offensive threat, that's the way. You're paying him all that money, it's time for him not so much to show because he's bench whatever, but utilize his strengths. He can run the ball.
So is that the way to beat the Minnesota Vikings, Javier? Is that the way? Put Kyle Juszczyk at halfback?
No, put him at fullback and use him in their base set offensive formation because no matter what anybody says, with what they're doing, Kyle Juszczyk is the second highest paid back on that team. So if the number one back doesn't play, which is probably the best back in the league, Kyle Juszczyk needs to do this, like Matt Gray would say, turn it up a notch. And it's not like he hasn't, but they need to make sure that they utilize him because if he's out there with what he can do, his skill set, we have a more than formidable chance.
Can I ask you a question, Hav?
Debo Samuel. Yes.
Okay. What do you think the career high as a Niner in one season rushing attempts for Kyle Juszczyk is?
But you're not utilizing what I'm saying, Mr. Shasky. I'm not talking about giving him the ball. I'm talking about having him lead an inside zone wham block for either Jordan Mason or Elijah Mitchell, running the track, being...
Does he not do that already?
No, but what I'm saying is with Christian McCaffrey, they go to a lot of 10 personnel, 11 personnel, where they'll go Debo Samuel, Brandon Ayuk,
I hear you.
George Kittle.
So you want to see more usage? You want to see more usage for Kyle Juszczyk is what you want to do. More usage for the second highest paid back.
Yes.
There you go. I got you.
When they're so happy with Brock Purdy, and they have a right to do so. They'll go Brandon Ayuk, Debo Samuel.
Are you happy with Brock Purdy? Are you happy with Brock Purdy? Javier, are you happy with Brock Purdy?
I'm still a Trey Lance fan, but I'm happy with what we're doing.
Oh, you're a Trey Lance fan. Oh.
No. I said I'm happy with what Brock Purdy's done. I just didn't like the fact of how fast we get.
What about his Cleveland game?
I love what Brock Purdy's done. Because
what about the Cleveland game, Hav? What about the Cleveland game?
I'm a 49er fan first. And everyone acts as if, like, the end-all, be-all is they lose the Cleveland game. Jake Moody lost that football game, not Brock Purdy. You make one of those two field goals, they win the game. There's no conversation that we're having right now.
All right, Hav.
Did everyone forget that Cleveland is the number one ranked defense in the NFL?
No, we didn't forget. We got reminded on Sunday.
Hav, what do you think of their cornerback play? Because aren't you a cornerback guy? Or aren't you like a...
We should have kept Jimmy Ward.
Didn't you play secondary in college?
Yeah, Mike. Yeah, I played nickel. I played slot too in junior college. But yeah, I played nickel. So did. But I'll tell you right now, the Niners played against the top ranked, about the second ranked defense in the league, and they lost by 2 points when Jake Moody missed 6 points worth of points. Oh, we're blaming Brock Purdy? Bro, what? Like, Brock Purdy hasn't even started 17 games yet. And I'm telling you, I'm a Trey Lance fan, but I'm a 49er fan first. And Brock Purdy's played well. But we're 5-1, and people are like, "Oh my goodness, Sam Darnold in 3 weeks, bro." Relax. I'm talking about a journeyman quarterback that couldn't even beat out, like you said, Brock Purdy, the last pick of the draft last year.
All right,
Sam Darnold sees ghosts in the pocket.
All right,
we need to make sure we just trust down a notch.
We got to roll.
Make sure you call you check some touches.
We got to roll. Interview's over, Hoff. We got to cut this interview short. It's Javier in Vacaville. There's so much there. I actually just wanted to ask how he got blocked up by Mark Willard. He had a personal phone.
Yeah, but I'm not letting him rip Mark. That's
no, that's not fair. No, you're not going to do that. But Mark probably gave him the number and said, "Oh, this is a mistake."
That's not fair.
Boy, wake up in the morning.
We've all had our phone numbers circulate to an individual.
Do not disturb wasn't enough for Javier in Vacaville, Mark. Do not disturb wasn't enough. He's like, "No, I just need to block this dude." What happened in that class? What really happened in that class with Javier in Vacaville? Was he raising his hand too much, asking too many questions? Was he trying to be the teacher's pet? Mark's like, "Oh, hold on, relax. I got enough apples." What was going on? What happened there? Oh,
that's
man.
The second time in the history of 95.7 someone has asked for a more expansive role for Kyle Juszczyk. The first time was Steiny.
He has a big role. Can we, London, do me a favor? You're doing everything. I need you to do one more thing. Look up the snap count for Kyle Juszczyk.
Well, I'm not looking at snaps. I'm just looking like.
I want to see the snaps.
He always plays a lot.
That's what I'm saying. So when Hobbs was like, we need to utilize him more in front of Jordan Mason, so I see Juszczyk on the field a lot.
I mean, he is on the field a lot. But in terms of like, I thought he was going like him carry the ball. In 7 years as a Niner, he's got 53 carries.
Yeah, he's not going to run the ball much. How many receptions?
I'm looking at it right here. Receptions. In 7 years as a Niner, 157 catches.
Now, what's his snap count for every game this season? Because I feel like he's been on the field a lot, Lubman.
He actually has more
So
catches
I don't have the by week, but he's got 206 total snaps so far this year, so about 34 per game or 52%.
Of the snaps.
Really? Only 50? Well, I guess.
By comparison, Christian McCaffrey has 301 snaps, 50 a game, 76%. George Kittle, 341 snaps, and then Brock Purdy is obviously the offensive leader with snaps.
Interesting. AJ Cruz 75. I cooked breakfast during that call with Javier at Vacaville.
Well, and this is one thing. Like I hear a lot of like he's the modern day Raffman. Juszczyk's very good. They don't use him the way the Niners use Raffman. When you go back and look at the Raffman numbers as a ball carrier and as a receiver, it's pretty remarkable how much the Niners used him back in the day.
Yeah, and even William Floyd.
I loved William Floyd.
They use William Floyd in the passing game a lot more than
bar none.
The 49ers use Juszczyk in the pass game. Now, Juszczyk can be a factor.
No, he can.
He can be a factor.
He's a more downfield threat than both of those two.
He loves that seam route, down the sideline. He can catch. I wouldn't mind more Juszczyk. I don't think he's overpaid. I think he serves a purpose on this football team. You let go of Kyle Juszczyk, and all the teams that have fullbacks, like the Ravens, like the Patriots, will be calling them ASAP. So, that's what Shanahan believes in, having another blocker. How many times he springs big-time runs alongside George Kittle. His run blocking issue has been exceptional, Kyle Juszczyk. You just watch him lead Christian McCaffrey or Jordan Mason. He does a hell of a job. Hell of a job.
I'm looking at these catches for Rathman, just going through his rookie year only caught 13 passes. 30, 42, 73, 48, 34, 44. Wow. For a fullback.
So here's an update. Yeah, it's crazy. I got two sounds here from Shanahan as he spoke yesterday. First, here's the update on Christian McCaffrey.
What was the results of that MRI?
With Christian?
Yep.
Oblique.
Does that suggest it's a strain?
I don't know what it is. It's something that makes him day to day, though. So.
Are you expecting all three of those guys to play? McCaffrey, Debo, and Trent Williams?
Not today. They're not practicing today.
Shanahan, very vague about Christian McCaffrey.
The oblique thing, like a slight strain. Again, they're all over the map on these things because oblique is very general. A few weeks up to 6 weeks. Some can require surgery and you're out 3 to 4 months. It's all over the map on oblique injuries. It's a very vague injury.
I would not be surprised if we didn't see Christian McCaffrey, if we didn't see him until Jacksonville.
Grade 1 is a muscle strain, and basically it's not a tear per se. Grade 2 and grade 3 is where it gets really bad, and there's obviously a huge gray area. But even a grade 1 oblique strain, that's going to affect you a lot.
That is.
Contorting your body, taking hits, being able to twist and run routes the way that he wants. He's not your straight line running back.
888-957-9570.
I'm very worried about this injury.
888-957-9570. You okay with Christian McCaffrey sitting this one out? If you can't beat Minnesota without Christian McCaffrey, then talking Super Bowls.
We've got bigger problems.
Yeah,
They have no Justin Jefferson.
Right. We should be able to handle Minnesota without Christian McCaffrey.
Well, just win.
But Shanahan will push this player to play. Don't forget the Shanahan's went through running backs in Denver and Washington and even here in San Francisco.
Think about what they did with Bosa last year. He missed, a game?
The game against Carolina. He missed the Atlanta game in the second half of Carolina.
Okay. And then that game where he returns is against the Kansas City Chiefs. And Mahomes goes to center field and basically said, the 50-yard line, says, you need to get right.
You need to get right.
You need to right. I know you're not all 100%. He goes, no, I'm good. He goes, no. You need to get right. He knew. And yes, Bosa had a great end of the year. But then in the playoffs, end of the regular season, in the playoffs, it did feel like he was compromised. And you didn't get the best out of Bosa. I would say matchups were a part of that. And also Bosa, I didn't think Bosa looked 100%.
There's a lot of people here on YouTube. Rest CMC, that's from Veggie Delight.
That's
Ernie Chavez.
Where I'm at.
David Ching, Rest CMC 3 weeks.
I like the 3 week thing
Rest
too.
CMC.
Yeah.
Frisco 415, Rest CMC. And I'm not going to lie to you. You said this a few weeks ago and almost ripped your head off. But I am intrigued to see what Brock looks like without CMC now.
Excellent.
I am intrigued.
You're now on my side of the other thing. I just want to see what it looks like.
What does it look like?
That's all. I just want to see what it looks like.
Can he carry this team? What's up, Lemon? Oh, chat box. Oh, we have Baldy and TK cuts on CMC injury and winning without him. Let's play the Baldy one first.
I thought he was going to jump in.
Yeah, I thought you were jumping in. He was like, I never know with this new studio. Go ahead, Spinoni, play it.
He's the best running back in the league right now. And so, you put Jordan Mason, Elijah Mitchell, you could put all these guys they have there in there. I mean, they're not Christian McCaffrey. Not as dangerous. They're not as slippery. They don't have the ability he has in the passing game. So they're not gonna be the same offense. I mean, nobody would be without him in there. And so they're gonna have to adjust. Maybe Debo carries it more than what we have seen. That's a possibility. But, they like Mitchell. They like Jordan. They like Jordan Mason. Like, it's their time to shine. Everybody's dealing with these injuries. I don't care if you're the backup quarterback or whatever it is. Everybody's dealing with it. And so at one position or another, it's the 49ers' time to deal with it right now.
I look at the guys that we look at as franchise quarterbacks, right? The no doubt abouters. Josh Allen's done it without a premier running back for a long stretches. His second receiver has been out last year for a long time. Gabe, he was in and out of the lineup. We've seen Burrow do it without Mixon. We've seen him do it without T. Higgins at times. Mahomes. Now, we know it's most optimal when everyone's out there. Like, we've seen all these other guys.
Right.
I think there are a large part of, and again, I want to see them win every week, but a part of me wants to shut up the entire country by seeing Brock do it without CMC to say, see, he's a product of the playmakers. He's a playbook quarterback.
Yeah.
I just want to shut everyone up.
That's a good point, too. Because you can shut up a lot of haters if you win without Christian McCaffrey.
Absolutely.
You can. That's a very astute point. Now, Tim Kawakami, we asked him the same thing. Here's what Tim Kawakami from The Athletic said about it.
They've won games without. Hey, they didn't have Christian McCaffrey in 2019, by the way, and they got to the Super Bowl and were leading the Super Bowl without him. They can figure out a way. I think Minnesota is a lesser team to them. They could lose that game too, but they could lose that team with Christian McCaffrey. You lose that game with Christian McCaffrey. You just never know. He's so good that you want 100% or whatever you can get of Christian McCaffrey in December and January. That's when you want, and maybe even February. It's better to be a little bit cautious. Let him, get as healed as he can. And I think this Monday night is a smart way to do it. They've got Elijah Mitchell, who is not barely played this season. They've got some other playmakers. I think the defense can win a game for them, especially, no Justin Jefferson from Minnesota. I think this is, see what they can do without him. They've won games without him.
All right. But that was in 2019. And I in real time, I was going to push back on that, but we were rolling. 2019 was so different. This team, 2019 was such a different, but that was nearly 5 years ago.
And how hard was it for offense in 2021 when Debo was the centerpiece?
Yeah, it was hard.
It was really hard.
Tough.
It was really hard.
They won the game without scoring a touchdown.
It just felt much more difficult.
And that defense in 2019, Jimmy Ward's no longer here.
Yeah.
Jaquiski Tartt's no longer here. Look at the cornerback situation. Who's playing? I can't even remember who's playing cornerback. Jimmy Ward was here. Jaquiski Tartt. Who was the corners in 2019? I can't even remember the corners from 2019. I'm getting old. For the 49ers. Who were the corners in 2019?
2019, Richard Sherman.
Richard Sherman, of course, Sherm.
And your boy who went to Detroit and tore his ACL.
Emmanuel Mosley. And so then you had Quan Alexander.
This is one of the few times I stumped you.
Yeah, no, I just couldn't even. It was like 2018. Who the hell were the corners? Yeah, Sherm was here. And Tartt. And you had Quan Alexander. And then he got hurt.
And then
Drake
your
Greenlaw
slot was
up.
Williams.
Yep. Which Williams?
24.
Oh, Kwan. My boy Kwan Williams, slot corner. Yep. Kwan Williams was a slot corner. I miss Kwan. Damn. Yeah, this team's so much different than 2019.
Totally different.
I don't think we can go by that.
Let me ask you a question about the offensive line.
Kello Witherspoon was there.
Oh, Kello.
He was here.
Oh, my God.
Remember he got
Kello.
Remember he got beat by Diggs in a playoff game and Shanahan said, Saleh, if you don't take him off the field, you're fired.
We talked a lot about right tackle. Colton McKivitz, Mike McGlinchey. How you feeling about that right now? And allowing McGlinchey to go. I was not paying him $50 million. I think most Niner fans were not paying him $50 million. Has McKivitz been better than you thought? Is he an upgrade over McGlinchey? Is it too early to tell? What are your thoughts there?
I feel like he's been better than McGlinchey because we haven't talked about him in a lot.
Week one,
it's TJ Watt.
Got beat like a drum.
Yeah, it's TJ Watt. He's beating everybody like a drum.
I agree. I think he's been pretty good.
I think he's been all right.
Yeah, I think he's been pretty good.
Mike McGlinchey in Denver, what are they doing? How many times is Russell Wilson getting hit in Denver? Mike McGlinchey, did you watch the Thursday night game against the Chiefs?
You know where I stand on this.
Mike McGlinchey was awful in that football game.
When Sean Payton signed him, I told you, this is one of the worst moves of the offseason.
Well, a Chicago radio station hit me up because they were in on Mike McGlinchey. And I told him, I said, look, Bear fans, and I was on in Chicago, I said, I would not give this guy $50 million. All right? I was like, remember the sack from Dominic? Who's the guy? Dominic something. He was a rookie. I was like, remember how we beat up Mike McGlinchey and sacked Trey Lance after we recovered, or Hufanga got the interception? And they were like, yeah, that was the guy's only sack all season. And I said, there you go. Why would you want Mike McGlinchey?
That was that guy's.
That was his only sack that year. How crazy is that? So McKibbitz has been fine.
Burford scares me. You're never going to be strong all across the board in the modern day, but he has not been great this year.
Well, you look at
not that he's the worst player in the league. He just hasn't been great.
Well, where's Danielle Hunter going to line up?
That's a good question.
Where's he going to line up with this Minnesota Vikings team?
I thought Myles Garrett did a good job attacking both sides.
Yeah, he attacked both sides. I mean, the offensive line as a whole was awful last week.
And Trent's ankle better be right.
And if it's not right, now you got Jalen Moore, who Trent said it very kindly. We wanted to protect Jalen. I didn't want to put him in that position. Well, Trent didn't want to put Jalen Moore in that position. He also didn't want to see his quarterback get killed because of Jalen Moore. Because Jalen Moore is almost a turnstile. He's not far off from Jonathan Martin right now in his career. He's just not good. Just not a good player. All right? Maybe he gets better. Maybe. But right now, it's just, without Trent Williams, man, this offensive line takes a massive dip. And so when you got Hunter coming off the edge, and he's going to be wearing that number 99, and he's another guy who may be on the move.
I would love him.
He's on a one-year deal. He's another guy who may be on the move.
Can't have enough pass rushers. Secondary is something obviously the Niners would like to shore up. I just don't know who's trading good secondary players right now.
Nobody right now.
I mean, it feels like that is a position. If you just look at the big trades that have happened, usually you're giving up multiple firsts for an elite type of a player.
Well, you got Byron Murphy Jr. on the other side playing. Remember him from Arizona, number 7. He's a good player.
Stanford player.
Will he be on the move? Like, that guy may shadow, especially if Debo doesn't play, he'll probably shadow Brendan Ayuk and follow him around everywhere.
He's that guy in Madden that always picks me off.
Yeah, he picks me off all the time. Byron Murphy Jr., he may follow Ayuk, and then you got Harrison Smith over the top, a damn good safety. And that's the one thing. If Purdy's behind in this football game, Harrison Smith can get his hands on the football.
Yep.
So watch out for the blitz against Minnesota. What weapons will play? I'm not going to focus too much on the offense right now because I don't know who's playing. I'm looking at the defense.
Is Greenlaw going to play?
Is Greenlaw going to play? Is this defensive line going to get after Kirk Cousins? Does Wilkes have to call more blitzes?
How's the sophomore season for Hufanga going? Second or third season?
I think it's fine.
Sophomore starting season.
I think it's fine. Now, he got cooked on by Amari Cooper on the sideline. He got juked out of his shoes. Oh, Hufanga's been fine.
Yeah, I think so too.
There's been no drop off. You?
No. I think he's been good. I do think I worry about their cornerbacks just getting bodied by these big receivers. That might not be necessarily something this week, but moving forward, like that Cincinnati game, Jamar Chase, T. Higgins, Boyd.
Well, let's get through Minnesota first.
I know.
Before I have a headache. Let's go to Lucky in San Francisco. Lucky, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey, what's up, Bonte? What's up, Zach?
What's up, Lucky? What's up, Lucky?
I want to talk about the team in general and the concerns that I have. It's not too many. The only concern that I have as far as is defensive back play, I've seen too many times, and it reminds me of last year where Charvarius Ward is a good cornerback, but he doesn't look back for the ball like Jimmy Ward did. Like, come on, man. Like, you're detailed to it. You have to be more detailed in your assignment, man. You can't just follow the receiver down and not look back when you see the ball coming on, when you see the guy head turn, man. That's number one in defensive back play. I played that position, so you have to look back for the ball. So that's my only concern. Rest Trent, rest Christian, and I even say rest Debo. We need those guys for the long haul, not for an appetizer. We need them for the main course, man. So we're all pushing for the Super Bowl, right?
No.
That's where our concern needs to be. Give these guys a rest, and if we can, in the trade market, go get 2 more cornerbacks.
Yeah, if they're available. And thanks for the call, Lucky. I'm with you. John Lynch, all 3 phones he has. He probably got 4 phones. Who knows? If you're a millionaire like that, I wouldn't have 1 phone. Probably need 2 or 3. A lot of numbers to remember, but my phone, I would not put it down if I'm John Lynch. Because the Niners are not in the NFC West. They're in the Super Bowl division. There's the NFC North, NFC East, NFC South, NFC West, and then there's the Super Bowl division. And the Super Bowl division has Kansas City, Jacksonville, Buffalo, Miami, Philadelphia, Detroit, and the Niners. There's 7 teams in this division right now.
You got me thinking. 2 phones, 3 phones. Don't you think he's got an assistant that's following him around all over that holds the phone for him?
Probably.
And just hands it to him when he needs it?
Probably.
Because that's what I would have. Like, instead of having the extra phones and stuff and carting those around, I'll just pay.
Well, what about this?
Some sort of internship type deal.
Millionaire, I wouldn't even have a phone. Just have somebody hold the phone for you.
Well, and like,
hey, your wife's calling. All right, give me that.
Well, like in the mafia, they don't talk on the phone.
They don't, especially on landlines.
You're not allowed to talk directly to Tony at Satriani's.
Exactly.
You got to meet him somewhere
else.
And
you got to use code names and code words.
Right. I mean, you don't want to.
No doubt. You don't.
What's Jackie April's brother who came out of prison and wanted to meet him at Satriani? He's like, hey, I'll meet you at the mall and we'll talk in public. Richie April.
Manson Lamps.
Roasters, by the way, you can get up a few shots at Chase Center. How? By listening to 95.7 The Game. We're going to qualify you for our first ever 95.7 The Game knockout tournament at Chase Center. Tune in the week of October 30th. That's when the Niners are on a bye. And then the following week of November 6th. And make sure you're listening to each show to learn how you can qualify each show during that 2-week stretch. We'll be picking one winner each show. Make sure you're locked in. You're always locked in, but make sure you are locked into 95.7 The Game during those weeks, and you could have a chance to launch shots from the very same spot that Steph Curry does at Chase Center. First ever 95.7 The Game knockout tournament at Chase Center. That's coming up. You want to be listening.
It's always funny when people tell us what's not going to happen, and why are we talking about this, and why are we talking about that. Sports is the ultimate wild card. Crazy stuff happens all the time. You and I were talking about the Miami Dolphin game with Jimmy Garoppolo.
Right.
When you and Hav were arguing.
Yeah.
And you said you sent out a tweet, which was later modified, officially signaling the end of the Jimmy Garoppolo era.
Right.
And Jimmy would go on to play a whole nother year. And then I'm looking at a tweet from 6:38 p.m. on January 30th, 2022, right after the Rams-Niners NFC Championship game. And it says, and that's how the Jimmy Garoppolo era ends. It hurts. Oh, it hurts. From Bonte Hill's X/Twitter account.
Where are we going?
And then Jimmy would go on to have another 6 or 7 games in a 49er uniform. What I'm saying is like whenever we bring up hypotheticals or things that could or should or might happen or may play out, we're not saying it's exactly how it's going to play. But haven't we watched sports long enough to know nothing is ever written in stone?
And that's where, and listen, we're going to get back to Brock Purdy in a second because people say, you guys are negative, you're hopping off them. No, Brock Purdy's been special. But patience is one thing Kyle Shanahan doesn't have.
Or this fan base.
It doesn't have. So things could turn quickly.
Roger Craig was a beloved 49er. Then that championship game happened.
And the fumble happened. Shanahan started discussing the 2012 draft. And I think this is a good launching point for this conversation. Shasky, you haven't heard this.
Okay, this is the 2012 draft was Andrew Luck and RG3.
Yep.
Okay.
And also Kirk Cousins and Russell Wilson. Here's Shanahan on the 2012 NFL draft.
Oh, I'd love to hear this.
I remember if we had the 6th pick, and I knew if we were going at 6, my dad wanted to take Tannenhill. I was hoping to get Kirk in the 2nd round and go a different direction. And we traded up to 2 and went with Robert. And I remember him telling me that my dad really liked Russell Wilson. And he said we were going to take Russell Wilson in the 4th and get 2 quarterbacks in there that year. And then we got to the 4th and Russell was gone. And I remember him coming to my room and was like, hey, do you still want your guy, Kirk? I was like, I don't know about that, Dad. We've gone another direction. He's like, no, the plan was going to take 2. We're still taking 2.
And they took Kirk Cousins.
So were they ever sold on RG3?
No.
So the owner had them draft RG3?
Yep. Also, I believe Spinoni, Shanahan said he wanted to take Kirk Cousins in the 2nd round. If that thumbs up, he wanted to take Kirk Cousins in the 2nd round. And that's why when you talk about hypotheticals.
Wow.
And how sports is a wild card.
Wow. And he wanted Russell Wilson.
Mike wanted Russell Wilson. Kyle wanted Kirk.
That's crazy.
And Mike was going to take Ryan Tannehill 6 overall.
Isn't that kind of interesting that Kyle wanted the more statuesque quarterback?
Mm-hmm. The playbook quarterback.
Mike was the one who wanted the mobile one?
Yeah, Paul Allen.
Mike was in on Trey Lance?
I think the more and more I think about it, Trey Lance is more of a Mike Shanahan guy.
Gotcha.
When I think about the Mike Shanahan quarterbacks that he had, now he had some pocket quarterbacks, but I think of John Elway.
Yeah.
I think of Jake Plummer, even Jay Cutler. Brian Griese wasn't a Mike guy.
No.
They worked with him and they moved off from him and they got Jake.
That's a good point.
They're still cool with Brian, obviously, because Brian Griese's a quarterback coach or whatnot, but it felt like Mike loved those quarterbacks who could get out on the edge and could have the option of run or passing. I don't know. I felt like Mike may be more of a Trey Lance guy.
If you would have told me in 2013.
Because Mike, real quick, Mike was at all those workouts for Trey Lance in North Dakota State. Mike's always there. He's always there.
If you would have told me in 2013, Andrew Luck would be out of the NFL by 2023, RG3 would be out of the NFL quickly, Tannehill would still be playing somewhere on his second team, Brandon Wheat would be out of the NFL. I would have believed that. That's
Jerry Jones didn't.
Brock Osweiler would be out of the NFL.
Brandon Wheaton.
Kind of thought that. Russell Wilson would be on his second team, maybe playing himself out of the Hall of Fame. Nick Foles would be the Super Bowl champion amongst all those.
It's a crazy draft.
And Kirk Cousins would still be starting, making tons of money. This is insane, this draft.
I mean, Tannehill, Wilson, and him are all still starting. That's wild. That's like a low-key stacked draft. And Luck and RG3 aren't even playing anymore.
Yeah, no, that's
wild.
I mean, seeing Luck at Stanford is crazy, but he was at the Oregon game. He was at the Colorado game last week.
This draft is crazy.
But Tannehill, let's be real. He should have been on the bench 3 years ago.
Well,
he's held Tennessee back.
I knew right away.
But there was Niner fans. Remember, we were going at it with the bloggers 3 years ago, and we made peace. We broke bread. We're all cool with the content creators and the bloggers.
What's that?
But a couple years ago, we were going hard at them. They were coming at us.
About
we were
what?
going at them. And they were like, one of them was, I forget who, Ryan Tannehill. Take him right now on the 49ers. I was like, you're out of your mind.
I watched Hard Knocks with him and the sleepy coach. Come on, he ended up being the Green Bay.
Oh, Joe Philbin?
Oh, my God. Joe Philbin should walk around with one of those those nighty caps.
Yeah.
Like, that's what he looks like. He's sleepy. He's always sleepy. I watched that Hard Knocks with Tannehill. I was like, I'm so out on Tannehill.
Yeah, I was
so
done.
out.
I was watching the game last night, and we always lump these quarterbacks in together. Like Jimmy Garoppolo, Ryan Tannehill, Derek Carr. The amount of hours spent at this station talking about Derek Carr and Jimmy Garoppolo, and both of them might be out of the league pretty soon.
They're both mid.
It's pretty wild. I don't.
Carr, 3rd and 10.
Thank you.
Steps up, fires, batted, picked. Oluokun comes up with the interception off the deflection, and Oluokun will take the ball close to the goal line.
Did you hear Sleepy Al last night? Sleepy Al Michaels. There's a touchdown late on like a 40-yard play, super exciting. And he steps out of bounds at the 1.
Oh, Christian Kirk.
Newsflash, it's a touchdown to take the lead.
That place was so dead. I have not heard the New Orleans Superdome that dead. And they were booing. Booing.
Well, Derek Carr, and you went through this as a Raider fan, Spadoni, and the yelling at Chris Olave, what are you doing? And showing up your coach on the side. Tony Gonzalez made a good point. Bro, you need to look in the mirror and look at your own production. This thing could break apart and come apart at the seams in a heartbeat.
You believe in Dennis Allen?
No, I don't believe in Derek Carr.
Well, okay.
I don't believe in Derek Carr.
Derek
Carr is showing up his teammates and his coaches like, who is Derek Carr to be yelling at Chris Olave? Chris Olave has all NFL, all pro potential. Who the hell are you? What are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing throwing the ball 10 yards out of bounds?
Yeah.
They haven't scored a touchdown at home in the first half all season long.
Well,
they have Michael Thomas, Alvin Kamara, and Chris Olave, and they can't score. Weird.
And Alvin Kamara and Jamal Williams.
And now Derek Carr's a defense.
Hurt.
Wow.
Who's out of the NFL first? Al Michaels, Derek Carr, Jimmy Garoppolo.
Jimmy Garoppolo.
Jimmy hurt again, going to miss the game this week?
Al going to steal them Amazon checks for a long time.
You think?
Yeah.
Amazon can't be happy with that. I mean, I returned stuff yesterday at Whole Foods via Amazon.
Right.
You could return Al like yesterday.
But
nobody, this whole corner. Al Michaels is a legend. Yeah, he's hung around so long, it's wearing down the legend.
So it's Amazon past its prime?
Think about That's a 3. That's a good one, Spinoni.
I really like that
Spinoni,
one.
you're stepping up, man.
Really
you're stepping
like
up,
that
Spinoni.
one.
You're having a hell of a week. Your 2-week stretch is up there with the best of them. You're having a banner 2-week stretch. Speaking of which, Kirk Cousins, Brock Purdy on Monday night. Like, this game is huge for a lot of people's psyches. This is why I'm getting on the defense here.
Okay.
I'm going to ride the defense all weekend long. I'm going to ride them on Monday.
You can see the marriage of Kirk Cousins and Shanahan down the road.
Listen, I'll play it again.
You know, I remember we had the 6th pick, and I knew if we were going at 6, you know, my dad wanted to take Tannehill. I was hoping to get Kirk in the 2nd round and go a different direction. And we traded up to 2 and went with Robert. And I remember him telling me that my dad really liked Russell Wilson. And he said we were going to take Russell Wilson in the 4th and get 2 quarterbacks in there that year. And then we got to the 4th and Russell was gone. And I remember him coming to my room and was like, hey, do you still want your guy, Kirk? I was like, I don't know about that, Dad. We've gone another direction. He's like, no, the plan was going to take 2. We're still taking 2.
So,
I mean, you're really not sold on your first quarterback when you are hell-bent on getting that second one.
They were hell-bent. We're going to take RG3 number 2.
Did you
but
hear,
you know what?
Did you hear RG3 about 3 weeks ago?
What did he say?
He was talking about that staff with Shanahan, LaFleur, McVay, et cetera. The entire young staff, Zach Taylor, that's all the rage of the NFL. He's like, they just weren't ready to deal with a player of my caliber. It's like, Robert, can you at least meet me in the middle and say that, you know, you also got hurt? Not that it's his fault, but like you got hurt and you weren't the same type of player. And I don't think that, you know, you being a pocket quarterback was ever going to work.
No, it wasn't. So I'm sorry, Shasky. I hear what you're saying, but I'm looking at this defense now. They need to have a monster game on Monday because this defense could shut up everything forever. They could shut up all the Kirk Cousins rumors. They could shut up Shanahan from mentioning Kirk Cousins all the time.
I just think Kirk is going to be a part of Shanahan's lore until he retires.
Can you imagine if he lights up this defense?
With no Justin Jefferson?
Now, they may not win the game. But Kirk Cousins, like that quarterback docuseries, can steal a lot of people's hearts.
Checking down with the game on the line?
I just need this defensive line to get after him, snuff him out, shut him down, because I need this. I can't believe we're back here again. And coming off a loss. We're coming off a loss, and we may have to play Minnesota without McCaffrey, without Debo, without Trent Williams, and Kirk Cousins is on the other side. This may be the biggest game of the season for me. Not Cincinnati, not Baltimore on Christmas Day, not the Rams again, not Seattle, not Philadelphia. You're right, Chris M. If Kirk Cousins wins this football game and lights us up, I cannot do this show on Tuesday. I can't.
Well, you know who will be gloating? The biggest Kirk Cousins fan at this station.
I can't do
Matt Steinmetz.
I know I always say that. I can't do Tuesday's show if Kirk Cousins has a banner day against his defense. I can't.
You like that? You like that?
I won't be able to look at Spadoni. I won't be able to look at Steiny. And then Kyle Shanahan. That podium game, Monday Night Football, if Kirk Cousins has a good game. Oh, my Lord. I can't believe Kirk Cousins. We can end the Kirk Cousins conversation once and for all on Monday night if the defense shows up. So I'm putting this game on the defense. It's all about the defense. Please get to the calls on the other side. Now people are saying I'm always cutting you off. Did I just cut you off?
No, we've been really good.
Yeah, we've been really good with that. Because if we don't cut each other off, we'll go 3 minutes straight. That's just what we do.
Well, there's times where I allow you to lay it out, you know, and there's other times where I'm allowed to lay it out.
There you go. We have good chemistry.
Until I'm making too good of a point, and then you want to tamp me down.
Yeah, well, then I cut you off.
It is Bonte with Butcher.
No, then I cut it off, and then I make the point. And then
right now, you guys are cutting our break off right now, so.
All right.
I'm going to cut your hair off if you keep talking.
We're going to end the show. That's presented by Flag and Anthem.
The Made Flex Performance Collection from Flag.
This is Klay Thompson, and you are listening to the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game. It better not be roasting me if I'm giving them all these intros.
No, that's the next show, Clay.
It's 50, a.k.a. Ferrari.
I got a lot of living. Well, I do.
It's a big, rich town.
Dude, you like that song, huh?
I played that for Michelle. She was like, this song's horrible.
No, that song's great.
It's so bad.
It's a big, rich town. I just come up from the poet's pause.
You know what I was playing yesterday?
Bright lights, city lights. I got to make it.
I'm coming down Jones Street on my way home and woke up this morning. You got yourself a gun. But it was the actual Sopranos theme song, and it fit perfect for that.
Oh, man.
I mean, John L's. I don't know if you've ever seen John L's as you're driving down Jones Street.
No. John L's?
You know exactly what I'm talking about. It's like a bar. I don't even know what it is. It's like boarded up.
I ain't got time to waste. Let's make it. That's what Shanahan is saying right now. So Mike Shanahan, just thinking about that. It makes it more and more clear to me that Mike was in on Trey Lance. And maybe he convinced his son that Trey Lance was a guy. Think about that. He wanted Ryan Tannehill, number 6 overall.
This Ryan Tannehill, I tell you.
Yeah, Ryan Tannehill. Then he wanted Russell Wilson in the same draft. What do they all have in common?
Mobility.
Yep. Jake Plummer.
Mobility.
Jake Cutler. John Elway.
Well, yeah.
Steve Young.
Yeah.
Mike Shanahan was the OC of that last Super Bowl team with the 49ers.
Yeah.
Steve Young. What's he known for? Mobility.
It's a good point.
I mean, and now Kyle's like, I want Kirk. I want a pocket quarterback, a playbook quarterback, in which Paul Allen said, Called him a playbook quarterback. What does that
did you
even
make
mean?
Of that? Yeah, what would I know what I thought of that.
I mean, is it
run my playbook?
Run my playbook.
Do not audible at the line. Do not go off script.
Yeah.
And keep us on down in distance. If there's one thing Kirk Cousins will do, he will run your plays.
He will. And he'll remember them.
The only time he audibled in that whole Netflix quarterback series.
The quarterback sneak in
Buffalo.
He went
quarterback sneak, and Dalvin went, what?
And they got stuffed. And he got stuffed. He fumbled.
Watch the entire offensive line sulk the second he says it.
Watch me sulk if Kirk Cousins has a game. Because they do call him Primetime Kurt because he does not show up in primetime television. And it would be just my luck out of all people that he balls out on Monday Night Football against the Niners. That's why I'm putting this on his defense.
So
what's this a bigger game for?
Just one game it took for Brock and one bad game against a very good defense. And we're already I'm not saying we're losing our minds here, but we're already like kind of wincing a little. One game?
How can we not?
Well, he hasn't played a full season.
Because those are the defenses that you have to get through to get to the Super Bowl and win the Super Bowl.
So is it multiple years with multiple playoff wins? Or like what is it?
I don't know. But let me ask you this. I don't know what it looks like. Because the NFL is such a year-to-year league. It's tough to even think 5 years down the line anymore.
Yeah,
we
no, I
flip-flop.
Russell Wilson taught me do not do that.
Right. Exactly.
Do not do that.
But who's Monday night? Who's the game bigger for? Monday Night Football. Is it bigger for Brock Purdy? Is it bigger for Kirk Cousins? Is it bigger for Kyle Shanahan? Or is it bigger for Nick Bosa? We haven't talked a lot about Nick Bosa. Earlier today, we were discussing Debo Samuel, whether or not he's lived up to the contract, and some people agree, some people disagree. But what about Nick Bosa? He has 2.5 sacks, and I know sack numbers aren't everything. It's about pressures, quarterback hits. But that impact just doesn't seem like it's there quite yet. I think he's had a very good season.
I do think it's
but
a big game
I just walked down in the green room.
Yeah.
Steiny, Goo, Evan Giddings, all getting ready. We'll bring up to 2.5 sacks. And both Evan and Steiny goes, 2 of those sacks, he was totally unblocked. I was like, damn. It's like us saying, well, Jimmy Garoppolo completed that pass, but it was a little behind him. You know what I'm saying? We're nitpicking out on the sacks. That's where we're at. But it feels like if Bosa, he got shut down last week in Cleveland.
Goo doesn't like Bosa, huh?
He's a Micah guy. I don't know if Goo likes Bosa.
I think Goo thinks I'm putting words in his mouth, and I apologize for that, Goo. You'll listen back to this at some point tonight as you're, on your drive home. But I always get the sense that he does critique Bosa a lot, which is fair. You can critique whoever you want.
You got $120 million guaranteed.
I do think there are a lot of people, because I know myself during the Cleveland game, I'm like, where is Bosa?
Where's 97?
And then he made the big play on third down.
He made the sack, and I was like, wow, that's just
okay. That's a big time play.
Cool, but 5-year, $170 million extension, 2.5 sacks. According to Evan and Steiny, 2 of those sacks were unblocked. And the New York Giants, it was just a coverage bust.
Well, yeah, the tight end didn't even.
Well, what are you doing? Dude?
Yeah.
What are you doing? Should have been a safety. Now, the other sack, they gave him half a sack last week.
Mm-hmm.
When's the other sack? When did he have the other sack? Wasn't L.A., was it?
I don't know.
Or is it a bigger game for Jake Moody? It's from the 510 Comcast Business Text line.
A big game? I didn't even think of Jake Moody. Perfect conditions.
Right, we're going to talk to Mike Sando.
Indoors.
He wrote an article about the kickers or whatnot we can dive into next week. I'm going to leave Jake Moody alone 1 week. I'm not going to go all Mike Kofer on you.
This is a big one, I think, for Shanahan. I mean, Shanahan's won so many playoff games, but in terms of just riding the ship again, the week before a big matchup against the Bengals, right? When you lose the way that they did, frustrating, you come back, you got a lot of injuries. I think this is a big one for him to kind of script some stuff early to get this team some offense, get on the scoreboard, shut everything up, relax, play with a lead, let your defense pin their ears back, and go out and make things difficult against a one-dimensional team.
Mm-hmm. Bosa's doing a lot. He is. I don't get caught up in the sack numbers because quarterbacks get the ball out fast, like Daniel Jones. He was 1-2 throw. He didn't even get defense a chance to get after him. Some guys like Dak, they like to hold the ball, and that's where Bosa gets the full sack. Quarterback hits. He's one off of his pace from last year. One off of his pace, despite having 7 sacks. But the quarterback hits are right there. The pressures are right there. The doubles and triples are coming his way, which is why John Lynch traded for Randy Gregory. Because you need another edge rusher because Drake Jackson, I haven't heard his name. Is he still in Pittsburgh?
Well, he went down with an injury. That's when I heard his name, but that was it.
That was it.
Yeah.
He played 22 snaps last week. I didn't see number 95. Where's he at? So, Bosa needs a little more help, no doubt about it. But is it a big game for Bosa on prime time? If he doesn't get to Kirk Cousins this week, a quarterback who's going to be right there in the pocket.
One, he dominated them in that Minnesota playoff
Every time he sees Kirk Cousins,
I know it was
he
a couple
dominates.
years ago. Yeah, he does.
Dominates every time. The regular season game in 2021.
Yes.
Remember that regular season game at Levi's? It's huge.
Destroyed him.
He destroyed Kirk Cousins.
And whenever Kirk Cousins on Monday Night Football, the opposing team dominates him because he has a 2-10 record career on Monday Night Football. And his only wins were in 2021 against the Bears, who have stunk for the last 5 years.
He didn't play
And then in 2020 against the Bears again. Only beating the Bears.
I mean, like...
No, he's bad. I'm looking at the numbers.
Is that the law of so the law of averages, is he due?
Well, he lost last year to Philly. That was not a good game, if you remember that one on Monday Night Football. He got dominated against the...
He played better against Philly this year on Thursday Night Football. Justin Jefferson had the fumble right before halftime to flip that football game. That game was closer than than the scoreboard indicates, but he played better on in prime time in that game, no doubt. No doubt.
With no Justin Jefferson, you got to beat them.
Sir, there's going to be a 49er fan who watches that game. And he's going to have a throw where he stretches the field, maybe. Kirk.
Okay.
And some people are going to say, boy, if he was a Niners quarterback, they win a Super Bowl. I already said that about Kirk Cousins in the past. If we had Kirk Cousins, we win a Super Bowl. And I'm thinking to myself, boy, maybe I'm watching the wrong guy. Maybe I'm too hard on Kirk. Maybe he is a good quarterback. A quarterback who Kyle wanted in the second round. A quarterback who Kyle also wanted to trade the number 2 pick for in 2017.
I don't know, man. Kirk Cousins, I trust Brock more in a playoff game than Kirk Cousins.
I do too.
Right? Like,
I do too.
More.
But does Shanahan?
Yeah.
Does Kyle Shanahan?
I also think Kirk would look a lot better in our system.
Oh, gosh. I'm like Pilo when he sent that tweet out 2 years ago.
What was that?
Pilo said, I don't want work. No, what he said. I don't want weak-ass Kirk Cousins on my football team.
That's not fair.
That's what Pilo tweeted. It was great. I was like,
I still can't get over him saying that his wife is the one shopping for him at Walmart, picking out all of his outfits.
But I'm like Mike Florio.
He doesn't have time to think about the clothes that he's wearing.
Bonte not even acknowledging it. Right? He's like, I'm moving past this immediately.
The most ridiculous sentence.
But my girl picks my fits out.
But she has taste and style.
You don't think his wife has style?
The Walmart, plaid shirts with the
it fit Minnesota. I think that fits Minnesota.
Yeah.
That
cold,
aesthetic. Yeah.
Flannels. It's flannel season for us. You got gray clouds behind you. It looks great.
Those are not flannels.
It's flannel. Oh, yeah.
Those are like what the dorky guy wears with the pocket protector going into work in the 1980s.
You don't think he wears Flag and Anthem?
Yeah, Flag and Anthem.
Yeah, you don't think he wears Flag and Anthem?
No.
It looked like he went on flagandanthem.com.
They admitted they buy their gear through Walmart.
Oh, there's a little Flag and Anthem in them.
Dude, when you're a quarterback, you got to have a little style.
I agree. That's why the whole chain thing was so phony to me. It's like, oh, he's trying to look cool now. But I'm like Mike Florio. Remember he was on the plane last year and he had to change.
Oh, it was
doing the gritty.
Such a bad. Yeah.
It's corny. But
Florio did love that.
But Florio, and I agree with Florio. We'll get this cut when we got our systems running up and 100% here. But Florio did say, I'm not on any quarterback who doesn't work on a Tuesday. I'm with him. Takes Tuesday off in the NFL. Who takes Tuesday off?
A lot of restaurants do.
Well, this ain't the restaurant business. This is the football business.
Well, he is a short order cook.
I don't know why that's so funny.
Yeah, well, because he's not delivering the big 5-course meal. You know that.
I know.
You know that.
It's kind of funny. But see, I'm telling you, he lights us up on Tuesday. I'm calling it sick. Kirk Cousins doesn't work on Tuesdays. How would that fly under Shanahan?
Oh, my God.
How would that fly with this 49er fan base? I'd rather have Brock Purdy because you know what Brock Purdy is?
If Jimmy G said he doesn't work on Tuesdays, we would have destroyed him.
Brock Purdy told the offensive lineman, I can't go to your card games.
Tom Brady
I need to
said,
study.
I have dedicated my life to football.
Yeah.
If you want to beat me, you have to dedicate your life to this to take me out.
And
Tom Brady said that.
And Kirk Cousins doesn't.
I mean, Tom chose football over his family. For
Brock
Christ's sake.
Purdy.
I mean, there's a happy medium somewhere in there.
Well,
but
we'll see
that's
how that
what
ended.
Tom did.
But that's what Tom did. He said, "The hell with the family. Football's my life."
You think Mahomes, after watching that doc, you think he's taking Tuesdays off?
No, he doesn't. You saw that he didn't take Tuesdays off. All right,
He's got an off season.
You know, Brittany Mahomes understands. Go get this money.
Yeah, she's all in. I'll give it that. Like one thing I have to say about Brittany Mahomes, she's all in on she knows.
She knows.
There's a window here.
Right.
And we got to kind of like maximize this.
Brock Purdy told the offensive lineman, "I'm not playing in your card games. I need to study."
I like that. That's
why I like Brock. Brock does work. I'm not mad at Brock. I'm not mad at him at all. Who's it a bigger game for? Let's do rapid fire. We did rapid fire last week.
Ooh, rapid fire.
Yeah, we did rapid fire.
And I've got a bet before we get out of
here.
here.
Oh, yeah, we got to get a bet.
Yeah, I've got somebody whispering in my ears helping me out a little.
Oh. It better not be Guido.
Don't worry about who it is.
Who is it, Nash Solomon?
No, hell no.
Is it Guru?
No, but I did tell him to take Arizona yesterday, and I knew they would win that game.
He was at the game. I saw that.
Yeah.
Good for young
It's a lot of fun. That's a fun stadium. Underrated.
888-957-9570. Line them up right now. Rapid fire. Rapid fire. Who's it a bigger game for on Monday? Brock Purdy, Nick Bosa, Kyle Shanahan, Jake Moody, or Kirk Cousins? You got five options.
Oh, my God.
You got five
It's
options.
a poo-poo platter. Let's go.
Poo-poo platter. It's like a Sizzler buffet right there.
A potpourri platter.
Who's it a bigger game for? Kirk Cousins, Kyle Shanahan, Brock Purdy, Jake Moody, or Nick Bosa? 888-957-9570. That's how we'll end the show.
I'm ready for that. When was the last time you ordered the sampler platter?
It's been a long time. That sampler platter, where IHOP.
Group settings, anywhere.
Denny's, and you got chicken strips, and you got mozzarella sticks.
Oh, it's the best of the best.
Dude, Chili's has his barbecue platter.
Look at him.
And I'm going to the in-laws this weekend down in Monterey, and they live like right near Chili's.
Yeah, Westlake Joe's does this dessert, like sampler platter. I don't know if you've ever seen it. It's like 7 or 8 different desserts. Shout out my boy Gus over there at Westlake Joe's and the Dugan family. And I swear to God, it goes off. Everything on there. The butter cake or whatever the heck it's called. The ice cream. I love Westlake Joe's.
Westlake Joe's.
We'll be ordering dinner from there tonight for my brother's son's birthday.
Well, you got me thinking. You should get sponsored. The Dugans, hey, Joe Sasky eats there all the time. Y'all need to start comping his meals.
I conduct all my business there.
Start comping his meals, please.
No, I'll pay for my meals. I conduct a lot of my business there.
If it ain't free, it ain't me. I'm kidding. I love the Dugans. Chili's. That's where I wanted. There's a Chili's down the street from my house. Because you went off about Westlake Joe's. I lose my train of thought. I'm getting old. Chili's, I've never seen anybody walk into that Chili's down on El Camino Road in San Bruno.
Oh, yeah, the one right near the Big Five.
I think it's like closed down.
Right near the Big Five.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like closed down.
Well, we used to go on the late night back behind. There was a TGI Fridays. Now there's a bunch of tech places now, but we used to go there back in the day after softball at Lions Field. Shout out San Bruno Turf, Lions Field, baby. Artichoke Joe's.
Artichoke Joe's. Do like Artichoke Joe's. I've never seen anybody walk into that Chili's. It's like shut down or something. It's always dim, dark. Maybe I'll just stop in there. I'm like, Andy, you want to go to
who's the
Chili's?
Biggest Chili's fan?
Who?
Here at this station?
Who?
Lucas Alexander.
Oh, well, doesn't surprise me.
Loves Chevys and Chili's.
The chips at Chevy's
are off the hook. Warm chips are always a must.
Yeah. Hey, KC. Sacktown KC.
What's he saying?
We'll see the Kings next Friday. Glad you guys got a preseason win. How's it feel to win again? You guys haven't won since Game 6. I'm kidding. You know I love you.
Kenny looked amazing in the photo with him in.
He didn't wear no socks with the dress
yesterday.
shoes. That's a different type of swag.
Yeah, I can't do the no socks.
I can't pull it off.
No, only with my my new favorite pair of shoes.
Kenny pulls it off. Kenny and D-Lo, the best dressed dudes in radio history.
Yeah, they are.
Radio history. Not hands down. I got nothing on them. Yeah. You got nothing on them.
They dress like an R&B group.
No, dude, they are
right.
It's like they're like having a competition. You're just on the radio right now. They go on TV and they step it up even more. I'm like, dude, Man, Anna's like, oh, you should wear something like that. I can't dress like Kenny and D-Lo. I can't.
One day, Kenny's going to wear the YG like leather vest like Tupac wore with no shirt underneath. Dude, I know it's coming.
Dude, he wears
You know exactly what I'm talking about.
He wears the turtleneck. I know what you're talking about.
I could never pull it off. Casey could definitely pull it off.
No, he wears the turtleneck under the suit. I can't pull that off. Damn, Kenny, why you look so damn good when you get fitted?
The turtlenecks are next level because it looks good in damn near no one.
He pulls it off.
Well, I've got
did you see the shoes yesterday with Kenny?
Of course.
He pulled it off with the no sock. I said, damn.
They're like the Gucci slip-ons or something.
I don't know what they were. And I can't pull that off. These guys up in Sacramento, ESPN 1320 out here. I mean, boy, that first-round series, it might as well have been the NBA Finals with the way they were dressing. Gucci pouches. Gucci backpacks, Louis Vuitton shoes.
Does the Sacramento Odyssey branch pay that well?
Dude, you see the party they had? Their station looked a lot bigger than ours. It was a party up there. Sacramento Stacy coughing up there, popping bottles. And Casey and D-Lo out here dressing like they Casey and JoJo. Man. But anyway, Sactel KC, there's absolutely no chance in hell, no way on God's green earth Kirk Cousins is a Niner next season. Y'all got to stop. Y'all got a spearhead stopping this talk. You got to stop it. Number one, Kyle may like him, but he ain't stupid. Number two, money alone wouldn't allow it to work. He's way out of their price range anyway. Who's to say Kirk Cousins wouldn't take a discount to come to San Francisco? I could see that happening. Oh, man. Anyway, let's go to the lines. Rapid fire.
Rapid fire.
957
for the weekend.
9570.
Got 1 unit left.
1 unit left. We got the big bet coming up.
1 unit.
1 unit left. Big bet coming up. Who's this game bigger for? Who's this game bigger for?
You're Tom Jackson. I'm Chris Berman, or vice versa. I'm Tom Jackson.
No, I like Tom Jackson. I do like Tom Jackson.
A rumbling, a stumbling. Let's go out to the lines. Give me line one.
Line one. Rapid fire. Who's in a bigger game for? Kirk Cousins, Kyle Shanahan, Nick Bosa, Jake Moody, or Brock Purdy? What you got? Who's on line one? All right, put him on hold.
In the click.
Put him on hold. Put him on hold. Wake his game up. Line two. Who's this a bigger game for? Rapid fire. 888-957-9570. Who's a bigger game for? Who's this on the line? Line two. Line two? Are we there?
It's Casper the Ghost.
Okay, all right, Jordan in Union City. I thought we were doing rapid fire. This is on line two. All right, Jordan in Union City. You're rapid fire. Who's in a bigger game for?
Oh, my God, we're on fire.
What's going on, fellas? All right, I'll be quick. Good morning. It's bigger for Kirk Cousins because if they lose, and depending on how it looks like when they lose, the Vikings might be sellers here in a second.
Oh, boy. Bigger game for Kirk Cousins. That's one for Cousins. What about TC in Sacramento? Who's in a bigger game for? Brock, Bosa, Shanahan, Moody, or Kirk Cousins?
Hey, look. Hey, keep it simple. First of all, I want to send a shout-out to my boys Casey and D-Lo, man. Well-dressed out here in Sac. Well, check it out. Hey, it's a big game for Brock and Shanahan. Promise you, because, listen, if Brock is looking average, again, and Kirk Cousins dices the defense up in this team, woo, that's going to be a bigger story for everybody's head.
Oh, it sure will. You're not lying about that, TC. Rolando and Napa.
They said that the first two callers were Nick Bosa throughout the first 6 games of the season.
That's
fair. Funny.
That's
pretty funny.
That's a 4.
That's pretty funny.
That's a 4. You guys got jokey jokes on the Friday. I like it. Rolando, Napa, what's happening?
Nothing much, man. Big fan, dude. Big game Monday, dude. I want Bosa to show up. I want to go with Khalil Mack. I want Bosa to go 6 sacks against the Minnesota Vikings on Monday Night Football.
Oh, that's
I want
good.
him the game record.
That's good.
I want to go game record, man. Also, to John Lynch, man, get on the phone call Tennessee, get King Henry, get Derrick Henry, bring him to the Bay. McCaffrey and King Henry on the same backfield.
Ooh.
He's on trading block. You guys know that. They said they want to trade him to a contender.
Yeah, I'll take him in a heartbeat.
Why not?
I'll take Derrick Henry in a heartbeat. You can never have enough running backs.
What, Derrick Henry, Christian McCaffrey? You kidding me? Hey, what you want for that?
Well, McCaffrey, yeah, I'll split him out wide. I'll take him in a heartbeat.
We'll just run the ball 40 times a game.
Yeah.
Hey, Brock Purdy, you don't even have to throw.
NFC Championship game from 2019 every week.
Man. Let's go to Danker in the city. Danker, a.k.a. Sea Legs. Danker in the city.
Yeah.
What's happening?
Yeah.
real quick, if we want to put the opposition on sea legs, I'm telling you, we actually need to add Darren Waller. And how fitting would it be to go to the Super Bowl and get that guy a ring in Raider Stadium? Just saying.
Who's in a bigger game for on Monday? Who's in a bigger game for?
Brock Purdy. He'll silence people. He'll lace them up. He'll laser them. We're good.
We're good. That's it. That's from Sea Legs Danker. Sea Legs Danker.
Aye, Captain.
All right. Hey, boom. What does Chris Carter do? Catch touchdowns. I love Tom Jackson. He'd have whoop. Hey, boom. This is how you say it.
Touchy-feely.
No, they both would get in prime time. Prime time. Hey, boom. This is why you got to love this play right here. Look at him take on this block. Tom Jackson, where have you been at all my life? I love TJ.
What you talking about, Willis?
Don and Santa Clara. That is the greatest tandem in studio.
Of all time.
All time. NFL prime time.
I mean, besides us.
Well, you could say that. Some people disagree. Don in Santa Clara. Don, good morning. Who's in a bigger game for on Monday? This is Rapid Fire.
Good morning. It is Jake Moody.
Ooh.
He just, they give him a pass the first time something like this happens, but it's a lot of pressure. He's got to make good, or I think he feels that way. So I say Jake.
Jake Moody. Huge game. He misses
Jake
another
Moody
kick.
From?
Michigan.
If we're doing our Tom Jackson.
Tom Jackson. That's what he always said.
Look at you. You were there.
When somebody's from Louisville,
From the U.
The U. Oh, I love that. I may watch them all. Telling you, you'll get tears if you watch the primetime episode of The Catch 2 when T.O. caught that pass against Green Bay. It was a 10-minute highlight package, and it was Chris Berman and Tom Jackson at their best. I watched that the week of the Green Bay game, and I almost had tears. I'm getting too emotional in my old age, man. I cry over anything. Chris in Oakland. Chris, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey, what's going on, man? I think the most important position in sports, the best team in football, it's got to be Brock Purdy. We need to see how he responds after a loss because people need to see that he's not just cruising. He's all there with the poise, and I think that he's got to have a comeback game after a loss to the Niners.
There it is.
Take care.
Brock Purdy, take care. That was Rapid Fire. A mixed bag there. It's a big game for a lot of guys. I'm putting this one on the defense. One, you need to bounce back from getting the ball ran down your throats again in Cleveland. They punked you at the line of scrimmage. It's what it is. And I hope you guys hear this. Fred and Nick and Javon Hargraves, I love you guys. But I expect greatness from you. This Monday, Fred and all these guys got a chance to end the Kirk Cousins talk once and for all. Please do us all a solid.
Hey, I know we've had a lot of fun today on the show. I don't know if you caught yesterday the 49ers and a bunch of the offense and defensive players went to the hospital to visit a bunch of children that were very sick.
Yeah, I did see that.
Fred Warner is everything every corporation, sports or not, wants in an employee. I'm proud that Fred Warner is a part of our community and represents our team, which represents our community the way he does. I don't think we appreciate enough. Forget the football player for a second, because he's an amazing football player. As a leader and as someone who really does care about the community, I've had an opportunity to see him at different things around the city and around this community. That dude gets it.
Yeah.
In an era where I think we make a lot about the athletes who don't get it, there are many more that are more like Fred Warner that we don't maybe highlight enough. Fred gets it, dude. And I love Fred.
Well,
I love Fred for that.
Fred is great. But that's what makes the Warriors special and this Niners run special. They've got a lot of likable guys.
Yeah.
A lot of likable guys who have embraced this community, embraced being the Bay resident, embraced this culture, because we are different in the Bay. We're different. We're different than Southern California. We're different than New York. We are just different. A lot of people from the East Coast think we're the same as L.A. We couldn't be. We're the antithesis of L.A.
Opposite ecosystems.
No doubt. So no, Fred is the truth, man. We do appreciate Fred Warner. He's everything. And we didn't know much about him when he got drafted. We know a lot about him now, and we're thankful that he's a 49er. All right, we got another bet to make.
Yeah.
We got Shasky's bet.
So I'm down to one unit. All right,
down to
we've
one
lost. We won a couple bets early on, and we've been losing a lot lately.
Well, you took Rice because you were listening to Guido, a.k.a. Mush.
Doug, you lost 6 bets in a row on Saturday.
And then I bounced back and won 5 in a row. I got the transactions right here. I mean,
I call cap on that, dog.
I'll show you. I got it right here.
And I bounced back.
Look, I did bounce back. And watch. Well, I'll show you. It's up and down. I'll pull it up right now. I don't lie about my losses. I don't lie about my wins.
That says happens. Every gambler who lies left and right.
I know, dude. I may not screenshot and show people my tickets to the loser, but I'll let you know how I lost. Oh, it was bad Saturday night.
So are you up or down right now?
Oh, I'm up on the season. I'm plus money. I'm not going to tell you how plus, but there's 4 digits. I'll just say that.
Stop that.
I'll just say 4 digits.
You are so full of it.
I don't need to lie, Shasky. I don't need to lie to kick it.
Did you know you don't have to go to Napa now for hot air balloons?
No.
You can come to 95.7 the game.
See, I told you.
I'm in my bag.
The crackhead. When does that crack come into play? Well, I feel comfortable with a homeless dude on the corner. It's okay.
All right.
It's okay. You guys think I'm capping.
Play my theme music.
I don't got time to cap. It's too early in the morning to be lying.
I'm down to my last dollar. My last unit.
Yeah, well, that's your problem. You bet on Rice.
Here's what I'm taking. When a team gets embarrassed on a national stage, and I believe in their coach when no one doesn't, when I believe in the quarterback when everyone wants to kick him while he's down, I'm taking USC in the -7 versus Utah, the team that has owned them the last couple of years.
Oh, my God.
It's going to be closer than that.
So you're gonna give the 7 to Utah?
Yep.
Oh, my gosh. I've bet on USC the last 2 weeks. And USC is the reason why I lost 6 straight bets.
I'm taking USC.
My boy Big B, you know who you are, Big B. Yeah, we're hurting from that USC-Arizona game.
I was looking at that Penn State-Ohio State game. I was thinking, I don't love Ryan Day. I don't love their quarterback, Ohio State. I was thinking Penn State, but I'm going to go with Caleb. I think the country is down on USC, and I think there's a little value here.
Oh, my gosh.
Give it to me. Fight on. Somewhere.
This song's such a banger. I don't care. It's so good.
Somewhere.
It reminds me of NCAA football.
He got his wings. He's listening. Ryan Crowley is out there going, that's right, Shasky.
You know
that's
what?
Right.
I can't lie. When USC came up here to play Cal, and Jared Goff was the quarterback at Cal, and I was there with Logan Murdoch from The Ringer. He's a big USC fan. When that band started playing this fight song,
it's pretty dope.
He ran over there to the end zone and started doing it too. And I said, you know what? I'm not a USC fan, but I'm going to run over there and do the same thing.
Oh, you did?
And, absolutely
I did. Of course.
I did.
Well, you're the Snoop Dogg of the show. You bandwagon hop all the time.
Dude, I'm telling you. That song came up. Could you just play it from the top again?
USC is now one of my 19 college teams.
Dude, play that from the top. Play it from the top. I want it from the top because this
loud
corny
and
stuff.
loud.
That reminds me of Disneyland, and I don't like Disneyland.
You don't like time out. How do you not like Disneyland? Disneyland's fun.
Too many people, man.
Too much walking.
Too much walking.
So,
too many people.
If Disneyland had a few crackheads, I'd feel right at home.
I would feel at home with some crackheads at Disneyland.
That.
Punk some of these mascots. Is this from the top? This is how it starts? Really? And then it goes into the dun 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 dun.
They gotta have the build up, then the drop.
Build up.
Yep. Disneyland. Shout out the Matterhorn.
When this came on, I ain't gonna lie.
Hey,
and I saw these
that.
USC fans, and they had the straightest face ever. They were like serious with it.
What's more ridiculous, that or when the nerds are staring at the other nerds? Cal
with
Stanford?
the axe.
That is the funniest thing on television.
And it's trying to look tough.
Oh, my God. What are they called? The Stanford Daisies?
You be careful. We got a lot of Stanford and Cal people listening to the show.
More like
the axe. Hey, listen. Cal better win the axe this year. Stanford's down bad now. They got a lot of momentum, though, coming back from 29-0 against Colorado. I'm going to ride with the Stanford Cardinal. Hey, listen, you guys call me the Snoop Dogg of the show, picking all these teams. If you had to, I'm Team Stanford over Team Cal all day long.
I've been Team Stanford.
No, you haven't.
That's a shame.
Are you kidding me?
All the dudes, Team Stanford. Shout out to Laura Wakefield. I'm Team Stanford all day long. All day long over Cal.
Do you have a Bill Walsh
me.
poster from the San Jose State-Stanford game in 2007? The Bill Walsh Memorial game?
What does that mean?
I do. I went to that.
What does that have to do with anything?
I'm a Cardinal fan.
What is it? What does that have to do with anything?
It's just to prove my allegiances.
No, it's not. You just got it because it's Bill Walsh.
Well, no, I went to the game. I went to many games, Stanford, on the Forum. I do love the Forum.
I do love that stadium's great.
It really is. The renovation was the best thing that they did. In fact, the sight lines at Levi's remind me a lot of Stanford Stadium. So we're taking USC.
We're taking USC minus the 7.
I'm down to my last buck.
And you're betting on Caleb. You're betting on Caleb.
Might as well bet on someone you love, that you enjoy watching play. I need Branch to bounce back in a big way. Can USC get a stop? Hey, Lincoln, can you get a stop?
The best theme, the best song for a team
is? Okay, I'm not going to lie. This hits pretty hard.
I mean, the quarterback in the first 10 plays of the game must go down, and he must go down hard. Everybody says, take what the defense gives you. I say, the heck with that. We're taking what we want.
Your Al Davis needs work.
Your commitment to excellence and your will to win is what burns brightest within the Raiders organization.
I love that.
God, I love it.
I do love Al Davis.
So do you want Harbaugh as your coach?
Yes, at this point, yes. I will take Jim Harbaugh.
He's ready to run through the glass.
I will take 2 years of great success and a dumpster fire after, because my entire life's been a dumpster fire anyway, so give me some success.
You think he plays Aiden O'Connell or goes into the quarterback roulette draft?
Ooh, you know who I'm starting to... How's my guy Sanders doing out there in Buffalo?
Shedeur and Harbaugh? United forces.
I'll say this.
Shedeur will look sick in the Raiders
Shedeur in Vegas
with the rolling.
With the rolling, yeah, that's too much.
Or whatever that watch is.
Shedeur. Finnegan, let's get Finnegan real quick. I
love the guy. You are doing.
And now Stafford was doing it after their win.
It was hilarious.
Oh my gosh,
it was hilarious.
Finnegan, San Francisco, in the show. You got 30 seconds, baby. 30 seconds. What you got?
Oh God.
Hey, what's up, guys? Butcher Boy, my dad, John Finnegan, says hello real quick, but I think Kittle's going to need it's going to be the big game. It's going to be the guy that needs to have a big game this weekend. Yeah, Moody and Purdy and all those guys, but Kittle's been kind of quiet, you know?
Yes.
And I feel like this game's going to be a big one for him to, step up and kind of, show what he's all about, like how he always been. So
you're a Finnegan?
I hope you guys have a great weekend. Yeah, Finnegan, Daniel Finnegan.
What's up, Dan? Thanks for calling in. I appreciate it. Tell Pops we said what up. Yeah, I'm with them on that one. Kittle needs to step up in this game.
1 catch, 1 yard, 2 targets last week.
All right, it's Fast Five time. Did you ever do a staring contest growing up?
Oh, yeah.
All the time, right?
Yeah.
The nerds staring at the other nerds as we stare at each other on air, and I'm about to blink.
Because I was about to blink.
Yeah, I got them dry eyes, bro.
Yeah.
Your boy needs to go home and take a nap. I got mad in the bags. It's not good. I need that sleeping mask.
My final thought is I'm going to do something. I'm going to do something. Congrats to Alan Stiles. Alan Stiles worked his butt off, wanted a shot, and he got a shot. Now he's going to a competitor. We don't like that other station. We rock with ESPN 1320, Matson, KC, D-Lo, Ham. But congrats to Alan Stiles, man. He got an opportunity. He's going to be working in Sacramento now. He'll have a lot of Kings takes. Congrats to Alan Stiles, man. I'm going to miss him around.
I'm with you on that one.
Good dude.
Great dude. And, anybody who grinds their you-know-what off to get an opportunity and then makes the most of it and then, finds their way into one of these seats and one of these jobs, we say, oh, that person deserves it. No, that guy deserves it. Yep. He's worked his ass off, and I consider him a friend, and I'm rooting for him and his family, and he's going to do really good things up there.
No doubt. Well said. Spadone, Lundman, what you guys got?
It's going to be very interesting to see what's going on in the NFC come Monday when the Niners play. Because I don't know if you guys have seen the schedule.
Yes.
Eagles, Dolphins on Sunday Night Football leading into Monday night. It's going to be sick. And then Lions, Ravens, sneaky great matchups. And then the best one of them all, Raiders, Bears, rookie versus rookie. Aiden O'Connell versus Tyson Bagent. Come on.
Big Dog's going to that game. Big Dog said
God bless him.
Saturday.
Jimmy Garoppolo, back-to-back years, where he's Chicago, right? His family, all from there. Yeah, back-to-back years, he's not playing in that game.
Yeah, well, at least he was in uniform last year.
Jimmy G, going to have more touchdowns or missed games this year?
Missed games.
London. Both simultaneously, without hesitation. Oh, my God.
My final thought is, man, it's a great day to listen to the Garlic Fries and Baseball Guys podcast. Shasky and I had Steven Risotto on the pod yesterday. We talked for an hour about all the things wrong with the Giants, and we could have gone another 3 hours, all the things that are wrong with this team. But go check it out right now. iTunes, Spotify. I'll be tweeting out links soon. Garlic Fries and Baseball Guys, myself, Shasky, and the great Steven Risotto.
Did he rip Farhan?
Rizzo got after ownership a little bit.
Oh, wow. Look at you guys
Rizzo does
coming
not
around.
go after people hard unless they really deserve it. So, tune in to see how Steven Risotto rips ownership.
You better be careful. You're not a big timer yet. They'll pull your credential, Rizzo. You better be cool.
I'm rooting. He's another kid.
Rizzo's a great kid. No, I love Rizzo. Rizzo does a great job covering the Giants. That's why, if we're not talking to Lubman about the Giants, that's who I always want. I want Rizzo. Rizzo's good, man. Rizzo knows the game.
SF State.
SF State. Go Gators. Go Gators.
Speaking of which, apparently something in the works for you moving forward with San Francisco State. Yeah.
With Rizzo? With Rizzo?
Just in general.
Huh? What's going on there? I don't like that.
Are we bringing back the football program?
Yeah,
Andy Reid?
Let's go. Hey, I'll leave this place. Hey, Spinoni, we can do play-by-play in color, baby. Gators football.
Andy Reid in the football program.
We'll be calling games up in Humboldt, California. We may be a little high, but it's all good. We'll cover Gators football up in Humboldt. Oh, we got to go. That was Fast Five, brought to you by Xfinity, the next generation 10G network, only from Xfinity. Man, what a fun week. I love you, Roasters. We'll be back on Monday. Niners and Vikings will set the stage for you like we did back in the day with overtime. That'll be the official pregame show at 6 in the morning on Monday. I almost got my day screwed up. Future starts now, though, with Steiny and Guru. I feel safer when there's a crackhead on my corner.
BMO has officially arrived. Our correspondent is on the scene.
Thanks, Tom. I'm live at BMO, where everyone is buzzing about their...
place because I know I have a lot. But sometimes my mind wanders, and I'm coming in, I see you and Evan, and I just think a lot of times about what we've talked about, what we're going to get into today. And Brock Purdy and the San Francisco 49ers have a big game this Monday night in Minnesota against Kirk Cousins. And Cousins could be the one that got away for Kyle because there's definitely an admiration there, and we'll get into that. But I was thinking about Brock Purdy, and I keep looking at the wire to see if McCaffrey's going to play, Debo, Ayuk. And I thought to myself, I'm not telling people that Brock Purdy is Joe Montana, but what I do know is when it came to Shaq and Kobe, when it came to Magic and Kareem and Worthy, when it came to Phil Jackson with the Bulls or Kobe and Shaq, why do we want to see as if we've never seen Brock Purdy play football? And these words have come out of your mouth, Stoney. I want to see Brock without McCaffrey. But my question is why? Where does that come from? And I'm not mad, but I'm thinking to myself, Brock Purdy is the quarterback of the Niners. His job, 9 out of 10 times, is going to be playing with McCaffrey. What does that energy get you or anybody else? Because I would want to say, and Evan helped me dispel this myth, what was Jerry Rice without Joe? What was Joe without Jerry? Joe had a Super Bowl goo without Jerry Rice. Shout out Freddie Solomon, Dwight Clark. But, Steiny, I'll let you take over. Why do we do that in life? I know Brock has got off to this incredible start. It was all bad Sunday. So I'm going to say what some people may not want to say. I bet there's more of that Brock left. But we haven't seen it. What good does it do you to see something for a moment that's not going to be reality?
All right.
I know I gave you a lot, but you asked me.
No.
Put something in the jukebox.
Listen, anytime something makes me go, I usually like to talk about it more. And this one got me because, okay, I definitely, when I think and talk about Brock Purdy and the Niners, I have absolutely said that, I wonder what he does without a weapon. I wonder what he does, maybe he's down a guy. Okay. You're right. We don't do that for any other quarterback. Just any other quarterback. Geno Smith. I need to see Geno Smith without one of the weapons.
Never say it.
So it could be viewed as an insult to Brock Purdy. Why? And it's fair, just right off the bat. Why? 888-957-9570. Why do we want to see Brock without some weapons? And I'll admit, I said it. I said, you know what? You can kill two birds with one stone against Minnesota. You can rest McCaffrey, and you can get a look at Purdy without McCaffrey. Why? Why the second part? So you made me think about it. Now I can just tell you what's come into my head, and that is this. Guru, believe it or not, for me, it's only 50% about Purdy. It's 50% with the Niners. Because to me, and I've said this about the Niners, I feel like on offense they have an extra weapon. And I'm going to say it all season. They got a great running back, a great tight end, a great receiver. For the sake of this argument, I don't want to really argue about that. And they got an unbelievable wild card in Debo Samuel.
Yep.
So one of the reasons I want to see him play a few games without one of those guys is to see what happens when you take one of their weapons away from the Niners. Away from the Niners. Not necessarily away from Purdy. You know what I expect from Purdy without one of his weapons? Just probably not as great a game as he would have had with the weapon. So I think it's a fascinating question, and I do want to throw it out to 49er fans at 888-957-9570. Why do we have a little bit, I don't know if it's an infatuation, but why the necessity to see Brock without a guy? I think it's a fair question.
And let me do this.
Did we do it for Jimmy? But maybe it's, you know what? It might have to do mostly with McCaffrey in a way, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, well,
like once they got him, they became a juggernaut. And then
that made Brock Purdy or whoever quarterbacked the Niners, it made that job light years easier. Wouldn't you say?
Yes. Yes, I would.
I'm going to do something here because my dad, when he didn't want me to go somewhere, he would make stuff up. Go cut the grass. Then I go cut the grass. Can I go? Go wash the car. I wash the car. Can I go? Go blah, blah, blah. Matt, I'm telling you, we've seen this twice. He played without Debo. He played without Ayuk. So now here we are going to Norm again. Can I go? Now it has to be McCaffrey.
Well, there is a difference between those guys.
There's no doubt, but nobody said that at the time. That was suffice when it was just Debo. My thing is Brock Purdy, and Evan said something to me that I'm going to share here shortly, his rebuttal. It kind of hit me. Brock Purdy has set the bar so damn high, Steiny, that I think people are uncomfortable and they just want to know or they want to see, hey, this kid ain't that good. We want to see him come back down to earth. I'm okay with that.
Yeah.
It's haterade, but that's what this is. Shannon Sharp saying he's not elite.
It's not.
I thought I was mad. I'm not mad.
It doesn't necessarily have to be haterade. What if you're a Niner fan and you love Brock Purdy?
Right.
Then you're saying to yourself, you know what? McCaffrey, don't play Monday. We're going to beat him 35-14. And there, Brock Purdy will throw 4 touchdowns without McCaffrey in your face. If you're a Niner fan, you could absolutely say that.
And moving forward, what do you do with that, though?
I think...
You know what I mean?
Well, moving forward, you silence even more critics. If Christian McCaffrey doesn't play and the 49ers kind of don't miss a beat, or at least, Elijah Mitchell plays or Mason plays and they rush for 87 yards and a couple catches and Ayuk has a touchdown and Kittle's involved and Debo's great. Then I'll tell you what people will say. Well, Minnesota stinks. That's what that's if you want to make something up to not like a guy, trust me, or like a guy.
Well, welcome to X.
That's what
Twitter.
we can make.
Yeah.
I mean, you can make a living out of it. But you kind of got me because I have said, and I do want to see, and I think I have said Purdy without one of these big weapons. And I know, here's the other thing. I think as a backup quarterback, what do we always say about the backup? For me, it's
everybody, fans' best friend.
Yeah, if he can, what do you want out of backup? You want him to, can he keep you in it for 3 or 4 weeks? Because if your starting quarterback's out more than that, you're probably done. All right. And if your quarterback's healthy, you're probably in great shape. So you want your backup to, can he go 3-2 if you miss 5 games or 2-2 if you miss 4? So that's the other thing when we look at Purdy and kind of last year and coming in, like he's become better than the guy. Like he's not a backup quarterback anymore. Is what I'm saying.
He's a starter now.
Yeah,
and let's put an early right on the table. What up, Billy? Brought to you by Atco Pest Control. They play the Minnesota Vikings. They've worked together, Kyle in Washington and Kirk Cousins, who was drafted in the same draft as RG3, RG me, because that's all he's about right now, and I like his commentary. Steiny, do you think Kyle looks over at the Minnesota sideline Monday and say, that's the one that got away in regard to Kirk Cousins?
Yes. Well, yeah.
And I'm going to tell you this. I believe that now because I didn't at first. If Kirk Cousins was in this, woulda, coulda, shoulda in this offense, they would be rolling. Right? This would be the easiest football Kirk played in his life. This is a heaven for quarterbacks.
I think right now it is.
Okay.
Right now it is. I'm not going to say it was for Kyle's entire 7 years tenure, but no, right now this would be a great team to quarterback. Interesting. 510 Comcast Business Text Line. I think there's still skepticism around Brock Purdy more than any other quarterback due to his draft position and how he became the starter. All right, can I?
That's real talk.
No. Well, it is. But here's some more real talk and truth. I no longer, the draft position for me doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
I got to do something.
I think he's pretty good.
Is your subconscious saying that, or you?
No,
because I need to know, Steiny.
No, that has nothing to do with it.
then you wouldn't have said those words about, you know what, Goo? And to the masses, I want to see him without a weapon.
It's because they have too many weapons. Oh. That's kind of really what it is. Like, honestly, my curiosity is, Brock Purdy's pretty good. But my sports fascination in any sport is always, I wonder what would happen if you put him on that team or if he played in another system. And to me, right now, he's coaching he's quarterbacking a juggernaut. You know what? Let's see how he does with coaching just a good team or a team that's not quite as good.
Okay.
And so, if the 49ers go 13-4, he's the quarterback of a 13-4 team. Maybe without McCaffrey, they're more like 11 or 10-7. So now we get to see, you know what I'm saying? Like, I want to see him quarterback under different kinds of situations.
Right. So this is sports. We love what we do. So I was going to say it's dangerous, but the day after, let's just say, again, here we go. McCaffrey were to miss the game and Brock Purdy had a bad game.
Okay.
How far could one go or have the
Did they win or lose?
They lost.
So they're 5-2 now.
Yeah, 5-2.
Okay.
And he had a subpar game.
Kind of like last game against Cleveland.
But how unfair would it be to put that game in his performance without the weapon?
Well,
see, that's what's getting reckless to me.
No. That's where I'll differ from you.
Because normally would be like, Marshall Faulk didn't play, Kurt Warner struggled. Okay, nothing to see here.
No,
but Purdy's kind of not getting that benefit of the doubt.
No. I that's not the way I look at it. I'd look at it like with McCaffrey, this team's the easiest team to quarter or whatever. How do I want to put it? It's like you're a point guard on an all-star team.
Limousine,
okay?
Limousine offense.
So naturally a way to judge how good a guy is or maybe isn't, well, guess what? Now he doesn't have that guy. Okay, he doesn't have that guy. Let's see what happens. If he's terrible, it doesn't mean he's terrible. And because it's a short sample size, it might only just be a coincidence that he might not have a good game without McCaffrey. But listen, I'm always going to come back to your initial point, which is, I do kind of want to see McCaffrey without a weapon or two, and I guess I don't really think about that with other quarterbacks. Why? But I think if I answer truthfully, it's more. I think it's more because of the team, than Purdy. But I just think it's. You got me thinking.
I got a quick question for you too, because I know it's about Monday in Minneapolis, home of Prince, R.I.P. Do you believe had Debo remained upright and finished that game in Cleveland? I watched it again last night. Get a life after the Lakers Suns. If Debo and McCaffrey had stayed healthy, Stoney, I'm telling you the truth as I look in your blue eyes.
They're brown.
And they look blue, but
they're brown.
Okay,
They've always been brown.
But sometimes they might change.
No, they don't change, but I do have an interesting feature with my eyes.
Oh, we'll get to that.
I have black spots in the brown of my eyes.
They call that cataract. But listen,
I'm sorry I interrupted you.
But look, I believe they would have lost that game still. How about that?
Okay.
It was bigger than just Brock. Cleveland and Schwartz, they would have lost. They would have won that game still. You say what to that? I don't blame Brock for that loss. That was across the board.
Okay.
And Kyle lost that battle. He don't lose many.
Sure.
Okay.
Okay.
I thought you would fight me on that.
He's 10-1 as a starter. So,
but there's something about this game in Minnesota not being Billy Badass to where if he struggles against a lesser defense on a personal level, I'm wondering where the theme goes.
Well, here you go. Here's an answer to your question from the 510 on the Comcast Business text line. If you want to jump into this, if you have an answer for Goo, 888-957-9570, and he's got a question. And it hit me. It hit me in the cardiac, as my guy says. And it's why does everybody want to see Brock Purdy play without a weapon or without a weapon?
Be honest.
And he's right. I've said that. I think it's more about the Niners and the fact that they're loaded. And it would almost be more of a, if you took Durant off the Warriors, how would everybody do? Not necessarily Steph Curry, but how good would they be without?
Wow.
That's mine. 888-957-9570. I'm into this one today. Here's this one, 510. A lot of us Niner fans want to see Purdy prove the skeptics wrong, show that he is indeed our guy. We also want him to be we also want him to be good so we can feel good about the quarterback position.
Isn't he off to a great start with that?
Yes.
I mean, man.
And you know what? Here's the bottom line, and I'll just say it. I think this is 1 and 1 adding up to 2. Is it fair that you want to see I don't know, it is weird, but guess what? It is probably the perfect week to sit Christian McCaffrey out.
Because we got Kyle was asked about his
Isn't
carries.
it?
Yeah.
Isn't it? So maybe 2 things are coming together. I will say this. If McCaffrey can play, he's going to play as long as it's safe or what? Not safe, yeah. As long as it's the right thing to do. But I wouldn't be surprised if I'm a coach and I'm Kyle Shanahan, I wouldn't mind getting a look at my team 2 times during the regular season without McCaffrey.
Wow.
Just to
Did you see the quote Evan gave us where Mayoko asked Kyle about? Yeah, he's on. We'll get to that, right? I don't want to blow the whole.
Well, we got at 10:30. At 10:30 we got Bucky Brooks.
I like Bucky.
He's great. NFL Network, former NFL player, and then we've got Arif Hassan from knows all about the Vikings. But you know what I just realized is I threw something out there, and we got a guest at 10:30. So that's my bad, but we'll do it. Jason Hercules. What's up, Jay? How you doing, my main man? Thanks for listening.
What's up, fellas?
Hey.
Love the show. You're welcome. I think that it's a fair question. I think that Purdy has all the Niner faithful feeling great. We really have a lot of confidence in him, but that Cleveland game just made us kind of like snap out of it. I mean, it's not just about how good Purdy is, it's how good the whole team is without CMC. We felt that we could beat, a third stringer. We were up by 10, and it just didn't go our way. So now I think everybody wants to see how he's going to bounce back. I have faith it's going to be a good game in Minnesota, but it's still in the air.
Good call. Good call, Jay.
Before we get to the next call, I don't think you, Evan, or Spadoni know this about me. And there's a saying, and I'm in your doctor's office, so help me. We're both fathers. I grew up middle class, and I hate the old saying, oh, you grew up on second base because your parents were well off. I think that's an ultimate insult if the person that was the beneficiary of having the good parents is not a jerk. So Brock Purdy basically was born on third base because the team that drafted him had all this weaponry. So why do I feel like he's getting hated on for something he does not control? And as far as me being a dad, I wake up every day and come to you all so I can leave Daryl Donovan and Milan an empire. Unfortunately, I don't have it, but that's what I'm Why is that so frowned upon?
Oh, dude, oh my God. You're in fuego today.
No, I just
No. I almost want to turn the mics off and just have a conversation with you. Dude, that's what I'm fascinated with. I heard this, and it's a little bit off the subject, but not really. Do you know how many members of the Warriors now had fathers who were players?
I'm going to go 3.
Wiggins,
Clay,
Curry, Thompson, Mike Dunleavy, whose dad played. Now they have Nick Kerr in the organization, Steve's dad. And the funny thing is they're all different. I think you're right. I think, he came from second or third base. He's a jerk. Not necessarily. Maybe.
But there's jerks from all walks. You know what I mean?
Gary Payton II.
Oh, man. Who's Spadoni? Evan.
I mean.
Wow, that's a lot.
No doubt. And look,
they're
I've
good
always.
Guys.
I'd have
you
to
see
go.
that open practice yesterday?
Trace Jackson Davis.
They got to do him beyond.
This is
that's
unreal.
7.
Wow.
It might be 8.
That's pretty wild. Pajimski. His dad played with Mikan. No, he didn't.
Oh, why?
No, but
the Golden State Nepos.
I've always no, I think that's fascinating. The one guy I always bring up about this, even though his dad never played. So Bill Laimbeer. Bill Laimbeer.
Yeah.
What?
You said Laimbeer.
Bill Laimbeer. Yeah. Oh. That's the way I pronounce it. His dad was a high-level executive at Ford.
I remember you
GM,
told me this, yeah.
And they were filthy rich. Filthy rich. Laimbeer came from like one of the wealthiest families going.
I love him.
How'd that work out? Now, he's a jerk. I love him in a way, but you tell me he ain't tough?
Right,
you tell me he didn't earn his way into the NBA? I mean, you got all different kinds. Anyway, I'm fascinated by that. Listen, Chuck and Devin in the Uber, Chuck in Oakland. I messed up a little bit because we got Bucky Brooks on the other side. If you want to hang on through that interview, you're more than welcome. If you want to call back, you can do that, and we'll put you at the head of the line. But I want to talk about this with Bucky Brooks on the other side, and we'll get it going again. But the Guru's got my head spinning like Linda Blair in The Exorcist. Yeah, Bucky Brooks. By the way, great pickup basketball player.
Now, how do you know
NFL
that?
NFL Network analyst.
Well, you got to bring it up.
Former NFL defensive back. He'll never remember me because he only played there a few times.
Well, he'll remember his game, so we can bypass you.
I guess, no.
Got a little game in you.
I'll remember his. I remember his game.
Could he get to the rack?
He was all right. We'll talk about both. Right. No. We'll get into the 49ers on the other side. Great show today. Don't go anywhere.
back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, welcome back. Matt Steinmetz, Daryl the Guru Johnson with you. And on the phone right now is Bucky Brooks. He works for the NFL Network, former NFL defensive back, host of the Move the Sticks podcast with Daniel Jeremiah. It's available wherever you listen to podcasts. But you know what, Goo? That's on the back burner right now. This Bucky Brooks doesn't know who I am.
Okay.
But I'm going to surprise him here because I used to play pickup basketball at Club One in Oakland, California. And
way back.
And I've seen Bucky's game. And he doesn't know who I am.
Could be get to the cup, Steiny.
He was very solid. You were very solid, Bucky.
Brooks.
Wow, that was way back. That's a throwback. Club One of my favorite memories of the Bay Area, playing there with all the guys who used to come through there, Brian Shaw, and there were so many dudes that used to come through there right across from the Warriors facility.
Did you? What were you doing back then, if you remember?
I just got done playing with the Raiders, and I stayed in the Bay Area for, I think, 2 or 3 years after I got done playing there before I moved to Southern Cal.
Gotcha. Well, hey, man, you made a great transition. Seriously. We love what you do here, and we appreciate you coming on. We're talking to Bucky Brooks, NFL Network analyst. Let me ask you a question. My partner, Daryl the Guru Johnson, said to me today, why do people want to see Brock Purdy play maybe without some of his weapons? Because Christian McCaffrey may be a game-time decision. And it's true. Like, everybody wants to see something more out of Purdy. Why do you think that is?
I think it's the nature of the beast, particularly in the media. I think everyone loves to poke holes at the success that people have. And whether it's someone being perceived as a system quarterback or a franchise quarterback, there's always a level of doubt that descends on the position. For Brock Purdy, because so many people missed on him, he's a 7th-round pick, he's Mr. Irrelevant, there are a lot of people that are waiting for the Cinderella story to end. The clock is striking midnight. The other shoe to drop, and he's going to go back to being what many thought they were. And a lot of times what happens is you have people who are married to their draft grades or their draft evaluations and opinions, and they cannot give people kind of like their flowers for being what he's been. I'll say this, though, because for the people that talk about, like, hey, anybody could do that, we've seen other people in that position not do it. We saw Jimmy Garoppolo. We've seen Trey Lance. We've seen Nick Mullins, not necessarily with this staff, C.J. Beathard. We've seen a bunch of quarterbacks in San Francisco not have this level of success. At some point, you got to give the player some credit for the way that the offense operates when he's on the field.
Bucky, sports in life is amazing. I know how good or knew how good McCaffrey was, but he was an afterthought in Carolina, and everything kind of deteriorated him around him. He was injured, and then he comes and takes over the world, and he looks so smooth in this offense. My question to you is, Kyle Shanahan doesn't seem concerned about his usage. And I know injuries happen on any given play, and he was kind of asked about it, and he kind of scoffed, and I'm paraphrasing, he's just worried about the week ahead. Is that a good thing by Kyle? And I know you, a former player, like I'm thinking, could you overuse him? Do you think about tomorrow a little bit, maybe sit him Monday if he's iffy?
I think what you do when it comes to a player like McCaffrey, because I'll be honest, McCaffrey is kind of the straw that stirs the drink on their offense. His ability to run it and catch it out the backfield, align at a bunch of different spots, has kind of turned a good offense into a great one because you don't know how to match up with them. Love Debo Samuel, love George Kittle, love Ayuk, but CMC is the one that you have to focus on. What he wants to do is maximize his ability to create chaos and conundrums for defenses by having McCaffrey all over the place. And so when we talk about, like, maybe minimizing or reducing some of his utilization, like, yeah, they can do some things within game to kind of keep him on a pitch count. Like, hey, let's make sure we don't get him more than 20 touches. But sometimes, I mean, I'll be honest with you, like, he has it going, and it's so fun to watch that as a play caller. It's hard to dial it back when your guy has it humming. I think what you'll see, though, down the stretch, they'll try and steal sometimes so he can be fresh going into the postseason. They'll do some things on the practice field to kind of save his legs. But, man, you want your good players to play. And so if you're the Niners and you're chasing the number one seed, you kind of go with it until the wheels fall off.
Bucky Brooks joining us on 95.7 The Game. He's an NFL Network analyst, former NFL defensive back. Let me throw this one at you. And I'm not saying it's going to be the rule rather than the exception. But, I'm looking at the quarterbacks from a couple years ago who drafted early, Justin Fields, Lawrence, Lance, Wilson, Mac Jones. And then I'm looking at Brock Purdy, and I'm realizing that the salary advantage that the Niners have because they're paying him less than a rookie, first-round rookie, like it gives them an unbelievable advantage. Maybe the advantage that they have to get as many great players around him. I know it happened; they stumbled on it, but could that be something that teams look at a little bit more? Of finding guys like that?
Yeah, it's something that has been talked about. Like Jared York and those guys talked about when everyone was beginning to give them a hard time. They took on Sam Darnold. Trey Lance wasn't working out. They had Brock Purdy, but they were saying, we only had $20 million committed at the position. Without doing that, we wouldn't have the ability to get a Javon Hargrave, or we wouldn't be able to bring over a Christian McCaffrey because the money at the quarterback position is significantly less than what other teams are spending. And as you think about that model, what it really requires is team decision makers to be disciplined enough to truly evaluate what a quarterback is and not get caught up in the emotions when making decisions when to extend it. The trick for the Niners will be, how much do you value Brock Purdy as a big-time franchise quarterback, and are you willing to pay him $55 to $60 million if he continues to play like he's playing? Or do you see him as someone who's a cog within the wheel, and we will find somebody else that can do what he does? Because having a cheap quarterback allows us to have all the star talent that we have. Because when you look at the Niners, and I had this conversation the other day, they have the best left tackle in football. They may have the best running back in football. They got the best tight end in football. They got the best linebacker in football in Fred Warner. Like, they have a lot of number ones. They wouldn't be able to afford all those number ones if they're paying the quarterback number one money as well.
No, good point, Bucky. Let me ask you this, because I know the NFL and numbers are nuanced when it comes to pro sports, but when you talk about this stout Niner defense, Warner and Greenlaw have popped on my TV every weekend. Greenlaw obviously didn't play last week in Cleveland, but when it was announced Hargrave was coming, Bucky, I was like, oh my gosh, Jerome Brown, Reggie White, him and Bosa are going to be. But they haven't wrecked shop like I thought they were going to wreck shop early on. Is that just me, or can you share with us what you've seen from Bosa, who has 2.5 sacks on the year?
Yeah, the tough thing about defensive lines, you can't judge everything based on sack totals. You have to look at, like, pressure rate, quarterback hurries, and those things. Because a lot of things that you have to deal with the Niners, you got to get the ball out your hands. Because if you don't, Nick Bosa and Javon Hargrave and those guys will get home, and they'll knock you around. So people will use counter tactics to avoid some of the harassment that those guys can pose. When you look at the other guys around them, though, you look at how Greenlaw and Warner are playing, you look at how the secondary is playing, all of it works together. This is a much more aggressive unit under Steve Wilks. He's found a way, because remember now, under D'Amico Ryans, they play more zone. They're playing more man-to-man now, so they're tighter with their coverage. And so you look at some of the other numbers suggest that the defense is playing well, and a lot of it is due to the way that the D-line is playing.
Bucky Brooks joining us on 95.7 The Game, NFL Network analyst. How much you know about Kyle's somewhat infatuation with Kirk Cousins?
I mean, he's had success with him. You go all the way back to when they were watching. He was a fourth-round pick. He was picked behind RG3, had a lot of success in Washington when he got his opportunity. He is kind of what I call what Kyle Shanahan likes at a position. He wants a joystick. Kyle is the adolescent teenage gamer that's playing up in the room, but he just needs a quarterback to kind of make his visions come to life. And so that's what Kirk Cousins does. Kirk Cousins is on the field, but Kyle is running the game through him. And Kirk Cousins has had a lot of success doing that for other Shanahan, McVay disciples. So I can see where there would be this fascination. The thing would be, are you willing to pay Kirk Cousins the kind of money that he would command when it comes to it? Because now that the rate is over $50 million, you really have to make those decisions wisely, because that not only occupies a lot of your salary cap pie, but you have to think about what you're missing out on if you make that kind of commitment to the quarterback. And when you pay the quarterback that kind of money, can that quarterback function with less? Because if he can't function with less, why are we paying him that? You might as well pay the money elsewhere and have a quarterback that functions well with a better supporting cast.
Bucky, I can't wait to get your answer on this one. I'm a father of three teenagers, and I know the power of social media in their life, and I try to restrict it and fight it, and I take L's every other day. But I know these athletes now, they'll use a post to kind of communicate and let you know what's on their mind, whether it's on the field, off the court, or whatnot. And I'm looking at the game Sunday, and I know Debo Samuel's a tough SOB. The Niners are a tough unit, but they got into it. They wanted the smoke before the Cleveland game. And then, Bucky, when the dust settled, 2 of the 3 couldn't finish the game. And I'm just saying to myself, because I'm not in the fraternity, okay, y'all was doing all that, but you kind of didn't back it up. When you saw that, do you think that the shenanigans before the game, and I know these are the pros, do you think that helped Cleveland beat the Niners, or that had nothing to do with nothing?
So here's what I probably can tell you. Like, if they were ready to go, kind of like F around and find out in pregame, that means that their coaching staff had gassed them up all week. Jim Schwartz and company had got this team ready to play. Because I'm sure they talked about, like, look, the Niners are viewed as the bully. When I've talked to teams around the league, when you practice against the Niners, they operate at a different level. More physical, more tough. The hustle is different. So all week the Browns coaches said, you got to be ready to bully the bully. And so I'm sure when Trent Williams and Debo Samuel did whatever they did where they felt like it was a violation, they were ready. And so what the Niners encountered was a team that was using them as a measuring stick, and they had to get ready for that energy. And I'm going to say this, like, the Browns are loaded. They are a talented team. They just needed that edginess. And so they found a way to bring that edginess. But it's going to be like that when you have top teams. You have to view the Niners as what they are. They are the heavyweight contender. They're the bully. They're the knockout artist. They're Deontay Wilder when he was in his heyday. And so everyone is going to give them that energy. We saw how they punked the Dallas Cowboys. That's part of their MO. And so you're going to have some of those things. And I can guarantee you, when they play the Philadelphia Eagles, I bet you that's testy in pregame. Yeah. That's how it's going to be, because those teams are at the top, and the Detroit Lions are another team. Those teams that are at the top, that's how they play. They push it to the line, and they're like, look, this is how we play. We'll see if you're tough enough to kind of weather the storm when we hit you with these body blows.
Hey, Bucky, thank you so much for joining us, man, and give us some of your time. Really appreciate
Bucky
it, man.
Buckets, Donnie. That's what we call it.
Oh, nice.
Thanks for having me on.
Absolutely. That's Bucky Brooks, NFL Network analyst, former NFL defensive back, host of Move the Sticks podcast along with Daniel Jeremiah, available wherever you listen to podcasts.
He called the Niners a heavyweight. That we know, Stoney.
See, he said a lot of stuff that was – I noticed a lot of people on text line saying, this guy's good, this guy's good. You know what he said? He said, you got to find out if the quarterback can function with less. That was what stood out to me when you're evaluating talent.
How do you take that?
Here's how I take it. At some point, Brock Purdy is going to go from $840,000 to something else. You would figure, unless he fizzles out, which I don't think. Right. Okay. How much? At some point, I know it's down the road, but at some point they're going to have to figure out how much Brock Purdy's worth. And that's going to be hard. That's going to be really hard, right?
So I just told you Sunday I helped my oldest son Donovan move. Are you suggesting to me that Brock Purdy right now is just taking the light boxes and the sofas and the couches or the piano that's coming out the house? He ain't doing the heavy lifting? Like, because that's what I take from do more with less.
I'm not saying that's what he's doing. I'm saying I think that's what you got to find out. I mean, let's say the 49ers, it doesn't even matter what happens in the next 2 years, but when his contract comes up and they got to go from $1 million to at least 30 for a starting quarterback in this league, then this is the thing. 888-957-9570. Then you got to find out how much of this is Purdy and how much of this is McCaffrey and how much of this is Kittle and the offensive line. And I get it all works together, but it's not hating. When it comes time to pay the man, you got to know whether he's Justin Herbert-like or in that. You got to know what tier he's on.
Right. But I get that, but I would, up until now, all we can do is go on what we've seen, and he would get paid with the ability that he's shown to drive this vessel.
Okay.
When everything is high optimum. Everybody's available.
My point is when he gets paid, they're not going to have the vessel anymore. They can't. Who are you getting rid of?
Yeah. That's down the road. I get you. But naturally, we'll know if you're talking 2 years, oh, man, all kind of stuff is going to pop off for us to know. Like, again, I'm just being real. Willard, we kind of touched on it. If he were to have Brock not have the best game on it's national TV Monday night, just on a personal standpoint, after the Cleveland, he had his first bad game. Stoney, I honestly believe you. What did Bucky say? The nature of the beast. There'll be some people from afar and even here talking about, interesting. Now that's 2 bad games or 2 subpar games. Where are we going with it? And they may win, and they still say that if he doesn't, have the best game.
I mean, that's the way it is game to game. I'm thinking more 2 years down the line or at some point down the line where you have to say, okay, and this is where, again, it's down the line. It doesn't have to be a conversation for today, but depending on what happens with Purdy over the next 2 years, and so much can happen. They could be 2 Super Bowls in 2 years. I absolutely, positively believe that the 49ers may draft a quarterback because maybe in 2 years they realize we got to pay Purdy $35 million, but it's going to cost us player A and B, and we don't want to do that. What I'm getting at is everything I've seen from Kyle Shanahan and what I just heard from Bucky Brooks, I think Shanahan loves the idea of this kind of quarterback, a quarterback that you don't have to pay $50 million to. And I know Kirk Cousins doesn't fit into that. He makes that much, but this is the way to do it. If you can find a quarterback that you don't have to pay,
no doubt,
you have such an advantage. It's unbelievable.
Yeah, but how hard is that? It's not easy.
It feels like it's not, but Kyle, I believe, thinks it's easier than most. Yeah. Because who'd he draft? Beathard. He drafted Lance. He drafted Purdy. He brought in Beathard. He traded for Garoppolo. He drafted 2 quarterbacks in Washington. Yeah. Who drafts 2 quarterbacks in the same draft?
The owners, and we were talking to the morning guys about this. The owners wanted RG3. They didn't.
No, I get that.
And that's why they followed up. All right, we'll give you. And they got Kirk Cousins. My thing about Kirk Cousins, Stoney, I don't know. We're kind of old fogies, but I better be careful here. I have some that got away in life, relationships. Do you think Kyle looks at Kirk like, he's married, but their marriage is on rocky. He could be traded if he were to lift his trade clock. My point is, do you think there's still some infatuation or love there from Kyle with Kirk?
Well, you know what? That's something that Kyle Shanahan's far more suited to answer than Matt Steinmetz. He was asked about that yesterday at the press conference with the writers about his relationship with Kirk Cousins.
I remember we had the 6th pick, and I knew if we were going at 6, my dad wanted to take Tannehill. I was hoping to get Kirk in the 2nd round and go a different direction. And we traded up to 2 and went with Robert. And I remember him telling me that my dad really liked Russell Wilson. And he said we were going to take Russell Wilson in the 4th and get 2 quarterbacks in there that year. And then we got to the 4th, and Russell was gone. And I remember him coming to my room and was like, hey, do you still want your guy, Kirk? I was like, I don't know about that, Dad. We've gone another direction. He's like, no, the plan was going to take 2. We're still taking 2.
Wow.
That's interesting.
That is more.
Now that's interesting.
I was watching a movie. Wow. Russell Wilson. Yeah, he missed that one. Somebody took him.
You could.
Good Russell
Couldn't
Wilson.
you say, and maybe I'm getting the year, this is Purdy's 2nd year, right? And Trey Lance's 3rd year. Why, after you moved up to get Trey Lance, the very next year, did you draft a quarterback, even if it was in the 7th round? See, you know what I'm saying? I think he would love to start developing another quarterback.
I don't think that's uncommon though for teams to draft quarterbacks even when they have them.
It might not be, but I really do think that Kyle Kyle thinks he can groom a quarterback probably better than any other coach in football.
I think the bigger kind of tell of Kyle Shanahan maybe wanting young quarterbacks would have been trading up for Trey Lance while you still had Garoppolo under contract.
Okay.
Like, because Purdy's, I mean, a 7th-round pick, you're taking a flyer. Like, especially the last pick of the draft, you have no expectation of that player doing it. I mean, a Mr. Irrelevant had not taken a snap under center in NFL history before Brock Purdy. So I don't know if you can say that.
Well, how many quarterbacks were Mr. Irrelevant?
Well, that's kind of the point. You don't know because they're never heard of again. I have no clue.
I know. Is Mr. Irrelevant the very, very, very last pick of the draft, or is it the last quarterback?
No. The last pick of the draft.
Player.
Okay, so I don't want to get in the weeds, but how is a quarterback
like how many 7th-round quarterbacks have started in the NFL?
No, I'm sure there's been none. But what I'm saying is, how many quarterbacks were actually the last pick of the 7th?
Oh, how many Mr. Irrelevant are quarterbacks?
Yeah, exactly. Sorry, that's exactly.
I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, I know. I know. I don't want to get in the weeds on that, but
they lucked out, right? Because we would be talking about the failure that was the Trey Lance debacle.
Luck is when opportunity meets something I can't.
Hard
remember.
work,
preparation.
Oh,
yeah. Well, it's not that because they didn't do their homework on Trey Lance. So hey, 888-957-9570 is the number. Let's take Devin in an Uber. He's been hanging out, man.
Yeah.
Devon, what's up, Devon?
Hey, gentlemen, how you guys doing this morning?
Hey. Doing well, man.
Hey, so I first of all, I want to say thank y'all, man. You guys keep me going while I'm driving. It was cool to have Buck on. I kind of agree with some of he said. One of the things about Brock Purdy, why I think he's a good quarterback. He kind of earned that respect from me as he's been playing, but I want to know if he can play without guys, one, for the money, because when he gets paid, some of these guys ain't going to be able to be there as well. You know, you can't have it all. But two, I think this is I can't figure out why people don't understand why this is a narrative when Tua, before he got a few more weapons, everybody thought he was a bust. They weren't fond of him, and he got a couple weapons, and now he's at an MVP caliber, having MVP caliber performances. Same thing with Josh Allen. Like, some of these guys, they're better than what their team makes them out to be. You just get them a few more weapons, and they're phenomenal. And then on the flip side, there's narratives. Did Tom do it or did Bill Belichick do it? Like who is the reason why this is happening? So I think this is just a fun, competitive thing, but it's also an eye test. We think Brock is good. We just want to know if he can do it without guys, because you're going to have games, clearly, where some of your star guys are missing out. So that's all I wanted to say.
Appreciate it. Good stuff from Devon. By the way, I got to tell Chuck in Oakland, I'll get you on the other side, Chuck.
Chucky. We didn't even shout him out. Chuck came to
that's why. Hey, Chuck, hang in
there.
To the
festivity, the summit.
I want to give him his just due on the other side. So thanks, Bucky Brooks, for coming. He's he's good. He's really good. Really, really good.
I forgot he was on the Raiders.
It is a football. He played for about 5 teams. It's a Football Friday, ladies and gentlemen, brought to you by First 5 California. To learn 4 things you can do to overcome toxic stress, go to first5california.com. Guru asked a provocative question to start the show off. Why do we want to see Brock Purdy, more than any other quarterback virtually, play without a big weapon? Do we ask that of any other quarterback? 888-957-9570. We'll be right back.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
What is this?
Kanye.
Is this a Christmas song?
Kanye. Yeah. Boy. Oh, man, that dude was special.
I gotta call it like I see it. That
And
doesn't do it for me.
Yeah.
Yeah, that one doesn't do it for me. Just doesn't.
You're not a Kanye fan.
That's a sample.
That's not.
Yeah, thank you, Evan.
No, I don't know enough about Kanye to rule his entire array of albums, but that didn't do it for me.
I ain't mad at
That's
you.
all.
But real quick, what
That
you
one
do
and
know
Walk
about
It, Talk It, Walk It, Talk
that's
It.
Drake and Migos. What you do know about is Iggy, and he retired today. So I want to just take a second to give him some love and his flowers for helping out here in Golden State.
I'll do that too. Congratulations to the almost Hall of Famer Andre Iguodala.
You don't know that.
No, I did the numbers crunch. He's not a Hall of Famer.
I thought he didn't like Iggy.
Well, he doesn't, but Guru has never acknowledged it.
Dibs hates when I say it. Well, all right. Dibs with 1B, too. Yeah, I thought about that the other day.
Let's go to Chuck in Oakland. What's going on, Chuck? Hey, thanks for hanging in there, buddy. What's going on?
Hey, good morning, man. Before I answer Guru's question, I just want to say, man, that I appreciate meeting both of you guys, man. Much respect to you guys. I met you guys Wednesday, man. That was a real good look seeing all 6 of you guys at that table.
Yeah, it was fun, man.
Yeah, because it reminded me back in high school, man. I had a couple of partners, man, that was always in that sporting green, man, and looking at the box scores, man. They always knew all the stats, and that just used to amaze me, man. And it was all sports. And you guys just take that to a whole different level, man. That just amazed me how the wealth of knowledge that you guys know in all sports. It don't matter, man, because, man, just to be able to retain that and recall that, man, that's just really cool. Yeah, but I wanted to say, as far as the question, I don't want to see Purdy play without a weapon, yet alone 2 weapons. And the reason being is because if that happens, then that's going to subject him to danger. Danger, danger, danger. You know, because we don't need him to go down. We don't need him to go down. We don't need him trying to do more because that just can subject him to injury. That's why I don't want to see him play without a weapon or 2.
Wow.
Good stuff, Chuck. Great meeting you too. Thanks for listening.
The man.
And
he had his warrior outfit on.
I want to give a personal invite to our next summit to a guy named Grunge91.
Okay.
Who's on the YouTube chat.
Can we all ask why?
Man, it's just a personal gesture. That's it. I'm going to let it there. Okay.
Well, the next opportunity for him and those that love the show to meet you might be at Chase Center, right?
When Evan writes
for a knockout.
I can't wait for Evan's book to come out.
I don't think I'm going to. You know what? Maybe I might play that. And if you haven't heard, if you want to get onto the Chase Center, get this, man. Evan's the best. You want a chance to play on the Chase Center floor. You have one, thanks to 95.7 The Game. You want to listen starting Monday, October 30th at 12:30. We're going to give out 10 slots on each of the shows. The contest is going to run for 2 weeks, and the winners get to play knockout at Chase Center. And once again, your first chance to win is Monday, October 30th. Monday, October 30th. There's a couple pieces of sound we want to get into. It's about Christian McCaffrey and Kyle Shanahan. All right? So yesterday at the press conference, Matt Mayoko, NBC Sports Bay Area. I actually found this very amusing because these two guys aren't strangers. Yeah. And I
love Mayoko.
It felt like they were kind of having a little fun, but in the fun, there was some stuff to note. Take a listen to this little back and forth. Oh, hold on one sec. It's going to be between Matt Mayoko and, you know what? We'll do it real quick.
All right.
Yeah, one of the reasons, we're still getting used to the new studio.
Yeah.
We'll do it. We'll do it. We'll figure it out. Guys have been doing a great job here, by the way. But no, it was, okay. All you got to do is, this is Matt Mayoko, NBC Sports Bay Area, and Kyle going back and forth.
What was the results of that MRI?
With Christian?
Yep.
Oblique.
Does that suggest it's a strain?
I don't know what it is. It's something that makes him day-to-day, though. So,
are you expecting all 3 of those guys to play? McCaffrey, Debo, and Trent Williams?
Not today. They can't. They're not practicing today.
Now that was material.
See, I thought that was pretty funny.
Yeah.
Believe it or not. And, You know how you know it's pretty funny is because Mayoko's there every day. And both those guys knew the question had to be asked, and Shanahan was going to give the answer.
Speaking of Mayoko, let me just give him some flowers. I don't know if right after the game, NBC, they do their post game, and they go to the tunnel wherever they're at, Stoney. The Niners are playing. And I'm telling you, you got to duck. He just has a way of telling you what he saw in the game. They all do a good job, but he's in his bag. So if you get a chance, check that out Monday night.
So Kyle Shanahan's talking about Mayoko and doesn't want to reveal his status for Monday's game against Minnesota. I get that. But later on in the press conference, I want you all to listen to this. I'm going to read it because I have the transcript, but it's something that caught my eye. And if I'm going to read something, I need my glasses.
Readers!
I don't see where they are, actually.
Oh, boy.
I can't. Oh, my God. It's tiny. What the heck? Okay. So anyway, here it is. There was a reporter who asked this question. Christian McCaffrey is on pace for almost 400 touches. Is that a sustainable thing? Was that your plan, to feature him as much as you guys have in the first part of the year? All right. Here's what Kyle Shanahan answered.
All right.
I mean, we treat him as our starting running back, so I don't really think of how many touches we want to get somebody in a year. That's a week-to-week thing and how the game goes. But he gets a lot more extra because he gets thrown to so much in the passing game. I'm happy with how he's being used. I'm happy with how he's playing, and we'll see how the rest of the year goes. Now, that perked up some people. It did not perk me up as much as
Evan and myself.
My two cohorts. Yeah. So you guys take the floor for a second. I got to find my reading glasses.
Evan, I'm going to throw it to you, Evan, because what you said was profound, and then I'm going to come after you because Kyle Shanahan is too smart a man to that 400 doesn't mean anything to him. And we're already here. We don't know Christian's availability Monday. So, Steiny, when you're smart, like I think like Kyle's supposed to be, you got metrics. It's like a pitcher. If you're worried about his arm, you limit his innings, minutes with NBA. Everything Kyle did to bring this man McCaffrey here in regard to you're just going to I feel like it's reckless saying ain't nothing to see here, y'all. And we know how you use them, but you use them a lot. What if he was gone for multiple weeks? Then what are you doing?
Well, you got to play with somebody else. But isn't this what's the difference between McCaffrey and Derrick Henry?
Derrick Henry hasn't had 2 years of missed football, and I know this was in the past like Christian McCaffrey. I think a lot of people, you could say fair or foul, but it's on the Carfax report for Christian McCaffrey. Steiny, he has missed a lot of NFL football. So I know he's been good, but do you really want him? Do you feel me when I say it feels like they might be, or you want to try to get away from running him in the ground because he does so much? And now we don't even know his availability for Monday.
You know what? We all want a bell cow until we get a bell cow. And then we want to protect him and turn him into less than a bell cow. What if I said that?
Well, you will admit his status for Monday is still up in the air.
Okay.
So this is a sign.
Of what?
Maybe, you want to proceed with caution.
Why?
You know what? Sit this one out.
Oh, okay, fair. Yeah, sit it out. That's fine.
But the bigger
and
reason
then you know why
great or later.
Yeah, you know why you sit him out this week? Because next week you're going to want him to carry 25 times. Yeah. Evan?
Well, I think the difference between Derrick Henry and Christian McCaffrey is probably like 4 inches and 50 pounds. And I think Henry's also had an ACL tear. But McCaffrey, and my bigger issue is not that he's not healthy for week 6 or 7, but I think people are concerned that at this rate, and that's why the question was kind of extrapolated to the whole season, 400 touches. Does that mean Christian McCaffrey is going to be 100% and healthy when it matters the most, which is in January and ideally February? And that Kyle Shanahan can't answer. But if you're not even looking at that from a bird's eye view, Then how do I trust that he is going to be healthy when it matters the most?
Well, and here's the way I think.
And if the offense is really as good as we believe it can be,
or that we've seen without,
then why is it so important that even with an oblique or a rib injury that he continues to play through it?
Couple things. This is where I think we as fans and media don't get it, that these guys coach every game to win.
Yep.
All right. So here's what I think about what happened, and I'll read it again. I think when somebody asked Kyle Shanahan, he's on a pace for over 400 touches for the season, and Shanahan goes, I don't, okay, that's whatever, because he didn't do the math in Kyle Shanahan's mind. Hey, this is the way Kyle Shanahan thinks, and you tell me if you like it or not. We've got Christian McCaffrey. He's one of the best running backs in the NFL. And the reason he's one of the best running backs in the NFL is because he's great, and we use our running. We're going to use him 20 to 25 times a game because he's great. He's great.
Yes, he is.
And he's our bell cow. And if he's healthy, we're playing him like that. And if he's not healthy, we won't play him.
So if I give you these numbers, can I remove?
But he's currently not healthy. Is the thing. He isn't.
Okay.
He has an oblique and a rib injury,
right,
and he might play on Monday night. That's what we're talking about. It's not that he's not healthy.
No, I know.
Or he is healthy.
But all I'm saying is the way these guys look at it, like Kyle Shanahan, is, hey, Doc, give me the yes or no on Christian. And because I don't think it's as the coach, especially in football, isn't really, what do you think? Is he 90? Is he 80? Can I do? I really think it goes like this. Can McCaffrey play? Is McCaffrey going to be able to play or not? Probably not, Coach. All right, thanks. And then, so Shanahan, let's say, knows right now Christian's not going to play, but then he'll be ready for next week, guaranteed. He could almost, but let's not push it. Okay, next week he's running 25 times.
But you don't think I'm asking, you guys don't think there's any analytical
I don't know.
Component to football? I do.
I don't know.
Protect the guy from himself. So like Evan said,
so
if it's iffy or he's not 100, let me just give this to you. Forget it, Christian McCaffrey. If his name was Evan Giddings, 2020, Stoney, he played 3 games. 2021, he played 7 games. 2022, he played 6. So I know, hey, this happened, that happened, this was ailing him, but my goodness, if this guy is my bell cow, Stoney, there is a way we can save him, spell him. And we talked about this theme from week 1, week 2. Why was he into the Pittsburgh game? I know it was the first game of the season, but I'm getting vibes of, okay,
we need to
what if there's multiple weeks, guys, that this guy's out and we didn't rest him or get the oil change when we should have.
Well, this is important. We need to get this right. McCaffrey played his first 4 years in the league, 16, 16, 16.
Yep.
Then he had a 3 and a 7. He never had a 6.
I got 6 right here in 2022.
That's with Carolina.
Oh, okay. Got you.
So he had 3 1 year, 7. Then he played 17 games last year.
All right.
And this year he's played every game.
Yeah.
But what's the number next to those first 16 starts, first 3 years? The number is
probably
21, 22, and 23, and those are his ages.
Oh, okay.
Right now, he's 27 going on 28.
Okay.
And that's around the time that running backs begin to decline across the league.
See, you know what? You know where I actually am on the side against you guys on this one, because I do think, is this Super Bowl or bust or not?
It is, and that's why I think...
Then you got to win every game.
Why do you have to win every game?
Because you want home field.
Well, that's the standard. That's what they're trying to do.
That did you in.
Right.
Not if you thought that you could beat Philly on the road last year with a healthy quarterback.
Evan, come on. They've stated the number 1 seed is their number 1
And they
goal.
don't even have to do it. We know that that's the title of the jam. Stoney, the thing is just proceed with caution. That's all. And
they are.
Right.
If he's,
when I hear the coach say 400 is not a number that's alarming or might be too much. I'm like, damn, Kyle, I thought you were so.
Here's what he would say. Here's what I think he'd probably say. Okay, help me here. How many touches is 400 over the course of the season? Kyle, I think, would ask that, and they'd be like, well, let me do the math real quick. 73, 40. It's 24. It'd average out. Well, how much is 400 touches? It's about 24 a game, Kyle. Okay. Yeah, that's about what we like. 18, 19 rushes, 5, 6 catches. Sounds great to me.
And it sounds like he may suit up Monday, especially when the coach has that back and forth with Mayelko about if he can go, he's going to go, Stoney. Just be careful.
See, I think it's a matter of when he goes, he goes. And when he, like, if you want to be, like, being conservative with Christian McCaffrey is not running him less. To me, it would be, well, sit him out. Then sit him out Monday. And guess what? He ain't going to get to 400 touches if he misses for the most, I mean.
Yeah,
you drop 20.
Be ready for the. Okay.
Sit him out.
Yeah.
And like that's he's on the scale for 400 touches. Okay, I'll bet you if he sits out against Minnesota, he's on a pace to carry 375 times. Like, 888-957-9570 is the number. I think this is another great conversation to have. I first of all, I see where you guys are coming from, for sure. For sure.
And it's kind of a wishy-washy injury, like a fluke injury, Stoney, when you talk about the ribs, the oblique, cartilage, just like it's not a knee,
It's a football injury.
Yeah.
It is.
Well, all the times his face mask is getting grabbed.
Oh,
and his
stop
neck
crying about that. Yeah, I know.
Hey,
Christian McCaffrey, face mask, just play.
But if you had to bet now that I'm Kyle, he's playing. He's playing Monday.
I don't think he is, actually.
I think he is.
Filmo Mike. What's up, Filmo Mike? How you doing, man? Filmo.
Mike.
That little, y'all used to have like a little thing that went, and then you would know that you was on the radio. That's why when people call in, they ain't, you feel me, registering because they don't hear the they like, hello? But anyway, Steiny, you tripping. That Kanye West song, you would love that song.
Really?
You would love that song.
Maybe
I swear to God, that song is. He said, what did he say? He was like, hold on. He was like, I've been waiting this my whole life. Hey, these dreams be waking me up at night. Sonny, you would go crazy. You would go home. You would go home.
You know what, Filmo?
You would love that song.
Yeah, no, you're right. That sounds great.
Oh, boy.
That sounds great. I think I am going to. Yeah.
You buddy. But anyway, look, though. Quarterback play across the league is what's the Dallas Cowboy fan? I forgot his name. He'd be like, trash. Man. If you
Bubba
look at
Dub.
quarterback play around the league, if you look at it around the league, it is horrible. So the thing that the Niners got to trip on, they have this window. You paying Brock Purdy nothing. Brock Purdy playing like a top 5 QB. Bucky Brooks, greatest voice in radio. He said it. I love hearing Bucky Brooks on the weekend. That's the only person I like on the little Fox radio station that y'all got that click over. He the only one I like. Doug Gottlieb's a square from Delaware. Listen though, man.
I actually don't think Gottlieb's from Delaware.
Around the league.
Gottlieb played Division I hoops, baby.
He's still a square from Delaware.
Mike Willard's on the Fox radio on the weekend, too, showing some love, family.
Oh, yeah. Willard be on there, and he sometimes be on there with Bucky Brooks. Bucky Brooks is excellent, but my only point is, if you look at it, we have to win. The pressure is here. Why is the Super Bowl a bust? You got all these number 1 players, top 3 players. You got all these weapons. Defense, offense, you're loaded, and you're paying a top 5, 6, 7 QB less than $1 million. You have to win.
There you go.
Because like he said, when it's time for Purdy to get paid, based on the play of all these whack-ass, trash-ass quarterbacks, ain't no Warren Moons. Ain't nobody really balling. When I look at the quarterbacks today, I don't see no Steve Youngs. Wow. I don't even see no Bobby Abears. Man, these people is trash.
Hey, Filmo.
So I'm just saying, man, we have to win.
Yeah, I hear you. Hey, Filmo, just facts are facts, and Doug Gottlieb's from Milwaukee.
But the saying square from Delaware. He was rhyming.
Yeah, man. Yeah. Hey, man.
I got you, Mike.
He's a hillbilly from Milwaukee, whatever you want to call him, man. I don't like Doug Goller. You need to go somewhere.
All right, buddy. Have a great weekend, my man. Yeah. Filmo Mike. You know, that's one thing, too, I'll throw out there. If you're listening, if you're not listening, I won't.
Sophia Vergara, what's her last name? She came on the TV. Wow. Oh, my goodness. Go ahead. God is beautiful. Go ahead, Snotty. That might be the most beautiful woman in the world, man. But go ahead.
Hashtag random.
God, Snotty, I had a moment, and then you ruined it. Go ahead. I'm listening.
You know, for everybody out there that says, Brock Purdy's draft status, people, he's a 7th-round pick, and people don't believe, and you know what? Wait till he gets paid.
They're trying to win a Super Bowl, Stotty. That's way down the road.
But that's my point. The reason he ought to be counting his lucky stars right now because he doesn't have the pressure of a contract on his back also right now.
But you can.
One of the reasons Jimmy Garoppolo was so heavily criticized is because we all thought, well, he's the guy they're paying $25 million. You're paying Brock peanuts.
Yeah. But, Stoney, there's an inner pressure Brock knows. Even before when the game he came in, like if I perform, I got a gig. Nothing was expected of me.
Yeah,
Evan talked about it earlier with the 7th-round pick. Yeah. So there is an inner pressure, but it ain't. I understand Ice Cube all about the Benjamins because he hasn't got that big contract. But I'm going to disagree with you. There is pressure on Brock.
Because he knows
this is a
pressure
blessing.
on every quarterback.
But this is different, Stoney. This guy may be the face of the franchise for the next 10 years. And when he got drafted, I don't think anybody in his family or friends would have thought, you know what, you got a shot at being a franchise quarterback. And not only has he got the opportunity because it's presented itself because of injury, he is Jesse Owens on the track right now in regard to what he's doing and how he's playing. So there is pressure to bounce back Monday. Does Monday, is that the end of it? No. But Steiny, there's some pressure, man.
Yeah, but does anybody really think Brock Purdy's going to throw 3 interceptions Monday?
I do not.
Anybody want to bet?
And there's no weather condition. You couldn't get that bet anywhere.
Let's go to Rich in Fremont.
Rich,
what's up, Rich? Yeah. How you doing, man?
Hey, what's up, guys?
Rich,
hey.
Y'all know if y'all got pest control problems, y'all go to ATCO.
Will do.
Right on the table.
Yes, sir.
So my whole thing is this. I agree with you, Stein. I think you're right. I think that if Brock Purdy, plays well on Monday without the weapons, I believe on a national level, nationally, not locally here, that a lot of the criticisms he's been getting he'll be able to shake off.
Yeah.
Because really at this point, it's not about whether or not if he can play. We all know he can play. But the real thing is, can he play without the weapons? Can he play with adversity? That's what's in question right now. And I missed you. I missed the summit, man. And you guys have a great day, man, in the afternoon. And I had to work. So
hey, Rich, and then you missed me real quick. Rich, you missed me last Friday at Washington High. Your buddy said you lived across the street. I was waiting on you.
Yeah.
No, we got to go, Rich.
I did. I went by there. I went by there. I walked around, but I didn't.
All right, Rich, we got to get out. We'll talk to you next week. That's how you do it.
All right. On the other side, I ask Evan whether he's in Guru's ear or not. Let me get something done here real quick. First of all, we've got Arif Hassan coming up at noon. He knows all about the Vikings, and it's a Football Friday brought to you by First 5 California. To learn 4 things you can do to overcome toxic stress, go to first5california.com.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Uh-oh. I'd forgotten about that. Trouble brewing.
What happened?
Wemby's in town. Victor Wembanyama in town.
He ain't going to see a minute.
Warrior, you better be careful.
He won't see a minute.
Who?
All the starters, I would imagine.
Why? This isn't preseason football.
The dress rehearsal was the game before the final game.
Who are you talking about? The Warriors?
Both. Wemby wouldn't see the court if I were Wemby.
What are you
take it
talking
off.
about? It's not like preseason football when you sit out the last game.
I don't want any of my players getting the thought of them getting hurt or turning an ankle.
Well, I know, and you don't want to. And you want to run Christian McCaffrey 3 times a game.
That's funny. Aha!
I don't know.
Evan agrees.
I'm not talking about McCaffrey.
Oh,
that's a regular. Like Victor Wembanyama's a rookie. It's the preseason. What do you mean you don't want him to play?
Opening night, well, Wednesday, but Tuesday, I don't
get you, man.
Proceed with caution. It's preseason, Stoney. Come on. You see it in baseball.
You know what? This is why you only got to the level you got to in sports. Seriously.
It was confidence.
You can't play scared.
Yeah, I did.
That's why these guys are great. That's why they're professionals, because they play hard. They compete. It drives them.
Okay, smart
Games
ass. I'm going here.
Are what they live for.
$20 bet. The 3 starters are out of the starting lineup for the.
I don't care about the Warriors. They can do whatever they want.
Now, why is that different?
Because we're talking about a guy who's never been in the league. Yeah. Wembanyama. So, whoa. What are you saying? Steph Curry shouldn't play, and neither should Wembanyama because they're both?
No, they're starters. No, they're both.
You're comparing Wembanyama to Curry.
You're doing that, and I'm going to let you do it.
But why?
No.
Why should Curry sit?
Because you got a game Tuesday, bud. Yeah. It's nothing to gain but an injury tonight.
Yeah, multiple first. And Debo? Are you kidding me? There ain't many teams in the league who wouldn't give up anything for Debo Samuel and 3 first-round picks.
Oh, who was that?
I don't know. I was like, it's Steiny.
You got to play.
I'm not giving. Come on, Steiny. Next week's the season. If I'm a coach,
it's not a thing in the NBA to sit out the last game of the preseason. It's just not a thing. Some guys do, some guys don't. Every coach has like their own different thing.
I bet you Steph don't play tonight. That's all I'm saying. Clay either. Wiggins, CP3. Boy, the stuff that gets your goose.
Well,
and you're wrong because they're probably not going to play tonight. The dress rehearsal was against the Kings.
I'm not talking about the Warriors. I said Wembanyama in town tonight for a preseason game, and you said he shouldn't play.
Well, and I mean that, and the reason is he doesn't have the status that Curry has, obviously. My point is he's a big piece of what they're going to do. Why even risk him turning an ankle?
Well, why play in the last game?
No, it's an exhibition game.
Why play in the last why did he play in the last exhibition game?
That was the dress rehearsal. Yeah.
You know what? You're not the only guy like this. Yeah. I don't know what the hell is going on. You want these great – you know what? No wonder James Harden's your favorite player.
No.
Because he just doesn't play.
He doesn't have that anymore.
You put him in bubble wrap, he doesn't play. Guess what? If you don't play, you can't stink. Yeah. Like, come on.
But his problem is he wants to get traded every other season. Horrible timing. My thing was with James. It was when he played.
Victor Wembanyama. A guy who hasn't played in the league one game yet.
So do you want to bet that he plays tonight or not?
I don't know if he's going to or not.
Okay, so what I'm saying is you understand there's something to what I'm saying because they could be thinking the same way the Spurs.
That's fine. Right. But that's
so
weak.
When you go off,
that's weak.
But it's to them too.
But let's see what happens.
Yeah, I know what's going to happen.
I'm just saying, this mentality, this goes well past. This goes to Christian McCaffrey. It's the same freaking conversation. Why do we want these guys to not play?
He's different. He's got an ailment right now. McCaffrey.
Right. So if he can't play, he won't. If he can, he will.
Well, it looks like you're right there because it's a game time decision.
Let's set up what we've been talking about. Evan, can you hear me? I want it. Matt Mayoko. Do we have the Matt Mayoko back and forth? And then I got to read this quote from Kyle because it is interesting, and there is another side to what I'm saying. But I want everybody to understand what we're talking about.
Okay.
Go ahead.
What was the results of that MRI?
With Christian?
Yeah.
Oblique.
Does that suggest it's a strain?
I don't know what it is. It's something that makes him day to day, though. So.
Are you expecting all three of those guys to play? McCaffrey, Debo, and Trent Williams?
Not today. They can't. They're not practicing today.
All right, so that was Kyle Shanahan with Matt Mayoko. Obviously wants to be coy about McCaffrey's injury and whether or not he's going to play Monday against the Vikings. Then Shanahan was asked a question about McCaffrey's workload and that he was on pace to touch the ball 400 times this year, which is a substantial number.
Yep.
Here's what Kyle said. I mean, we treat Christian as our starting running back, so I don't really think of how many touches we want to get somebody in a year. That's a week-to-week thing and how the game goes. But he gets a lot more extra because he gets thrown to so much in the passing game. But I'm happy with how he's being used. I'm happy with how he's playing, and we'll see how the rest of the year goes. To me, what Kyle Shanahan's saying right there is if Christian's on the field, I am probably going to give him 25 touches a game in the regular season. Like we can agree or disagree. Yeah. Isn't that what you're hearing?
There's no doubt.
Okay.
And I don't want to say reckless, but it almost borderlines on reckless because this is a brutal sport. But Steiny, I didn't need Kyle to waste words and tell us why he gets the ball so much. We know how you use him. The thing is, Coach, can there be overusage? That's all. And it seems like Kyle is not oblivious. He don't give a damn. And I would have followed up, Kyle, do you think there's any correlation with all your running backs at one juncture in a season where they get hurt? And I can list off the names, Mostert, Breida. I mean, is that a concern? He may just let the cookie crumble, or it is what it is. I'm just shocked that this guy that seems like a control freak is the 400 don't scare him. It's not the number you're trying to give him that it's a target. It's like, when do you look and say, you know what, maybe we need to dial it back on him just a tad bit?
Well, see, I think, and feel free to jump in here at 888-957-9570. I think what Kyle would say is, yeah, we've built that in. We've built all that in, Goo, and we feel like 20 to 25 touches per game, which adds up to whatever it does. That's the perfect workload for Christian.
All right.
Because it's the perfect workload for him, and it's the perfect workload for us so that we can be the best team possible. So when he's healthy, he is probably going to touch the ball 20, 25 times.
Okay, let's do this. Because the reality and the truth is,
how can you argue with that?
I'm not.
Okay.
But what I am arguing is proceeding with caution. He's dealing with something right now. So the whole point and what we discussed when we came in here today is this could be an opportunity to let him heal and dial back his workload. And we're talking about woulda, coulda, shoulda with Brock Purdy and how he plays and how the narrative would change. Let's just put it on the table. If Christian were to play and get hurt, wouldn't we come in here Monday and second guess, you know what, couldn't that have been avoided? What if you would have just let him rest? That's going to come up.
See, I think it is going to come up, but Kyle doesn't care, and almost nor should he, because coaches and quarterbacks and players hear it all the time. Like, I think these guys, I mean, like somebody, if McCaffrey gets hurt on Monday and on Wednesday press conference, somebody says, do you think your overuse of him was the reason he's out for the next month? Kyle's just going to say, Christian McCaffrey's a bell cow in this league. 20 to 25 touches. That's who he is. I want to know what 49ers fans think at 888-957-9570. See, I it's not that I disagree with you, Goo, at all. In fact, there's a part of me that agrees with you. If he can't play, or if there's any sliver of doubt for Monday, I am not going to play Christian McCaffrey. If he's ready next week, I'm going to play Christian McCaffrey, and I'm giving him the ball 25 times. So I think because I don't think you can use McCaffrey as a decoy like you use any of the other guys.
But he would help. Don't get me wrong, Steiny.
What do you mean?
Just him being out there as a decoy.
No wonder.
To me,
not if he's not healthy.
Well,
if he's not healthy, I'd rather have a healthy back.
I mean, we have identified, and I've been told everywhere you look about this is the guy. This is the MVP of the offense, Christian McCaffrey. Now, if this were week 13 or week 16 and the division was on the line, or if this were a playoff game, Steiny, hell yeah, you're going out there. Okay, but I'm just.
It is.
Yeah.
It is a playoff game. Not playoff game, but there's a lot on the line.
Well, that can be every week because there's only one game a week.
Why did the Niners not have home field the last 2 years?
Because they got off to terrible starts.
Right.
Yeah.
So even though every game's important, like this week is every bit as important as week 15.
Well, I'll tell you this. If I would have told you as great as the Browns' off defense was, shouldn't the Niners without Debo and McCaffrey been able to beat a Cleveland team with P.J. Walker starting and no Chubb?
Okay, but what does that have to do with anything?
No, I'm just saying, wouldn't you have thought that the Niners would have won that game going away? I'm being real. I would have said, hey, Cleveland defense nice. Niners are going to still win.
Okay.
They didn't.
That happens all the time in the NFL. So you think a team's going to win and they don't.
Yeah. So I'm talking about when you go in there and the team's missing they're missing their quarterback and running back.
Right. 49ers lost a game that most people thought they were going to win.
Yeah. To a team that didn't have their starting running back and quarterback.
That's why we thought it was more sure than we would have thought was Watson, though. Coming up in 15 minutes, we've got Arif Hassan. You can follow him on Twitter. I'll give you all that information. And he also writes a Substack newsletter. Really good stuff. He's familiar with the Minnesota Vikings.
I can't wait.
And we're going to talk to him about Kirk Cousins, who knows when he'll be the 49ers quarterback.
I'm going to give you a one.
Could it still happen? Let's go to Silk. Silk is in Oakland, wants to talk about McCaffrey.
Hey, what's up, Steiny and Guru? How y'all doing?
Hey.
Hey, man, I just wanted to say this. Like, if you really think about it, the 49ers maybe was banking on Elijah Mitchell to be much more healthier than he is, and that would have made a difference for McCaffrey. But since he's not, now they're relying on McCaffrey much more.
That's fair. That's fair. Maybe Kyle doesn't want to say. He's like, yeah, well, Elijah Mitchell's not ready, and Mason's just starting to come around. And
what am I missing with Mason?
Not that you guys need to know anything, but yeah, we're probably going to cut his touches down to 18 to 20. Right. But I'm not going to tell you guys that.
No, there could be all kind of that. But about Mason, because you just brought the call.
He fumbles. Up. John Dickinson said they're unsure of his ball security.
Well,
and if Dickinson says it,
when he runs, man, he runs hard. He's physical and he's a bruiser. And until that happens, Steiny, don't you kind of? He's a great. I mean, they got to find somebody else that can spell McCaffrey, even when McCaffrey's on the field. And maybe Mitchell stay healthy.
Yeah. What do you got there, Evan? Is that some peanut butter and oatmeal, I think? Oh, he's not even going to come over to the mic now. That's all right. That's fine. You don't have to come over to the mic right now. There was something I wanted to bring up.
You had it, too.
What? Oh. Yeah.
Well, there we go.
Here's what it is. You some of the guys you choose like you have boys. He's your boy.
Yeah.
One of your boys you ought to be ashamed of.
Now, I told you we're done. I divorced Harden. I'm telling you, man.
It's not James Harden.
Oh, whoa.
Although it's the same initials.
Well, it really is. Yeah, you're right.
You ought to be ashamed.
Of. Pay it off.
Stick up for this guy. Jim Harbaugh.
Oh boy, you would.
He ought to be ashamed.
No, he needs to come back to the big boy league. That's all.
To cheat?
I didn't like the whole 2-game suspension.
To cheat?
We'll impose ourselves.
That's not even the big story.
But that bothered me. You never knew. That bothered me. What the hell? What'd he do now?
He broke every rule in the book, scouting teams in advance of the game.
If you ain't cheating, you ain't trying. You believe it.
I hope like that. If he...
No, so what do you want him in jail?
No. I want him to lose this self-righteous attitude like he's the moral guy.
I wish we could get him on the phone and you just talk to him like that. Hey, Jim.
He would say, I just have no knowledge. We're going to cooperate with the NCAA.
He ain't the only crook.
Like, I want you to know, like, it's not like I can't stand Harbaugh. Sometimes I like him, but
I love him.
I think he's
well, he's getting in hot water now, but it's simmer. It's medium
not a
hot.
fake tough guy, because I do think he's a tough guy.
Oh, he played football and took hits.
It doesn't mean not everybody who played football is a tough guy.
I'm picking and choosing what I'm doing today.
Al Del Greco.
Go ahead, Statty.
Garo Yepremian.
Go ahead.
Reggie Roby.
Great punter.
Come at me.
Go ahead.
I lost my train of thought.
No, was it? I'll let you.
It's just about him. Advanced scout. Let's go to a Rob in Livermore. Hey, Rob in Livermore, what's going on, man?
Hey, guys. Thanks for having me.
Yeah.
Hey, I think what a lot of the fans don't have anymore, which I personally do, I actually have faith in Shanahan. I don't necessarily like the workload of McCaffrey, but I'm not an NFL coach. I don't know McCaffrey personally. Shanahan wants to win more than anybody else. He's going to do what he's got to do to win, and he's also not going to put McCaffrey in a situation where he gets hurt again. The man knows what he's doing. I have full faith in that man and the system, and that's what I'm sticking with. Niner fans have to have faith in Shanahan. Thanks, guys.
No, thank you, Rob. Appreciate it, man.
Well,
in Shanny we trust.
Yeah, he's got you to a Super Bowl and close twice. It looks like you might be heading there again.
Well, not if they overuse McCaffrey.
All right, Steiner, you just wait. I hope it doesn't happen.
What? That he gets hurt? That's what happens in football to a lot of players, unfortunately. It's a violent
more so
game.
Team in red and gold at the running back position.
That's right. You know why?
That's like a ritual.
Because you know why? Because the 49er running backs run harder than any other running backs in the NFL under Kyle Shanahan. I believe that. I truly believe that.
And
I really do.
Yeah, no, I'll give you that, but it doesn't lessen the impact when you're without whoever the running back is getting.
But that's
because that's what it's about. The services of when you miss that player perform.
What it's about is the games that these running backs play, where they run harder than other running backs for the most part, is one huge reason why the Niners are so good, I think. And so there's a little bit of maybe a give and take there.
Yeah.
We got on the other side, Arif Hassan. He's got a Wide Left Post Substack. It's a newsletter about the NFL and its intersections with politics and culture. This would be good stuff.
Yeah, he also used to cover the Vikings specifically for SB Nation. But I'm curious, though, because you mentioned the touches.
Yeah.
And it doesn't sound like with the Niners, if they run the hardest of any team in the NFL, that not all touches would be created equal. Not all attempts would be created equal. So if 400 touches for Christian McCaffrey are him running harder than any other running back, then wouldn't you want to limit him if they're going to be more physically demanding?
That's a great point, Evan. There's no doubt about it. I don't think you're necessarily wrong. I just think that it's what Kyle demands of his running back. And he thinks it's okay to demand McCaffrey to do that 20 to 25 times. Like, let me ask you guys, do you think is that a homer statement? I think the 49ers running backs run harder than most running backs in the league. I really do. I think when at the mesh point, there you go. At the mesh point, it feels like McCaffrey's got more of a head of steam than other running backs.
Yeah, I don't think
somebody
that's
might say,
say.
Steinmetz, you don't know. You have no idea what you're talking about.
There's no way that's homer, though. That's legit.
Especially by the amount of injuries that they have at that position specifically. I think you can say that.
And that's what we're talking about. How far do you go? Like I totally get what you guys are saying, and I think what I would say is, well, he has to run that hard to be that good, and for the 49ers to be that good. But I get it. How many times a game can he do it? And Kyle thinks that whatever number we're at now is kind of workable. That's where we're at. Do you think it's like, what would be your best case scenario go with McCaffrey?
About how they're about 20 to 25 times. And if we needed him 30 to 35, but I want to use something you gave our boss credit for. He canceled the meeting yesterday because the night before we had a long night. And you go, Goo, that was Nahigan's the great. He read the room. And that was him saving us from fatigue, although it's different fatigue, mental fatigue. He was looking out for us, so there was no meeting. And that's all I'm asking Kyle to do, even if the player is barking and saying, I want to play, is look like we got more than half of the season. We know you're doing all. You're taking abuse left and right. Okay, if you can't go and you're 75%, we can sit you out and still get it done.
Okay, well, you just said 20 to 25 times a game is about right. Well, that's over. That's going to get you to 400. That number that scares you. So if he's healthy all year, then that's what he's going to play, 20 to 25. I mean, this is what I'm talking about. Like, I think maybe this is where load management comes in. Maybe Monday's kind of a load management day in football. You know you're going to be banged up at various points of the year. So every once in a while, let's just not play those games where we're not 100%. All right. We got Arif Hassan on the other side. He is a writer, Wide Left Post Substack, and he writes a newsletter that combines the NFL, politics, and culture. Looking forward to that on the other side on 95.7 The Game. All right, Matt Steinmetz and Darryl the Guru Johnson with you, and I'm looking forward to this conversation with Arif Hassan. You can follow him at Arif Hassan NFL. You can also subscribe to his Wide Left Post Substack. It's a newsletter about the NFL and its intersection with politics and culture. Arif, thank you for joining us. Really appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
All right, let me tell you a little bit. Let me give you a little inside baseball about our show. One of the things that I have a problem with is when guys get unnecessarily criticized, who I think are pretty good, and everybody out here in the Bay kills Kirk Cousins. Why don't you tell everybody why Kirk Cousins is better than everyone thinks? Because I do.
Oh, for sure. I'd love to. Normally, I'm a huge critic of Cousins, but I think he's played really well this year. And one thing to kind of keep in mind is people are pouring over, all these statistics to say, hey, his yards per attempt isn't this or that. He leads the league in dropped passes. He leads the league in rate of passes that have been dropped by his receivers. He's really accurate this year. He's done a pretty good job getting the ball out on time, and he's been aggressive. I know a lot of people don't think of him as a guy who pushes the ball down the field, but he's got a pretty good deep ball accuracy, and he hits those deep balls at a pretty good rate. And he actually did a pretty good job last week without Justin Jefferson, but there were 4 drop passes, and there were 4 lost contested catches. So he's doing pretty well. His receivers aren't really living up to it.
Yeah, no, good point. Arif, let me ask you this, because my partner is very fond of Kirk Cousins. I've come around. I look at the numbers. He's got 14 touchdowns this year to 4 interceptions. And I got to say this. I know the season's not over for the Vikings yet. There's no Jefferson. Netflix ran the quarterback series with Kirk Cousins in it. And I just, in my world, if you're a good dad, you're a good dude, right? So I'm rooting for Kirk. But what bothers me, and tell me if I'm off base, if there were a contender to come and the Viking season went south, if he didn't waive that no trade clause, which he has, Arif, I would kind of be disappointed, because I want to see him go somewhere and try to get that ring or play big time football. How would you respond to that?
I totally understand that. And yeah, I think the quarterback series won a lot of people over, me included. I mean, he is a lot tougher than people give him credit for. It would be nice to see him try and finish out, what he started with the Vikings, but he is getting a little bit older. The Vikings team itself is not really built, I think, to make a run, at least in the next 2 years. And so seeing him kind of latch onto a franchise in the same way that, Peyton Rodgers did with the Jets, or that Tom Brady did with the Buccaneers, latching on with the franchise at the end of his career to get one final shot, that'd be really nice to see. I think that he's got, that ability, that time.
Hey, actually, Arif, we got you're breaking up a little. We're going to try to get right back to you.
Yeah, some good stuff.
I got some great questions for him, too. We'll get Arif back in a second talking about.
He said that series won him over, and you already were a big fan, but he's a good dude, Kirk, man.
Yeah, but
he's got 14 touchdowns to 4 interceptions. There's not a throw he can't make.
Thank you.
Except the INT.
Thank you.
When the game's on the line.
Well, you just said if there's a throw, there's not a throw he can't make.
But
even an INT. Yeah. You're coming around. Y'all are. And you'll at the end of the day.
I want him to wait. If this thing goes south, and I expect it to with no
victory
Jefferson,
laps being run right now, unfortunately, for all the haters.
No, he would have to go in the playoffs.
No, he wouldn't.
Yeah. He got that win over the Saints.
Yeah, it's not his fault. It's not his fault. Mm-hmm.
The Thielen, remember he dropped that pass in
there? And then the game they lost, he only had 4 touchdown passes or whatever it was. They lost 38-35, some
the
shootout.
Giants,
yeah, exactly.
Danny Dimes.
Thank you. Put some respect on his name.
I just did. I want to see him go somewhere.
I don't like when you do this. We got Arif back.
Okay.
We got Arif Hassan back. Thanks. Thanks for bearing with us. My partner goes, I'd like to see Kirk Cousins go somewhere. It's like, why can't he just lead Minnesota to a great year?
Yeah.
I mean, how good's this team when they get Justin back?
I mean, the team can be pretty good, and I think than their record. They're playing more like a 4-2 team than a 2-4 team. They had a couple of fumbles and turnovers. They've got some bad fumble luck as well that they're dealing with. So it's a better team than it looks, but I also think that, the defensive personnel is not there yet. I think it might take a year or two before that team can genuinely, make a run at the Super Bowl and make playoffs. So I understand, trying to get Cousins on to, maybe replicate Matthew Stafford with the Rams or something like that, trying to get onto a team at the end of his career that's really built to succeed right now, just to see what he can do.
Arif, share with us your thoughts of what young Brock Purdy is doing. I mean, outside of last week in Cleveland, this dude is it's almost incredible watching him perform. But where are you at? Do you need to see more? Is this the guy? Talk to us about Brock Purdy in your estimation.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's an interesting situation because he's outplaying, any reasonable expectation anybody could have him. But it's also pretty easy to take a look at that win-loss record and say, hey, people are overrating him a little bit. I try to come in the middle there. I think that his pre-snap diagnosis is elite. I think his anticipation is remarkable. And I do think that it is a little bit easy to overrate some elements of his play, like his accuracy. I think he's good, not great there. And I think that, he's a freewheeler, right? You watch his Iowa State stuff, you watch the stuff at the end of the season last year, and he likes to improvise, but for a lot of his successful play, he's not improvising. And I think he needs to stay there, because I think when he goes off script, I think a lot of it is not there. He puts the ball in dangerous situations, wasn't punished a ton for it last year. So to me, he's a very in-structure player that can grow as an out-of-structure player, but I think he thinks he's not. I think he thinks he can, be a sandbox guy more than he is, and I think he can get really dangerous. And so that's kind of my big concern with him, is that, he loves to get out of the pocket and do some stuff, and I think he gets dangerous because I don't know if he has the tools to do that. But when he's asked to do what he can do, he's really good.
Arif, let me ask you this, as someone who knows the Vikings inside and out, when you look at Monday's game, I'm going to ask you, what wins this game for the Vikings if they can come out of here with a win? And then if not, what's going to get them beat?
Yeah, I think any team that tackles well has a chance against San Francisco. They're a very, yards after the catch type team. I don't know what the injury situation is like for, Debo and Christian McCaffrey. Obviously, that's going to play a pretty big role in that estimation. But I think that what's going to happen is that they tackle well at the back end, but also their blitzing, really gets home and forces Purdy to try and improvise. They blitz more than any other team in the league at a nearly 60% clip. It's really absurd. No other team is even at 50. And so if they send these extra rushers, get him off his spot, force him to move, get him out of structure, that's what it ends up looking like. And then offensively, obviously they're dealing with one of the best defenses in the league. They just have to stick to their game plan with or without Justin Jefferson. They're just going to have to make sure that they hit their marks and their timing and just absorb the losses for when, Nick Bosa wins his rep or when Fred Warner, blitzes really well or plays his coverage landmark perfectly. Like, you're just going to have to deal with the fact that, on a lot of plays, the defense is just going to be correct. And so to absorb those losses and then build up on a bunch of little wins, because I think trying to do too much against San Francisco is where a lot of teams lose on offense.
Arif, I don't have to tell you how fantastic the Niner offense has been, and obviously a big part of that is C-Mac, Christian McCaffrey, but a lot of conversation out here about his usage. And I'm just wondering, people calling me soft, my partner laughing at me because I'm worried about, is he being overused early? When you hear that word, do you scoff at it, or is that a legit conversation or worry to have about the overusage of McCaffrey or any type of running back?
I think it is a legitimate conversation. I think that just backs in general in a previous era of football were mostly overused. They could have extended their careers or been better in the playoffs. I mean, a good example of this on the opposite direction is Terrell Davis, who was run a lot in Denver. There's no question about that, but they certainly made sure that his primary usage was in the playoffs. He ran more in the playoffs than he did during the regular season on a per-game basis, and I think that's how you want to treat somebody like McCaffrey. Not because he's injury-prone or anything like that, although he has a couple in his career, but just because you want to save your best players at positions that take a lot of damage, like running back, for the biggest games. And so I think that's fair. San Francisco has a strong history of getting a lot of production out of their running back. So for them, there's a little bit less of a drop-off from going to like a Jordan Mason. Maybe Elijah Mitchell. I mean, he's been a little bit of a disappointment. But, going down to other backs, it's a little bit easier for San Francisco than others. So I think that that's something that they should explore at least a little bit. I mean, they got to still win games in the interim. McCaffrey's going to be a big part of that. But I think that, regulating his usage just a little bit so you can explode in the playoffs is ideal.
Arif, before we let you go, I want you to tell the Bay Area about your Substack and what you write about, what
Sure,
it's called, et cetera.
My Substack's called Wide Left. You can find it at wideleftpost.com. I write about, like you said, the intersection of football, politics, and culture. I talk a lot about, football analysis, whether it's film analysis. But I also talk about when that intersects with, wider cultural topics. The news this week has been, I think, devastating. I talked a little bit about kind of how NFL teams made statements about what's happening in the Middle East and kind of what that looks like. And so I talk about a wide variety of topics. I do try to, pivot off of football, and I do a lot of football analysis, but I want to make sure that people always kind of have the full picture of what's going on in the NFL world.
Man, really good stuff. You obviously know your football from the first part of the interview, so thank you so much for joining us. Really appreciate it. Enjoy the game on Monday.
You too.
All righty, that's Arif Hassan.
Good stuff.
Wide left, Substack.
So he gets into it off the field and on the field, Stoney. The real stuff.
I have to bring something up. I want to do it constructively because it's a Friday. What's the best way for me to do that right now?
Just say it.
Okay.
Because we have a relationship.
I feel like you misrepresented me to Arif.
How?
Well, because you said you set up the McCaffrey. I thought you did a great job of that, but you said
you made fun of me.
No, I did not. You said my partner. Hold on, I wrote it down. You said is laughing at me. I never laughed at you. In fact, Guru, I said I can meet you halfway on this one.
You know what?
I said I said listen.
What can I do to fix it?
It's too late. Carol King. It's too late, baby. Now
we didn't ask him about the relationship. Like, is there a
relationship?
Kirk and Kyle.
Oh, he didn't know. I asked him before. He said I can't add a lot of insight on that.
Oh, okay.
Before.
Oh, you're the man.
Yeah.
Are you playing?
Yes.
Talk about a misrepresentation.
God, Evan, whoa.
510. Steiny, can you provide more details on the Jim Harbaugh issues? I'll just say what Guru told Fredo. He had a spy.
Oh,
He has spies.
Is that
working.
really cheating? Come on. No, seriously.
We cannot do this.
No,
we can't. I get upset.
Lying to a kid in in his parents' living room and then leaving, and I'm gonna be here forever. That stuff is beneath the dirt. But going to send somebody to watch, get out of here. And it's just like the people that tried to come down my road when I said I inbound the ball and the score 6-2. I might say 6-3. Had me thinking, did I need to go to confession? Miss me. There's little white stuff we do in this world, people, that ain't real cheating. I ain't taking people's retirement or anything like that.
Not yet.
Oh, boy.
Slippery slope.
You are something else. I can't wait. I'm excited for Monday.
I'm going to be honest with you about this pickup basketball stuff.
Yeah.
There are times when I forgot to score, and I didn't know.
Right.
No, it's 3-2. No, I think it's 3-1.
Right.
But when I knew the score, I never said, actually, the right score is the wrong score.
Well, I was just making sure people were
That
checking.
ain't right, bro.
So you never played dominoes and the other person got 15, but you kind of accidentally put it under yours. And you're like, oh, you just want to see if everybody's paying attention.
Oh,
it's called the streets.
There's money involved? Yeah, you better be careful then.
Yeah. I picked my spot.
My question is not whether you would do it, because I know you would cheat.
Yeah.
What happens when your competitors find out?
Oh, you play dumb. You go, oh, yeah, you're right. Come on, Steiny. If they're on it, I let it go. Oh, you're right.
That is whack. And that, I get it. I get it.
I'm being real.
You think, yeah, I know you are. And I am too.
And
and that's why we're deteriorating as a society.
All right, give me this one. We'll get back to the Niners.
Because the rules really take them or leave them. Take them or leave them.
I just want to see if you guys are on point. If you're keeping score and you know it, I'm like, there's nothing to see here. But if I catch you slipping, yes, Snotty, when we're really down 3, but 8-7, and it works, you just get energized, man. Dude, you really are mad. I just cannot believe.
I can't stand that. I just
but
can't.
But there are
believe,
more. It's not just me. How about that? This is.
I don't. But you're here right now. It's
any
just you and me in
competitive
this room.
environment or gym, guys are trying to cheat the system. just to see if everybody's paying attention. That's all. Come on, Stoney. I ain't stealing mail.
But it's a number of things. It's the carpool lane, too.
Hey, I'm not in there anymore. Seriously. Proud of me. Karma. I got kids.
You have no integrity. How about
dude,
that?
that is.
You have no integrity.
No, Stoney, I do.
I can't believe I'm saying that. I cannot believe it. I hope it doesn't affect
when I'm
our
playing
relationship.
sports or pickup, I don't have any. But outside of that, I do.
I can't tell the difference. How the hell do I know the difference?
Yeah. You know me.
No, I don't, apparently.
You know me.
Apparently you're a cheater.
No. If you dropped $100, I say, hey, Stoney, you dropped 100. I'm that guy.
Right. As you put it in your back pocket.
Dude, why? Come on, stop.
We better get off this because
I'm excited about the game Monday. Where you
great.
watching?
That's great.
Let's watch together.
No.
As a show.
Not watching with a cheater.
Wow.
Not what? You know what?
You said Cheaters was the best show ever made. Now you're coming down my road?
Because I don't like them. Because I like cheaters getting their comeuppance.
I got mine before.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Apparently not. You didn't get it good enough.
Well, I don't cheat the law. How about that?
Yes, you do. You drive in the carpool lane and you speed.
No, I did. That's over.
You know what?
And I do cheat at Monopoly.
You know what? I know you do. You cheat at everything, Goo.
You do.
You do.
I'm not the only one.
That doesn't make it right. I can't believe it. I am like he's getting me.
No, I'm just. And
I have a smile, but he's getting me.
If it's game point, I'm being real, and my old ass is playing, and there's a he was in or he was out. I've had guys saying it was out. They see me after. I go, dude, this ain't church. We're fighting for the ball. Yeah. You don't just go volunteer. Yeah.
I play. You know how many times I play with you? Once.
We probably played together.
Right. And I probably called you.
You know who I am at heart.
I do know now.
I love my kids. I love my coworkers.
How do I know that? How do we know that now?
How I treat you.
Maybe you're just cheating with your words.
No. Wow. I need you to.
No.
Yeah.
You need me to what? Lower my standards?
No, I need you
What do you need me to do?
Add
Start
it all
breaking
up.
the law?
Add the goo calculator up. You know where I'm at and who I am.
He actually said, I'm not the only one. It's how the other people do it. This is it. I'm like
real.
it.
I just admit.
No.
It's white collar crime. It's not big deal.
If you're real, then you're a cheater and you're a liar. That becomes, if you're saying you're real.
I'm an American.
If you're saying you're real, then I must call you a cheater and a liar.
When I'm playing ball or at athletic events. There you go. Back to the game.
No.
Yeah.
You don't tell me what to do.
You don't.
You have no integrity. Why should I ever listen to you?
Accurate integrity. Oh, boy.
Let's go to Will in Pleasanton. What's up, Will? Save you.
What's up, guys?
Hey, buddy.
Well, Guru, I'm a little disappointed in you, my friend.
It's basketball,
Steiny.
that's all. Yeah.
Steiny, break it down. If he's going to be taking up golf and he disappears into the trees and he comes back out and goes, I think I had a 6.
Exactly. That's a great point, Will. That's a great point.
What happens to him at the club? What happens to him at the club if he does that a couple times?
Uh-oh.
Night-night.
Oh, night-night.
Like how? I don't like, yeah. Golf ain't the, I'm talking about like.
You can't play golf. You're not allowed, actually, because you have to follow rules. That's part of the game.
I was like, finish that, please.
No, what I'm saying is you get out on the golf course. I don't care.
I wouldn't cheat.
Yes, you would.
No, the emotion ain't the same. Nothing like pickup and you got to wait 2 hours to get back
on.
Would cheat. I empty the tank.
You know why you cheat? Because you're a cheater. You're a cheater. You've admitted that. And until you say, Steiny, I'm going to work on not cheating, you're a cheater.
I'm not.
I mean, there's professional golfers that also cheat.
Oh my
we can't
God, Spadoni,
that's okay. Patrick Reed on line 1.
Exactly.
Spadoni to say today. Oh, man.
Daryl Patrick Reed Johnson.
Wow.
He is like Patrick Reed.
That is wow. No, I admit it.
Get that green jacket then, Gil.
There
Come on.
you go. Chicken for dinner, too.
I don't know what to believe anymore. That comes out of this guy's mouth.
This is what's hurt me. You just come on now.
This is what's hurting you.
Time.
You're killing me
it's
right now.
Small time stuff.
It's not.
8 to 6,
it's
Mount
not.
8 to 7. But if you say
it's not, Goo.
Come on, Steiny. I just want to see if you're paying attention.
No, you don't. You have an ulterior motive.
To win.
To cheat.
Nah, win at all costs.
It's not worth it. If you're
I've made it this far.
If you're playing a pickup basketball game, okay?
Yeah.
And you're down 10-9.
Yeah.
Okay, you're losing 10-9 and you make a shot and you say that's game 11-10.
Oh, come on, I'm not.
And they're like, no,
dumb.
I think
that ain't the time to do it.
No, but if you get away with it,
no, I would.
How is that satisfying?
Because who I play with, you ain't getting away with it.
How is that satisfying?
You got to do it early. 4-2, 4-3.
How is that satisfying? To think you won something,
but it's about
when
your
you
time.
didn't.
Because time is money. You don't want to wait. And we've earned it, Steiny.
You've earned nothing.
How many people have called a foul on game point and you know you didn't get fouled? You know you're cheating the system. You want the ball back. That's all. How many times have you done that?
Done what?
Call foul on game point and you probably really didn't get fouled.
If I thought I got fouled, I called a foul. If I didn't think I got fouled.
But some people abuse that.
Well, exactly. Yeah. And they're the problem. They F up pickup games.
Not me.
You're the guy who screws games up.
No, see,
and ruins it for everybody.
I'm not
at
that
the
guy.
Playground.
Nah, Snotty. The game flows.
Esquire and Vallejos.
Yeah. Valley Joe.
I'm not going out with you after the show.
I was going to tell you I couldn't make it.
No,
What's up, baby?
It's been a long time since I called you all because last time I called, my voice was sounding like this because I had an incident happen. But I'm one of the first people who ever spoke to Guru on the radio when he was still on the little 1 hour long show at night.
Yeah.
I'm going to bail him out. Guru has integrity, even though this may not be one of his brighter points. He took his son to his first baseball game. A foul ball came. He gave the ball to a disabled man who was behind him, which shows the goodness of Guru's heart.
Wow, man. That really means a lot. Yeah. Thanks for supporting me.
Yeah, right.
Did you hear what he just said? And I forgot about it.
Goo took his kid to a baseball game. Why don't you go ahead and break into that building over there on Kearney? I'll tell you what, Goo, just go walk into Starbucks and knock somebody out, and on your way home, take the carpool lane. You don't care.
That is now you're doing too much.
Am I?
I gave the ball to a disabled kid at the game and took it from my son, who we got it for, and I took it from my son and gave it to the kid behind us.
Okay.
Now that's who I am at heart. I hate to.
Clearly, you think because you did that, you can get away with murder the rest of your life.
Oh, stop. We're talking about a gym.
Because after what
dominoes.
That's not who you are.
When I'm
Don't you get it?
Yeah. Oh, well, I'll tell you what. How many times you played hoop with me? 0. How many times you played dominoes with me? 0.
What's your point?
Those are only 2 times I cheat.
That's not true. You said you're driving the carpool lane.
I did. And I got fast track.
All right, we back to Wiggins. Yeah. Back to Wig. Hey, anybody out there, we got a great opportunity for you to play knockout at Chase Center. You want to play on the Chase Center floor? You got to win a contest. Of course, Guru will just go do whatever he wants.
Don't bury the lead. We're out there Monday, too. We're out
either play or not play. Did you cheat on the lucky break?
Don't bury the lead.
Yeah, you don't want that one, do you?
How would I cheat?
I may make some calls.
We're out there at Chase Monday, Stoney. Don't
we'll see. You know what? We'll see. We'll see. I got a lot of thinking to do this weekend.
Me and Evan will be out there. Spadoni.
We all do. The 3 of us. Please. We're not. We're a little bit shocked.
When did you turn into?
Huh?
What's her name? Riding Hood. Little Miss. What's her name? What's her name?
Listen, starting Monday, October 30th at 12:30, your chance to play knockout at Chase Center. We're going to give you 10 slots. That's 30 slots in the day because every show is going to give away 10. Contest going to run for 2 weeks. First chance to win Monday, October 30th at 12:30. Your chance to play knockout at Chase. I'll try to get back and rally, but it's going to be hard.
Little Red Riding Hood.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Steiny and Guru. You know who we are.
Mm-hmm.
We had Bucky Brooks on earlier, NFL Network analyst, and he had some really good stuff to say about the Niners. We're going to play some of that sound. I mean, the only thing, let's wrap it up this way.
Right.
So if it's true, if you ain't cheating, you ain't trying.
Yep.
What about if you ain't cheating? Does that mean you're not trying?
No, you are, Stoney. Okay. What about flopping in the NBA? Real quick. That's cheating. That's a form of, you know what I mean? Don't act like I cheat my friends or my life. When I'm competitive and pick up games, it's survival. My phone is blowing up with goo. You're right. Stoney's from the other side.
I'm not from the other side.
But you know what I mean, Stoney. You got to just make sure everybody on point.
We're going to get off this in a second.
I'm sure Evan wants us to.
You're no more competitive than I am.
Yeah.
Because you cheat doesn't make you more competitive.
I understand. All right, there you go.
Let's break it up with this Bucky Brooks sound. We had Bucky Brooks on earlier, and we're talking about the 49ers. Bucky, NFL Network analyst, former defensive back. Take a listen to what he thinks is behind the relationship between Kyle Shanahan and Kirk Cousins, who the 49ers are going to face on Monday.
He's had success with them. You go all the way back to when they were in Washington. He was a fourth-round pick. He was picked behind RG3. Had a lot of success in Washington when he got his opportunity. He is kind of what I call what Kyle Shanahan likes at a position. He wants a joystick. Kyle is the adolescent teenage gamer that's playing up in the room, but he just needs a quarterback to kind of make his visions come to life. And so that's what Kirk Cousins does. Kirk Cousins is on the field, but Kyle is running the game through him. And Kirk Cousins has had a lot of success doing that for other Shanahan, McVay disciples. So I can see where there would be this fascination. The thing would be, are you willing to pay Kirk Cousins the kind of money that he would command when it comes to it? Because now that the rate is over $50 million, you really have to make those decisions wisely, because that not only occupies a lot of your salary cap pie, but you have to think about what you're missing out on if you make that kind of commitment to the quarterback. And when you pay the quarterback that kind of money, can that quarterback function with less? Because if he can't function with less, why are we paying him that? You might as well pay the money elsewhere and have a quarterback that functions well with a better supporting cast.
Wow. Yeah, to me, there's like two angles to this. The angle right now, and then the angle if and when the 49ers have to decide to pay or not pay Brock Purdy. But I think what Bucky hit on is something that is very fair, and it's not hating. Look, there's a natural. If the 49ers, to me, it lends itself to, if the 49ers have the best weapons in football, if they really do, how do you find out how good Brock Purdy really is? If he's got the best weapons in football, it's like a catch-22. Like if I told you we can have all these weapons now with Brock at $800,000, at some point we're going to have to pay him a different amount of money, but we're going to lose guys.
Yeah.
Like, how do you determine which is the right decision?
Okay, I love it, and just follow me here, Stoney, because this is what I took from it. If you know, you know. And what I mean by that is we would be naive not to know that Kyle Shanahan and company and the coaching staff see Brock Purdy every day. They know if this guy could handle it without A, B, or C. And my best example to that is the Trey Lance experience. And what did you say to me that I didn't agree with at first when these words came out of your mouth? Goo, they see him every day. So to me, you were right. And it's bigger, Steiny. It's bigger than just the games, because when you look at it in totality, Trey Lance didn't have a lot of that. But I felt that they seen him enough in the study room, watching film, on the practice, Steiny, to where you know. And that's where this thing is going. And I feel right now, if there were a scoreboard, Kyle Shanahan feels like this thing is headed in the right direction, to where if he were to miss or be without an Ayuk, if he weren't on the team for whatever reason, or a Debo, the confidence you have in the pit of your gut that this guy could do it.
No, I got it. I totally.
That's just me, man.
I mean, to me, it's kind of like, would you rather have Brock Purdy quarterbacking the Niners with the team he's got, or would you want, just throw me a Justin Herbert quarterbacking the 49ers? But you don't have McCaffrey.
Now, here we go.
Or Kittle.
Oh, I would go, because that's my dream guy, I would go Herbert.
Yeah, see, I might go Purdy. Because and that's kind of the thing. The
but
reason,
why would you go just real quick? Why would you go?
I don't want to give up weapons.
Oh, okay, all right.
Like, I think I'd rather have a quarterback like Purdy,
whose processor. Arif said his processor. Remember, you asked me, what's your biggest attribute goo for a quarterback? I want to change that. Remember Remember I said arm strength? I want the processor to be fast.
Thanks for coming around on that.
No, you know why? Because my arm ain't got to be super strong if my processor is fast. If you get my drift.
Yeah, I know.
I'm reading
I'm
it.
glad we're all, the 99% of us.
No, it wasn't.
The 99% of us who didn't think that having the biggest arm was the most important, we welcome you to our side.
Oh,
Thanks for joining us, buddy. Really appreciate it. No. I guess what I'm saying is this, like, I wish I could come up with it off the top of my head, but I'd rather have a good quarterback with great weapons than a great quarterback with so-so weapons, I guess. I think that's what I'm saying.
I got to be careful here, but
why?
Early on, when I realized how good Tom Brady was, this is before Randy Moss, obviously, and he had a couple good guys that he made. They made themselves, Stoney. What did Tom Brady do? He did it with he was the weapon. He was the weaponry. He read it and saw it so fast. He made the Edelmans. And not the, you know what I mean? He made guys. And obviously Gronk is what he is, but I'm just, and maybe this is coming out, these words are coming out of my mouth because I can look at Brock Purdy and say he's having this success because of his processor. He's reading it.
Right.
I don't think that's going to, or you know what I mean? That's more tangible than, he's getting away with some stuff.
All right. I'll put it, let's do it this way. Okay, so let's say you're, Carolina's 0-6?
Oh, gosh.
Right? Carolina's 0-6? So you don't think that processing's going away? Like, you think...
No doubt.
I agree with you. So if you're Carolina, do you go, you want Brock Purdy for $35-40 million a year? I mean, he can process.
Yeah, but then what are you processing? Because we still got other problems. He can't.
Exactly. So you don't think he's that good. Like, you wouldn't, like, if you have an opportunity to get a great quarterback, but you don't have stuff around him yet, you'll take the great quarterback, and we got to figure it out, right? We got to get next year. We'll try to get a good receiver. So I'm just saying, if you're Brock Purdy, or if you're another team, would you build around Brock Purdy?
Well, I'll tell you what.
And I'm not saying no.
But wouldn't you say right now that movie, or the answer is, from what we've seen thus far, is hell yes right now?
Yeah, maybe I'm not. Like, I'm kind of thinking of it as paying a guy. Because I think it's fair. It's absolutely fair to talk about the football financial aspect and the strategic advantage that the 49ers have right now. Whether they stumbled into it or not.
It don't matter. It does not matter.
It doesn't matter. So the question is this just something you stumbled on? Or is it possible you could recreate this consistently? Because I'll tell you right, like, and forget the Super Bowl or not. Yeah. Like, let's say this team stays intact for 2 years and it doesn't win a Super Bowl, gets to the NFC Championship, loses. Then next year, the year after that, somebody gets hurt and they go 10-7. Well, now you got to pay Brock Purdy. At that point,
My number one thing, Steiny, real quick, is what do I have behind Brock if I decided not to?
Okay, so then there it is. I think you answered your question. Then you don't really think he's a big money quarterback.
I do, because I don't believe they're growing on trees. All right. And the way that this happened is once in a lifetime. I believe the way that this situation transpired is once in a lifetime.
Okay.
So, but if I thought he was my guy, I'm giving him whatever it takes to secure that, and we'll deal with the rest moving forward. But the Niners, no matter what happens moving forward, even if they lose a piece or two pieces as they go down the road and embark on Brock Purdy's career, he will never be at a point where I took over the reins and I had no weaponry. Now, maybe my weaponry were at 4 or 5 guys. Maybe that's at 2. Maybe that's at 1.5. And maybe I got to do more. But right now, Steiny, and that's why Monday night I'm excited, because, again, Bonte and Shasky talked about this with us before they left. There are 2 scoreboards, and it's always been that way. And the Brock Purdy game and the scoreboard and him evolving, going through his football puberty, we're watching. And why? Is he worthy like James? And you could be like, worthy to what? For us to win it or be in it this year? Or now you're way down the road, and I'm trying to tell you, Steiny, come back, because you're at the contract stat. Like, there's going to be so much information that I think that question's going to answer itself.
If this were a normal team, I'd say you're right. But I don't think the Niners are a normal team.
He said
normal. You said something funny about, he's going through his football puberty. You know what? He's actually not. He's that kid that didn't go through puberty, but that was 6 feet tall in 7th grade. Like,
I had a friend, Chris Scott.
He actually isn't going through typical growing pains, because he happens to be a guy who's most young quarterbacks do not get the privilege to quarterback teams this good. So he's got a benefit here that you have to take into consideration when you're evaluating him, don't you?
Well, that's the key word, evaluating. If we walk in a room right now, or we are privy to hear a conversation among some of the smartest, the co-sales out there, I forget my guy's name, Evan, that does a little video. He looks at a quarterback and he'll talk.
JT O'Sullivan.
Yeah, JT O'Sullivan. I mean, Steiny, what do you trust? At what point are we going to be able to differentiate what Brock Purdy is? How can we just take a step back, whoever this person is or persons, and say, this is who he is at the core? It's not about what's around him. And that's what we started the show with. When does that fall off? When I don't know. I'm asking you, because it seems like you're like, I don't know.
Nothing's going to fall off. Let's say
when are you going to really be able to look me in the face and tell everybody from the center of your gut, I know how good Brock Purdy is. But it seems like there's always a.
Do you know how good he is right now?
No, and that's what makes this fantastic.
Right. But there's absolutely, positively no doubt we're seeing the best possible Brock Purdy you could ever see.
No doubt about
it. Okay, if and when you have to pay him or assess him,
no doubt.
Maybe you don't have the best team around. Like, okay, you want to know what I think about Brock Purdy? Hey, Steiny, is Brock Purdy good enough to be the quarterback of the 49ers to win a Super Bowl? You know what? Based on what I've seen, yeah. I think the 49ers at their best with Brock Purdy continuing to evolve, they can win a Super Bowl. Okay. Hey, Steiny, you think he's a franchise quarterback that you pay a lot of money to? No, not necessarily.
Okay, got it.
That's kind of where I'm at on Brock Purdy. It's like, I get it. We don't have to pay him yet. I understand that. But that's also part of what I'm trying to convey is, no, you don't have to pay him now. But the reason you're so loaded now at positions outside the quarterback is because you have an anomaly of a quarterback that's playing for less than $1 million.
Well, the Seahawks had that anomaly. It was Russell Wilson's career. and they cashed in while he was still on that rookie contract. I mean, ideally, that's how you'd want to do it, but how many times does that come around? When you look at the winners of the Super Bowl just from the quarterback position, forget how good they were, Steiny. They're GOATs. I mean, they're badasses. And again, I'm telling you right now, I appreciate everything Jimmy Garoppolo did. Do I think Jimmy Garoppolo could hold a candle to Matthew Stafford, regardless of if they played quarterback on Mars? No. And guess what? Matthew Stafford's won a Super Bowl. So, Steiny, I think what we're watching is something bigger than Brock Purdy. Is Kyle so good at his job? Is this offense that he put together and drafted, is it so dynamic that Kyle Shanahan's going to win a Super Bowl with a quarterback that might not be on the level as the normal quarterbacks that win that game? The Mahomes, the Breeze. Like, I feel like it's headed that way. Now, is Brock going to be up there and show us that he's that caliber? I don't know. But if he's kind of just so-so, the win is, Kyle, I did this without having what everybody else needed.
Right. And you know what? I think Kyle is so self-confident that if he were to win, like, he
would get credit.
No. And this is why I don't know. This is why I don't think winning or losing a Super Bowl really would dictate a quarterback's future in the Bay. Because I could see Kyle Shanahan winning a Super Bowl with Brock Purdy.
Yeah.
And then it's contract time. And Kyle Shanahan says, I'm not paying him $40. I'll find another Brock Purdy if it means I can have 4 outstanding other weapons on my team. In other words, if he does it with Purdy, it might embolden him to do it again. And I got to tell you, if I put myself in Kyle Shanahan's shoes, and I really do, I look at it over the last few years. Okay, we had Garoppolo. How is Garoppolo? He's all right. He's right in the middle.
He was stressful.
Well, we got, but an average quarterback, like you like to say, got him to the Super Bowl. Okay, now Brock Purdy has shown he can take them deep into the playoffs. So So I got to believe Kyle thinks whoever the next quarterback is, he'll go just as far.
Okay, let me throw this at you. I'm not mad. Steiny, nobody's perfect. And the blunder that was the pick of Trey Lance, until we find out otherwise, that was the Jedi. That was the Yoda going into the lab, Kyle, and telling and selling us that this kid was going to be the next. So I bring that back up because what if they had to live through the Trey Lance era? Well, they didn't. They got lucky, and he's out of town. Mm-hmm. And I'm not so confident Kyle would be like, oh, we're not paying Brock who won the Super Bowl. And a normal person would look at it like, well, we could get more. Why would you say night-night? And the reason I bring up Trey, Steiny, because we saw Kyle swing and miss on a guy that he thought was good enough to do it.
Because Brock's not worth $40 million. He's not a $40 million quarterback, maybe. Kyle, and let me be clear. I'm not saying that.
We're going to know when we get to that juncture. But if this kid keeps doing what he's doing, Steiny,
what?
He ain't going anywhere.
Okay, but he probably, I don't.
You said somebody's going to get left out.
Uncle Looney from the YouTube chat, Steiny, that's why a lot of fans think the Niners must win a Super Bowl in the next 2 years. Not that different from Russell Wilson. Yeah, I think that's right. But the other thing, Russell Wilson was on a rookie contract.
Yeah.
Yeah. Brock Purdy's not even on a rookie contract. It's less than a rookie.
But I get you.
Like Zach, I don't know. These guys who haven't been paid. Zach Wilson. I don't know what the salary slot is for the number 2 pick or what the salary slot was for Trey Lance. I think he was making something like $9 or $10 million. Just even Trey Lance. So you're 1/10. It's 1/10 of a rookie contract.
Well, but still, the team's winning, and every team would love to be in their situation.
In whose situation?
The team where Brock's getting peanuts, basically. And he's playing and he's just killing it at the most important position on the football field.
Yeah, Russell Wilson's probably the closest comp there is.
Man.
I know he made probably more as a third-round pick than what Brock would have made, but he was making $526,000 when they won the Super Bowl.
There you go.
Man.
And you know
Think
what?
about that.
Didn't he play 5 years of college football? Russell Wilson?
I think he played 4, but he might have redshirted.
And then went to Wisconsin?
He transferred to NC State.
From Wisconsin. I thought he went to Wisconsin.
I went to Wisconsin from NC State, sorry.
But anyway, it's interesting that we're comparing Purdy to Russell Wilson, both of whom played a lot of college football. I think we can agree on that, right? 888-957-9570 if you want to jump into the conversation. Let's go to CJ's in the city. Hey, CJ, what's going on, man?
Hey, what's up, Steiny? What's up, Goo? Happy Friday.
What's up, baby?
And hopefully it's a payday Friday for you guys. I didn't hear no payday Friday, but I don't know.
Yeah,
this
it's not. Next week,
Happy
see.
Friday.
Yeah.
All right. But hey, man, the way I see this whole Brock Purdy thing, like evaluation wise, I would say some test for him to pass would be basically playing with a team that Jimmy Garoppolo had, which is essentially just no CMC. Sure, last week we got a slight glimpse of it, and he was playing in the rain, blah blah blah. But at the same time, PJ Walker was playing in the rain, and he was making throws to Amari Cooper. So there's really no excuse for that. So yeah, that's all I got, really, man. I just want to see him play with a team that Jimmy Garoppolo basically played with, and if he can get the job done, making no stupid throws, no dumb plays, and all right, let's see what he's evaluated at. But if he can't win with the same team that Jimmy G had, then I don't think he's worth a whole lot. That's all I got.
Nah, and you know what?
I hope y'all have a good weekend, guys.
Hey, CJ, thank you, man. Really appreciate it. I mean, what's going to happen? Purdy's going to continue to – here's the thing. We know Garoppolo and the 49ers went so far, all right? Now we've seen Brock Purdy play 10, 12, 14 games, and we all think he's better. We all pretty much objectively think he's better than Garoppolo.
He sees it better, I believe.
Okay.
All right.
Well, let's see if he can go further than Garoppolo.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah. But that,
you
that
say
ain't no
he's
chump
better.
change.
You say Purdy's better than Garoppolo. You've added Christian McCaffrey. There's only one thing left to do, and that is
win it.
Watch the season and see what happens.
Because Jimmy took you to a Super Bowl, so it wasn't chopped liver what he did here. Well, he got you to the big game.
Well, that's my point. You say win the Super Bowl. Maybe he can. I'm just saying, like, I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm just saying there's only one thing left to do. And that's see if Purdy, you're right, see if Purdy can get it done.
That's all that Jimmy left on the boat.
And if he doesn't get it done this year, then
they're
what?
going to come right back next year.
Okay, so we're running it back next year no matter what.
What? I mean, why wouldn't you?
I don't know. Yeah. Let's let the season play out. That's kind of what I mean. Okay, you want an opportunity to play basketball on the floor of Chase Center. We're going to give you that opportunity. You need to listen starting Monday, October 30th at 12:30. That's going to be your chance to play knockout at Chase Center. We're going to give out 10 slots, as will all the shows. So the contest is going to run for 2 weeks. 2 weeks. First chance to win Monday, October 30th at 12:30. You want to play basketball on the Chase Center floor? You got an opportunity here on 95.7 The Game. It's also a Football Friday. Brought to you by First Five
Monday,
California.
we're there too, Steiny.
To learn 4 things you can do to overcome toxic stress, go to first5california.com. Yes, Gu?
I said, no, Monday we're going to be at Chase.
Thank you very much for
I just got to let them know.
Dotting that I and crossing that T for me. I actually needed that. That segment also sponsored by Consumer Cellular Freedom Calls.
The other man.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
I know who's this.
I love New York. 50 Cent.
See, that this is better than the Kanye earlier.
Right.
I think.
To you.
Exactly, to me.
Don't let me get out of here without telling the story, man.
I do know how to do that, man.
And shout out to all the YouTubers having my back, Steiny. First NorCal Credit Union, they got my back. They know who I am.
888-957-9570 is the number. Steiny and Guru with you on 95.7 The Game. And I do know how to do that. I just have to remember to do it. Thank you so much.
Sometimes I got to do this, Steiny.
Oh.
Charles was at the summit. He's about 6'4", 6'5", big guy.
Right.
And we chopped it up, and he's the biggest Warrior fan. And all he's fixated on is the Warriors and their size. So he said, Guru, can you ask Steiny about Aruba? The guy I just asked you about. And you say, with our conversation we had with Joe Lake, if his name came up.
I think it's near Bermuda. Aruba's near Bermuda?
Oh, boy.
Don't ask me about a player whose name I can't pronounce and whom I've never seen.
We just talked about the player.
We talked about him, but I don't know anything about him.
Oh, okay. All right. So anyway, he wants the Warriors to get some size like that. Oh. And I was supposed to tell you he's on YouTube. So shout out, Charles. I got that.
Usman Garuba's from Spain.
Okay. All right.
Paul Gasol.
By the way, we can almost end this conversation about the Warriors' size. Because when we were chopping up with Joe Lake, he made sure to say quietly, we got bigger than last year.
Wow.
We definitely got bigger than last year.
He did say that.
He said we got Saric now, and we got
Jackson
Davis's kid, and we're big at other positions. Let's get to Bob in San Francisco. We're talking about
Bobby.
The 49ers. They play the Minnesota Vikings on Monday. Try to go 6-1. Hey, Bob, how you doing?
Hey, I love the show, guys.
Thank you.
You guys are great.
Sweet,
you asked the question, how do you carry this with a guy like Purdy, right?
Yeah.
Or you made the choice.
Yeah.
Well, great coaches have great coaching staffs. And if you use two examples, we'll use our very own Bill Walsh, how he stayed, in the game for 10 years there by drafting well and making sure that the backups took over the positions, or he went out and got one or two free agents, right? But the thing is, look at another example is Bill Belichick. I mean, every Super Bowl they got to is because of his drafting on the defense. So, Tom Brady really didn't become master of the game, I feel, until his third Super Bowl. But those first two, it was the team, and it was that team concept. And, after that, but look, he still lost 2 to the Giants and 1 to the Eagles.
Yeah.
So, no matter how great he was, it really comes down to the team sport. And as far as our Super Bowl, with Garoppolo not being able to throw the ball 50 yards or whatever, we shouldn't even have been in that position. But our defense let us down. And that's the bottom line right there. So anyway, thanks, guys. I appreciate it.
Thanks, Bob. Thanks for hanging in there,
He going Mosley on us, getting lost on that 3rd and long in the Super Bowl. Remember, they had a 3rd and 15. And
never has so much been made out of a play that didn't work all season long. The Garoppolo overthrow of Emmanuel Mosley.
No, so that was Sanders. Mosley was the DB.
Oh, what am I thinking?
They got lost on the 3rd and 15.
Well, now I'm getting lost.
Yeah. Sanders was the overthrow.
That's the one that much ado about nothing.
I retired that. I just
Coach
ran the ball.
You know what? My bad. You did retire that, and I got him confused.
Yeah.
Okay, Mosley. Remind me again.
It was 3rd and 15 or 3rd and 100 for the Chiefs.
And they got it.
Yeah, they got it. I don't know what he was doing, but he took the wrong route. I'm feeling good. Friday, Steiny.
I am too.
Wow.
No, I am. David in El Cerrito is going to defend Brock Purdy, and my question is,
he needs no defending.
From what?
Yes,
David, how are you?
From my. By the way, like Bob, I also love the show.
Oh,
nice.
That was a 4.
All right, now you can rip us if you need to.
So, I don't know. I've told you guys from day one, appointment listening.
Sweet.
Day one. I'm defending Brock Purdy from myself because I've consistently said that he's just sort of like a guy surrounded by a good team who could win a Super Bowl with the right parts around him, but with less of those parts. You know, if he's on the Giants, I don't think they're better than their record right now. Let's just put it that way. I think they're about the same. So that's kind of like the level. That said, I painfully slogged through the Jags and Saints last night.
Yeah.
And I've never thought much of Trevor Lawrence to begin with. He has good vision and good running ability and size. But I think he's also just okay. And he can win. He can be part of a team that wins the Super Bowl, but I don't even think that the number one pick, Trevor Lawrence, is the guy that carries you. And on the other side of it, Derek Carr is the biggest thief in NFL history.
Keep preaching.
He was bad on it. He was terrible on the Raiders, and nobody wanted to talk about it. The guy, he never stops dropping back. He is god-awful. And no one has made more money being that bad than Derek Carr. And those two guys are esteemed by some. And I think that Brock Purdy is very much near where Trevor Lawrence is and far better than someone like Derek Carr.
Man.
That's David in El Cerrito.
Did you watch some of that last night? David Carr berating his receivers when the ball was 100 yards off target, and he's just yelling like Eddie
what?
Munster on the like it wasn't my fault. I didn't do anything wrong. That ain't no leader. That's why you ain't going nowhere. It was awful. He looked like a little spoiled brat. I can't wait for Willard and Dibbs. Because
guys dropping balls though, aren't they?
No, what some of the targets were. It's some of your fault.
It's like when I drove the lane against Muhlenberg and delivered a sweet behind the back pass to Ed Lackman, and he fumbled it out of bounds. And I got to say, keep your head up, Ed.
I just figured out who.
Keep your head up.
For you to just go there and pull that, you are scarred about your basketball career. And I'm going to get you help.
Not the
we
whole
can't
career.
help you here.
Not my whole
I'm going to get you some real professional help.
Certain plays, yeah.
That's why the choke, and you got some stuff that needs to get out.
Yes,
I'm going to help you. Stoney, I'm sick.
Yeah.
You went to Ed Lackman in the past.
Yeah, it was against Muhlenberg. Now, we won the game because I had 16 in the second half. I'm making some of that up.
Yeah.
I had 12 in the second half.
If Foster Moreau catches a touchdown, that's in the bread basket. Are we having the same conversation about Derek Carr?
That was a horrible throw, though. Oh, no, the one
that hit him in the hands?
No, that one. I was talking about the fade route.
The one after.
Yeah, after. Yeah, he was crying. I think he should have got that ball that Carr put on him.
Put him in
Evan,
a position.
I'm just not a big. Just real quick, Steiny. I'm not a big Brady. I guess Brady could do it. Barking at your guy that dropped the ball when you know he kind of messed up. Do that to him on the sideline. But you ain't about that life, D. Carr. That's all. He's the conductor of the inventor of Chuck and Duck. Throw it and get ready to get in. I hate that. Just take it like a man.
Let's go out to Bay Rob. He wants to talk about Brock Purdy. Bay Rob, what's up, my man? Hey, my man.
And Groove. What's happening, guys?
Hey.
Happy Friday.
This our
I'm
guy.
just sitting here listening to y'all.
What's up, baby?
Talking some real game. You know what I'm saying? But as far as Brock, Brock is better than them quarterbacks you named, truthfully. Trevor Lawrence is a good quarterback. He's above average. He's still got some stuff to learn. But Brock is good, man. Brock is good because Shanahan trusts Brock. And we know Shanahan trusts Brock because Garoppolo wasn't doing half of the stuff that Brock Purdy doing. He wasn't doing no bootlegs. Mm-hmm. He wasn't doing none of the stuff that Brock was doing. And Brock is good because Brock got that it factor. You know what I'm saying? You know, either you got it or you don't. You know what I'm saying? That dude got that it factor in that bad game that he had. That's the first one we seen him in the rain. And think about this, guy. He did put us in position to win. What happened?
Yeah.
Hey, Bay Rob, before you go, here I go. Tell me if I'm a hater, because I've watched that game almost 3 times. This didn't happen, but it could have happened, and I wonder, if you can be honest, what you would be saying to us right now. The first play of that drive that Brock Purdy led his team to get in field goal position, he threw behind Jennings, and it was a Jimmy Garoppolo I couldn't make an easier interception. Had that ball been picked, and I'm just asking you, would you still be like, it was just a bad game, or would you be more worried if that makes any sense?
It'll be it'll be a bad game. Goo, and let's keep it 100. Goo, right. Let's put the rat on the table. Goo, check this out. He threw a lot of balls behind people that game. He also hit their hands.
Yo, you're right.
Dropped that he should have.
You're right. You are correct.
So what is we talking here? Right. It's a team game, and we got to help each other. B, if I pass you the ball for your jump shot, you want me to pass that ball in line with you. You don't want me to pass it behind you, but sometimes it happens.
Yeah.
So you got to make that adjustment.
I got you. That's real talk.
The position that dude playing is not no easy position.
No doubt about it.
We know that.
Thanks, Bay Rob. Appreciate it.
Real.
I mean, I can honestly say, Bay Rob, if Purdy had the first pass, if it's an interception,
and there would have been a second one, right, of the game, and they would have been, they lost the game because. But my mind just wanders like that.
Yeah, I wouldn't think any differently.
Okay, why? It would have all just been a bad game.
Yes, yeah, it would be the exact same because, I don't give him a ton of credit, even though we got him to the 41.
But I feel like you have all week, and it ain't a bad thing. But to hear you say that,
not everything has to be 100 or 0.
Yeah. Well, shout out Drake.
Like Brock Purdy, he was 10-0. He threw an interception. Now they're going for the game-winning drive. Assume he throws an interception on the first play of the drive. That's an interception. Cleveland wins the game. All right.
But then it's a bad game, but it's a bad game.
He did have a bad game. He had a bad game.
I hear you.
I
wouldn't have did it. I just know, because I know our listeners, people with the energy would have been, would have been worse than what it's been this week.
By the way, you asked Bay Rob, you started out, am I a hater? You are not a hater. Goo. I want to make that clear.
I come from the capital of being able to recognize a hater.
Right.
When people go, I'm not hating, before they're saying something, you're hating.
Yes. Guru is not a hater.
Can I read this to you real quick, you and Evan?
He's a cheater.
At Chris A on YouTube, Guru made it the whole week. From what? Guru made it a whole week.
Maybe without getting fired. Hey, Lucas, by the way. Lucas Alexander in the house.
Oh, a little smart ass.
I'm out. I'm out on this. I tried to make changes last night to my fantasy team. We have a commissioner who's inaccessible.
Oh, you got to tell this up my alley.
I wanted to get these Saints guys out of my lineup.
Yeah.
I thought I did it. It said they went through. He said it didn't go through. I asked him to make it go through. He said no.
He said no.
I'm waiting an hour.
Is this before kickoff?
Yes.
Why did you get a no?
I don't know.
He wanted you to lose.
He wants to be the commissioner, but not be accessible.
I don't like him having all the money. I just, oh my gosh. So how'd you work out? How many points you get?
I think 1.2.
Oh boy, you're struggling.
I'm 4-2.
I'm 3-3. Jack.
Yeah.
As long as you make it to the Alls.
You know what's funny? If we're talking about any other team, 3-3 stinks for Guru. Not good enough.
Hey.
When it's his team, woo, we're back. 3-3.
You gotta find the positive.
I tell you what,
hurry up.
I may try to stick it to Willard today.
Well, I'm gonna stick it to you and our boss before I get out of here. Not yet. 1:30, I'm gonna do it.
Pause.
But how get to Willard?
I'll tell you why.
Willard's the man.
I'm gonna stick it to Willard. You know why? Look who we're looking at on the screen. Look who's the postseason darling for the Astros.
He's
none other than former Giant Mauricio Dubon.
He's joining the show.
Dude,
okay,
what do you mean?
He ain't Alvarez from the Astros.
Dude, he's 6 for 12 in this series.
I understand. I miss him.
There's nothing I like more. I swear to God, and this has nothing to do with San Francisco or the Bay Area.
About to say, because I know what you're saying.
There's nothing more I like than when a guy plays for a team, things don't go great, he criticizes the situation some, everybody comes out of the woodwork to say, who are you? This guy, not around. Hey, dude, who's this guy? And then he sticks it to you.
Well, he's not playing the Giants.
That's the point, because the Giants ain't playing now.
Oh, boy.
Oh, who's Mauricio Dubon to say this about the Giants? He's got more hits in the postseason. Anybody on your roster? Except Brandon Crawford. You want to jump in here, don't you? You know I'm right, Evan.
Look at him.
You know I'm right.
Ease up.
Hey, when they got Dubon from the Brewers, I remember, hey, Dubon, Steiny Dubon, they found their second baseman of the future. Well, let's see how he is. And then he was just okay. And of course, everyone's like, he stinks. He's
having his moment now.
Then they move him or whatever, they waive him, category 22 him or whatever they call that.
Yeah.
And you know what? He says, you know what? San Francisco ain't all that. You know, sometimes the truth hurts.
Well,
I'll let you handle
it
this,
is
Evan.
funny that we've been discussing, situations, products of systems. Mauricio Dubon's a poster boy for that. Can we all agree on that?
It's baseball. That's not able to be done in
Evan,
baseball.
that hurts.
That is an oversimplification.
Baseball is an individual sport for the most part.
He got those 6 for 12s. Ain't nobody doing that for him.
Thank you.
That's why I'm hurt, Evan. You say it. I get what he got better pitches, but he hit it.
Well, and he's a solid player. There's no doubt about it. But there is a reason why certain players are able to be identified in certain situations and by certain teams, and then play better there.
Wow,
a la the Houston Astros, as opposed to the San Francisco Giants.
I got a question.
Beltran, Zach Wheeler, and Dubon. Big.
The ones that got away.
Big
I don't know if I put
mistakes.
Beltran in that category, but
yeah, Alvarez is him. Arthur Maleva. Hey. Did you hear my other favorite NFL coach in Miami was asked, Mike McDaniel, was Tua a system quarterback? Did you hear his answer?
I did not.
Still is.
Who effing cares? Like, why did that hit a nerve? And I'm starting to feel like him. Why are we doing this,
What is
Steiny?
Somebody define it, please.
A system quarterback?
Yeah.
A quarterback that plays well in a system.
But it's got a bad it's a bad thing, though,
There's
really.
32 guys who are different levels of that.
He got hot. I guess what I'm saying, Evan, if I said, Evan, you're a system quarterback, that's shade a little.
Well, it means that you're a guy that probably can't succeed in every single spot. Like, if you put Patrick Mahomes on the New York Giants, he wouldn't be as good as he is now, but they'd probably have a couple more wins than they do, I think.
But if Michael Jordan was drafted to the Sacramento Kings, he still would have been Jordan.
That's a great question that we'll never be able to answer.
And that's what
would
this
Steph
system...
Curry be Steph Curry had he gotten drafted by the New York Knicks?
I believe his shooting, yes.
Okay.
Well, he might have broken the all-time three-point record, but the question of winning, I think, is certainly debatable.
Wait, you think he wouldn't have?
He wouldn't have 4 championships with the New York Knicks?
Oh, no. I thought you said he wouldn't have as many three-pointers.
Oh,
no. I think he still would have broke the all-time three-point record.
But not the 4 chips.
But both of those guys, like Jordan and Curry, were drafted into not advantageous places at the time, which was
fascinating, man.
So you're saying if he was drafted by the Knicks, he probably wouldn't have 4 rings?
I believe that.
That is an insult, ladies and gentlemen. What did he have in Golden State? And he got 4 rings. Yeah, you can't say that.
No.
Not the bet.
Great ownership.
No,
a solid front office.
Not when he came.
Klay Thompson.
But
Draymond Green.
They weren't here when
the
he
Knicks
when he
didn't
got
get that
here.
in the short-term future.
Well, we don't know that. Like, Curry was here. Curry's been here before everybody.
Yeah. He wasn't even Curry then.
But that's my point. So they draft Curry, not Lacob. Some other dude drafts Curry. He's the first guy here. Okay? So if he were the first guy in New York, let's say he get drafted by New York, he's the first guy, who's to say whoever they would have drafted would have been great players or greater players along with Steph?
Do you think that would have hid Curry's light from showing the world he's the best shooter ever? Even if they messed up at every turn, I believe that would have came out and been apparent.
The question is, if you say, had he gone to New York, he wouldn't win. He wouldn't. No chance he would have won 4 titles. I'd be like, why?
Because
he might have won 5. But I guess I'm betting more against James Dolan than I am betting on Stephen Curry.
And you know what?
It's beyond Steph.
I'm not. I'm not.
So
I think
Steph
Steph
would have got
Curry's
it right.
I think
Everybody
Steph
else.
would have made it look way more right than it ever looked.
I'll give you that.
And maybe it would have looked righter in a way. We'll never know.
Yeah, no, I agree. It would have been a better situation had Stephen Curry been there. He's still a Hall of Fame talent, but there's a lot of Hall of Fame talents that because of their situation aren't able to win at the level as they do in others, right?
Yeah, I'm not disagreeing with anything you guys are saying. I'm just saying I do think that if you say, like I just said, I wonder what would have happened if Curry would have been drafted in New York, and you say, well, he wouldn't have won any titles. My first thing would be why.
No, I didn't say any. I just don't. I find it hard to believe he'd get 4.
See, I know it's a hypothetical. He had Chris Cohan to start.
Well,
and then he got Joe Lacob.
Okay,
who then got you Bob Myers.
There you
who
go.
then got you Steve Kerr. Who then got you
Your
Kevin
boy's
Durant.
still floundering in New York to this day.
I think there is some butterfly effect to that.
And I'll give you the butterfly effect, but I'm gonna take one from Goo here. That's shade. I'm sorry, you're throwing shade at Steph Curry. There's no other way to put it. You don't think he could have elevated another franchise other than the Warriors? And I think that's as high.
No, we're ripping James Dolan.
No, I know you are. I know you are. And what that means to me is you think the owner is
would have
bigger.
effed it up like he's done.
No, not Steph Curry. He wouldn't have. I don't think. I mean, that's the point.
Yeah,
Steph
I'm
Curry's
taking nothing
bigger.
away from Steph.
Yeah, yes, you are.
It's a butterfly.
Yes,
It's
you are.
Everything that's around him
No,
is
you
still
are.
in New York that stinks.
You are. And you guys are taking away
the
from
compliment to Steph was he would still be Billy Badass. He still would have the
Not
same
if he didn't
impact.
have 4 titles, he wouldn't be as Billy Badass.
But you're also the guy that called his 4th championship lucky. So
let's not do that.
This is what
I called it lucky as a joke. I would never use lucky. I don't use that word for a championship.
Well, and
I see
Stephen Curry,
fortunate. Some breaks got
But I could also argue that Stephen Curry not getting drafted to New York was lucky because he wanted to go to New York, right?
He didn't want to come here.
Okay.
Remember that?
What does that have to do with you guys not thinking he could have had the same success in New York that he did here?
I don't
understand
more nuanced than that.
Why?
Because the answers I feel like we're giving you're thinking they're digs at Steph.
They are digs at Steph.
No, we're not.
How is it not a dig to say?
Would Bob Myers have been hired by Dolan when they drafted Steph?
Okay. So you're saying there's stuff bigger than Steph Curry, which I get, but I happen to think, did Bob Myers acquire the players that turned it?
No, right.
Okay. Who's to say New York couldn't have acquired players, different kind of players, maybe guys in the, and they're a championship team.
What if the 49ers drafted Archie Manning?
This man.
You know what I'm saying? Like, Archie Manning was a great talent, but because of his situation, which was a horrible one,
oh my gosh,
he had no chance to win. And I honestly think that the way that the Knicks have handled the last 15 years that Stephen Curry's been in the league, I find it very difficult to believe that any superstar could succeed in that situation.
I actually don't. I think there's players that are so great, they're bigger than the organization, and they can actually lift an entire organization. And I know Lacob came in after 3 years and Curry was here, but that's kind of what Curry did here in Golden State. This place was a mess.
No doubt.
And so why are you saying he couldn't have done that in New York?
But we had no clue if he was going to be that kind of guy 3 years in his career because he was hurt.
Right.
And I didn't know Joe Lacob existed. None of us did. And they were blessed. Steph was blessed to get an owner like that. James Dolan is just, I mean, you know what I mean?
But he got the worst owner to start his career.
No.
Like Steph had Chris Cohan.
And if Chris Cohan had continued to be the owner for the last 15 years,
they would have won.
They would have won 4?
I don't know about 4, but they would have won.
That's all I'm saying. I find it hard to believe he'd win 4. I'm not saying he couldn't win a championship.
Clay and Dre are here.
But 4?
You know what I mean?
In New York, I think he might have. Because if we're really getting in the weeds here. But
hypotheticals.
Dolan stinks, but he's different than Cohan. He spends money. He wants to be. Cohan would have gotten Curry here, and he wouldn't have cared or tried to improve the team.
Thank God that didn't
James
happen.
Dolan would have at least tried. He would have gone through 4 general managers in Curry's tenure to try to get it right, even if he was getting it wrong.
I know we'll never. That's interesting.
Other side.
Yeah. 888-957-9570 is the number. Don't forget, if you want a chance to play on the Chase Center court, we're going to give it to you. Listen, starting Monday, October 30th at 12:30, your chance to play Knockout at Chase Center. We're going to give out 10 slots, as will all the shows. So the contest is going to run for 2 weeks. First chance to win Monday, October 30th. At what time, Steiny? 12:30, Steiny. It's all brought to you by Lucky California. Oof.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
You're not that much of a loser. Don't worry about it. Don't be hard on yourself.
I need you to throw it to me as soon as you get done doing what you do.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
You mean to tell me?
Oh,
Oh, boy.
You stepped in it and you know it, guys. You mean to tell me, after watching Steph Curry for 14 years, a transcendent player,
one of a kind,
no doubt,
one of the greatest of all time, had he gone to New York,
this is where
he wouldn't have succeeded.
No,
okay. All right. Apparently, that is the biggest shade at Steph Curry. He was bigger than he was bigger than this organization, and he would have been bigger than that one.
And we're not saying that.
Yes, you are.
I said he would have popped off and been transcended. Evan and I said about the rings, that was bigger than him.
No,
that was about the poison that was around him. What up, Jimmy? That was about the poison around him.
Your question was, would Stephen Curry have won 4 championships?
That's not true. No, here's what happened. No, I'm not cooking the books.
You are revising it because we didn't say he wouldn't succeed.
I know.
Exactly.
I'm going to get it right, though, this time. This is what actually was said. I said, I wonder what would have happened if Curry would have gotten drafted by New York. And your answer right off the bat was, well, he wouldn't have won 4 titles. And I said, why not?
Which means he could have won 3.
And it was an indictment on everything New York, not Steph.
Text line's with me.
Now, please, I'm listening.
No, you guys stepped. You know what?
No.
How much had to go right in your mind for them to win their 4th title?
What's Guru's line? You're telling on yourself. You guys are telling on yourselves.
Don't buy it.
And I'm glad we can help you regain some
no doubt.
Some confidence with Warriors fans right before the season, Steiny.
On a Friday.
Before you crush them for 6 months.
So these guys are arguing that, he would have gotten to New York. He would have gotten to New York, and the owner's so bad that Curry wouldn't have been able to break through in New York.
Curry would have curried.
Like, I cannot believe you put a limitation on Curry like that. Even in a hypothetical.
You're the only one that's doing that. We told you Steph is Steph. He would have been the man. He would have been the king of New York, one of the greatest movies.
Yes, he would have, but he wouldn't have won 4 rings, according to you guys.
Because his owner would have gotten away.
No, he wouldn't have.
He wouldn't have had Clay
that's okay, so there it is. Well, that's what you're saying.
Everything changes.
That's right.
Except
Curry couldn't have made another acquisition a champion had he been in New York?
Sure.
Well, apparently you don't think so because you think he had to have Clay and had to have Dre and had to have Joe Lacob.
Had to have. He is the
apparently. You guys know what I'm talking about.
No, what I'm talking about is there's a lot of ingredients to a dynasty, right? I'd consider a great front office. You need a great front office. You need a great head coach. And you need a transcendent star.
Could he have won 4 rings anywhere else?
Yeah, other places.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Well, why don't you name the cities he would have?
Lakers, Los Angeles.
Oh, okay. Well, he wasn't going to get drafted by
San Antonio.
San Antonio. Good job, San Antonio.
They had the 30th pick that year.
Philadelphia. Houston.
You guys.
Brooklyn. I love when you think
you guys were caught. You were caught.
Oh, yeah. No, look
I spun a web.
What about Minnesota? They had 2 cracks at him.
Wow.
Steph
Minnesota
Curry
has lost the most amount of games of any NBA franchise since the year 2000.
And they would not have been that team if Steph Curry had been drafted there.
I agree.
Yeah.
Exactly.
We all can agree on
he
that.
may have made them a championship team.
Nobody. Yeah.
4-time champion.
Maybe.
But they don't have a Dolan problem.
This is what Guru calls robbing somebody of something. Of course, Steph Curry could have gone to Minnesota and won 4 titles. The fact that you say he wouldn't have. That's a little strange.
Well, it's strange that you're not allowing for the possibility that he might not do that, considering that's what you throw around every time there's a hypothetical.
No. I'm just wondering. I'm allowing for the possibility that he might not have been as successful.
He might have continued to be the injury-prone point guard that he was his first 3 years.
Right.
Because he didn't have the help that he needed.
Again, it just started out. I said, I wonder if he would be drafted in New York. You said he wouldn't have 4 rings. And so my first thought is, man, Curry to me is the type of player that would have transformed virtually any franchise. That's kind of the way I feel. And I feel like the Warriors, when they drafted him, they were a mess. And he's so big, like he was big enough to turn it. A little like Garnett in Minnesota when he got there. That's all. That's all.
Yeah, no, I think and maybe definitely not was too strong of a stance.
No, you're good, E.
But
we know what's
hey, Goo.
I'm
talking to E. What's his A, B, C, or
he
right
had
out of
you
it?
on the ropes just a second ago.
He had nothing on my.
He had you. He had you.
The Golden State Warrior fan base has you all on the ropes
Carlos
right now.
Guido said
they
it
can't
all.
believe it.
And he's noticed this. This is his analytics, Donnie, on the First NorCal Credit Union text.
Don't get me
YouTube
mad. We got 10 minutes
when
left.
When Steph's name is mentioned, Steiny just glows.
That's
and it's
right.
been happening.
That's right.
I'm happy for you. It's been happening.
Well, might be able to get him on Monday.
Yeah, I hope. If we don't get him, I'm out.
I'll ask him what would have happened in New York. I'll say, hey,
and he'll be honest.
Hey, Steph, what's going on?
Well, how would you
I know
say
Guru kisses your ass every time you see him, but you know what? He said if you would have been drafted by the Knicks, you wouldn't even be an all-star.
I said, and then I would butt in.
Well, the other disclaimer is he would have had to do it all with the New York Knicks.
That's all.
I think there's a better chance he leaves New York and wins elsewhere if he gets
Boston
drafted in New York.
He would have had chips at Boston.
That's to me, it's a great. It's
in fact, he might have been LeBron.
To me, it actually is a serious.
But why I feel like I'm a pitcher, and I
conversation.
brought this up, all of us, and you're the catcher. We're just mixing our signals because we're saying
we're
the
not.
same thing.
We're actually not.
You don't give credence to the fact that other stuff has to be good around you. No, we're not saying Curry is he's James Brown. What's another?
Curry make Klay Thompson better. Did he make Draymond better?
He'll make us better.
So in a hypothetical world, he would have made Julius Randle better.
Right.
And maybe Julius Randle would be a championship player with
But what I
Steph Curry.
took from that,
that's how
my
great
point
I
was,
think he is.
James Dolan is the Steph the opposite way as an owner.
Well, he spends money. And the previous owner with the Warriors did not spend money. Yeah, food for thought the weekend.
Crossover on the other side.
Yeah.
We got a lot to talk about with the crossover. I can't wait.
Not this.
This?
Oh, good
Whatever
God.
I want.
Good God.
Okay, we'll talk about Mauricio Dubon.
No, I'm asking about system quarterback.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Change overtime with Willard and Dibbs, Steiny and Goo, and I'll tell you what.
Yeah, Loosey Goosey Friday.
I don't need a note. I don't need anything. There's just so many things to get into.
Yeah.
What do you want to talk about? Guru being a cheater?
Sure.
Wow.
That's on the table.
Steph Curry having no success if he would have been drafted anywhere else because he wouldn't have been good enough?
Oh, I thought you were going to say Steph Curry being the best thing that's ever happened to you in your life. Did
Look
you just
at you.
No, career.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
I thought
career.
you said life.
No, career.
I thought you said life, and I was going to call you on that.
No.
Okay.
And I'm kidding about the Guru cheating.
I was about to get into it real quick. But, yeah.
Although,
okay,
what happened with the vending machine
we'll
that
get
the
to
boss
that.
wanted to bring up?
I played pickup basketball against Isaiah Ryder, Brian Shaw, Gary Payton, all those guys, Lamont Murray, Vulture Canyon Club.
Sure. I'm not sure.
Mosswood.
We'll see.
So if the game was ever tight and I'm inbounding the ball or I'm at 24-hour fitness, I want to make sure you guys are on your game. Yeah. The guys I don't know. Yeah. It might be 6-4 we're losing.
Sure.
I'll say check ball 6-5. They'll be like the score 6. I'm like, oh, they know. I'm like, oh, I got it wrong. So I just told him I do that. And he's acting like I stole an election.
Uh-huh.
Come on. What?
Yeah.
And Domino's, you might say 15.
Wow.
We're having drinks, and it goes under my name. And then you're like, hey, you didn't get that. And then
hold up. But the example you gave is the example you gave is that the guys were paying attention and said, hold up, it's not 6-5.
And it's over, right.
So what happens if they're not paying attention and they don't notice?
Then it's 6-5.
Do you move forward with it 6-5
and car driving
and
home,
take the extra bucket?
Yeah.
How about this? This is a fun question for
You ain't
everybody.
cheating, you ain't trying.
All right. In the days,
That drop didn't make it over.
in the days of self-checkout, this doesn't work as well. But you walk out into the parking lot with a receipt and realize you did not get charged for something.
Oh, God.
Do you go back?
I rush back in.
I am in the caddy.
The manager.
Yeah.
You didn't charge me for my eggs. Please
answer.
You go back?
Real.
This one is a vintage. It depends.
It depends
on how much the item was. Because if it's $1 or $2, that's probably good. If it's a pack of gum, that's probably no harm, no foul. But if it's a $75 microscope or a $75
bottle of wine,
I would absolutely go back there.
And
you know what? I have often told bartenders, you didn't charge me for this or that. I do.
To me, it depends on the retailer. If it's big box, then you got. If it's mom and pop, I go back. If it's mom and pop and it's like, geez, you didn't charge me for that $14.99 bottle of Chablis or whatever it is, I'm going back in.
But if it's Whole Foods,
got him. Wow. You got Whole Foods, you realize, is Amazon.
Which is
Bezos.
Wow. That's right.
So
gotcha, Jeff.
I know a guy who goes through the self-checkout and will like take a high-priced item and put it near the scanner and make
makes his own noise.
This is amazing.
Dude,
I kind of like that guy.
I don't believe me. It's not anybody you know, but you'd be amazed what 3 Begeeps can get you.
It's the stuff we think about, but we don't.
This guy would go home and his wife would look at the receipt and be like, $45? Man, this is as much as I thought.
I didn't know you're allowed out of Whole Foods for $45.
Yeah. Sorry about
All
that.
right, one more last thing.
Organic chicken.
All right.
So Mike McDaniel was to a system quarterback, and he said, who effing cares? And I got out my chair like, that's what I'm talking about. Why does that have a negative? I'm asking you all a negative connotation. Why? I'm asking this. Why does a system? Why is that? Is that shade? Why are we so? We got to see Brock play without McCaffrey.
Is Steph Curry a system guard? Because he's never won a title outside of Steve Kerr.
I love it.
Well, and
I love
it's equally nonsense.
Kind of fair, too, because the Warriors do have a different kind of system.
I'm telling you, there is a host at Fox, and I told you, he got off of it about 2 years ago when the Warriors won their 4th. But he spent years calling Steph Curry a system quarterback.
Oh, that is. I'm trying to think. I might
Nope, that's not him.
Oh, my God, I love him.
He spent years saying that if Dame Lillard was the Warrior point guard and not Steph Curry, they would have won every single game that they won with Steph.
I don't want to go there.
But
there's something there?
No. I said I don't want to go there about.
Where do you want to go,
exactly?
Steiny?
Other than home.
No, answer the question.
I'm not going home. I'm not going to.
You ain't got to go home.
Yeah.
And you can stay
Negative
here.
connotation.
Home is where
about
the bar
Steph.
is.
He was saying about Steph in the system.
Yeah. I mean, here's what I believe. Had Steph gone to a team where they said, you're going to play like James Harden, I don't believe he would have had the team success or the titles that he has now. He may even have bigger numbers. But to me, the way they use him in this system as a 1 and a 2, and the fact that he can do one and that's the system. Like, I'm sorry, and he maybe would have won under Mark Jackson. I don't know. But when Steve Kerr came and changed that, it unleashed a lot.
I mean, best way I can answer it, we're obsessed with greatness, and we are also whimsical about it in certain spots in sports, and football is one of them. If you're a great pitcher in baseball, there is no system. There's someone in front of you, and you know how to strike his butt out. In basketball, it's a little bit of a blend, right? We're talking about Steph, but if you're Kevin Durant, I can score on the person in front of me no matter what you're doing.
Bucket.
Is it going to win a title? I don't know. In football, I would largely argue there is no such thing as not a system quarterback. There is no individual greatness that does not count on certain things that need to happen at a high level around you. And we have a hard time accepting that. Like, do you think that Tom Brady, and forget Brady or Montana, take them both. Can you think of a quarterback who's more talented than both of them?
Yo, no doubt.
I can think of a bucket
A million.
full.
Okay.
Right. But they had great things going on around them also, and then they stepped into that moment and built on that greatness. And so we just have a hard time, I think, when we want to label things and hand out credit when there's other good things going on around it.
Dibs, would you say it's okay for me to use my moniker, the rat on the table, that Brock Purdy has played so well, it's too good to be true, and people want to see him come down a couple notches because they don't believe he's as good as he's looked?
Yes, I suppose, but people want to do that because where he was drafted. And because he was drafted where he was drafted, and he's maybe 6 feet tall, and he's got those rosy red cheeks, and he doesn't do anything necessarily really, really well. He doesn't have a huge arm. He doesn't run a 4.3.
But he reads
He's
the
not
pre-snap.
6'5".
That's where it's at.
Right, but we can't see that. You can't look at him and go, oh my God, like, look at that guy. Like, Ryan Tannehill is a great example. He looks like he should be a great quarterback. He's big, he's got a big arm and all the rest of it. Then you watch him throw it from his armpit, and he's not very good, and it kind of defies logic the other way. With Brock Purdy, he shouldn't be as good as he is, but he is better than we all would have thought he could have possibly been. And then you look at why, and you can't give him as much credit as you can Shanahan and all the players around him. The system.
I think that Brock Purdy is a good quarterback. The circumstances that he's come, like, I don't think there's haters as much as people think. I think I think it's very fair to ask, this guy's got more weapons to use than any other quarterback. How come? Because he's on his $800,000 deal. So he's been drafted into a great situation, and I just think it's fair to wonder how good he is.
You know what's also interesting?
Like,
I don't
in
think
2 years,
unfair.
they're going to have to figure out, is he a $25 million quarterback? Is he a $40 million? Is he a 50?
25, not even that good.
Yeah.
Like,
that's what I mean.
Mark, why are you not
Jimmy's
rebuttaling to
25.
his how good he is? Shouldn't you say, look at the last 11 and 2 playoff
Because
games?
no, it is both. It is both. Of course, he's in a great situation, and has that accelerated how quickly he can be good? I'll agree with that. But if you're also asking me at the same time, do I think Brock's skills would travel? Absolutely. There's no way you can tell me that he would go to a different situation that's maybe a step down and not still be good or elevated. And I also believe he could end up in a spot where if he had a Swiss cheese offensive line in front of him, he would look bad.
Wow.
Kurt Warner is always my favorite example. Greatest show on turf. then the New York Giants couldn't get a first down.
Yeah.
And then goes to the Arizona Cardinals and he's back in the Super Bowl again. So, yes, your surroundings matter, and they have always, even for Hall of Fame level players. I mean, I don't know. That's always the case, but I just don't think you can diminish when someone steps into any system and succeeds with it.
You see,
that's really hard to do.
When I look at Purdy and imagine him on another team, I never say, would he make them worse? I don't think he'd make any other team worse, really. You know,
the Chiefs might be worse.
Okay, you know what I mean.
Yeah, right.
But no, but you wonder, would he be as good in that system or on that team? I think that's fair, obviously.
Can I ask you guys if can we debunk this thought, or do you guys truly believe it? You said Brock Purdy's got the best weapons around him. And I get that maybe you mean the roster in total. He's got a left tackle, maybe the best running back in the game. There's a good receiving core. There's a good defense.
I feel like I know where you're going.
Does he really have the best weapons?
No, Miami does.
He?
Miami does.
Okay.
Offensively.
Let's talk about let's talk about all the teams. Let's talk about all of the teams.
Oh, it's Miami.
How do Brock's weapons compare to Jalen Hurts' weapons?
Well, again, it comes down to the system. And this is where I think the system carries more weight, because Brock Purdy is able to do what he does in large part because the personnel that they have in San Francisco is elite for what they're trying to do. Kyle Juszczyk as a fullback, and I know Steiny jokes around about how much he doesn't really care for him, but what he does in that offense is as important as almost any other player on any other offense in terms of blocking. And Kittle is a blocker, and they run only 2 wide receivers. So their weapons are not as eye-popping as Cincinnati or Miami or whatever other team you want to pick. But the system, the weapons in this system, I think, are as good as any other team.
The roster is constructed really well, no doubt. But if I go
with purpose,
but go to Philadelphia, okay? Like, is Christian McCaffrey better than DeAndre Swift? Yes. But is Swift really good?
A baller.
Sure.
Yeah.
How about A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith up against Ayuk and Debo?
We can give it a wash.
How about Dallas Goedert up against George Kittle?
It's
There's a little elevation in one. There's a little elevation in the other. But, like, is Brock Purdy like, oh, my God, Jalen, if you were here and saw the weaponry that I have, you'd be blown away? Or is Jalen like, yeah, dude, my top receivers get making more money than yours?
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union. I'm willing to meet you halfway there, so then quit saying George Kittle's the best tight end in football.
How about Ross Tucker went on your show and said that the Eagles are the only team with a better offensive line, better line play.
Right.
The pride of Philadelphia, Ross Tucker.
Well, still.
Oh, he's from Pennsylvania.
Pennsylvania,
same thing.
Grew up a Steeler fan.
Yeah.
I made that up.
Yeah, whatever. I think, again, when you want to talk about George Kittle, you can look at him as a receiver and realize that that's probably 1/3 of his import as a tight end in his offense. Dallas Goedert is much more of an important receiver, and Travis Kelce has never met a block that he likes.
He's only a receiver.
Exactly.
Yes.
So as we look at tight ends or tights end, as the case may be, it depends on what your offense wants you and needs you to do.
There you go.
I was just saying, if when Mark says there's teams with,
at least
better,
the same.
I hear what you're saying.
At least the same.
And I'm just being
run with that.
I'm just being a stickler and saying, okay, then never say that Kittle's the best tight end in the league again.
Well, again, being a tight end is more than just going out and catching footballs.
Why no? And in
this offense especially.
I know what Kittle does. That's what I'm saying. Like we're missing each other.
No, I got you. I'm not going to let you disparage George Kittle.
No, I'm not.
On this Friday.
In fact, no, I'm not.
If you put Kittle in Kelsey's place in Kansas City, they wouldn't skip a beat. Yeah. That's how much I think of George Kittle in his hands and the way that he plays football.
I think they would skip a beat. Yes.
What I'm saying is,
don't gain it in the run game, I would guess.
But they don't use Kelce that way.
But how would, real quick, Stanley, how would they skip a beat?
I don't think he's as good of a receiver as Travis Kelce.
Wow.
No shade.
I don't even think
they're not running go routes for Kelce. I'm just like, I
they don't run that for Kittle anymore either.
But my point, what I've seen from Kittle, he could do it.
He's got better hands.
But the drop off is not big enough to mess up your offense.
It's a drop, though, I think. I think it's a step down.
I think it's maybe in the history of
just
the game.
Just a pass catcher.
Yeah, but just as a pass catcher, I don't know if there's ever been a Kelsey.
Tony Gonzalez would be.
But here's the thing. Ask Andy Reid who he'd rather. He probably doesn't want anybody but Kelsey.
Well, no.
And I'll bet Kyle Shanahan said I'd rather have Kittle than Kelsey.
Exactly.
Kelsey's damn near receiver.
I actually think Reid and Shanahan would both answer that differently. They would both say...
Want the other guy?
No, they would both say, I will build my offense around whichever one I have.
Okay. I agree, and that's what makes them great
what they
coaches.
do. That's what they do. Like Andy Reid could run the Niners, and Kyle could run the Chiefs.
You know what? That's funny.
And
I wonder
think
how
they would both do really well.
How much would change? You know, see,
I don't know.
Yeah,
but that's the other part of it that we never bring into the conversation, which is, in my opinion, a good coach is somebody who's going to say, okay, what do I have? And now I'm going to put that player in his best light, in his best position to succeed. And then sometimes when they do that, we give the credit to the coach. Sometimes we give the credit to the player, and that's sort of based on where they came from and what their story is.
Yeah.
So Andy Reid, I think, has put Patrick Mahomes in a wonderful position.
And Kyle's
to
done
be
that
Patrick.
with Debo.
Yeah, and Patrick gets all the credit. Well, I think Kyle Shanahan has put Brock Purdy in a great position, and Kyle Shanahan gets all the credit.
I don't think he gets all the credit.
He gets more. He gets more than Brock does.
And Mahomes gets more credit because he's won 2 Super Bowls.
And he's Mahomes.
And also, Andy's offense is a ton of 11 personnel, 3 wide receivers, and 4 wide receivers where go throw it, Patrick. And Kyle, son of Mike, and all Mike would do when he won was run the ball. So Kyle's got a fullback, and he's got a bruiser tight end, and he wants to run it first. And yeah, they pass it. So when they win, Brock Purdy usually doesn't throw for 350 or 400 when they go out and win games. I know there have been examples where he's done that, and he puts up 30 points in a team that relies a lot on the run, and that's how Kyle likes to do it.
Stylistic.
Yeah, exactly.
Absolutely.
Which is why I think they'd rather have the Kittle than
you're on, you know, the product of where you're drafted and who you play, it's huge. I mean, I look at Dibbs, all right?
Look at him.
He got to work with Lorenzo Neal for how long?
About 3 years.
He can now 11%, 21.
Learned a lot.
Sign up a flare, is this and that. Well, guess what? He's better at that than me because I didn't get to work with a pro football player.
I have worked with pro football players, and I still have no idea what that was talking about. But that's me because I'm not a great listener.
let me throw this out.
My fault.
We got
first time, long time.
Other, Giants, real quick.
Yeah.
As somebody who's frustrated with
interesting stuff going on underneath the surface.
Oh, you aren't kidding.
Really interesting stuff.
No. How much?
We got Monday for that.
Which do you regret more, that the Giants gave up Zach Wheeler or Mauricio Dubon?
Wheeler.
Okay, because they're both.
I mean, the Dubon thing.
Oh, Dubon.
6 of 12.
6 for 12 in the postseason.
I know. Small sample size, Steve. But is he not like, did I see that he's potentially in conversations for Gold Glove?
Oh, I think so. Yeah, you probably heard that right.
Look, he's been.
I think so.
Sounds like he's 11 personnel. Anyway, no, he's Dubon was an interesting player for a little bit, and for a second, we called him a Farhan find. Like that was an acquisition that he went out to get, and then okay, is he doing some good things in Houston now? Sure. When he got shipped out, most Giants fans were like, I'd like to call the team and offer to drive him to the airport. People were furious with that.
But he also has something to say about his time.
Yes, he did. Yes, he did. But his base running was ridiculous. The bunt gate, whatever the hell went on there. Like, Mauricio rubbed some people a little bit wrong. And so, I don't know, man. That's a little hindsight 2020 on that one. But
go ahead. You wanted one more. You wanted to get to something.
Oh, no, we got Monday. I was going to ask about Kirk Cousins, but we got Monday.
No, but that doesn't mean we can't
No,
right
it's
now.
something that he was throwing out, and I'll see if this is where you were going. But take contract out of it completely. Okay. Who would you rather have, Kirk or Brock?
Oh, Kirk. It's not even, and that's what 14 touchdowns.
Wow.
Come on.
Y'all, don't say come on.
He's not a winner.
Hell no.
The dude's thrown for 5,000. The dude can make every throw on the football field.
Great.
And I believe with this coach, Kyle Shanahan, controlling him, he could get it.
Yeah, no, I firmly would answer that the other way. But the other way.
Know,
what shade at Kyle Shanahan?
This is a tidal wave of shade at Kirk Cousins.
No, it's not. I like
Kirk Cousins. Say that.
I like Kirk Cousins. I have nothing.
Then how could your answer be anything but
because
yes?
Brock is more mobile. Brock has a better field awareness.
The mobile
Brock has more playoff wins, and Kirk Cousins has been in the league for forever.
Speak on it. Speak on it.
The guy's got a nickname.
If you ask Kyle Shanahan right now,
Mark.
Hey,
I don't know.
For the rest of the year, you can have Purdy or Cousins to win a Super Bowl.
Mark, I don't know.
gotta believe he's going.
I don't know.
He's going back to his high school.
Wait a minute. All of those things that he said about Kirk were all pre-Brock. They were all pre-Brock.
So he's done nothing to you in this league as a I'm talking about Cousins.
He's done great.
To where you would say what Brock's done supersedes.
He's a very, very good quarterback, but he has had plenty of opportunities. Never as the best roster, but Kirk Cousins.
Last year, lost to the Giants.
Right. Kirk Cousins has had plenty of opportunities to show that he, in a spot where you're a favorite and whatnot in the playoffs, he's gotten his team in position, and he has been a lesser player in those moments. You don't have to look perfect every time. Brock doesn't either. Nobody does. But
to run this offense, Kirk would laugh.
I'm sure that look, there are 10 QBs. This is what Orlovsky said that I believe is true. There are definitely 10 quarterbacks who would look great in a 49er helmet right now.
That's a compliment to Kyle.
Absolutely. But if you're asking me, again, yeah, I'm going to take money out of it, but you're going to give me someone who's 36 versus 23? You're going to give me better legs?
Now, I did say win it this year. This year. I can see if I'd be, for the next 5. I get that.
Can I take into account that Kirk has not played in this specific system with these teammates and would have to have some sort of a learning curve? I don't know, man. No, I'm not.
He's played under Kyle.
I believe that as this roster is set right now, I believe that this is the best team in football. I believe they are the favorites to win the Super Bowl, and I'm not messing with that.
Well, you know what I'll say? I'll use the Draymond Green. Don't let Kirk Cousins win that game on Monday.
Don't let him. don't let him win his first bleeping playoff game. Is that right?
He's won a playoff game.
Okay. Don't let him win his second bleeping playoff game.
Right. And the game he lost last year, they scored 34 points in the loss.
That's not true, is it?
He scored a lot.
To the New York Giants? They scored 34.
He had a great game. A great game.
Are you sure?
Yes, I
do remember on.
No, honestly,
I do remember on 4th and 5.
Go look it up.
Yeah, that was
him throwing it 3 yards.
He went Derek Carr.
I do remember that.
Right on the last play.
Yeah.
31 for 39.
Look at him.
Evan, what did he go?
He checked down on the last
Evan, what did he go on that?
They scored 24, not 34.
Oh, I'm sorry, but I'm sorry. What did he go?
There we go.
Kirk
31 for 39. How many yards?
39 for 273 and 2 touchdowns.
But he must have thrown a bunch of picks, right?
Can't numbers.
Oh, no picks.
No picks. No picks.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
But he threw short of the chains.
Yeah, it doesn't sound like he was the reason they lost, ladies and gentlemen.
It actually sounds a lot like the stat line that people go, yawn, Brock Purdy. You threw for 273 and 2 touchdowns.
He's in the 220s, Purdy.
Yeah, and playing the next week.
Man.
Yeah.
Oh, we got to go. Gotta go.
I know.
Yeah, have fun with this guy the rest of the day.
I think I won that one. I think I won that one.
I think I won it by teeing you 3 up and taking 5 minutes off. That's a win for the Diver right there.
Instigation sensation.
That's a buck.
All right. Have a great weekend, everybody.
Survive in advance. Thanks, dude.
All right, it is Friday. Let's do the darn thing, okay? I have a feeling that's going to come back up. That's definitely an interesting conversation.
Well, it was something that you threw out before yesterday, and I wanted to bring that back around because I did think that it was was somewhat interested.
Yeah, we'll get to it. Well, how would you answer it? You didn't get to answer it.
No, I don't want to answer it.
Why not?
Because I was happy watching you go toe-to-toe with those two who immediately, Kirk. And then I saw your face, and I thought, you know what? I'll just go ahead and lay out on this one. But in terms of what you were saying, Brock or Kirk, no contracts involved, no long-term deal involved. Who do you want right now for this team in this situation? For me, it's Brock because
me too.
Kirk is a good quarterback. He's a good thrower, but I look at what Brock is already doing in this team and with this system and his ability to do it with the play action and the motions and all the rest of it. I think it's Brock.
Okay, since we're here, this is the 1-year anniversary of the McCaffrey deal. We got some McCaffrey stuff that you both need to hear and react to. But since we're here, let's do this for a second. I wish those guys were still in here. Man, they walked out of here after starting a fire. Now I know exactly what I'm going to yell at them about on Monday.
Yep.
All of this, we found our guy. I heard Steiny say an hour ago, there aren't actually Brock Purdy haters. That's just some tiny little lunatic fringe. We have got our guy. It is obvious that Brock is really, really good. Is he great? Is he worth $50 million? We'll see. But he's obviously really, really good. Okay, ... Let's move on. And then something like this comes up, and all of you, at least all of you, like Steiny and Goo and anybody who was nodding their head with him, you all show your true colors. Because if I had offered you Kirk Cousins, if I had offered him to you a couple of years ago, or even before this season, you all would have laughed. Oh my gosh, that underachiever? Sure, he used to be an overachiever. It's a 4th-round pick. But a guy who's literally known for not showing up when the sun goes down, that's who you want. Kyle Shanahan has been made fun of for years because of the fascination with one Kirk Cousins. And so you're going to prop up Brock all day long, and then we put a question like that in front of you, and you're going to go
run to Kirk.
Of course it's Kirk. Well, then you don't actually like Brock Purdy. If you say you believe in him, then you certainly believe he's going to do better than some guy who's won one playoff game in his whole career.
Yeah.
I mean, that was a shocking tone that the two of those just took.
I was surprised that it turned that way so quickly because when you threw it out yesterday and our yesterday show turned into a preseason Warrior extravaganza, and don't miss the Spurs tonight, 7 o'clock from Chase Center as we try to wrap up an undefeated preseason. But I was really surprised when I threw that out on behalf of you because it was your notion from yesterday, and I thought that it was kind of a 50-50 thing where you could make an argument for Kirk based on experience.
Sure
he's done more throwing the football. He's had some better receivers of late. He's had better years, but in terms of playoff success, he hasn't had as much as Brock in 1 year, and Brock knows the system, and Brock is able to decipher what the defense is doing, and all of the other accolades we give to Brock Purdy, they're all there, and yet those guys answered so quickly so as to think that the question was a stupid question.
That's my point. I don't think that it's a crazy take. I really don't. So 888-957-9570. Forget all of the other stuff. Forget the money.
And the age.
Okay, fine. Forget the age, too.
Yeah, because I like Steiny's way to put it like
this year.
This year, right now.
Brock or Kirk. Okay? 888-957-9570. I don't think there's a crazy answer there. I think there's a crazy tone. And you
think their tone was a little crazy.
That was nuts.
Yeah,
you can't sit here for 5 weeks and talk about how good you think Brock is, and then the second that you're offered Kirk Cousins, you're like, oh, gosh, it's not even a contest. What? It's not even a contest? I think what you're saying makes a whole lot more sense. There's a conversation there.
Yeah.
I think that rational people could come down on both sides of this, but to flick it like it's not even a question, especially after the experience we've just had, you rode for 13 games without a loss. Oh, yeah, he's clearly shown everybody that he's the guy, and he's really good, and this, that, the other.
Well, the bloom is off the rose, Mark.
My gosh.
He's coming off a loss.
That was wild. That was a wild tone they just took. Oh, I can't wait for Monday already. They're a bunch of phony Brock fans.
Turncoats.
Oh, you're phony.
So if Brock beats Minnesota on Monday, then Tuesday's tone will be different. But if Minnesota beats Brock, and if Brock throws another interception, you're going to have a lot of humble pie to eat, Mark Willard, on Tuesday.
If Kirk beats Brock, sure. Yeah, that'd be a bad day.
It would be.
Be a bad day.
Sick day for Mark on Tuesday.
The Warriors play that night. I think I'll be here.
Good point.
I think I'll be. That's a hell of a day.
Yeah.
Gosh.
Post Niners and the Warriors opener.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, win the big days.
You could inject that day into my veins all day long.
Sure.
Anyway, 888-957-9570. One of the greatest acquisitions through trade in the history of this city happened a year ago today. In Christian McCaffrey.
Oh, I thought you meant you. That was 2 years ago. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Thought we were setting that up for some Willard.
Had that anniversary a couple of weeks ago.
My fault. I might have missed that.
Yeah, things have gone well. Anyway, no, I'm kidding. But anyway, like I'm mindful. You and I ran into each other on our walk to the station today.
Yeah, that was cool.
I won't tell anybody what you were doing.
Might have been panhandling.
It's incredible. But anyway,
who could have seen that coming?
Yeah, it's just a shocking turn of events.
Big city.
It
big
is.
City. A lot goes on in a big city.
But it's a small world.
It sure is.
Anyway, but
I got to find a new route to work.
We're sitting there talking about McCaffrey and the acquisition that was a year ago today, and the compliment that so many of us have given Brock Purdy for so long, which was, he has won every game that he played in, most of it, and finished it. And I started thinking, if you take away that wackadoodle Eagles thing that happened in the playoffs, that's actually still true for Christian McCaffrey. Yes, he showed up and played a little portion of the Chiefs game last year. Niners got beat handily. And then there was the Eagles game. Outside of that, he didn't play or finish in the second half last week. So, hang on, let me do my math. That would be 0 losses.
Sure.
When Christian McCaffrey plays the majority of the game.
Right.
But we don't talk about it that way. We talk about it a lot with Brock.
Well, and I don't like it when we talk about it a lot with Brock because you lost the Eagles game, and a big reason why you lost the Eagles game is because you got knocked out of the game. And you got knocked out of the game because their defensive line was better than your backup tight end on a play where the quarterback got hit and the quarterback got knocked out. And Christian McCaffrey, he doesn't know what play he got hurt on against Cleveland. It was one of maybe 4 different plays he was saying where he got hurt, but they ostensibly knocked you out of that game. So the whole idea about starting a game and finishing a game for me in football, it's not a thing. If you play in a game, you play. And if you're a QB and you start the game, you get the win or you get the loss.
I get it. I think that's fair to a degree. If you get knocked out, you get knocked out. But by the same token, I also understand the argument that it's like, well, let's kind of talk about what was going on in this game and who played the majority of the game. So to either hang a loss on Purdy and McCaffrey or anyone for what happened in Philadelphia, I think that's pretty tough. To steal something from what they achieved against Miami last year, I think is also unfair. But I get what you're saying.
Yeah.
You get knocked out, you get knocked out. I hope Steiny and Goo have gotten to their cars. 888-957-9570. Watch this. Let's start with, because we got a whole line of them, let's start with Dollar Bill. Hey, Dollar Bill, you're on with Willard and Dibs. What you doing?
Happy Friday, boys. I'm on my way to the Bruce Mahoney game in the city.
Nice.
Nice job.
Go SH. Anyway, the reason why I'm so glad, Mark, that I was in the car when you piped in, because when Steiny and Goo were going off about what they said, I was just like, you took the words right out of my mouth. Like, come on, guys. Are you serious? I think I would love to hear what they would have thought if Moody made that kick last week.
Yep.
Because then, hey, then it would still been on that, hey, he didn't have a great game, but he still got him in a place to win at the end, and he's still undefeated. I just believe that sometimes the grass is maybe greener on the other side, and I'm of a belief that if you got a Ferrari, don't change parts. You got a fantastic ride. Why rip out the engine now?
Hey, Dollar Bill, you use a car. I'll go even more personal than that. Thank you for the call.
Dollar Bill.
We all, at minimum, know someone who's done this in their life with important relationships. you know what? I think, I don't know. I think I'm done. I think
I'm out.
Yeah. You know, I tell you what, Sylvia at the office kind of has my eye.
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Blow your relationship up. And then a year later, you're like, oh, crap. What the hell did I let go? What did I do? Well, that person you let go is crushing it. The job's going great. They found someone new. They're happy as all get out. They're all over Instagram smiling at you all day long. Yeah, I do think there's some of that. Now, I want to be very clear with, I think, where you and I are here.
Yeah.
I don't want this to sound like I'm like Kirk or Brock. What a stupid question. Of course it's Brock. I don't feel that way.
Yeah.
My response is I can't believe that they feel that way.
I was shocked, yeah.
Like, they made it sound like it's the easiest, Bonte, stupidest question ever.
I thought when you said it 2 days ago on our show thread, I thought we could get into a real 50-50 back and forth kind of a old-fashioned sports debate if we needed content about the idea, because Kirk does a lot of things that are really, really good.
He's a good player.
Yeah, he's been good in this league for a long time. He's a good passer. He's really, Spartan with the football. He doesn't give it away a lot, and he's got a high football IQ. But Brock in this system has been near perfect. I was also shocked at the way they kind of matumboed the very notion of it being even a question.
Guru fell back in his chair. For those of you not YouTube, he was like, oh, it is Kirk. And he fell back against the back of his. I'm like, what? Really?
And I knew Steiny would be immediate Kirk.
Well, he's got a
Kirk
fascination
stan.
with the Vikings.
It's Kirk.
Yeah, and Kirk. Fine. But that's kind of what I'm getting at. You can answer that question, Kirk Cousins, and I don't think you're crazy. I'd love to hear what you have to say. But to act like this is some sort of wild, ridiculous question.
Insulting, Mark.
That's interesting.
It's like I said, Brock or Mahomes.
I will hereby never allow those two to show Brock love ever again.
That's it?
No.
It's over?
It's fake.
He's dead to them?
It's Drake. That's some fake love, homie.
You. That's a 4.
That is some fake love.
Look at you going to Canada for a reference.
Oh, my God.
That was nice.
That's some fake love right there that we just been feeling for the last 5-6 weeks in this building.
Well, Tuesday morning will be interesting. If it's Niners 31, Vikings 17, and they both come in and Brock Purdy, MVP candidacy.
Steiny, I've been sleeping on Brock. Nope. Police.
Guru, I told you that Kirk's career was over. I've been a Brock guy this whole time. 2 for my Steiny.
All right, let's get it. Let's get it.
Let's get it.
Okay? It's Willard and Dibs. It's freaking Friday. 888-957-9570. We got some McCaffrey stuff for you for sure. The Dubs are right around the corner. There's some very, very interesting stuff. We're going to make Dibs say nice things about Andre Iguodala. Today is going to be a hell of a day. But can we talk this out for a second? Is that simple to you in either direction? Take the money and the age out of it. Brock or Kirk? 888-957-9570. Kobe, Bert, Doug, Eric, everybody, stay where you are. We're coming right at you on the phones. Coming up next, starting Monday, October 30th at 4:30 is your first chance to play Knockout at Chase Center. How cool is that? Very unique. We are giving out 10 slots. So are all the other shows as well, as the contest is going to run for 2 full weeks. So you're going to have a bunch of chances. But your very first one to play Knockout on the floor at Chase Center is with us Monday, October 30th at 4:30 p.m. This is Willard and Dibs.
on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, yeah. I'm going to tell the YouTube chat right now, ain't nothing going to break on my stride. Ain't nothing going to slow me down.
Are they coming after you?
Oh, of course. Oh, it's a Brock stand. There he comes again. I don't even think that this is a clear. I don't even think that it's a clear-cut answer. Brock or Kirk. I think that you could make a case for Kirk Cousins in terms of the experience department, in terms of the steady Eddie nature, bigger arm. I don't know that I would give him accuracy over Brock. I think they're both very accurate quarterbacks. Brock has had fewer attempts at the quote-unquote big moment, but when he gets those attempts, done a hell of a lot better with it. Brock is more mobile. I think that both process information pretty well. I actually think both of them have an awesome complement of weapons. Oh, Brock's got the best weapons. Well, as of a year ago, or even this year, like Dalvin Cook out, I get that. The run game is down a little bit. But Justin Jefferson and this new kid, Jordan Addison, before that it was Adam Thielen, KJ Osborne is their third. Like, TJ Hawkinson's his tight end. Like, he's got people now.
Yeah.
Now, he doesn't have a defense that'll stop anybody on the other side, so he can't get away sometimes with only scoring 30. He's got to score 37. But I think there's a very fair conversation here. And we're on it because this came up in the changeover.
Right.
And our two predecessors thought that this was a ridiculous question.
And I think if you just look at the numbers, Kirk Cousins throws the ball more, and he throws for more yards and more touchdowns and all the rest of it. So in terms of what he does in the construct of that offense, he does do more. Now, if he came here and Brock was there, could Brock do what Kirk is doing in terms of how much they throw it and how often they go to three wide receivers? And you look at his attempts per game, and he's thrown it more than 40 times in 4 of the 6 games they've played this year. I don't think that Brock has thrown it 40 times once this year. Maybe not even once in his career.
I don't know that he ever
attempted
has.
it 40 times.
I'll look at his game log. I certainly cannot think of one where he did.
As you're checking the log, this year Cousins has gone 29 of 47, 32 of 50, 31 of 44, and 33 of 44.
Yeah.
4 of the 6 games this year, he's thrown it more than 40 times. They don't have a great run game, but also they entrust Kirk Cousins to throw it a lot. So when you just look at the numbers, Cousins does have better numbers in terms of yards and touchdowns and the rest of it.
Okay, if I go to Brock Purdy's game log, most attempts in a football game this year, 37, came against the New York Giants, the Thursday night home opener.
Yeah.
25 of 37. Now,
for how many yards? Like 250?
310.
Okay.
310.
Yeah, my bad.
And then if we go to last year, did he ever have 40 attempts in a game? There's one that I'm trying to think of. Oh, yeah, even that Raider game where he had to chase some points now. Overtime, 37-34, 35 attempts.
Yeah.
He had 37 against Miami, the game where he didn't even enter until late in the first quarter.
Right.
So twice he's thrown 37 and seen. That's it.
Yeah.
That's the highest he's ever done.
So Kirk 4 times this year, he's thrown it more than 40 times.
Right.
So when you look at just the raw numbers of it, and he's got 14 passing touchdowns for Kirk Cousins, which puts him tied for first in the NFL, and that's great. He throws it a lot. And in terms of total attempts, he is number 3 in the NFL. So only Derek Carr and Trevor Lawrence, who each have played 7 games, have thrown it more often than Kirk Cousins. So if Kirk were here and Brock were there, could Brock have the numbers that Kirk has there? Absolutely. If Brock was throwing it as much as Kirk does.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, look, Brock's on a better team. Factor that in.
A much more of a run-heavy team.
Right. Again, different systems. Like I tend to believe that people like Brock Purdy and Kirk Cousins will largely be solid no matter where you put them. Kirk Cousins is a good player. Is he a Super Bowl winning quarterback if given this coach and this team, this defense, these weapons? Maybe. Is Brock Purdy? I can still only firmly answer maybe, although I've watched Brock go into the playoffs with this group and do very, very well. I've never seen Kirk Cousins go into the playoffs and do very, very well.
Right.
But yeah, he does have less. I get that. It's a Football Friday brought to you by First 5 California. To learn 4 things you can do to overcome toxic stress, go to first5california.com. Okay, we want to go to the phones. I want to welcome this one in. This is Kobe in the city, and I am 99% sure that I heard Kobe on the air with Bonte and Shasky this morning at like 6:45.
Okay.
Okay, I was out
Kobe's
about
doing the AM
early.
PM thing.
Yes. And Kobe said, because they were having a Debo conversation, and Kobe goes, you got to get Debo out of here. Get him out of here and get Justin Jefferson next year.
Wow.
Right? Well, Kobe's very young fella, young buck. So, okay, you got to get starry eyes for Justin Jefferson. And then he keeps talking, and he goes, and they got to trade that guy McCaffrey. They trade him. Get him out of here and get like Dalvin Cook or something. And I'm like, hold up. And then that's when Bonte was like, wait a minute, man, you need to read a book or something like that.
Wow.
Kobe, was that you? You on with Willard and Dibbs. Was that you this morning?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, what do you want to say? Yeah. Go ahead.
Kirk Cousins sucks. Man, he sucks. We don't need to trade Brock Purdy.
Okay.
Man, he sucks on some women.
Now, do you want to walk back your comments about Christian McCaffrey at 6 this morning?
Yeah, Christian McCaffrey, he plays way too much. We need to cut him off the team. We need to get Dalvin Cook or someone better than him.
Okay.
Because Christian McCaffrey, he sucks, and Debo Samuel, we really need Justin Jefferson.
Yeah. Okay, Kobe, thank you.
Kobe, I love it. Bringing it.
Kobe.
Totally. I mean,
listen, I thought maybe.
I'm glad he didn't say it. And Willard sucks.
Yeah, well,
and Dibbs,
no.
and you suck.
Look, if you think Christian McCaffrey sucks, you're welcome to also say I suck.
Dude, he was
I think that'd be great.
rat-a-tat-tatting everybody.
I know, but he loves Brock Purdy.
You think Kobe's watched Dalvin Cook play this year?
I don't know. Yeah, Dalvin Cook is absolutely on the downside of the career.
Or watched last year, maybe?
But I thought...
Easy, Lucas. He's a kid, okay?
I thought
Dalvin Cook hasn't been good for like 3 years.
But listen, some people are morning people, and some people are night owls. I wanted to give the young fella a chance. I thought, look, he's had 8 hours. Maybe he hadn't had any eggs yet. Right? Somebody got him some protein, and he wanted to be like, actually, I'm sorry, Christian McCaffrey's pretty awesome. It's the anniversary of his acquisition, and I love the guy. But no, 8 hours later and 2 meals, this kid still thinks that we ought to flip McCaffrey for Dalvin Cook.
I wonder if he goes around his grammar school and like, and you, the yard duty, and you suck, and the school nurse, and the principal, and the crossing guard.
Maybe that's why he's available at 2:30 in the afternoon. Kobe, aren't you supposed to still be in school?
And this school sucks.
Yeah, well, that's true.
I'm out of here.
Yeah, exactly. All right. How about Eric in Pacifica? Hey, Eric, do you as well think Christian McCaffrey sucks?
I do not.
Okay.
I know he doesn't suck.
All right. Welcome, Eric.
Thanks. Before I launch into my Brock Purdy point, Dibbs, do you know who won the knockout last year at Chase Center?
I want to say it was Brian Posadas, former player of mine at St. Joseph's Notre Dame. He was my outside hitter / setter when I rescued the program in 2006, Eric.
We had knockout at Chase last year?
I don't know if we had it.
We
but
didn't. Someone did.
It was had, and my guy Beepo ran the table and won. Yes, Eric, thank you for that call back. And he recently celebrated his anniversary, so shout out Beepo.
Yeah. Yeah, my step done good. I got to go and say the question is a stupid one. No one's going to switch quarterbacks mid-season when you've got a serviceable quarterback who's actually doing great. No matter how good Kirk Cousins is or how much he could be better than Brock Purdy, the time needed and the investment just to get him up to speed renders that just a moot point.
Well, okay, what if we asked it differently since you called our question stupid, Eric?
Jesus, Eric. Thought we were family.
What if I just simplified it? Who do you think's better?
I think that at this point I would say Brock Purdy's better. I know Kirk is a great passer, but he's going to be on the downside of his career, especially if you're throwing 40, 45 times a game.
Yeah. Eric, here's the way I would answer it and why I would answer it this way. Thank you, Eric, even though you wildly insulted us.
Yeah. Geez, after we had a moment there. I know Eric
felt like we had chemistry, a little bit of something going on. Anyway, here's how I'd answer the question, because I do think that a rational person can come down on either side of this. I really do. But Kirk Cousins has disappointed his fans more than Brock Purdy has disappointed his. And while that's a bit unfair because Kirk has had so many more years in the league, Kirk has found a way out of the fourth round to elevate himself to being a very, very highly paid quarterback in this league. But when you do get $85 million guaranteed, he was one of the first through the door to get a fully guaranteed quarterback contract. You're a perennial, at least, contender for the playoffs. But in all the big moments, when you've had a chance to really step into a big national moment and say, I'm here, I'm top of the heap, and I'm going to take my fans on a positive journey, he has failed in those moments repeatedly. Not every time, but repeatedly.
1 in 3 as a playoff starter in his career.
Brock Purdy, on the other hand, yes, was knocked out in Philadelphia, and by no means was something amazing against Dallas in the playoffs last year, but I'll give him credit. He goes to the playoffs in a big moment. Seattle, he's down at halftime. Dallas, big-time defense. He wins those games. He does not turn the ball over. Go back to last year. Thursday night at Seattle, broken ribs. He does not disappoint. Sunday night football, week and a half ago, whole nation watching. My God, he beyond didn't disappoint. He was incredible with 4 touchdown throws and a 32-point win over the Cowboys. Brock has had fewer of them, but opportunities to say, I can handle the moment. And he's done so much better already than Kirk has in his. That's why I would pick Brock. It's not a runaway. That's how I'd answer the question.
Right, and I think the system situation in terms of knowing the system and Kirk Cousins, I'm sure, could assimilate to what Shanahan is doing pretty well and pretty easily, but Brock Purdy's already doing it. So I look at what Kirk has done in terms of his overall career, and he's thrown for more yards many times than Brock Purdy will this year, and maybe than Brock Purdy ever will here with the 49ers, but there's more to it than just your numbers and how many yards you throw for.
Sure.
And Kirk Cousins is in a system where they throw the ball a lot more than the Niners do with Brock Purdy. And I look at the contracts and we put that aside and the age. Cousins is 35 and Brock Purdy is 23. So, yeah, for the next 5 years, of course, you'd rather have Brock Purdy. But just for right now, if you look at the numbers across the board, they're very similar in terms of things like interception percentage. Brock's a little bit better. Touchdown percentage, they're almost identical on how many touchdowns per throw you average. And yards, Kirk is going to be better. Interceptions, Brock will be better. They're very comparable. I just was a little bit surprised at how Steiny and Guru tried to dismiss the whole question.
I don't feel it's that obvious of an answer at all. 888-957-957, but that's okay. They're not aware of the fact that they're never allowed to compliment Brock Purdy again. We'll inform them on Monday. I'm sure that'll be a tough moment for them, but they're big people and they'll get over it. Bert and Benicia is next up here on Willie and Dibby. Hi, Bert. What's cooking?
What's up, boys? How's it going?
Good.
What's up?
I mean, you guys must be some kind of like radio savants to throw this out and get this much airtime talking about this question, because to a logical person or a fan, the answer is Brock. Okay? The answer is Brock. The dude just lost his first regular season game. And what do we like here in the Bay Area? We like homegrown talent. Steph Curry, Klay Thompson, Draymond. You look at the Giants dynasty that they had. Brock's going to be that dude for us. And he's going to be our quarterback for 10-plus years. He's already won more playoff games than Kirk Cousins has. And you want a dude that lost to the New York Giants last year? That's who you want? A guy who has continually underperformed and underachieved to your fan base when we hold such a high standard here for quarterbacks? No. Brock's our dude. You can tell he has the it factor. He's got that moxie. He processes. He's perfect for this system. He's the dude.
Well, Bert, while I agree with you, I'd say it this way. A, you're right. We are radio savants.
Yeah.
B, what you think is a silly question was answered by our predecessors as silly in the other direction.
Totally.
And so that's why I think we find it fascinating to dive into this for sure. But I will also add something that I will definitely admit about myself first, because I just noticed it in you too. And that is, we have to admit that there is obviously a bias in the direction of anybody who is quote unquote your guy.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Like that's there. You even just said it. You said the Bay Area loves homegrown players. Let me tell you who else does. All the other cities too. Everybody loves drafted players. They're different. They just are.
They're yours.
Yes. It's so hard. We've done this before. I mean, look, it's why Kevin Durant's not here anymore. All kinds of players, Iguodala, Hunter Pence, I guess Christian McCaffrey, like players who have been acquired elsewhere. There is a much bigger barrier to them getting through to be like, ooh, arms around, that's our guy. The Steph Currys, the Clays, the Draymonds, the Kittles, the Buster Posies of the world, that's the good stuff, man. That's the ice cream. That is the absolute best thing.
Yeah.
And so does that enter into this conversation as we try to assess one player versus the other? Obviously, because one's our guy and the other one's never been and never will be our guy.
Well, you never know. I mean, never say never.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Because
probably will never.
He
be
will
our
be
guy.
a free agent at the end of this year, and if things happen to or with Brock Purdy that make it so they want to move on to another quarterback, and we've all talked about the doomsday scenario of what that would mean, and the name Kirk Cousins always comes up until he's no longer playing football or until Brock Purdy gets a long-term deal. The Kirk Cousins, Kyle Shanahan connection will always be a thing. I do think that these two players just in this year in a vacuum are a lot closer than anybody wants to realize.
Probably.
QB rating, Brock is number 2 and Cousins is number 6. They're two of the only 6 guys to be above 100 in QB rating. Kirk Cousins is having a good year.
He's a good player.
But he's having a good year.
Yeah.
He leads the league in touchdowns with 14. He's only thrown 4 picks. TD percentage, the percentage of your throws that result in a TD, they're almost identical, 6.1 and 6% accordingly. Cousins' interception percentage is only 1.7, I believe, which is not very high. Brock's is like 0.4% of his throws are picked off because it's only been one throw, but the numbers are a lot closer than people would think. And yes, of course, we want our guy. Like if it was a coin flip between these two, we would all default to the guy that we know and the guy that was drafted here.
You know what's interesting, though, if you're going to go into stats, because I know you really value the adjusted quarterback rating known as QBR.
Yep.
Founded by ESPN and definitely trumpeted by them. That's the number where you find separation.
For sure.
Kirk Cousins is 13th in the league when it comes to QBR. And wait a minute, I'm having a hard time finding Brock on here. Where is
Look
he?
toward the top, Mark.
Oh, there he is. Sorry. He's way up at the top as number 1.
Number 1.
Huh. Sorry. My bad. I missed that. Yeah, my eyes were just darting around. I went by Josh Allen and Tua and just assumed that Brock would be under those guys, but nope, ahead of them too.
Part of that is a byproduct of who you play with.
No doubt.
Because Brock Purdy, when you throw from a cleaner pocket and you have an elite run game and you've got the personnel that allows you to, throw the ball to better players, and the Niners have better skill guys than Minnesota does, especially now with Justin Jefferson out for the foreseeable future. Brock's got a better O-line, and he's got a better coach, and he's got a better system, and he's got more talent around him. So those things are all going to lead into that QBR number.
I'll give you some names just for fun who, if you value QBR, who are ahead of Kirk Cousins this year.
I see some of these names. I wonder who you're going to pick.
Geno Smith.
Number 11.
Matthew Stafford.
Is sitting at 10.
I have him at 9. But whatever. Yeah, whatever.
Oh, he's tied for 9th with Jalen Hurts.
There you go. Dak Prescott.
Mm-hmm.
And Baker Mayfield.
We prefer Maker Bayfield.
Baker Mayfield has a better QBR than Kirk Cousins.
Sure does.
Sure
does.
That's interesting for what it's worth. How about Doug in Wichita? What are you doing, Doug? You're on with Willard and Debs.
Teach me.
Hey, good afternoon, fellas.
Hi there.
I just got off work, man. I've been sitting here listening to all the conversation going on.
Happy Friday.
Hey, happy Friday, guys. So on the question, would I take Cousins right now, straight up for Purdy? No, and simply because of what the previous caller said, Purdy's our homegrown guy. We drafted him. The Niners drafted him. They're developing him. You stay with what's working, okay? Just like we did with Joe Montana. I think everybody just, or at least the ones that are going overboard on how bad of a game Purdy had. I don't think it was that bad of a game. I mean, he was under duress. Okay, great. So was the other quarterback. He threw fewer interceptions in that game than the other quarterback. The other quarterback actually fumbled the ball and was gifted that was a pass attempt.
True.
So, I don't want to hear all that. Purdy's coming along just fine. In fact, he's coming along better than just fine. And I think he's going to get off in Minnesota. And there was something else I wanted to talk about real quick about Purdy. Somebody who called in on the earlier show today was talking about how you get him out of the pocket and somehow he's not as good. But if my eyes must be deceiving me, because I see a lot of times he's scrambling out, stepping up through and getting to the outside a little bit and dropping dimes. Oh, I don't know, kind of like he did against Dallas a couple weeks ago when he hit Kittle.
Well, and
four touchdowns out of the pocket, Doug.
Yeah, Doug, thanks so much, man.
Yeah.
Have an awesome weekend. Yeah, what did Peter King tell us? This is the first time that's ever happened?
In the next-gen stats era, which is about 10 years going.
In 10 years, no one has ever thrown 4 outside of the pocket TDs in one game before.
Correct.
Until Brock Purdy on Sunday night,
and
week and a half ago.
Just to keep it real, Doug, Brock Purdy actually did fumble in the game. P.J. Walker didn't fumble. It was an incomplete pass that some of you think was a fumble. Brock Purdy actually did fumble, and he was able to recover.
And he recovered his own fumble.
But in terms of fumbles, let's not, cast aspersions that are not based on fact.
Well,
those are facts.
They're facts, but they shouldn't be facts.
Whatever.
They're not. Hey, it was a fumble.
Okay.
All right, we're presented by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises.
Hey.
Hey, we got more people who want to talk about this, so let's do it. We'll keep taking your phone calls, 888-957-9570. Plus, wait till you hear what Kyle Shanahan had to say when he was grilled about Christian McCaffrey's usage. That's all around the corner as well. It's Willard and Dibs.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
I saw you brushing your shoulder off. I saw you do it.
If you're feeling like a dib, go ahead and brush your shoulder off.
I was wondering where you were going to take that line.
If you're feeling like your dibs,
brush your shoulders off.
Yeah. Yeah, YouTubers.
Check it out. We're going to go back to the phones on this. We got some Kyle Shanahan on Christian McCaffrey usage. Because Dibs, he's running him into the ground.
Yeah.
He's going to kill him. He's RG3 and Trey Lance, and now it's Christian, and he's hurt, and it's Kyle's fault, and I've had it.
Well, I won't even get into it because you're trying to get me mad, and it's not going to happen today. Not on this Friday.
Not going to make me cry, Roy.
Totally. Running back, quarterback.
Yes.
Different things.
Yes, they are. No question about it. But before we get to any of that, we want to remind you again to listen starting Monday, October 30th. I love when we get, by the way, just behind the curtain here, I love when we get copy like this. Listen starting Monday, October 30th at 4:30. No! Listen every day, you weirdos.
Right.
What are you doing? Don't ever stop listening. Okay, now that I got that off my chest, but we do have something special Monday, October 30th at 4:30, and that's your chance to play Knockout at Chase Center. You'd be on the same dang floor where the Warriors are and play Knockout. And we are giving out 10 slots right here on this show. The other shows are as well. The contest will run for 2 weeks. You can have a bunch of chances, especially if you follow my direction and never turn the radio off of 95.7 The Game. But your very first chance will be right here with Willard and Dibs on Monday, October 30th at 4:30 in the afternoon. I used to love playing knockout, man. The Stanford basketball camp knockout games where the whole camp would come at the very end of the day. And I mean, that line would wrap around Maples Pavilion at least twice. It felt like there were, I don't know, man, triple digits of people all lined up playing knockout, and you work your way all the way down to a champ. It would take a while.
Sure.
It would take a while, but it's so much fun.
Did you play knockout with an actual protocol, or is it freelance knockout?
I always was a protocol knockout person. In other words, it wasn't until I had kids that they started doing this cockamamie rule where you can whack someone else's ball all the way across the playground.
You can
when they're
pump
not
that
looking.
thing over the fence.
I'm like, that's the stupidest thing I've ever. That's not a. What does that prove? Like, what you Wishnowski the ball down the street, and then put in a layup and knock someone out? I'm like, what are we doing here?
Special teams.
No, I didn't play that way.
I never did, but then when I worked in an elementary school, I would see the way they would play, and it's like, how is this even fun?
Whole game stops. Little Bobby is like across the street getting the ball. I'm like, what are you guys playing? This is ridiculous.
Right. So I assume our knockout game will be protocol knockout.
I hope so. Somebody punts the ball up into the suites. Like, you lose. Like, what the hell is that?
Right.
What are we doing? Anyway. Hey, Lucas, did you do this on purpose? Allen in Alameda? Or is it Alameda? What did Alameda? What did we make up a new city's name?
Alan Stiles would refer to it as Alan Meada.
Okay, so is this Alan Stiles?
No.
Or, no.
You've never heard this before?
No,
From Alan Meada.
Ask Alan.
Heard of Alan Stiles, but if it's not Alan Stiles, there's just somebody in Alameda's calling.
Just ask him.
Okay, let's find out. Hey, Alan, do you call Alameda Alameda?
You know, I tried to call in for the Meta for a good Jolo and Dibs shout out.
Thank you.
They ran with Alan Meta.
Yeah, we had a big fight on our show because Lo Neal stayed in Alameda and he used to call it the Meta. And I said, no, it's called the Island. And then a bunch of people would call in and say, no, Dibs, we call it the Meta, which I still don't believe. But go ahead, Alan, and disprove me again.
Hello,
because
Alan.
now many people call it the Meta, which I don't buy.
I chose to adopt the Meta, but I've never heard it locally.
Appreciate it.
Good to know. It's good knowledge.
All right,
and you got
show.
to get down. Thank you.
I'm going to join fellow callers and say, it's a bad question. If you're not discussing value, which you did a little, Willard, but it's a value question. I mean, you just cannot compare the value that the two bring. One on a rookie contract versus, salary cap matters in this game, and so that's huge from the start. So even if I agree they are similar caliber quarterbacks. So the value takes it. But if you do want to compare them, I would say that Brock has not left you any questions in how he performs in the playoffs. And I mean, I think, yes, they're close enough, but that playoff performance and really the lack of questions, I'm not sure why you would ever make that switch.
Well, Alan, I love what you said there at the end. I mean, this is a runaway, this is why we wouldn't ask it this way. Alan, thank you. We would not ask the question of who would you rather have in their current circumstances. Of course. Hello. I mean, I would probably, that's where I would argue that maybe I'd even want Brock over Mahomes. If you factor in the money and what it allows you to do with the rest of your roster, I think you could have a fair argument there. And I do believe if someone thinks that's crazy, well, then tell me if the Niners play the Chiefs tomorrow in a neutral site, who's favored?
Right.
Who's
in
favored?
a neutral site, that's interesting. It might be 1 point either way.
Yeah, it'd be close.
It'd be close. You can contact your odds maker buddy.
I'll text my guy.
Because Kansas City's an interesting team in that even though they don't have the same talent around him, quote unquote, they still win a whole lot of games. And it's not only because of Patrick Mahomes, but they still have a very good team, even though they've had to replace a lot of their high level talent.
Of course, and it's because of him. He's the face of the league. I wouldn't put up anyone against him. But if you take that whole scenario of money and age, it is obvious. But I love what he said. What Alan just said there at the end. What questions do you still have? So let me ask it to you that way. Start with Kirk. What questions do you have?
can he win a big game?
Okay.
I mean, he's won one playoff game, and last year was the biggest blow to his rep and his career because the New York Giants were not a powerhouse, and they came into Minnesota, and they took it to him. And, yeah, the Vikings gave up 31 points, but Kirk Cousins, in the big moments late in that game, didn't make the plays necessary to hang with Danny Dimes.
Let me throw something that's a little bit more intricate to that conversation that so many have had for years, which is Kirk Cousins can't win the big game. I don't think it's necessarily fair because what it sounds like people are saying is that Kirk is a choker. And I don't think Kirk is a choker at all. Here's what I do think. I do think that Kirk Cousins, when going up against the best of the rest of the league, he is classically one of those guys who can beat all the bad teams, but has a really hard time against the good teams, which makes him a very classic B-plus type of a player. So he's very, very good. But when you're in the playoffs or when you're in prime time, what's usually happening? Well, you're playing another really good team. And so it's not that he's a choker, it's that he is not elite, and he's not good enough to beat the other top teams in the NFL. He can beat all the rest consistently. So I agree with you. That's the same question I would have about Kirk. What's your question about Brock? What questions do you have?
Well, my one question would be about his ability in bad weather.
Okay.
Because we've seen,
fair one.
In the most recent game, we saw some bad weather moments against Cleveland where he had ball security issues. And, against Seattle last year, he struggled a little bit in the inclement weather. And that's kind of a minor concern. You don't worry about whether or not he can win a big game. He won 2 playoff games last year, including one where he didn't necessarily play great against a very good Dallas defense, but he didn't turn it over, and they found a way to win that football game. And then the NFC Championship game went the way that it went. I can't really, pin that on him. Looked like he was comfortable in that spot, and he was off to a pretty good start, 4 for 4, before his arm got ripped into half. So I don't know what other questions you would have.
I don't have any.
I mean, he's come from behind against the Las Vegas Raiders. Mm-hmm. He's put up 30 points or more in the majority of games he started. He's won at home. He's won on the road. He's won in primetime. I'm not sure how many games he's won in the morning. I guess the Pittsburgh game this year was a 10 a.m. game, so he's won in the morning.
Yep.
He's won at night. He's won in the afternoon. He's won on Thursday.
Right.
He's won on Sunday, and I think he's won on Monday.
Has he played on Monday night yet? I can't remember. Did they play on Monday night late last year?
Maybe not. Maybe that's something I'm waiting to see then.
Brock Purdy has never won on Monday night in his entire career. I could be wrong.
Bet the Vikings.
Hang on. 2022, did they ever play on Monday night? Oh, yeah, they did. They played Arizona.
Late in the year, Monday night.
Oh, wait, but was that? No, that was the week before Brock.
Oh, geez.
It was the game before he took over. Holy crap, he's never won on Monday night in his career.
Yep.
Oh.
We found a chip in the armor.
We found the bugaboo.
Yep, that's it.
No, I don't have any questions. I think the one you brought up is a fair one, but questions to me suggest that it's like, can he do it? He's not going to play well every game. He's not going to win every Super Bowl.
Yeah.
He's going to have bad games, but I don't have any questions. I have none. Do you have a quarterback who you think can win it all? I do. I have no questions.
Yeah.
So we're sponsored by Flag and Anthem. You know who else works with Flag and Anthem? Christian McCaffrey. Yes, Joe Shasky. And also Christian McCaffrey on the anniversary of his acquisition. Wait until you hear this, and we'd love to hear from you. Just in general, how do you feel about Christian McCaffrey's usage? So we'll take your calls on that. We'll let you hear what Kyle Shanahan had to say. Us coming up next on Willard and Dibs.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Get over to YouTube. The chat is it's all lit up today, Dibs.
Yeah.
It's all lit up. There's a lot of energy. That means there's a lot of negativity. There's a lot of positivity. There's people batting each other around on there, taking shots at us, thinking that it matters and gets to us. That's always funny. Keep it coming. Keep it clean. And stay thirsty, my friends. 888-957-9570. We'll get to the McCaffrey thing in just a second. So Football Friday brought to you by First 5 California. To learn 4 things you can do to overcome toxic stress, go to first5california.com. But first, I have this update. Okay. Actually, this I think broke like an hour ago. I didn't see it until just now. But the Las Vegas Raiders will start Brian Hoyer at quarterback against the Chicago Bears, who are starting some other guy at quarterback named Bob or something. I don't know who this guy is who's starting for the Bears at quarterback, but it's backup on backup crime happening between the Raiders and the Bears this weekend with no Garoppolo and no Justin Fields.
Jimmy out with that bad back, and it's a new injury for Jimmy this year as opposed to the old injuries he's had, but your heart goes out to Jimmy Garoppolo, and you hope for the best that he can get back out there. It sucks to see a good guy like that have so many different injuries really kind of derail his career now at a new stop.
By the way, second injury of the year, and this will be the second time that Jimmy will miss time. Aiden O'Connell, of course, got a start earlier in the year, but they're giving this one to Hoyer as he came in relief and got a victory.
Yeah.
It was over the Patriots, but
a win's a win.
A win's a win.
Tyson Bagent will be your
That's the guy.
Bears starting quarterback.
Not Bob Bagent.
No.
That's,
Yeah.
Bob
Rest in
the
peace,
Bagent.
Bob Bagent, the great comedian.
That's right.
Yeah.
You want to do a little trivia on Tyson Bagent?
Please. Let's do it. What do you got?
Well, I'm guessing you can't tell me what college he went to.
He went to
it's an easy one.
The Citadel.
It is an easy one. Let's go with, can you name what division he played college football in?
He played in
D3 for sure.
He played in the SWAC. I think he played in the SWAC.
Division 3.
He played in the MEWAC.
From Shepherd University.
I'm just going to make noises that end in "ack" until I get it right.
He went to Shepherd, Mark.
Shepherd?
Mm-hmm. Shepherd University.
I have one of those. That's what Penny is.
You know what their mascot is, right?
The Shepherds?
The sheep.
The leader of the sheep, the Rams.
The Shepherd sheep.
What are you guys talking about?
He went to Shepherd University, and they were the sheep.
And then the sheep?
The sheep. The sheep.
Shepherd University, located in Shepherdstown, West Virginia.
You guys are making this up.
All factual statements we just made.
Yeah.
Why?
Except from Dibs. They're not the sheep. They're the Rams. They're adult.
One man's sheep is another man's ram.
Okay. Well, but we're Niners fans. The Rams are sheep. That's just the way it works. Okay, so where? He was
Shepherdstown is in West Virginia, overlooking the Potomac River. The Rumsey Monument honors 18th century steamboat pioneer James Rumsey.
Beautiful this time of year, I've heard.
James Rumsey.
The little house and barn were part of a miniature farm built in the 1820s. The historic Shepherdstown Museum outlines the town's origins and Civil War history.
Unbelievable. Isn't James Rumsey the guy that went against Michael Douglas in The American President? Do you remember that movie?
I do.
Who are you?
I thought James Rumsey was the guy who was the Republican member of Bush's cabinet, but that was Donald Rumsfeld.
Oh, Rumsfeld.
Yeah, I had that one wrong.
Yeah, close enough.
And they do play in an AC, an athletic conference. It's smart.
Of course. That's why I was just going to make noises that end in AC until I got it right. What is it?
The PSAC.
Oh,
okay.
That's
you
not.
better watch your mouth.
Now I know you're kidding.
The Pennsylvania State Athletic Conference.
There's no way.
I could not make that up if I tried.
That's the PSAC, not the PSAC. You didn't need to do that.
I like Lucas's version
Tomato,
better.
tomato, you know?
Yeah, I guess.
It's so great.
Well,
I'm Lucas Alexander, and whenever I go to the PSAC.
What happened?
Yeah.
Why is he in the NFL if he's coming out of the PSAC? What the hell is this?
He's legit.
Where did the Bears find this guy? Where's Kaepernick?
Virginia.
What are we doing here? Tyson Bagent from the PSAC. What the hell is happening? I mean,
they go up against Cal every year. California University of Pennsylvania.
You guys are making stuff up. This isn't real.
East Stroudsburg is in the PSAC. Edinburgh. Not that one.
Dude.
They go up against Gannon.
How are the Bears constructed this way? They're like, yeah, we got Justin Fields, but we're not going to run him.
No.
And we're not going to have any receivers. And then they're like, all right, let's get a receiver. But if we do that, let's get a backup quarterback from the PSAC. What? What is happening? Tyson Bagent. That ought to be a great game. I hope you got Red Zone. That way you won't have to watch any of it.
I wonder what the over-under is on that one. It feels like an under to me.
Your 11-10 game.
I love it.
Is coming. All right. 888-957-9570. Listen to our own. Larry's in there, right? Larry's in this? Larry Krueger. Larry Krueger drove all the way to Santa Clara, and he's like, I got questions for Kyle Shanahan. And then he got there, and he looked Kyle right in the eye, and he said, I want to talk to you about this C-Mac guy that runs right and runs left and catches passes and touches the ball so much. Let's talk about it.
Christian is on pace for almost 400 touches. Is that a sustainable thing? And was that your plan to feature him as much as you guys have in the first part of the year?
I mean, we treat him as our starting running back, so I don't really think of how many touches we want to get somebody in a year. That's week to week and how the game goes, but he gets a lot more extra because he gets thrown to so much in the passing game, but I'm happy with how he's being used. I'm happy with how he's been playing, and we'll see how the rest of the year goes.
I'm sorry.
What's so funny?
I'm in a Friday mood. That was the best throat clear we've ever had on 95.7 The Game.
From Kyle Shanahan?
Listen to this again.
Christian is on pace for almost 400 touches. Is that a sustainable thing? And was that your plan to feature him as much as you guys have in the first part of the year?
I mean, we treat him as our starting running back, so I don't really think of how many touches we want to get somebody in a year. That's week to week and how the game goes, but he gets a lot more extra because he gets thrown to so much in the passing game, but I'm happy with how he's being used. I'm happy with how he's been playing, and we'll see how the rest of the year goes. Really.
Wow, that is a big one.
He leads in. It's not just the throat clear. He leads into it.
Really?
Yeah, he went. It's like he's trying to do boats or something.
Oh, man.
We'll make a pitching change.
Usage.
He's our starting running back. Man.
That poor guy. I mean.
Look, he talks a lot in front of a microphone. I've been there.
Well, and he talks a lot in the headset, and he talks at practice, and he has to yell over a locker room full of grown alpha males, and he has to yell on the practice field. And when you use your voice like that, your voice is going to need a certain amount of throat clearing. I mean, we all talk about Doc Rivers, and we make fun of him with Mock Rivers and all the rest of it, and the way his voice is, So I'm not surprised that he has to clear it.
If Kyle Shanahan does his next press conference like this, I'll be really impressed. Anyway, yeah, okay. Thanks, Kyle.
Totally.
All right.
Anyway, the best of us.
Anyway, now that we got past the frog in Kyle's throat, what do you think about what he said? He does this a lot. By the way, I think I've accessed why people go, gosh, this arrogant guy. He'll throw a statement at you. He answers a lot of questions by giving you an obvious sentence that a lot of people process as, okay, you're patronizing me. Well, he's our starting running back.
Yeah.
Just focus on that for a second. Is there a little bit of, hey, Lair, I'm glad you drove to Santa Clara to talk to me about Christian McCaffrey touching the ball 24 times a game. He's our starting running back. So, yeah.
Exactly.
We give him the ball.
And that,
because he's good at it.
That's what I focus on when I do my Kyle Shanahan impersonation, because he basically is telling you without telling you, or he's telling you in every way other than no blank Sherlock. What he's telling you is he's our starting running back, and we're a team that likes to run the ball. And when you have a starting running back and you want to run it, you give it to the running back so he can run it. And he's also a guy who can catch it and stuff. And so we like to throw it to him. And so I don't go into the year thinking about how many touches he's going to have. But when you have a guy who's really good at touching the football and you want to win games, then you're going to give it to a guy who's really good at carrying it and catching it. And that's what we try to do.
I mean,
Lair.
That would have been amazing if he ended with a Lair. Anyway, I'll tell you this. Here's something that we do. And it's not a fair comparison because being a 49er fan and being a fantasy football player are two very, very different things. But we beg for this. We beg for what Christian McCaffrey is doing. We've decided, whether it's a fantasy player or even a fan, like we have mourned the loss of the running back who can play 3 downs and we can rely on you. And then when we finally find one and use him, we go,
usage.
You're using him too much.
Yeah.
And I get that's because the 49ers are really good and people do not want to see their best players go down. But my reaction to Christian's on pace for 400 touches is then he's going to get 400 touches. And that's okay. It's okay with Christian. It's okay with the league. It has happened before. Le'Veon Bell ran this damn show. The Steelers were really good, and he was the number 1 pick in your fantasy draft every year, and he did it for a few years. And then the Steelers threw him out when it was contract time, and I hate that. I hate the turn and burn nature of this, but that's life in the NFL. And yes, when Christian's contract is done, there's every possibility that the 49ers are going to do the exact same thing. He'll be 30 years old. They'll say, thank you for the 400 touches a year. We really appreciate your time. We're going to go draft someone in the 3rd round and mess that up too. Like, that's the way this is probably going to go. And I get that there's an aspect of that stinks, but it's just funny to me. Do you have an issue with the usage? Because even if he did 18 touches a game, I still feel like there's absolutely every chance of him getting hurt and being worn out come January.
Well, it depends on how that goes because every time you get a touch, you are more likely to get hurt than if you don't get that very same touch. If he doesn't play this week, he's less likely to get hurt than if he does play.
Well, of course.
So, and I'm not trying to go all Kyle Shanahan on you and hit you with Captain Obvious stuff, but right. I do think that I'm concerned about him being healthy in the end of the year. And if it's 400 touches and then you get to the playoffs and he's not as good as he could be if he had 300 touches, then give him 300 touches. And I don't know if there is a drop dead number where you get to a certain level and you start to have some fall off. Like in the NBA, we now have science in terms of back-to-backs and load management and what works and what doesn't work and how many minutes and all the rest of it. We think that we've figured out where the sweet spot is for players in terms of how many games in how many nights and how many minutes in those games, and that equates to certain injuries that you're more likely to have and less likely to have. Football's not like that because you can run one play. Look at Debo Samuel in the last game. Yeah. First play from scrimmage, he gets hurt. He gets his shoulder drilled on a jet sweep, and his shoulder's hurt. Now, that had nothing to do with usage. In Christian McCaffrey's injury to the oblique or to the rib, whenever it was, he doesn't even know when it happened. That didn't have anything to do with usage. Like, that didn't happen because he had 24 carries in a game. That happened because he's playing football.
I see usage as something that bears out through the years, not through the season. That's kind of what I'm getting at.
I think toward the end of the year, if you are getting used a lot, there is a chance that you're worn down over the course of a year.
I mean, didn't Christian, argue or not argue? I guess the word came out. His leg was a total mess by the time they got to the playoffs last year. But you couldn't tell. I know that he took off in Philadelphia and scored an amazing touchdown. He played. I guess my point is this more feels like something that we talk about with pitchers. Christian's not going to get dead arm. We're not going to get to January and be like, dude, I would have played, but I'm already up to 400 touches.
Right.
I'm just out of gas. Like, I've never heard of a football player doing that. I can see a running back, Derrick Henry, Christian McCaffrey, Le'Veon Bell. Could we be saying, look, you may not be very good when you're 32. And the reason is because 400 touches a year. Maybe that happens. But if we're all going to be selfish and call this like this season is, they got to win the Super Bowl, they got to do it when Brock Purdy is on this cheap deal, then, is it nice? Maybe it's not nice, but is it all about winning? If you want the 49ers to go crazy at the trade deadline, you want them to go get DJ Jones, you want them to go get Patrick Surtain, Whatever it is you want the 49ers to go do. Randy Gregory. Why? Because it's all about this year. I want the chips all in the middle of the table. Okay. Then there's no question what you're doing. You are using Christian McCaffrey every chance you get.
But you do want him healthy in January. So it's not as easy as like use him as much as you can right now. There's a certain sweet spot in all of that where, and maybe you see it on Monday. If he's not 100%, if he's, let's say he's 70%, and he could manage his way through the game, maybe you do him and everyone a favor and say, you know what, you're going to sit this one out. We want to reserve and preserve you and keep you fresh for games that matter more down the road.
Maybe. I will tell you this. We didn't even talk about it yet. Mayoko put out something that I thought was really interesting, and I'll just sort of paraphrase. But what he basically said is his read, this is not a report, but based on being there every day, his read on the chances of the 3 injured players playing. He didn't mention Greenlaw because I think Greenlaw is going to be in. But the 3 offensive players, in order of their percentage chance of playing, number 3, Trent Williams. Number 2, Debo. Number 1, Christian McCaffrey. He thinks he is the most likely to play.
Number 1.
Of all of the 3 guys, and added that, here's the interesting note, Christian told the team, do not adjust the offensive game plan for me to not be there. So his intent, we'll see if he gets there, but his intent right now is definitely to play.
Yeah,
that much is clear.
That doesn't surprise me.
Yeah.
And I go back to this year in the summer and the off season when we went down there and we watched OTAs and we watched the veteran minicamp and whatever other practices we saw. That guy's out there going absolutely 100%. He's barking at the officials. He's high-fiving teammates. He was taking every rep like it was the most important play of his life. And this was a practice in July. And so I see the way he plays on Sundays now and the occasional Monday and Thursday. And he plays every single play, whether he's involved in the action or not. He plays hard. He loves the game. He wants the football.
Yep.
So he's not going to be a guy who's going to, well, I'm only 70%. I don't want to go out there and play. I do think that he probably has his eye on the MVP as well and sees that, you know, this is something that
you think that
I think
that's
so.
a motivator in a situation like this.
I think that he's a guy who wants to play football.
I think he wants to win a Super Bowl.
I think, well, yes, you want to win a Super Bowl.
Way more
you
than
can't
MVP.
win a Super Bowl in October, but you might be able to lose one in October if you're knocked out.
Yeah, you're like, again, your wins matter at every stage. It's kind of like what we were talking about yesterday. I do think it's interesting sometimes as fans and media, we sort of can sit here almost making it feel like a bigger picture conversation. If you're 5-2, that's not the end of the world. Like, I mean, you're probably still going to win this division and blah, blah, blah. I don't think organizations ever look at it like that.
In football, for sure.
This is their job. It's their livelihood. And they are maniacal about winning this week. Maniacal about winning the game they're about to play. That is everything. That is all they're thinking about right now. It's all they're working on. Minnesota, Monday. Everything they can do to win that game is their obsession and their absolute focus. Go back to Seattle last year. Oh, he hurt Trey Lance. And while I can hear that argument, the response to me is real. Why did Kyle do that? Because he was trying to beat Seattle. And he did not love Trey's chances to do that by playing a normal drop back sort of a way.
Right.
So he was trying to win the game. Does that mean putting people in harm's way? Because it's football.
But it doesn't mean you're going to force a guy out there who maybe isn't good enough to go from a physical standpoint.
Not if he's not ready, but if he is ready and they think he can help him, they're putting him out there.
Right, but if it's, I mean, and I don't know what his percentage is in terms of how healthy he is, but if Mayoko says that he's the most likely of the 3 to play, that tells me that he's the closest to being 100%. of the three. And I know that Doc Pandya from UCSF Medical joined us earlier in the week and said the lower body injuries are tougher to play through,
yes,
i.e. the ankle that Trent Williams has, as opposed to the shoulder for Debo and the oblique for McCaffrey. So that doesn't surprise me that he's the third most likely, but I do wonder about, getting a guy out there before he's really, really ready to go out there and help you. And it's something that I can't determine from the outside.
Sure, none of us can.
That's only Christian McCaffrey and the medical team.
No, but I do think we can put puzzle pieces together, which is to say that Trent Williams is a 320-pound man who's got an ankle problem.
Right.
That ain't good.
No.
Debo Samuel's got a shoulder problem, and he leads with his shoulder on every single play when he's out there. Christian McCaffrey has an oblique pain tolerance injury. He doesn't lead with his oblique. Do you know what I mean? And so,
but his oblique is involved in everything that he does.
Right.
The twisting, the catching, the hitting.
Sure. But if they're going to say it's a you can't make it worse injury, then in theory, it's no different than every other body part. Is it in danger on every play? Yep. It sure is. But that's what they sign up for. I get why their mindset is what it is. This is what they sign up for. These are not scared people of anything.
Right.
They're not. So it's like, yeah, let's play. And I'll be fine. I think that's the way they start every single Sunday.
Yeah, it's a pregame injection and it's a halftime injection, and let's go out there and play football. I mean, I can't imagine having that sort of an injury and playing that position, a position where not only are you going to get hit and tackled virtually every time you touch the ball, with the exception of those times that you score touchdowns and nobody touches you, but you also have to twist. He's got to get his arms up to catch the football left and right, and all the natural movements that involve the oblique. Virtually every movement that you make as a running back is going to involve the oblique.
Totally. Yeah, your core.
So that all hurts before you even get to the opponent part of it.
I know. I totally get it. My perception is, though, as an NFL player, that they're in pain all the time.
Yeah.
All the time.
Well, there's pain, and then there's, this level
excessive
of pain.
Sure.
Excessive pain that has it so you can't even finish a football game.
Yeah. We're presented by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises. Do you have any issues with Christian McCaffrey's usage, as we do celebrate, by the way, the one-year anniversary of his acquisition? We'll take your calls, 888-957-9570. Jay Gruden's going to join us in about a half hour with stories of how things came together with Kyle Shanahan and quarterbacks. That's super interesting. We can't wait to talk to Jay. And then also coming up next, we're going to make Dan Dibley say something nice about Andre Iguodala.
I've got something scripted that I want to, and I hope that Andre's listening, because it's a long time coming, Andre.
A prepared statement from none other than Dan Dibley on Andre Iguodala as he steps off into his tech career. And that is coming up on Willard and Dibs.
Big bombs, big bombs, big.
Exclusions apply.
Really? Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah. You know it's Friday when we're bumping back with people clearing their let me clear my throat.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. I'm a big throat clearer.
I know, me too. But I turn my mic off. Kyle leans into it. Kyle leaned toward the microphone and gave it a little extra because he had to clear his throat.
But there is no cough button. And for those of you who haven't done radio before, we have a button in here that says mute. So I don't even have to turn off the mic anymore. We can just hit the mute button and then, and when you're Kyle Shanahan, you don't have a mute button. You don't have a cough button.
I don't know why it's striking me as so funny. It's just, you get some, first,
right.
I've never heard Kyle's voice sound like that. And then he brought the bass.
Really?
How low can you go?
Really?
It sounds like he's trying to do an impression of something. Oh, gosh, that was funny. Anyway, did you say in our conversation about Christian McCaffrey that all or nothing for Monday? Like, in other words,
when you and I were walking in from down the street here to the new building, I said, if you're going to play him, then play him.
If you're going to crown him.
If you're going to crown him, then crown him. If you're going to play him, then play him like you normally play him.
Okay.
Don't kitty foot around.
No half-stepping.
Right. Ain't no half-stepping. None of this like we're going to give him 7 carries and 2 catches. No. If you're going to play him, then play him. Play him. Give him the ball like you normally give him the ball. Now, if you get a lead and you want to spot him with Eli and Jordan, of course, and that makes sense. And you notice since the one game where he didn't have anybody carry it but Christian, and he was asked about that, and he said, well, yeah, I kind of forgot and stuff. Since then, he's done a very good job of getting Jordan Mason in early,
mix and match.
Getting Eli Mitchell in early. So I understand the mix and match part of being a running back, but if you're going to play him, I want you to play Christian and give him the ball like you normally do.
Here's what he said again, and again, this does also include the now famous throat clear, but the back and forth between Larry Krueger and Kyle Shanahan with regard to Christian McCaffrey's touches and the way Kyle sees it.
Christian is on pace for almost 400 touches. Is that a sustainable thing? And was that your plan to feature him as much as you guys have in the first part of the year?
I mean, we treat him as our starting running back, so I don't really think of how many touches we want to get somebody in a year. That's week to week and how the game goes, but he gets a lot more extra because he gets thrown to so much in the passing game. But I'm happy with how he's being used. I'm happy with how he's been playing, and we'll see how the rest of the year goes.
Yeah, I mean, what I gather from that from far is Kyle's totally fine with what Christian's doing. I think we worry about it, but he from the standpoint of the year at the end. Sure, could that be something you want to talk about? But again, week to week, they look at it as we're trying to win the game. If that's the best play on that particular call, that's what they're going to do. And I don't think even as 49er fans, we would argue with that. Like they're not going to go into the game and be like, well, look, okay, it's 3rd and 3, and we're up by 4, and we need a play that's going to get us into the red zone because we had a chance to put the game away. All right, let's go run the play to Christian where we do the screen out in the oh, wait a minute. He's already got 19 touches.
Yeah, can't do that.
All right. Call timeout. We got to talk about this. Christian's already had his allotment.
It's a usage issue.
We're not doing that.
Of course not.
Go win the game.
Right, but it's a bigger picture than that. And this is what Larry was talking about in terms of 400 touches. He's on pace for that. And you get to a point, maybe it's at the end of this year, where you've used him enough to where maybe he's not as productive late in the year. Or the bigger picture is the amount of touches he's already had. I think he's at 1,600 exactly in his NFL career. I think the number is 1,600. I was just looking. 1,165 on the ground, 435 in the air. and then you add in his touches at Stanford, which were, close to 1,000.
Plentiful.
Only
yes.
3 years at Stanford.
Right.
But I think it was about 700 at Stanford. So then you start to look at, 2,300 touches at a high level. How much does he have left? And you're right. And I don't think that Kyle's looking at it, not that it's inhumane, but he's not looking at McCaffrey and thinking, well, if I do give him another 200 touches this year, well, then next year and then the year after, he's looking at one game, Minnesota. And you're right. If it's 3rd and 3 and McCaffrey's had 17 carries and 5 catches, and it's midway through the 4th, and you need to move the ball, you need 3 yards, and Christian McCaffrey is available, you're going to give him the ball and hope he gets you those 4 yards. You're not going to think, well, boy, we're running out of usage here. We're going to overuse him. No, you're out there to try to win the play, win the game, win the season, win the Super Bowl.
Let me ask you this, because this is something that always comes up in these conversations. More so, do you remember, and I'm going to forget his name, I do every time. Remember the kid who pitches at Stanford, and he threw like 400 million pitches in that game, and we had him on the next day?
Friend of the program.
He threw like 160 pitches, and there was this big social media debate over whether or not Stanford.
Quinn Matthews.
Thank you. And how many pitches did he? How many pitches did he throw? Was it $156?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, and you lost your mind over it. You lost your mind. Okay. We talked to the kid, and we had to talk you off the ledge.
Well, do you remember what comes up in these moments?
You called CPS, and he's an adult.
I did.
You were furious.
I'm now a Cal fan. Anyway, when you look at these situations, this always comes up, and it does sort of make me laugh, because people will invariably go, he said he was fine, and he wanted to go out there. I'm like, well, of course he did. What player is ever going to be like, okay, look, here's the deal.
Take me out.
I'd like to leave. I don't want to play. Christian McCaffrey wants the ball. He wants 400 touches. Now, he may not say I want 400 touches, but ask him if he wants 25 during the game. He'll still answer you, go, I don't care how many touches. I want to win. And if he thinks that means giving him the ball for 35 touches, he would say, I'm fine. Does that factor into your thinking at all that Christian is totally fine with this? Because
yes, of course he is. But sometimes it's not solely about the player. Sometimes you have to think about the player's best wishes for them.
Yeah.
Because Christian McCaffrey, I guarantee you, is not looking at his stats and going, geez, my usage. I mean, I'm on pace for 400 touches this year. I don't know if that's in my best interest. Mr. Krueger, you had it right. Hey, Larry, would you mind asking the coach about my usage? Because I'm feeling like I'm on pace for 400, and that feels like a lot to me.
Let's be real, though. This did come up with Debo Samuel, reportedly, in his contract talks with regard to how much, and again, it's a little fuzzy as to in what way that actually came up.
I don't think that he brought it up publicly.
I think his agent brought it up privately, and I don't think that they were asking for fewer touches. I think what they were asking for was more money. They're like,
right, if you're going to use him this way, then we want more money.
But there were absolutely tweets from the top of the media. I'm talking Schefter and Rappaport about Debo Samuel and usage. And I was like, wait a minute, if you're going to do this, you're going to do that. Like, I think Debo in that moment was thinking not so much, again, about a game, not so much about ever being on a sideline and being like, Coach, I've had enough touches for today. But he's looking at it from a career arc and saying, you got to pay me. I got to get as much as possible right now because the way I play and the way you use me, I don't know if I'm going to get another contract.
Right.
So we got to make me whole right now. And that's a fair point. So that's just what I keep thinking about it. Whenever usage stuff comes up, I'm like, the conversation is solely about the career. It's not about the season. 400 touches is fine. It has been done. It will be done again. It doesn't happen often. It's reserved for the best players in the game. He's one of them. You don't want him to stop getting the ball. The Niners are really good when he gets the ball. And in general, football is a sport where people go, I'll worry about it later. I mean, quite frankly, that's where CTE ended up. We now know about this, and there's still people signing up to go play. Why? Because worry about it later. That's the way the culture is in this sport.
McCaffrey had 400 touches in 2019. He had 403. He led the league in 2019 with 403. The next year, he got hurt. He only played 3 games. Now, did he get hurt because he was used so much that 403 carries, did that lead to him getting hurt? I don't think so.
Yes.
I think he got hurt because football is a very dangerous game.
Exactly right.
The next year, he played 7 games. Last year, he played 17 games, and he had 329 touches across 2 teams. So he's been a guy who has shown that he has the durability to do that, catching it, running it, etc. I just want to, if you're going to play Christian McCaffrey, if he's good enough to play this weekend, then go ahead and use him like you normally use him.
What about the old, this is like Greg Popovich thing, man. Like, what do you mean you can't play? Can you give me 10 minutes? Can you give me 5? What can you give me that would help this team? Christian McCaffrey, I could argue, just being on the field makes the defense run around like crazy people, not
gravity.
knowing like how to cover this, that, or the other. They used Debo as a decoy a couple of weeks ago. Like, you could lessen his touches, still put him on the field, have a positive effect on the game, I believe. Isn't that fair?
Yeah, it's fair, but I just look at the way they've used him this year. He's played 76% of the snaps, 301 total snaps, and of those 301 snaps that he's played, he's gotten the ball 133 times. So almost half of the snaps that he's out there, he gets the ball.
Why not? He's the best player.
But that, to me, is a remarkable number. And yes, he's the best player. So if you're going to play him, then get him the ball. And I understand the decoy threat of having him out there, and you put him in motion and you spread him out wide, or you put him in the slot and you move him around. And so the defense does have to pay attention to him, but they're not going to have another running back on the field. If they do 2 running backs, it's Juszczyk and it's McCaffrey. So if he's not going to be used, then you're not going to run the ball. So now we're into a pass formation.
You are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Your calls welcome, 888-957-9570. Jay Gruden in 15 minutes. And let's go now live to the other room where Lucas has this thought on the great Elijah Mitchell.
Yeah,
in this conversation. Yeah, what's up, Luke?
I was just going to add that I think Elijah Mitchell's health has a lot to do with how much the Niners are using Christian McCaffrey, and I pulled up some stats that may just back it up.
Okay.
In 7 games without Elijah Mitchell on the field, this includes the playoffs, these stats come right before last year's NFC Championship game. So McCaffrey had played 12 games for the 49ers at that point. In 7 games without Mitchell, McCaffrey averaged 24 opportunities, that's carries and targets put together, 135 total yards, and over a touchdown a game. With Mitchell on the field, he had only 17 opportunities, 85 total yards, and just over a half a touchdown in 5 games.
That's interesting. And I do, by the way, think that Elijah Mitchell's health is probably at least tracking to be at its best this week. And I base that on what Kyle said last week. I don't think his health was good. Jordan Mason kind of looked like RB2. The world was like, oh, if Christian can't go, is it Mason? And Kyle was like, no, it's not. No, Eli Mitchell would have first shot at that. So I wonder, I do think Christian's going to play Monday, and I do think he's going to touch it maybe less than 20 times. And I do think Eli Mitchell is going to at least have a crack at his most productive game of the year.
Which is to say, to have a halfway decent game, because I'm looking at Eli Mitchell's games this year, and I wonder with that stat that Lucas just offered up, the 5 games where Eli has played, because Eli played at Cleveland, 2 carries -3. He played against the Giants, 11 carries for 42. That's his best game this year.
That's his biggest game, for sure.
5 carries for 10 against Pittsburgh. Even when he's played, and I know he's been battling injury, he has yet to really do much of anything. He had an 18-yard run against the Giants, and that's it.
Yep.
Other than that one big carry, he's been a complete non-factor, and I know that Kyle wants to give him the crack at being RB2, but if McCaffrey's unable to go or unable to carry the load in any real way, I'd be surprised if they didn't use Jordan Mason, if not as much or more than Eli Mitchell.
Yeah, well, we'll see. And you know how a coach would answer that, right? Game flow and all of that stuff. But look, Mason in certain spots. He's a bigger back. Love him in the red zone. I think that has made some sense. But Mitchell is probably a better receiver out of the backfield, and so he can mimic a few things like in a poor man's sort of a way that McCaffrey does. Yeah, the one against the Giants was almost reactive, right? That was after Kyle, quote unquote, forgot about all of his other running backs. And so it was clear that they wanted to get him involved. I don't think they felt very threatened in that game either. And so it was easy to get him involved. Some of this will have to do with what's on the scoreboard.
Yeah.
If the Niners are in a dogfight on Monday night, I hate to tell everybody, you're going to lean toward Christian McCaffrey.
Of course. And you look at the stats this year in terms of snap count, McCaffrey's at 301 snaps. The other three running backs, including TDP, 92 total snaps. That's Mitchell, Mason, and Ty Davis-Price, who has only 7 plays on offense this year. So those three other backs haven't gotten much of a crack. And I talk a lot about personnel, and it puts you to sleep. But when McCaffrey's off the field, most of the time it's Mason or Mitchell. But there have been times where they have Debo as the running back.
That's true. That's absolutely true.
Debo comes in there as the running back, and a lot of those times Juszczyk is off the field. So I wonder how they're going to approach Minnesota, because I look at the game against Cleveland, and Juszczyk didn't play a ton, especially in the second half, because I think that Kyle was seeing that they were penetrating so fast that Juszczyk as a fullback didn't even have time to get up to the second level to help the run game get going. They had to try things in a different way.
We will have Dib's prepared statement for Andre Iguodala in moments. Let's go to Bob in the city. Hi, Bob. What are you doing?
Hey, how you doing? Just taking a break from work, enjoying the show.
Thank you.
And you were talking about McCaffrey, and my mind was going all over the place, and I was thinking, well, I don't think that the Miami coach would change anything other than, like Shanahan would, or even McVay would. I think they would utilize him the same way. The only thing is that if he's injured, his touches go down, because you can't work a guy who's trying to fight through an injury like that. So I would expect more from Mitchell and Jordan Mason, especially like you said in the red zone with Mason. I mean, he's a beast down there. Mitchell hasn't seemed to gotten going this year. Like, he's not hitting the right hole, it seemed to me. It's like he's running up the guard's backside rather than springing out the way he was last few years. So I don't know what's going on there, but I think he just needs more reps. What do you think?
Yeah, Bob, thank you very much. Appreciate it. I don't know what's going on with Mitchell this year. I think we all agree he does not look the same way that he has before. As far as Christian McCaffrey dealing with an injury, and does that automatically mean fewer touches? Is he quote unquote fighting through it? I have the hardest time with this kind of conversation in terms of what does it feel like? What does your body feel like? Does that mean that 18 touches versus 23 is actually that different to you? I don't know. I largely think most of the time in the NFL, if you can get a guy ready to play, it's the gloves are off and let's go play.
Yeah.
Like, I think that the Saints actually got a little shocked last night because Trevor Lawrence was questionable right up until the buzzer, and he's got a big brace on his left knee. And you kind of go out there and you're like, oh, they're going to run the ball more. And then here comes Lawrence, and he ran for over 50 yards last night.
Yeah, a couple of big scrambles.
And he was flying around. He looked fine. He looked great. The Jags score over 30 points. They win the football game. So the passing game wasn't terribly dynamic. They did go through ETN a lot. But I just think that sometimes we do that. We're like, oh, the guy's hampered, so it's going to look different. Not usually. If he's ready to play, he's ready to play.
Well, and you get a visit to Dr. Feelgood in that pregame, and we'll see how long that lasts. And then you get in at halftime, and you get a little re-up, so to speak, to use the street terminology, and we'll see how long the second go-round can last, because if it is pain management, the best way to manage the pain is by getting some pain medicine, and that medicine can be injected right into the trouble spot in the oblique, and that can certainly help in the short term. And if that helps you manage the pain, if he's able to manage the pain that way, then McCaffrey's going to be fine to go out there and play.
Yeah, I think right now it's trending positive. Just don't let the Chargers guy do the injection.
Man.
Outside of that, everything going to be just fine. Jay Gruden's going to join us in less than 10 minutes. Looking forward to that conversation. All right, what do you want to say about Andre Iguodala? Congratulations on your retirement. He is now going to run a venture capital firm that has already raised $200 million.
I want Iguodala.
All of his tech work here in the Bay Area during his time with the Warriors is now ready to go. Obviously a champion, a finals MVP, one of the better free agent signings in the history of Bay Area sports for sure, and someone who has taken a verbal beating from Dan Dibley through the years. And so here we are.
Well, and the verbal beating that you are characterizing is a mischaracterization sensation.
That's $1.
And it was mainly focused on the one aspect of his own sort of tail end of his career when he was, bemoaning the fact that he was a veteran minimum player and, how he was able to struggle through making that small pittance that he was paid. But I don't want to dwell on that here today, Mark. I just simply want to say to Andre Iguodala, and I know you're out there listening, Dre, and I want to say thank you. Thank you for coming to the Golden State Warriors. Thank you for being a defensive force in the first finals run, which helped you earn NBA Finals MVP in the win over Cleveland. And, of course, we all will remember the series over Memphis that year where you guys came back from down 2-1 to knock off the Grizzlies. As a lifetime Warriors fan, I never thought that we would be in this place where we would have 4 titles that we would have celebrated as Warrior fans. And Andre Iguodala, you have been a huge part of all of this, not only on the floor, but as a mentor to the young players. Jonathan Kuminga spoke recently, yesterday or today, about the importance of Andre Iguodala in his young career. Steph and Clay and Draymond loved to have you as a brother and as a co-veteran on the sidelines. I know Andre has been a big proponent of East Bay life. I've seen him out there. I know his kids go to school near where I used to live, and he's been a strong member of the community. Andre Iguodala, thank you so much for your time as a Warriors. Congratulations on a great career. And just remember, it is I, Dan Dibley, who has championed your candidacy for the Basketball Hall of Fame in Springfield, Massachusetts. I believe that you belong there. You've been an unbelievable player. You're a 4-time champion, one of a very short list of players to have won 4 titles. And you're a mentor, and no one, Andre, will ever wear number 9 for the Golden State Warriors again. And you know what? When he gets his jersey number retired at Chase Center, I will be there, Mark, and I will stand and applaud Andre Iguodala, lifetime Warrior.
There you go. There it is.
Thank you.
That was heartfelt. I don't know if it was sincere, but
I don't do sincerity.
No,
usually.
you don't.
That's about as sincere as I get, though. Honestly, I do believe and I do mean everything I said.
Here's what I would just briefly say about Andre, that it's funny that we joke and that you sort of made it sound through the years like the vet min thing made Andre sound insincere. The one thing I want to say about Andre is actually about his awareness and how what I really appreciate is that Andre, who used to be an NBA one once upon a time, he used to be somebody's dog. And Andre was willing every time to go, nope, I'll take a lesser role. Nope, I'll take a bench role. He was always willing to do the things that so many NBA players aren't willing to do. Look at all of our conversation this year. Who start? You coaching? He was willing to do whatever it took to make the Warriors better. And that I really, really appreciate. We're sponsored by the Caltrans Stormwater Program. Jay Gruden is coming up next. He coached Kirk Cousins for 4 seasons in Washington. He recently went on our sister station, 106.7 The Fan in Washington, talked about the Niners wanting to trade the number 2 overall pick for Cousins 6 years ago. That story, his opinions, much more, coming up next on Willard and Dibs.
Let's change this to that by picking up after our pets, reducing pesticide use,
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right. While we try to connect with Jay Gruden, a couple other things that I want to get to. John Lynch with a public statement about Jake Moody. You know, the guy who blew the game last week.
Man, what are we doing here? You're kidding, right?
Of course I am.
Okay. I mean, you got me. You got me.
The look at your face.
Look at disgust. You know, the team owner, Jed York, has come out and said, I stand with Moody.
Yeah. I was surprised that Moody didn't go on the Today Show like Cody Parkey did.
This just in, Governor Newsom has said that he's given him the key to the city. I stand with Jake Moody.
With Jake.
You got me there. You got me.
On my walk through to, the place that Joe Shasky calls FIDI, the financial district, which is where we sit now. On my walk, there were numerous protests and people with signs like honk for, and I'm not going to get into what it was about.
Okay.
I just assumed it was for Jake. Honk if you still support Jake Moody. Yeah, and I heard people honking, because he's a rookie. He's just a little pup.
Yeah.
Can't expect him to do good on the football field.
Can't expect him to go out there and do his job, right? I mean,
Goody, you can never leave us high and dry on this one because when we reference it, if you don't follow through with why we're doing it, we're going to sound like terrible broadcasters who just clear their throat into the microphone all the time.
Noted. I wonder if he was asked about Jake Moody's usage. Do you feel like you're using Jake Moody too much?
Yeah.
Yeah, totally.
Oh, gosh. Now I'm going to cough.
Oh, God. Hang in there.
Just clear your throat.
Yeah, totally.
Thank you.
Like Kyle Shanahan.
Anyway, Moody totally blew the game. So John Lynch had to come out and make a public statement, quote, we've got a lot of belief that he's going to be a tremendous kicker, tremendous kicker, and an asset for us moving forward.
You're serious?
I thought
you were joking.
He didn't call a presser. Somebody asked him. He did an interview, and somebody asked him.
Okay.
Hey, what do you think about Jake Moody? He missed a kick. That ruined everything, huh? I bet the flight home stunk because Jake Moody missed a kick. And he said, we believe in Jake.
Right.
Honk your horn if you still believe in Jake.
I mean,
John Lynch honked his horn.
I am stunned to hear that a general manager who used the 99th pick overall on a kicker who then blew a game would come out and stand behind that very kicker that he used third-round capital to draft. I'm stunned.
I will tell you this.
It's a shock to me, Mark.
It's not shocking. I will tell you what's potentially interesting. It's probably just word choice, so it's nothing. But he said moving forward. He did not say for years to come.
Of course.
Because they often do that, right? Jordan Poole is going to be with us
under contract
for years to come.
Right.
Or not. Right. The 49ers are, here's what I will say, and this is just inspired by Jake Moody, not about Jake Moody. The 49ers are obsessed with winning the Super Bowl this year, and they're not going to let anything get in their way. And if they feel like someone on that roster is working against their goal, that person is not going to be on the roster much longer. That's what I do think is the 49ers' thought process this year.
Absolutely. And that goes for any player at any position. And you've got the trade deadline that comes up in 11 days. So if you have a situation, not at kicker necessarily, because teams don't usually trade their kicker, but any position, if you feel like you are weak at a spot and you can pick up a player at that spot who can help you, i.e. Randy Gregory. Now, I'm not saying they were weak at that spot, but he came in and in his first game looked like an upgrade.
It was fantastic.
He was making plays in a limited number of snaps. So they're going to take that approach with every position on the field, including kicker.
Okay, so there's a conversation that broke out earlier on the show, and it was fun because a lot of people called in, and they called in to say, this is a stupid question, which is funny because it's like, well, then why'd you call in? And actually the reason that we even had the conversation is because we thought that it was it's a good question depending on how you ask it. But I think that there's a very healthy conversation as we get ready for this game on Monday, a healthy conversation about who is more attractive just as a QB right now, whether it is take the age and the financial structure out of it.
Right.
Kirk Cousins, Brock Purdy. I think that's pretty interesting. What became even more interesting is that when the subject came up on the crossover, both Steiny and Goo simultaneously, they were like, "Oh, well, yeah, no, of course you would take Kirk."
Dismissively.
Of course, anybody whose brain is working would go with Kirk Cousins. What followed after that was, well, me saying, well, no, I wouldn't. And then you were like, I wouldn't either.
Yeah.
And then every caller that we took said, I also wouldn't take Kirk over Brock. And it's about achievement. It's about how you're projecting them within the system. We may or may not be able to connect with Jay Gruden, who coached Kirk Cousins for 4 seasons in Washington and obviously knows a lot about the history of Kyle Shanahan and Kirk Cousins. And yes, Kyle wanted him. He has been very open about this now.
He might still want him.
Kyle wanted him in round 2. That was what Kyle was suggesting to his dad. We should take Kirk. That was before the draft even started. We should target Kirk in round 2. And then they got to round 4, and he was still available. And so Kyle finally sold his dad on it. They grabbed Kirk Cousins. RG3 gets hurt. On goes the story. Kirk Cousins is the one who becomes a thing. So listen to what Jay Gruden said on 106.7 The Fan in D.C. about a month ago.
I know that they wanted him. Let's just say that.
The 49ers did.
The Shanahans loved Kirk. Kirk loved the Shanahans. That's just, there's no.
Oh, yeah. He's still, to my knowledge, meets with Mike every offseason.
They brought him in here and taught him some good ball, and we were fortunate enough to keep Kirk and work with him, and now Kirk's doing his thing. But
do you think they would have given up the number 2 overall
They would have
pick?
given up more than that. They would have given up way more than that. You're talking about a quarterback who's a $150 million guy. You're going to get more than a first-round pick. You get 2 ones. And you're going to get a player. I wanted Jimmy Ward. I wanted 2 ones and a player, or maybe 2 ones and a 2. I mean, these quarterbacks, you look at all the teams that are struggling. What don't they have?
Quarterback, yeah. I mean,
that's the number 1 position. And Kirk had opportunities to go to San Fran, the Jets, Minnesota. It wasn't like he wasn't
he
sought
had
after.
Right.
So we could have traded him. It would have made our team better. Instead, we got a 3rd-round conditional pick. It makes no sense.
Was it as simple as, on the outside looking in, I've always thought?
It was as simple as they didn't like the Shanahans, and they don't want to give Kirk to them.
I always thought, exactly, optics-wise, Bruce and Dan hated the idea of Kyle and Kirk having success.
Exactly, which is
the right way to run an organization.
Yeah,
right?
It makes no sense.
I mean, that's the
it
best
is what
way.
it is now, but I mean, it's just a shame because we have such a hot commodity. I mean, he's a young, talented player, threw for a ton of yards. His future's in front of him, and we got nothing for him. That's the worst thing, in my opinion, that happened. Aside from all the injuries and all the other stuff, that's the worst decision we made as a franchise.
Comp 3rd, eventually.
Yeah.
Okay. What's really fascinating about this is that the conversation would have to go backwards in a way. It makes me, he's like, we should have gotten more for him. Why didn't you just keep him? If that's how you feel about him,
right?
Why don't you just be like, yeah, let's pay him and have him be our quarterback?
They didn't want to pay him.
Well, you cannot argue that it wouldn't have been a better move. Now, has Kirk Cousins ever won a Super Bowl? No, but he goes to the Vikings. They're perennial playoff contenders. Washington has been nothing but garbage ever since. So to me, he keeps going, well, option A, we should have made this trade. No, option A, you should have kept him and paid him. But if you're going to trade him, he's talking about when the 49ers had the pick that they moved to the Bears, that the Bears used on Trubisky, and then the 49ers moved to 3 and took Solomon Thomas.
That was some years later, though. Would they have traded that? Because that was, I think, the 2017
2017.
Draft?
That's what we're talking about.
We're talking about 5 years later because he got drafted in 2012.
Right. Yes. He's been in Washington for a while.
But the Niners would have sent their first-round pick in 2017?
Yes. This is after Kirk had already established himself as a pretty good NFL quarterback.
Right.
And the 49ers wanted him with the 2nd overall pick. And in fact, that interviewer says, so they would have given you the second pick. They would have given a lot more.
Wow.
They would have offered, well, we'll ask him here. He's going to be on in about 3 minutes.
Okay.
But they would have offered that second pick that they traded to the Bears and ended up then picking Solomon Thomas. They would have offered that and more. How much more? I don't know. But Washington could have had that. The 49ers would have had Kirk Cousins. And my gosh, how history would have changed. Because in theory, the Niners, who knows, maybe they'd be Super Bowl champions. They probably would not have Nick Bosa. They may not be able to afford Christian McCaffrey. There's certainly never a Trey Lance or a Brock Purdy.
Sure.
Like, everything changes if they had made that deal. And the only reason, again, according to Jay,
it's great.
The only reason it doesn't happen is because Dan Snyder hates Kyle Shanahan.
Which is fascinating because what Washington does after they don't do that trade, they franchise tag Kirk Cousins and for a second time. So Cousins gets tagged a second time, which is the most you can tag a guy. And he plays the 2017 year. They go 7-9. And he has a kind of a down year for Kirk Cousins, not even 4,100 yards passing, 27 touchdowns, 13 picks, which is a lot for Kirk. And then he goes out in free agency, goes to Minnesota, and they get that conditional third or that supplemental third as a compensation pick for Kirk Cousins going to Minnesota. So not only do you not get the Niners' first-round pick, which was the number 3 overall pick, or number 2, rather, in that next draft, you have him play one more year, and then you get a third-round pick, all because you don't like the Shanahans.
Unbelievable.
Fascinating. And I love the interviewer, and I don't know who that was on our sister station, but the whole notion, the sarcasm of, yeah, that's the way you run an organization, right?
12 seasons for Kirk. What would be, just throw out a number. What do you think his career earnings are? Just throw out a number.
In 12 years?
12 seasons, up to the minute, 2023. What do you think Kirk Cousins has made in his career?
Probably $200 million. Well, I kind of went ahead of the.
Well, I have to set a what's a win? I say if you get
anything within $10 million.
Okay, anything within $10 million. What's
Let's
your
say $200 million, Mark?
Okay, $200 million. I'm sorry, that's going to be a loss for you, dog.
Too low?
Too low.
Wow.
Too low. He went way low.
Tulowitzki, too low.
$231 million.
Okay.
Plus.
Now you said up to the minute.
$231.7 million.
Geez. And this is it for him on this deal.
Correct.
And this deal was how much? Totally.
Sure, bag alert. Yes.
Major. And this one was 85 guaranteed over 3?
No, I think that was the previous one, actually. The current deal, 2023, base salary, $10 million, restructure bonus, $20 million. Yeah, I gotta grab it. I gotta grab it. No, that was the first one was the 80-some-odd million guaranteed. And then he got another one, I think, for another 2 years at around 70 plus.
Wow.
For Kirk. So yeah, he has obviously done quite well for himself. Washington, not so much since. Jay Gruden now does indeed join us live here on Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game. Jay, thanks so much for coming on. How are you?
I'm doing good, thanks. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, it's great to have you. We've been bouncing Kirk Cousins' name around a lot today because the Niners will play him on Monday, and there's that history, obviously, between the Shanahans and Kirk Cousins. How would you describe, I mean, we just played that previous comment from you where you said the Shanahans love Kirk, Kirk loves the Shanahans. But, how would you take that a step further? How would you describe the way Kyle Shanahan views Kirk Cousins as a quarterback?
Well, I wasn't there when Kirk played for Kyle and Mike Shanahan. I just know that Kirk has a great respect for the two of them. They kind of drafted him, brought him into the league, gave him an opportunity. So I know Kirk feels grateful for that. And he learned a lot of football from him, for sure. And then after 1 year, they got let go, and then I came in. But there's always that first love feeling, the first coach you have in the NFL that took a chance on you. And obviously the success the Shanahans have had, it's a natural respect for each other.
Is the way Brock Purdy, the way he's playing, is it making it a little bit easier for Kyle to let go of his first love, Kirk Cousins?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Brock's played amazing. He's done a great job with them, and they got great weapons around them. Last week was a struggle, obviously, but people are going to have those kind of games from time to time. But, yeah, I mean, Brock's doing an amazing job, and Kyle's doing an amazing job there at the franchise.
Jay Gruden with us. He coached Kirk Cousins for 4 seasons in Washington, and so therefore – I don't know if there's a bias. Kirk has played for a long time. Brock has not. But, Jay, I'm going to ask you a little bit of an unfair question. I realize that. But let's take money out of this. Let's take age out of this. You're coaching a football team, and you can have Kirk or Brock. Who are you taking?
I'm taking Kirk. I mean, the proof is he's got a lot more games under his belt. They always take the veteran guy who's been there, done that. Kirk, the amazing thing about Kirk is he's not a real big guy, but he's the most durable guy around. I mean, has he ever missed a game? I don't even know if he has. And he takes a lot of shots. He stands in there. He's very accurate. He's very diligent in how he prepares. He's super smart. And I just know more about Kirk. I mean, Brock has still a very unfinished product. They got a great career ahead of him, but I'm going to take the given. I'm going to take the guarantee, and I know Kirk can play. Yeah,
I'm looking at his career log, and I see 15 games in 2019. Doesn't mean he missed it due to injury, but the durability is absolutely off the charts. And, you look at the numbers, and you look at his proficiency and all the metrics, they play themselves out, but yet you look at the postseason and the primetime lack of success. Jay, where would you put that in terms of his inability to win those big games?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, there's a lot of factors in that. It's not, I mean, it is a quarterback-driven league, and the quarterback has a lot to do with the success moving forward in the playoffs. But to get your team to the playoffs and have the ability to play in those primetime games, he's also the reason for that. But I can't put a finger on that. I don't think I can't label him as a choker. He doesn't play well in big games because he's won a lot of big games when I was around him and done some great things for me and our team. But just can't put a finger on it. Well, it's a team sport, and sometimes our defense didn't play well. Sometimes the line didn't play well. Sometimes the receivers drop balls. It's a combination of a lot of things. And sometimes it was the referees, dang it.
Jay, it's always the referees.
And
you know that.
Jay
Exactly right.
Yeah, you must know that I'm a current youth ref, and you coming down my road, Jay. I appreciate that.
No problem.
Yeah, exactly. I do know that's why the Niners got beat in Cleveland. It was always the refs. Coach Jay Gruden is with us here on Willard and Dibs 95.7 The Game. All right, Coach, if I get that, you pick experience, the sure thing, Kirk over Brock. A lot of people are wondering, though, because you also said Brock's got a very bright career ahead of him in San Francisco. When people talk about the system and everything that Brock has around him, how many QBs currently in the NFL do you think could be the 49er quarterback right now and have this same kind of success?
That's hard to say. Quite a few, to be honest with you. It's just because it's not so much the system, it's the players around. I'm a big believer in it's not about the plays, it's about the players. And when you have Debo and Brandon Ayuk and George Kittle and Christian McCaffrey and Trent Williams, I mean, it's hard not to devise a plan that will have some kind of success, right? I mean, these guys are all great players. So as long as those guys stay healthy, there's a number of guys that can perform. But Brock is doing it at a very high level. He's playing very efficient football. He's not taking a lot of sacks, and he's not turning the ball over. And that's huge. You never know. You bring somebody else in, they get a little greedy, throw some picks, and it changes the course of the momentum in the game. So you got a guy that's very efficient and very productive right now. I'm not saying that it's easy because he has great players, but I am saying that there are some quarterbacks that come in and I think do some similar jobs. Same thing at Miami, really. I mean, you look at Miami, how many guys could go into Miami and throw to, Tyreek Hill and Waddle and Mozart?
Yeah, I mean, it must be nice to have that kind of speed across the board. The personnel is good here, but also the system seems to be good as well. And we've been all kind of fighting the label of Brock Purdy as a system quarterback. Do you think that's a disparaging thing to say about a QB, that he's a system quarterback?
I actually think it's a compliment because you're doing what the system gives you. In most system quarterbacks, they're taking what the defense gives you. Brad Johnson won a Super Bowl as the Tampa Bay. He's kind of a system quarterback. He just completed the ball, moved the chains, and scored touchdowns. I don't think that's bad. I mean, you don't have to scramble around and throw an 80-yard bomb across your body like Patrick Mahomes to be a good quarterback. That's not the definition. The definition of system quarterback is throwing the ball to the right people, getting it out on time, protecting the football, putting your team in the best situations to win.
Jay Gruden is with us, Coach Kirk Cousins for 4 seasons in Washington here on 95.7 The Game. Coach, because we just played those comments you made when you were talking about the Niners offering the number 2 overall pick in 2017, and the only reason it didn't happen was because of the relationship between Dan Snyder and the Shanahans. Why was the relationship the way it was? Why did Dan Snyder feel the way that he did?
I don't know. I think now that I work for Mr. Dan Snyder, I think he had a way to ostracize his coaches. He blamed the coaches for the lack of success or whatever. If you didn't agree with Dan, then he, didn't like you for whatever reason. I know the Shanahans worked their tail off at Washington, and the last year was a miserable year for them. I think they were 3-13, and I took the job over, and the team was in disarray, with the quarterback situation and the defense and all that stuff. But yeah, I don't know. I'm sure Dan has bad things to say about me too, but to not better your franchise and get the maximum amount for a quarterback who's getting $100 million or whatever the contract was for Kirk, all we got was a conditional 3rd pick. That's the worst thing that happened in our franchise history, I think.
And that comment you made when someone's like, hey, they would have given them the 2nd overall pick, and you said no, they would have given them more. How much more? How much more?
We would have got more. I just know we would have got more. And I know how much the Shanahans love Kirk, and it would have been a perfect fit. I think part of the reason was I don't think, Dan wanted the Shanahans to succeed. I'm like, what? Why are you punishing us? I mean, if Kirk's not going to come back, and then, I think deep down, I think they thought we were going to get Kirk re-signed, and I don't think Kirk wanted to come back. I think there was just some bad blood between the ownership and Scott McCloughan at the time, maybe, or, Bruce Allen or whatever. Or the receivers that we had, I don't know, but I didn't get the sense that he wanted to come back to Washington at any cost.
Fascinating, because I was just thinking that how could you let Kirk Cousins get away? And if it was personal between Cousins and the front office or ownership, and basically you were left holding the bag with a rebuild on your hands, right?
Yeah, and then we ended up we got the 3rd round conditional pick, and then we traded for Alex Smith, which I don't think we had to trade for. We traded away our starting nickel, Kendall Fuller, and a 3rd round pick to get Alex. And I loved Alex, but he was going to be let go in a free agent. We could have got him for nothing, and unfortunately for us, we were playing really well with Alex. We're 6-3, and then Alex broke his leg, and all hell broke loose.
All right, Coach, here's the question that I think 49er fans would love to hear you answer. Let's say that trade had gone down and Kirk Cousins had joined Kyle Shanahan. Do the Niners have a Super Bowl?
Oh, that's impossible to tell. I mean, what kind of question is that?
Yeah.
A good one.
Coach, I'm with you.
It's a good one, Coach.
I don't know. They had a chance last year. They Brock got hurt in the playoffs, obviously. You can't have your tight end block Hassan Reddick on a play action pass. But, maybe, yeah. Kirk, in a system like that, Kirk's strength, and Kevin O'Connell's doing a great job with them in Minnesota, but his strength is having a strong running game, and he's really good on those play action passes and the bootlegs, which he's unbelievable at. He's getting, and through the years, he's gotten a lot better in the known passing situations. Now he can come back and win games in known passing situations. He's not just a 1st and 2nd down play pass guy. He's a drop back guy. He's got the skill to do everything. The only thing you miss with Kirk is probably the ad-lib plays. He doesn't have a lot of athletic ability to get outside the pocket and make things happen that are unscripted, like, the great ones, Patrick Mahomes and Josh Allen. But as far as playing a position, yes, I think he could have brought him home one.
Coach, where do you think this goes next with Kirk Cousins, his career? And do you think that there is still a chance that Shanahan and Cousins are together someday?
Yeah, that could be. I believe that. I know that they have, like I said before, great respect for one another. But I don't know. Kirk is his own guy. I'll tell you that. He beats to his own drum, and he's a family-oriented guy, and he's going to do whatever he thinks is best for his family. I mean, obviously he's pretty well secure financially, but as far as where he wants to live, who he wants to play for, he's very religious as well. So I think he'll have his long talks in church or whatever he does and make his decision. But it could be here, sure. For
Coach,
sure.
I want to apologize for my partner's wild hypothetical for putting you in an uncomfortable spot.
Yeah. I'd ask it again. Coach, you want to come on again Monday? I'll ask you again.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, Kirk's a great player, and they've had some good teams, but I don't think you can just blame the quarterback for they're not going to the Super Bowl, right? Can you?
No,
well,
you
the
can't.
fans blame Jimmy G.
Yeah,
so.
It's not about the one last year. It's about the one in 2019. If you think they would have been a better team than they were with Jimmy Garoppolo.
Oh, yeah, probably. Maybe Jimmy's not bad though. It's not like he's a slappy.
Yeah, I wasn't I wasn't trying to get you to crush someone, Coach. But but they might have won in 2019 if he was the guy, right?
They surely could have.
Yeah. Coach, you're a good sport, and this is really interesting, man. Thank you so much for coming on.
All right, thanks for having me. Anytime.
All right, you got Coach. It. Yeah, Coach Jay Gruden. See, anytime. He's not bothered by my questions.
Well, yeah, he did say. Did he say it was a stupid question, or
no, he said, "What kind of question is that?"
And then you begged.
It's a good one.
You were begging for that's a good question.
No, I wasn't begging. I said it's a good one. I gave myself a that's a good question, which is totally against the rules.
That was a good, fun interview, though.
Yeah, he's
good, frank responses.
Yeah, he's interesting, and the whole situation is all right. 888-957-9570. We can react to any of that we just heard. Larry Krueger is not far away. We'll talk to him because not only did he talk about Brock Purdy's or Christian McCaffrey's usage, there were interesting Brock Purdy conversations as well. We'll get to all of that coming up next. 888-957-9570 is the number, presented by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises, and okay, we're not going anywhere. So let's hang out and react to it exactly right now.
Okay, good. Yeah. Because I have reactions.
Thank God. Go ahead.
No, it's just the whole.
Speaking of wave it off.
Well, turning back the clock to when it went down, and just hearing him say what he said about Daniel Snyder, Mr. Snyder, paying him some respect that deep down maybe he doesn't want to pay, but the fact that Washington would then allow Cousins to go and you get a 3rd-round pick back, then you have to bring in Alex Smith, even though he was going to be a free agent. Just gave you a window into how dysfunctional Washington was, but also how fortunate Niner fans have to feel that you have competent ownership, GM, and a head coach.
Absolutely. And then I thought the other, and you call it frank answers, he did give a very frank answer when we asked him the question that we've been playing with a lot, and you can dive back in on this right now based on the crossover conversation we had with Steiny and Goo, 888-957-9570. If you take age and money out of it, who would you take as your quarterback right now, Brock or Kirk? And we asked him that, and he very, very quickly, without even thinking, was like, well, Kirk. The problem with his answer for me is that he answered it when I said, let's take age and money out of it. In a way, he injected age right back into it by saying
experience,
the reason I want him is because of experience, which goes to the larger Brock Purdy question, if you will, which is to say that he has no problem saying Brock Purdy is a really good quarterback, but he sort of ends up in the small sample size Steve answer again, which is that in some way, shape, or form, you're looking at Brock and still not fully buying that what we see is sustainable.
Yes, and I do think there's a little bit of Kirk played for me bias, and how could there not be? Because Kirk Cousins was a Washington's when he was there, and so he got a chance to see him up close and personal. He's never seen Brock in that same way. He's only seen him from afar, but he did have nice things to say about Brock, and he praised Brock for what he's done. But, he sided with Kirk, and you take money and age out of it. The one thing that Kirk does have over Brock is experience, and I don't know how you separate that from the age part of it because, Kirk Cousins has played in darn near 200 pro football games, and so he does have more experience, obviously, than Brock Purdy, and that is something that falls in his column in terms of a positive.
Yeah, he also has about $1 million for every dollar that Brock has, which is incredible.
Almost, right?
I mean, seriously, it almost is like that. But the other side to it, he did tuck in something into his answer, which maybe I value more than he does. And he's an NFL coach, or at least was. So, you'd certainly take his opinion over mine. But when he was breaking down the two QBs, he talked about durability and experience with Kirk. I think both of them are very accurate passers of the football. But in the end, he goes, Kirk is not as good in the ad-lib plays. And to me, I'm like, that's a game changer. That's part of my answer. Like when Steiny and Goo were in here going, why would you take Brock over Kirk? That was absolutely one of the first things out of my mouth was because he can move.
Right.
Like we're in the NFL in 2023, and you're dismissing the ability to ad-lib and move when things break down. I mean, it's crazy that Kirk has been so durable, even though I do feel like he takes a lot of hits. If you watched Quarterback on Netflix, you saw, like, mic'd up, you could hear all the moaning and groaning that happens at the bottom of those piles with Kirk. It's really unsettling. But by the same token, I don't know, man. That's huge to me. I want a quarterback who, not a running quarterback,
right,
but one who can move and make a play when things break down, because they often do. And yes, Brock does that better than Kirk. That's huge to me.
Yeah, and Kirk is not immobile. He's not a statue back there, but he doesn't have the same level of being able to scramble and run. If you look at what Kirk has done in his career, he runs less and less, as most older quarterbacks do. He's never been a run-first guy. Brock Purdy doesn't run, but he avoids the rush. He moves in the pocket. He moves outside the pocket. He's got more mobility. Neither quarterback is really a big running threat, I would say.
Brock will scramble for a first down. That kind of running. You're not going to do it like on purpose, right? You're not going to plan it, but he'll move. He'll run a little bit. I think that's a big weapon. Not when you can run, but when you can go scramble for the first down when everything else breaks down.
Yeah, and I mean Cousins has done that more early in his career than he does now. His rushing numbers are down, and his, as most 35-year-old quarterbacks are, you tend to run less when you get a little bit older. You're not as quick as you once were, but Kirk Cousins has shown a great ability from the pocket to make passes and score touchdowns. And I was struck by what Coach said about his durability, because I hadn't realized it until I looked at his numbers, but the guy doesn't miss a game, even though he's moaning at the bottom of piles and he does take a lot of hits. The only season he didn't play every game was 2019. And, that might have been a case where he just sat out because they already had their position clinched.
Surprisingly, by the way, Brock has only rushed for 31 yards this year.
Okay.
However, that's almost twice as much as Kirk has rushed for this year. I don't think Kirk ever runs, like purposefully. Here's how I'd put it. Nobody's going to call a run play for either guy.
Right.
But Brock is going to, buy more time, and then there will be moments of tuck and run. I feel like Kirk running is like last resort, I'm being chased. That's my only way to avoid a hit. I think that's a very big weapon, even though the 49ers don't use it much. It's largely because they haven't had to. Brock's really good at quick decisions and getting the ball out of his hands. But I think if you're going to give a nod, as Jay Gruden just did, if you're going to give a nod in mobility and ad-libbing to Brock Purdy, that's a big part of why I would give him the nod, period, over Kirk Cousins.
Yeah, and the ad-libbing. And to me, both quarterbacks are good at, pre-snap reads as far as where the ball should go. But when the play starts to break down, Brock Purdy's shown an unbelievable ability to, make plays off script, impromptu throws that maybe aren't part of the design of the play. And I was interested also by what Jay said about the system QB notion, which is why I asked him, because a lot of times I think that we, outside of football, use that as a disparaging label.
Yes.
You're a system guy, and he says, I see it as a compliment because it shows that you can actually perform and excel within a system.
And he's a coach, which means he has a system.
Right.
Do you know what I mean? Like, I do think all of them, they're all system QBs. And I think Jay's point is, if we can't call you that, it means you're not playing well.
Right.
That's what, to a coach, that's what it means. If I can't call you a system QB, like we would never call Mahomes that, but I bet maybe a coach would.
Right.
Andy Reid would be like, he runs our system better than anyone I could ever imagine.
I think about Lamar Jackson because now he's a system quarterback and he's playing better because of it. He's having his best year as a quarterback. And this is where Justin Fields, when you watch him play, I don't think that he's a system quarterback. He's an unbelievable athlete who can make plays, but I don't know what Chicago's system is. When they started playing well with Justin Fields, it was go deep, and I'll throw it up to you.
They don't know, and he doesn't know.
And I think
that's the problem.
That's where Baltimore was for me before. Right. They had a system of running, but when it came to their passing attack, a lot of times it was Lamar run around and see if you can find the tight end, and if not, we're in trouble.
I just feel like if you're using the word system with a team, that means they're a good team. Like, system is related to identity, and teams with an identity, that means we're going to run our system. You know what we're doing. We know what we're doing, and I don't know if you can stop it. The Bears, you're right. I don't know what the Bears system is. Neither do they. I don't know what the Broncos system is. I have no clue, what it is they're doing. The Raiders, with a supposed great play caller, I have no clue. You've got Devontae Adams and Josh Jacobs, and all I know is they don't look like Devontae Adams and Josh Jacobs. So I don't know what your system is. The Chiefs have a system. You know who's got a really good system? The Detroit Lions.
Yeah.
That's a team that, even though Jahmyr Gibbs fantasy owners are frustrated, they know.
Well, he's back now.
Well, not just back, but he's going to get a bunch of usage because they have no other choice.
Yeah,
they got no other running backs. Well, even their Craig Reynolds is hurt. Like, everybody's hurt there. So he's going to get a lot of usage this time. But you know what I mean?
Yeah.
They know what they want to do, and then they go do it really well.
And to your point, like, the opponent knows what you're trying to do, and you're still able to do what you're trying to do because you have a system.
Exactly right. Yeah.
And you execute it. Yeah.
Would love your calls. Move money and age out of this. And who would you rather have, Brock or Kirk? We would also rather have Larry Krueger. So he's going to jump into this conversation next. He's been at camp and at practices all week, every week with the 49ers. So his insight on what Kyle and Brock have said this week is coming up next. It's also a Football Friday, brought to you by First 5 California. To learn 4 things you can do to overcome toxic stress, go to first5california.com. This is Willard and Dibbs.
BMO has officially arrived. Our correspondent is on the scene.
Thanks, Tom. I'm live at BMO, where everyone is buzzing about their highly rated mobile banking.
Can't put a price on convenience.
anti-chafe stick. Gillette Intimate, the best a man can get, down there. Buy now.
I mean, what kind of question is that?
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
It's the reverse of that's a great question.
Totally.
And we will now have that forevermore. Every time one of us asks a great question, but a stupid question.
I mean, what kind of question is that?
Or the stupidest question ever.
I mean, what kind of question is that?
We're going to hear that. Jay Gruden, let him know he's going to live forever like Oasis on this show.
I had to apologize to him on behalf of all of us to all of them.
Which I rescind your apology because apology not needed.
Oh, I was embarrassed for all of us.
Well, that's fine. I'm not embarrassed at all. I don't embarrass easily.
I'm not embarrassed either. It's impossible to embarrass me.
Yeah, exactly. I mean,
took my shirt off this week.
Dude, I
shouldn't be embarrassed.
I'm not going to tell the story. But anyway, yeah. You ever get caught? You ever just get caught? Like just in a compromising spot?
Like today at about 1:15 on the way to work?
That was
a little embarrassing. Could have been. Potentially.
Anybody want to fill the rest of us in?
Well, no, I can't fill everyone in because that would sell my partner down the river.
And he's not going to do that.
I ran into him on the way here, and he was making a legal purchase.
Okay.
But it was funny.
Love a good inside joke.
Listen, it came. What do you want me to do? Do you want me to just tell everybody?
No. Just
okay.
Talk about it.
No, now it's not an outside joke. I'm sorry.
Right.
I'm sorry. Yeah. I ran into my partner.
Yep.
And he was making a purchase.
End of story.
And it was a legal one, and it was fine. And we will laugh about it. But anyway, it is just about 5 o'clock, and you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM, and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. This is a very special 5 o'clock.
That was cool. That was authentic.
Come join the fun at Almanac's 20,000 square foot beer garden on Alameda Island this weekend for Rocktoberfest. They're going to have a special on delicious German-style lagers. We got a sneak preview of this and got to tip and taste Rocktoberfest last night, and I am going to be back for more.
Yes.
Luckily, I have more than one, and now it's Friday, so I'm probably going to go home and do it again.
And more than one for you is it's a stretch.
It's a month's worth.
The Rocktoberfest was so good, I may have to run it back myself, Mark.
Yeah, it was fantastic. You got to check it out. And again, they'll have a special on all their delicious German-style lagers. Also, check out Almanac's great deals on German-style food, live polka music on Saturday, and great family-friendly fun. So that's what's coming up. Rocktoberfest this weekend. Check it out at Almanac.
Beautiful brewery out there right through the Webster Tube. You get out there on Willie Stargell Avenue and head back toward Almanac.
That word tube it's just a special word in my world. And so every time you say it, I always tell so the lovely Christy, she lives just a few blocks down the street.
Yeah.
And me and food. We don't throw food out.
No.
We don't do that.
No.
Because we eat it. That's what we do with food.
I'm going to eat it.
At her house, there's 3 girls. I'm
going to eat it.
Yeah, her and her 2 daughters and stuff. It's like they can't get to it fast enough. And so I always tell her it would be fun if there was a tube that we could build between the 2 homes.
Yeah.
And I always tell her, just put it in the tube. Like if she's ever like, oh my gosh, we've got extra burgers from the other night. I can't eat all this. I'm like, put it in the tube. Put it in the tube because I'm going to eat it.
And just send it, 2 or 3 blocks.
Send it. Because we are not throwing out food around these parts.
You might be too young to remember, but when you used to go to the bank, there was a drive-up thing, and they'd have a tube. They had a big plastic contraption where they would send They would send your banking thing through a tube, and you'd fill out your deposit form and put your check in there and send it back through the tube. This is before they had like Versatellers.
Yeah,
and ATM
I never
machines.
did this, but I remember watching my mom do it.
Yeah, in the tube.
I remember she put it in the tube.
Yeah.
And then it would be in her account.
Exactly. That's fine, Grandy.
Speaking of old people, let's go live to Larry Krueger right here on 95.7 The Game. Hello, Lair.
Are we going to talk lentils in your dip? I mean, every time I hear you talking food, I think the lentil dip.
You know what? You've tried to make fun of me for my Trader Joe's lentil dip for years now, and I just want you to know that I get asked on social media platforms on the weekly for that recipe because people love it, Larry. They love the Trader Joe's lentil dip.
Sounds terrible, by the way.
It
sounds awful.
Freaking delicious. Lentils, bruschetta sauce, feta, done. Corn chips, you're welcome. That's the way it goes, okay? Anyway, you can do that on your own. Meantime, Larry, you drove all the way to Santa Clara to ask all of the tough questions. And, what about Christian McCaffrey's usage? Where do you think this is going for the rest of the year?
Well, you know, it's funny because Shanahan kind of dodged that question. I asked that yesterday. I mean, you know, he's on pace for 400 touches. He's not going to touch the ball 400 times this year. And I asked Kyle, hey, is this, you know, just the way you want to start? And he was like, yeah, you know, he's our running back. We throw it to him. We like his usage. We're fine with it. We'll see how it goes. Like that was basically it. But there's no way, Mark and Dibs, that he's going to touch the ball 400 times. So at some point, they're going to have to ease off of the CMC mode and into the other backs and utilize some of their other weapons. Otherwise, they're not going to have a healthy CMC come playoff time.
Is there a certain number of carries? Is it number of carries for a year or number of carries per game that has you concerned or that you think a team would want to shy away from? Because McCaffrey's had a season already where he had 400 touches in a campaign.
Yeah, no, I mean, and some teams, Dibs, have to do it, right? Like Dallas is a one running back team. They got Tony Pollard, and their other backs are a dramatic step back. But the 49ers are not. So it's really more just about, I mean, I actually, you know, I felt this way since the end of camp, but listening to Peter King with you guys, you know, King was right last week or earlier this week when he was saying spread the ball around. You know, spread the ball around. You got J.P. Mason. You got Elijah Mitchell. You got other guys. Utilize your other weapons. I'm not saying don't use CMC. I'm just saying, I would say anything over 350 touches is going to be a. You know, you just want to make sure that he's there in the playoffs. If he's not there in the playoffs, your odds of winning the Super Bowl go down.
Well, let me ask you about that. Use your other guys. Why doesn't Eli Mitchell look good this year? What's going on?
That's a great question. He doesn't look good this year, does he? And he's only really had one good run, and he didn't look good. I didn't think he looked great in camp either. I mean, I'm not sure if it's the wear and tear, if it's the injuries that he's had, but it's a good question. He also might be kind of a rhythm back who's not in rhythm. And, you know, maybe if you give him some touches, maybe he'll get into that rhythm. Because I've only seen a couple of good runs from him in the last couple of months.
Yeah, and the Jordan Mason question, I think, is equally, for me, interesting in terms of why don't they use him more? And part of it, too, Larry, is when they use Jordan Mason, it seems like they don't use Kyle Juszczyk as much. Is Jordan Mason the kind of runner that doesn't need a fullback as a part of the normal 21 personnel?
Well, I mean, you know, you can use him as a one back. You can use him as a halfback. I mean, he's operated only out of the halfback stance. I haven't seen him at all in the fullback role. No, I think he can be utilized in a two-back system for sure. I just think that, you know, there's a little bit of a trust that goes into getting on the field as a running back in this organization. And the gatekeeper of the playing time is Bobby T. And if you don't win over Bobby T, you don't hit the field. And then you mix in a couple untimely fumbles in camp, and maybe that has a little something to do with it. But, I mean, this kid is ready to bust out. He's 230 pounds. He runs like the wind. He can make full-speed cuts. I mean, he's a really exciting talent that I think they need to get out on the field quick.
Larry Krueger with us here, Willard and Dibbs, 95.7 The Game, talking 49er football as we head into the weekend. Larry, I saw you reacting also to what Brock Purdy said on the Rich Eisen show with regard to being called a system quarterback. What was your read on the way he answered that question?
Oh, I thought it was hilarious. You know, he gave the answer, I really don't care kind of a thing, but then at the end he showed that he kind of does care by saying, we'll see it when it's all said and done, how it all shakes out. In other words, I'm keeping receipts and, all you guys call me a system quarterback, there's going to be a day of reckoning. And I just think that Brock, he's admitted in the past that even though his focus is team, that he hears the doubters, he hears the detractors, and he uses it as fuel to fuel his motivation. So, I think he admitted last week that he plays with a chip on his shoulder, and he hears those criticisms, and it drives him.
And looking back at last week, Larry, and you try to analyze what went wrong, not only for Brock Purdy, the whole offense, they were overwhelmed by Cleveland's front. They applied too much pressure on the run game, certainly, and Purdy as well. But did you see anything from Brock Purdy that gives you pause, not a long-term defect, but reasons as to why Brock Purdy struggled?
Well, Gibbs, there's no question that he didn't handle the wet football well. I thought the late second quarter is the only thing where I thought he looked really bad. I mean, you can point to the interception, but to me, the two passes that were bad were the one that slipped out of his hand, and then the ball to Kittle on the sideline route where Kittle expected the ball over his left shoulder, and it was far over his right shoulder and kind of fluttered and landed out of bounds. So I thought those were the two worst plays as far as the two worst balls that came out of his hand all day, and I think they were impacted by the rain. So maybe we're finding out that Brock's ability to handle a wet football is not the best. I'll say this, his hand size is right about middle of the pack as far as NFL quarterbacks go. So it's not really that he's got small hands, but he may not like handling a wet football.
Larry, what if we ask the question in a broader sense, just about last week's game? It's the first loss of Brock Purdy's career, but take the team as a whole. Did you come away with any concerns from last week?
No, my big reality from last week, I think, is that we just didn't give the Browns enough credit. If you look at them statistically, guys, their defense is a phenomenal defense. I mean, they play a lot. They manned up the Niners, and they played a lot of man. They also played a ton of nickel. They got it done with their four-man front up front, and then they played a lot of nickel behind. They also have a really unique player in Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah, JOK, the former Notre Dame linebacker, who's just so good. I mean, he can get deep drops in coverage. You have a hard time throwing it over him. He can bring you to the ground as a solo tackler in space. He can blitz the quarterback. He's a great blitzer. I just think when you have Garrett and Tomlinson played a phenomenal game up front, and then you play a lot of man coverage with maybe the best collection of DBs in the game, and then you can mix in an all-world backer like Koramoah, I just think personnel-wise, the Browns have a really good defense.
And probably not facing the same daunting task on Monday night against Minnesota. Based on Trent Williams' availability, Larry, does that change the way that Kyle is going to scheme it up, or is it more reliant on whether or not he has Debo and CMC as to how he approaches it?
Yeah, that's a great question, but I think he absolutely is going to change things up if he's got to go with Jalen Moore instead of Trent. And by the way, guys, Trent did not practice today, didn't practice yesterday. So I would say the lean is that you're not going to see Debo, Trent, or CMC much on Monday night. Now, this is typically, it's Friday, but we're in a Thursday schedule, so they'll practice again tomorrow. I think we'll have a much better idea tomorrow of what we're going to see Monday night. But right now, I would say it's probably Jalen Moore. And if it is Jalen Moore, I think, if you look at the numbers for Danielle Hunter, he rushes like 75% over the left tackle and 25% over the right tackle. Or I should say the opposite, 25% over the left tackle. But expect that number to go up. If it's Jalen Moore, you're going to see a lot of Danielle Hunter on Jalen Moore. And Moore's not Trent. You know, I mean, I'm not telling you guys anything you don't know. So I think the game plan is going to be to have the ball come out fast. I think it's also going to be a run-heavy scheme against Minnesota.
Larry, your comment just now, that was interesting. I get it with regard to Trent Williams, but all three of them, you think that it's trending toward at least that all three are not their normal selves or in the game plan the same way? That sounds different than what I'm sort of hearing, at least with regard to McCaffrey.
Well, CMC did work out on a side field today, but it was just with a strength coach and the trainer. And they have depth there, and the way Kyle said that Elijah Mitchell's a full go earlier in the week, I got the sense that, you know, that they feel like it's time to – like, I would not be surprised if CMC suited up, played in the first quarter, maybe even got a touchdown, Niners get a lead, and you never see him again the rest of the game. I think there's a chance he goes, but I think right now the heavy lean on Debo and Trent is that they're not going to go.
And if Debo doesn't go, what does that do in terms of the pass game? Do they lean more on George Kittle? Because defensively, and you saw it a little bit with Cleveland, a lot of focus and attention on Brandon Ayuk. Do you go to your secondary receiving options, or do you try to use Kittle more?
Well, I think you're going to see a lot more of Ayuk. Ayuk kind of, picked a bad time to have a bad game, right? He had 3 drops. Kittle, I think, and I asked Brock, I said, hey, look, you and Kittle hooked up an awful lot last year. We haven't seen that this year. I mean, he did have the one great game with the 3 touchdowns, but he also, his targets are down dramatically from where they were a year ago down the stretch. And he said, hey, it's early. Some of that was predicated on, sounds like Kittle maybe wasn't 100% early. Sounds like maybe they wanted to feature Ayuk and Debo and CMC a little bit early. It's not that the defenses have taken Kittle away, and Brock said there's plenty of time to get him involved, and I think it's likely that he's heavily involved on Monday.
Larry Krueger with us here, 95.7 The Game, talking out 49er football. What do you think this one looks like then, bud? What, especially when you factor in what you just said.
Well, it's funny. I talked to Pete Bursich, who's their color analyst this week, and Pete, who's very positive. Former. He's been doing that for a while. Former Bears linebacker, former Notre Dame linebacker, former Viking. He didn't seem very optimistic. I mean, he really feels like this 49er team is on a different level than the Viking team. I mean, you have no Justin Jefferson. To me, they're, obviously the 49ers are going to lean heavily on Hawkinson and trying to take away Hawkinson and Jordan Addison. I think the 49ers get it going offensively back to their 30-point plateau. I see something like 31-14, 31-10, something like that. I don't think the Vikings have not had a lot of success running the football. They are going to blitz a ton. They blitz 71% against the Bears. But and the key factor, I think the wild card factor in this game is the nickelback Metellus, who's really a very athletic blitzer, and they use him in a variety of ways. But I think the 49ers are going to have their way in this game. I think they're going to bounce back and probably win 31-10.
Okay, let's from your lips to the 49ers' ears. Larry Krueger, have a great weekend, bud. I know we'll be hearing from you early next week as well.
Sounds good. Have a good weekend, guys.
All right, there it is. Larry Krueger on the 49ers.
Calling a blowout.
Well, calling a blowout and also calling that it will not include very much from those 3 players that we're all worried about.
Yeah,
interesting.
Bit of a surprise, and he sees Christian McCaffrey early, and then you get a lead, and then you go ahead and shut him down, which runs counter to what I was thinking in terms of if you're going to play him, then you play him. But if you go up 17-0 or 21-3, then I get it. You may want to. You can put him on ice the rest of the way.
Yeah, game flow. Game flow is always going to have a lot to do with it. Wanted to let y'all hear this too. I should have done it in the middle of the conversation, but I referenced what Brock Purdy said to Rich Eisen with regard to being called a system QB, and then Larry kind of gave his answer in terms of what he thought it sounded like. It'd be good to let you hear what it sounds like so you can all make your own judgment as well. Rich Eisen show asking Brock Purdy about being called a system quarterback.
How do you respond to those who say you're just a product of the system there, the coach, and the guys around you, and all you're doing is basically rolling the balls out and not making mistakes? How do you respond to that, Brock?
Oh, man. I would just say, I don't really care in a sense. I just want to win. I want to help this team win. People can say what they want. That's cool. I just want to help this team win and reach our goals. And then we'll see at the end of all this if that's true or not.
We'll see.
Yeah. When he says I don't care, but quickly adds in a sense, like I don't care in a sense.
Oh, you care.
He cares.
And it's okay that you care.
Totally okay.
And if you want to use it to get extra motivation, if you need extra motivation, which I don't think that he needs,
Right.
but if you want to use it, then go ahead and use it. I mean, I would care if I had this much success and, I still was being disparaged. And I think that it is meant to be a little bit of a put down. Jay Gruden and other coaches are saying, no, system quarterback, they're all system QBs. But when you say that, it's like the game manager label. When you call a quarterback a game manager, well, are you being complimentary or are you saying that, all you can do is really check the ball down and yeah, you win games, but you're a game manager. It seems a little bit disrespectful when you say that.
Yeah, I mean, look, this is true about this conversation is to find the spot where you're like complimenting and respecting Purdy and not ripping him, but also seeing this from all sides. This is a very, very narrow path to try to walk. And so I hear a lot of people, they're like, I'm trying to compliment Brock Purdy. Did that come out sounding like I was ripping him? And
yes.
Vice versa. They're like, oh, I'm trying to find the holes in this whole Brock Purdy thing. But it sort of came out like I was complimenting him. Like it goes both directions because somehow, look, we're media 2023. It's very, very hard to get your content a whole lot of run while you're making statements that sound like you're riding in the middle. But the middle, in this particular case, is clearly where it's at. I think you're a moron if you don't think Brock Purdy's good. I think you're a crazy person. I also think you'd be ridiculous to not acknowledge that he has a phenomenal roster, a great coach, a very good system.
Yeah.
He's got a good thing going around him. So it's up to everybody to pick, I guess, which matters to you more. But the truth of the matter is, it's all of those things.
It's all intertwined, exactly. He could be a great quarterback and a great story on a bad team, and they could be 2-4 right now, and you could think differently about Brock Purdy, and you could say, oh, he's playing great. He's got nothing around him, but boy, he's a great quarterback. Or he could be surrounded by a lot of talent, and they could be 1-5, and you could think a certain way. But bottom line, they're 5-1. He does have a lot of talent around him. He's got a great head coach, a great organization, a good system, and a nasty defense. So, yeah, those things should not be held against him in terms of how we give Brock Purdy credit.
I want to shout out another one of our listeners. He has become a fixture at the Summits and was there this week. He has tremendous taste in eyewear. His name is Damon Chang, and he is still with us on the YouTube chat right now. So hello, Damon. The reason I want to shout you out is actually for something you said like a half hour ago, and I filed it, and I remembered it because I think it's an important part of this conversation that we haven't really mentioned yet. Still plenty of time for your phone calls. 888-957-9570 is the number. If we take age and money out of this, who would you rather have, Brock Purdy or Kirk Cousins, as we get ready for this game on Monday? What Damon said, which is, for me, one of the reasons I would absolutely say Brock Purdy is, we have watched Kirk Cousins for 12 seasons. That means, sure, he's experienced. It also means we know exactly who he is. We know his ceiling.
Yeah.
We do not know Brock Purdy's ceiling. Brock Purdy, in theory, is still getting better and should get better. And we had this conversation before the year.
We did.
And I do think he's come out and gotten better. And so I don't know that he will. Maybe it'll end up looking worse if he gets paid a lot and good teammates go away. That's totally on the table as possible. But when we look at these two players, one could argue, as Jay Gruden did, oh, I'd take Kirk because that's the sure thing. Well, I would argue If this were a stock, yeah, Kirk is your blue chipper.
Yeah.
Give me the one that might go absolutely bananas.
Good, yeah.
Because this could get a whole lot better. Because right now, Brock now, and Kirk now, they're comparable in terms of their production.
Right.
Well, give me the one who might get even better.
Well, Kirk is either at his ceiling or he's very near his ceiling. We've seen Kirk Cousins' ceiling, which is, 4,700 yards, very accurate, touchdown to interception ratio of about 5-1 when he's at his best, on a good team, make the playoffs, and probably lose. That's been the Kirk Cousins ceiling. Now, can he break through that ceiling? This year doesn't really look like it on a team that's 2-4, but maybe he goes to a different team next year and he has a late career renaissance and he actually goes out and wins a Super Bowl. It's possible if he goes to a situation that is better than Minnesota, a team that's better than Minnesota, and maybe he can go out there and still do it. But right now, it feels like we've seen Kirk Cousins' ceiling, and it's a good ceiling. I don't think he's a Hall of Fame player, but he's in the Hall of Very Good.
Yeah.
And at the end of his career, which will probably be 3 to 5 more years, the way quarterbacks last now, he's going to be in the top 20 in yardage. He's going to have great aggregated numbers. He's going to have had a very good to very good to excellent career. Not a Hall of Famer, but he will have had a great career. Brock Purdy, we don't know what his ceiling is. We know that so far he's been unbelievable, and he has gotten better. And I was one of the ones who said, I'm not sure how he can get better. I mean, he's just as likely, Mark, to not get better or get worse as he is to get better from what he did. And then he's come out this year and he's gotten better.
Yeah, I mean, it's
without
hard.
a doubt.
Well, when you haven't lost a football game, it's kind of like, well, how are you supposed to get better? But yeah, I agree with you.
His numbers are better.
The numbers are better, but also just that the feel of his ability to kind of be the reason as opposed to a reason.
The eye test, yeah.
Yeah. That Dallas Cowboys game, you walked out of there and you went, wow, that was the dude. It wasn't Christian. It wasn't Debo, like Brock Purdy. That was Brock Purdy's game on Sunday Night Football, and the 49ers put up 42.
Yeah.
That's
to me, it was just as much the Giants game because of the adjustments he made in game.
With the constant blitzing.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, he was getting beleaguered, and he looked a little bit baffled early, and then he went to the tablet, and his little brain, he figured out what they needed to do, and he started doing it, and then they boat raced him.
Yeah, absolutely. Here's Purdy also from the Eisen Show on the success and how he keeps kind of a level head.
If we're being real, man, my faith, it allows me to realize like I'm a part of something that's not about me, my whole life and stuff, trying to think, like this is all about me. This is my story. I don't think like that. I just want to help this team win. I want to help, love on these guys here and tell them about Jesus and God and having a purpose in your life. That's where I'm at. That's how I think mentally and, all the other stuff that comes about. Like obviously you got legends and people that you grew up watching that you're able to now talk to and stuff. But man, I see it, they're human too. I'm human. We're not these gods or anything crazy. So I don't know. I just try to keep it simple. I'm living life. I'm playing football and I get to get paid doing this job and it's a blessing.
He really is starting to sound like Kyle. I mean, there were two and stuffs in there in a 30 some odd second answer.
He needs to bring it down a little bit in terms of his inflection. I'm going to need a little bit more monotone and stuff.
Really?
Yeah, he was a little bit too up and down.
Too colorful.
Yes, too much color.
All right.
We're going to need it to be a little bit flatter and stuff.
We'll talk to him.
Even when you talk about Jesus and your faith and stuff and God and stuff, no mention of the Holy Spirit, which I thought was a big omission. He could have touched them all. He could have hit the Trinity.
I'll tell you this. And maybe this is something that, I don't know if football fans want to hear this because this sort of takes away from the majesty of it all. But here's the deal. Just about anybody who's made the Hall of Fame or had even what you would refer to as a great career, and we want to put him on a pedestal and, boy, it was an amazing player. Sure. But a lot of it was because of what that person had around him. A lot of it is. And that's just a fact. And there's no other way to do this. So if you achieve, then you get the benefits. You get the benefits of achieving. Like, we can all agree with this on a human level. Are we all born on the same base?
God, no.
Yeah.
Not even close.
No. But we don't look at somebody when they're successful at age 50 and it may be a part of the story, like, oh, dad had a business and then just handed it down to you. Maybe, but most of the time we just look at someone and go, yeah, you're a successful person. And you get credit for that. And yes, it's much easier for some than it is for others, but you still have to go do it. And it's still usually not a given, no matter if you started on first, second, third, home plate, out in the back parking lot, wherever you started.
Yeah, I know what you're saying. I do disagree a little bit, and I think about it in terms of, like, let's just think about Bay Area owners.
Okay.
We think about Joe Lacob differently than we do Jed York, because Jed York was born on third base, and there was a wild pitch, and he was able to score easily.
But I don't think
here's
people
the team.
care. Nobody cares.
I do think that people care.
I think if Jed York wins a Super Bowl, in fact, you've already seen the vibe and talk around Jed York is different.
Because he's different.
And because they're winning.
Yes.
Because they're winning.
I think they've gone hand in hand, because he also has realized that he needed to take a step back and let good people who he could hire do the job.
Sure, that's fair, but like Joe Lacob we're not going to give him credit for being a successful self-made businessman if the Warriors are finishing as the 9 seed every year. We don't care.
Yeah,
we don't get
it's true to that extent.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. I'm not saying we don't take it into account. I'm simply saying that when you're a success, you are a success. You start from the starting point, and you do with that what you will. There's no quarterback who goes out there, and we'll see where Brock Purdy's final resume ends up, obviously. But if this guy does end up taking the 49er to a Super Bowl, Super Bowls, wherever it goes, if he ends up being the first-time champion of the 49ers since Steve Young was the quarterback, you don't get to, well, here are all the reasons why he did this. You don't get to do that.
He's a system guy, Mark, surrounded by talent. I mean, honestly, who couldn't win a Super Bowl with this collection?
Yeah, all the other people who've tried.
Right.
Yeah.
I'm with you in terms of that, but, Brock Purdy's story is already remarkable, and it's remarkable because where he came from. He was not, and I'm, kind of conflating the analogy here, but in terms of football and quarterbacks, he was not born on third base. He was born in the batter's box as a QB at Iowa State who got cuffed around and went to a couple of middling bowl games and he had a career, 3.5 years as a starter, 4 years in football, and a legit D1. I'm not saying he didn't have a career, but Mr. Irrelevant third-string quarterback, and now he's the talk of not only the town, but he's talk of the football world. So he's become more self-made than, other quarterbacks who, like Trevor Lawrence, for example, the golden child, and looks like sunshine, and played at Clemson, and he was the number 1 overall, and even Jared Goff and Derek Carr, these guys who had head starts that certainly Brock Purdy didn't have.
Well, and Trevor the other thing is like, what team do you end up on and what market is it in? Like Trevor Lawrence, it's going to be a while before any pressure starts to cook. Like, he's very good. I think that's obvious. The Jags have been very impressive the last month. They've got themselves to 5-2. I think they're at. They're very good. But at what point in Trevor Lawrence's career do you go, well, yeah, but where's the Super Bowl? Where's the Super Bowl? Well, I would argue that point is further away.
Right.
Because he's a Jaguar and he's in Jacksonville, Florida, and there's no drumbeat. If Trevor Lawrence was a New York Jet, they picked next, we would be having a very, very different situation as far as what point does the pressure cooker come in? Because Trevor plays in the AFC, and quite frankly, he could be a good quarterback who we all love, and still no one's going to expect him to ever win anything, because Patrick Mahomes and Josh Allen and Joe Burrow are in the conference with him.
And plus Jacksonville. They've never won a Super Bowl. Have they been in a Super Bowl?
The Jaguars?
Or just to the conference
AFC
championship
game.
Yeah, so they've never even been to that game. So in terms of the pressure on him, it won't ramp up. And Brock Purdy, that's an interesting notion about Brock Purdy. When does the pressure become on Brock Purdy? Is it this postseason? And I'm just going to assume they make it.
No.
Let's just say the Niners go 14-3, and they're the 1 seed. and Brock Purdy is healthy and good all year long, and he's an MVP candidate, he may not win it, but he has this kind of a year, and they're this good, and they're the number 1 seed. The pressure's still not on Brock Purdy.
Oh, there's plenty of pressure. Don't get me wrong.
I'm not saying Super Bowl or bust pressure for him.
I'm talking about drumbeat where people start turning on a guy and being like, all right, maybe you're not what you're cracked up to be. It would be too soon. 1.5 seasons, both of them end deep in the playoffs, but disappointingly, you fall just short. I don't think anybody's turning on him. Sure, there'd be an off-season conversation of like, dude,
again,
here we go again.
Yeah.
Jimmy G just short, but I don't think it would come that quick where people are like, you know what? Actually, this guy has been anointed as something he's not. To me, that's still at least 2 to 3 seasons away.
Okay.
And which is going to be time because automatically what comes in there is, okay,
the contract.
Are you handing this guy $40 or $50 million?
Are you him?
That's right.
Is he him?
That's right.
It's just, you had me thinking about that in terms of Trevor Lawrence because I don't think that he's going to be under anything even remotely close to the pressure just because he's in Jacksonville.
Trevor Lawrence can have Charles Barkley's career. Like, okay, you're really good.
That's terrible.
But Jordan was there, so what the hell you want to do? And
I should have never looked back there.
You want to know what was
number
terrible?
One was
Took the words right out of my mouth, Mark.
Yeah.
I should have never looked back there.
Before we go to the phones, Dublin Marge, who was an awesome presence out at the summit on Wednesday.
Name tag Marge.
She just threw this up on YouTube. Hey, with CMC possibly out, do I pick up Mitchell or Mason? And the Monday game makes it tricky, meaning you can't go pick up a running back for another team because you're going to have to wait till Monday probably before you know, although, I would argue we're probably going to have a decent idea tomorrow. If McCaffrey gets in a limited session tomorrow, I think he's going to be in there. But listen, I would have said Mason, but based on Kyle's words a couple of days ago when the assumption was made that Mason would be the RB2, and Kyle went, Eli Mitchell's a really good player, and we're getting him back to health and all that. I just got a feeling that Mitchell is going to outtouch Mason in this game on Monday. I could be wrong.
Outtouch, but I wonder if he outscores because I think,
I don't know.
You get into that deep red zone, and I'm going to Jordan Mason if I'm Kyle Shanahan and stuff in terms of who I want to get that yard or two in the red zone. So I actually would go to Jordan Mason. I don't have a lot of faith in Eli Mitchell right now based on how limited his play has been and where he is physically.
I get that, but it feels like they do. This is one of those situations where it's like we see one thing and whatever is going on in practice, maybe they see another. It's almost like a little mini tiny version of the Trey Lance thing. Fans are running around being like, he's mobile and he's got a rocket arm. And I see this, that, and the other. And the team's like, you should see what we see.
Yeah.
Nope.
Go on.
No thanks.
Yeah.
All right, 888-957-9570. That's the number. We got some calls to get to. Rob and Jose, stay right where you are. Got time for plenty more. Jump on in as we continue to talk this out. Defensive play of the week around the corner as well. It's Football Friday, brought to you by First 5 California. To learn 4 things you can do to overcome toxic stress, go to first5california.com. And we're also sponsored by Flag and Anthem. Glad you're with us today. It's Willard and Dibbs.
East Bay Law Practice.
Yeah, I don't know.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Was that Jay Gruden also? Man, he was a gift. It's going to keep on giving.
Yeah, that was
What
great.
kind of question is that?
Well,
Yeah, I don't know.
yeah, great question. It's a great question. It's a stupid question also. All right, we'll go to the phones in a second. 888-957-957. We got a pick of the week. Dibs is still perfect. He's still perfect for the year.
Good Lord.
So if you want to make money this weekend, listen to Dibs' pick, and whatever he says, you do the opposite.
I've got a winner for you, and that's coming up here before 6 o'clock.
And when he says winner, he means loser. 0-6.
1-800-LOSE-LOSE-LOSE. Call my message phone. Hey, it's free.
On the year.
It's toll free.
0-6.
Actually, we'll pay you to call my message phone. Please, the phone's not ringing off the hook.
It's almost as if you're playing defense with your picks. The defensive play of the week is brought to you by East Bay Law Practice. When you need the best defense, you need to call the Bay Area's top criminal defense attorney. Visit eastbaylawpractice.com today. The 49ers were in Cleveland last week, and things were rolling. They got off to a good start. Christian McCaffrey gets into the end zone to open the game, and then on the Browns' opening possession, we are going the other way.
Second down and 5. Four-man rush. Walker intercepted. Fred Warner. Warner taken down at the 25.
All right, that's Kevin Burkhardt on Fox. Rest of the game, of course, did not go the 49ers' way, but it was a defensive battle all game long, and Fred Warner was a big part of it. It's interesting because it was a defensive struggle. If there is such a thing, there was a defensive struggle where 49er fans came out not feeling great about the defense.
That's weird. And actually,
but don't you agree with that?
I agree that some fans felt that way. I didn't actually see it that way. And in our show thread with Mark Grandy and Lucas, our producer, and you and I, Grandy was kind of talking about that in terms of the defense and how they were not good between the 20s.
Well, they gave up a lot of rush yards. They gave up almost 5 yards a carry.
But they didn't give up much other than one kind of funky play touchdown. They gave up one touchdown.
Right, but P.J. Walker was quarterbacking. It's ridiculous in the NFL to ask for a shutout, but the 49ers twice had leads go away at the hands of P.J. Walker driving the football.
And the yellow flags that were thrown on the field.
Sure.
You know me, I'm not one to blame the refs virtually ever, but calls that went against them made the defense look worse than they really were. Between the 20s, they were suspect. Inside the 20 in the red zone, they were great.
Defensive play of the week brought to you by East Bay Law Practice. East Bay Law Practice knows how to go the distance for you by providing the defense you need to help reduce or eliminate your penalties. Visit eastbaylawpractice.com today. Let's also visit Robin in San Francisco. Hello, Robin. You're on with Willie and Dibby.
Hey, guys, let me just ask you a question. It's not what I called in for. Lucas, give me a few minutes. You guys, we are all parents, and you guys were just talking about how, success, how we measure something. We as parents, at least I do, would love to have something to give to my kids. Right? You know how people look down and say, oh, his parents gave him that, and that's why he's successful. But as a parent, that's what you want for your kids, Like, I would love to die and leave them a lot of money. But it just seems like our society, depending on who you are, they judge you for that. And I guess that's a situational thing, but I know there's one of those questions, it just popped up in my head as you guys were talking about it, and it's just I don't know, it's one of those answers, questions you think. So anyway, the reason why I called was this: what makes a good quarterback? Okay, look, what quarterback wins without no receivers? No O-line. By the way, can we get a right guard, interior? You think somebody will give us that on the O-line along the way? But anyway, who wins? How do you measure a quarterback if they don't have that? And here's one answer I came up with. I think there's no right answer. I was watching the Joe Montana documentary, and I was reading it. Yeah, I read a lot, so it might have been something I read. But when he went to Kansas City, the receiver said, Joe made us better receivers. In practice, he would say, be right there when I tell you to be right there, and I'm going to get you the ball. But you got to be right there. So my point is, one quality, I think, of a good quarterback is also making his receiver better, or players better, or his receiver better, and that works hand in hand. You hear Jerry Rice say that about Joe. He says, I had Joe, and Joe says, I had that about Jerry. So what quarterback in today's league make the receiver better? The only one I could think of really was Tom Brady, and he had no receivers of quality and made them look good all them years. I don't care how much you hate Tom Brady. And then if you look at Mahomes, I'm almost finished. Mahomes, he just got Kelsey. Without Kelsey, he still do magical things, but he still be running for his life too. So, it just seems all so minutia to me. Peace out, you guys.
All right, Robin. Have a good weekend.
Go ahead and rock that caller.
Rock her.
Yeah. No, she's right.
It's minutia, and it's also situational.
Well,
in many ways,
for sure. As is everything. But I guess if I were to answer the question directly, what makes a good quarterback? And maybe this is true for all positions. To me, it's an elevation sensation.
That's a buck.
And this is what I mean by that. Are you elevating what's going on around you? What's going on around you might be great, but do you elevate it? If you want to know why I like Brock Purdy so much, that's why. Nobody is taking anything away from Trent Williams, C-Mac, Kittle, the receivers, Juszczyk, Kyle Shanahan. There's also zero question about whether or not he has elevated this team by his arrival.
Based on the predecessor and what the output was then versus the output now. The offense is better with Brock Purdy as the quarterback than it was with the predecessors. And that's what you're talking about.
No question.
In terms of an elevation.
Yeah, absolutely. And are they elevating him? I would guess yes. We haven't seen what Brock looks like without them, but how could they not?
Maybe Monday we will.
No?
Hopefully we won't.
Yeah, exactly.
But we might.
As long as he's elevating the whole thing, then that tells me you've got a really good player. Jose in Oakland is next up with Willard and Dibbs. Hi, Jose. What are you doing?
I'm driving home, guys. Jesus, man, I almost get run over by some dude. Sorry. Hey,
don't do that.
Man, I called for something else, but Robin kind of made me think about this. Okay, what makes a good quarterback? Brock Purdy, what makes him a good quarterback? He stunk throughout the game, but with 2 minutes left, less than 2 minutes left, he got us there, okay? If it wasn't because the kicker missed that field goal, he would still be undefeated. That's all you can ask from a quarterback. I mean, you can be great throughout the game, but if at the end of the game you're still losing, that's not going to make any difference how many touchdowns you threw for, how many yards you threw for. Like I said, at the end of the game, if you have 1 minute or 2 minutes left and you can get us the win or close enough to win, to me, that's what makes a good quarterback, being clutch. And I think he is clutch. I don't know what you guys think about it.
Yeah, Jose, thanks. I mean,
Yeah,
I
thanks,
do
Jose.
think that's where we can still say, look, small sample size, at least in moments. Like Brock Purdy has not been asked to go on many game-winning drives. None, in fact.
Yeah.
The only one that he was asked to go on, he did, except for they didn't kick the field goal.
Yeah, didn't get him close
and so
enough.
that he did.
Kyle didn't trust him to get
Yeah.
closer.
Well, I mean, that's the thing. Now, can you ask, is he clutch in a more grand sense, as in, do you show up for playoff games? Do you show up for big games? The answer is resoundingly yes. So we've already seen that. But again, that was the exchange that I had with Kyle Rudolph, who, by the way, is going to join us on Monday. I'm looking forward to that.
Okay.
But the exchange that we had over text right before the 49ers got the ball down by 2, he goes, has he ever been in the 2-minute drill while trailing before? And I said, no, like absolutely not. Barely ever been trailing at all.
Yeah.
And he goes, man, this is a big opportunity for him. And then he did what he was asked to do. Yes, it didn't lead to a win, but don't you think that this conversation is very different all week long if the 49ers had gone 3 and out or 4 and out?
Absolutely.
Like
especially if it was 3 straight incompletes or 4 straight incompletes, then yes, we feel absolutely a little bit different about how that game ended. And to say that he led them down the field, he made a couple of good throws.
Yeah.
Brandon Ayuk had a catch and run where Cleveland thought that he had poison oak and they didn't want to touch him. That was the poison oak play.
It was weird.
Really weird.
Yeah.
But Brock did what needed to be done, and then Jake Moody, sorry, Jake, I hate to say this, but you didn't get it done.
Well, and they got the holding call, which seemed to almost right the ship, right? He went incompletion. It was 3rd and 10 before you could even blink.
Yep.
Then he throws to Juwan Jennings, gets the holding call. That set them in forward motion, and then he did everything that he needed to do. All right, we got plenty more time to talk about this on Monday, provided that you want to do it again on Monday. Do you want to do it again?
Yeah, and I'm going to be coming off my first win in our picks.
Oh, that's right. What's your pick?
Michigan.
Michigan
State stinks, Mark. They've lost 4 in a row, and they're reeling. Harbaugh wants to win the chip, and it's a rivalry game, Mark. Michigan State. I like the Wolverines given 24 and a hook.
You are going to bet on a team in the middle of a scandal. I absolutely love it.
I like a scandal.
Give me the Bucks minus 2.5.
Milwaukee?
Against the Atlanta Falcons. No, let's go with Tampa Bay this time.
Okay.
But good stuff. There's the pick. Definitely go with Michigan State. We'll do it again on Monday, okay?
Not with that attitude.
Start of a very big week. But here comes Grandy. Brought to you by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises, best of the game, and it's going to kick off with Bucky Brooks, who was with Steiny and Goo. Parts of our talk with Jay Gruden will come up after that. Have a great weekend, everybody. Can't wait to talk to you on Monday. For Dibs, for Grandy, for Lucas, I'm Mark. Shoot your shot. That's all you got.
Ladies and gentlemen, the weekend.
Something big is visiting the Bay. Something heavier than 11 cable cars. 1,000,000 times older than the Golden Gate Bridge. Something that ate the daily equivalent of 500 Mission-style veggie burritos. See the world's largest dinosaurs, a new exhibit at the California Academy of Sciences with life-size models and more. Get tickets at calacademy.org.
Hi, this is Brian Bakhtiari, Executive Manager of Stevens Creek Subaru. With fall here, there's electricity in the air. With football in full swing, the baseball playoff race, and kids back in school, it's easy to see what the buzz is all about. Speaking of electricity, did you know that Subaru makes an all-electric vehicle? The Subaru Solterra is a go-anywhere, all-electric, symmetrical all-wheel drive vehicle built by Subaru, a brand you can trust. Now you can go anywhere and help the environment while avoiding the gas pump at Stevens Creek Subaru. Whether it's a new or certified vehicle,